Chapter 1. Traversing the Fantastic Realm, the God-level investment system. In the southern province, within the Wuji sect's outer door, the night enveloped the surroundings in a thick veil of darkness, with only flickers of candlelight seeping through the windows of the disciples' quarters. The silhouettes of figures within the building swayed gently, appearing indistinct and barely discernible. In a modest courtyard, a young man sat quietly on a stool, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Chun Fan had traversed into this realm, and only after melding with his prior memories did he comprehend that he had arrived in a fantastical world. His current identity was that of an outer disciple of the Wuji sect. With a heavy sigh, Chun Fan pondered the harsh realities of this magical world, where the powerful could pluck stars from the sky, shift mountains, and fill seas, while the weak were as inconsequential as blades of grass, perpetually teetering on the brink of death. Fortunately, I am not starting as a waste, he thought, feeling a slight relief wash over him. From his memories, he understood that his innate talent was not merely adequate, but rather exceptional. Having been a disciple of the Wuji sect for 9 years, he had cultivated himself to the level of divine intent. In this world of cultivation, realms were categorized into 3 gates and 9 stages. The first gate, where one refines oneself, comprises the body forging, chi condensation, and divine intent. The second gate, where one engages with external entities, includes golden elixir, 5 elements, and dharma body. The third gate, which pertains to the pursuit of the Tao, encompasses inquiry into the Tao, heavenly origin, and profound understanding. Now he stood just a step away from the golden elixir stage of the second gate. Such aptitude made him a small genius, not only within Wuji sect, but across the entirety of southern province, and even among the sacred lands, alleviating any fears of being abandoned by the sect or facing the chaotic assessments. Thus, Chun Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. Disciples of Wuji sect who could not break through to the divine intent stage within 12 years of joining would be dispatched to manage secular enterprises, severely limiting their cultivation time. Unless one encountered a fortuitous opportunity, the chances of returning to the sect for rigorous training were negligible. With several years remaining until the 12-year deadline, Chun Fan had already met the criteria to be an inner disciple. Moreover, he possessed a breakthrough pill. With a flick of his wrist, a jade box materialized in his hand. Snap! The box opened, releasing a fragrant aroma that filled the air. Inside lay a red pill, roughly the size of a finger. The breakthrough pill. As its name indicates, it was a potion meant for achieving breakthroughs. Typically, cultivators who consumed it could enhance their chances of success by 20%. For top-tier geniuses, the breakthrough rate could reach 100% with the aid of such a pill. Chun Fan, with some further honing in this pill, felt confident he could ascend to the golden elixir stage within 3 years. Exceptional aptitude and favorable family circumstances, he mused. With such a start, as long as I do not act recklessly, I still have a chance to become a significant figure in the future. A promising future awaits. This pill had been sent by his mother with the intent of accelerating his cultivation. Upon entering the inner sect, both the cultivation techniques and the status would undergo profound transformations. Moreover, should he catch the attention of certain elders, he would never lack for resources or backing in his future endeavors. With such status, it was plausible that his family could also benefit. First, I must familiarize myself with the cultivation process, he resolved. Once I am prepared, I will commence my intensive training. However, as this thought crossed his mind, an icy system prompt echoed in his ears. God-level investment system, binding in progress. Binding successful. Welcome, host, to use it. Startled, Chun Fan blinked in incredulity. After several minutes, he regained his composure. It has arrived. It has come with a system prompt. He could hardly believe that he possessed a golden finger. Based on his experience from reading novels, shouldn't only the inept have such a gift? Yet here he was, not exactly inept, and yet endowed with this extraordinary ability. It was entirely unconventional. Nevertheless, he pondered, who wouldn't relish a golden finger? Few traversers achieved peak success solely by their own efforts. Taking a deep breath, he began to examine this golden finger. The God-level investment system. Invest once, and the host could reap generous rewards. The investment tiers were categorized as ordinary, excellent, perfect, and super divine. Notably, when encountering potential investment candidates, the system would notify the host. God-level investment system. Upon understanding its function, Chun Fan was momentarily taken aback. This golden finger felt refreshingly novel. In his recollection, most systems were of the sign-in variety, but this investment system invigorated his spirit. Could it be that I can invest across myriad realms, befriending countless individuals along the way? Just as Chun Fan's thoughts spiraled, outside the outer disciples' quarters, a graceful young woman clad in a blue robe, accompanied by a round-faced girl, approached the courtyard where Chun Fan resided. The young woman appeared to be about 15 or 16 years old, statuesque and possessing long, slender legs. The cinched waist of her blue robe accentuated her figure, showcasing the perfect proportion of her legs. If she lowered her gaze, she would hardly glimpse her own toes. She possessed alluring, peach blossom eyes, her overall demeanor exuding a magnetic charm that sharply contrasted with the cool, austere blue robe she wore, imparting a subtle sense of forbidden allure. At this moment, she ascended the stone steps, the movement causing the hem of her robe to cling to her hips, revealing the graceful curve of her form, making it difficult for onlookers to avert their gaze. The young woman was Zheng Xiaolan. She had a childhood friend named Chun Fan. Accompanying her was a little girl with a round face, instantly endearing and prompting a desire to pinch her cheeks. At that moment, the little girl looked up at her sister and asked in a sweet, childish voice, "Sister, you always say Chun Fan is perfect. What kind of person is he really?" Hearing this, Zheng Xiaolan narrowed her beautiful eyes, frowning slightly as she replied, "To describe him, one could say he values wealth as life." "Sister, then why do you still borrow money from him?" Zheng Xiaolan shook her head. "There's no alternative. Among those I know, he is the wealthiest, and within the Wuji sect, he is the only one I am familiar with." "Oh." The little girl nodded obediently. Zheng Xiaolan lifted her gaze towards the courtyard ahead, seemingly lost in memories of the past, and let out a deep sigh. She and Chun Fan hailed from the same region, and their families had long engaged in business dealings, leading to a childhood friendship. Yet, in contrast to her friend, who was mature beyond his years, steady in temperament, and endowed with remarkable talent, rapid cultivation, keen comprehension, and striking looks, Zheng Xiaolan often felt overshadowed by his perfection. However, he had one flaw: he valued money above all else. Shaking her head, she led the little girl straight towards the courtyard where Chun Fan resided. Chapter 2. The childhood sweetheart approaches. The investment candidate arises. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Is Brother Chun Fan asleep? Sister Zheng Xiaolan requests an audience. Zheng Xiaolan? Chun Fan squinted, reflecting carefully. He had a vague recollection of her. Their relationship seemed quite amicable. Childhood sweethearts, devoid of suspicion, they had both joined Wuji's sect at the same time. However, due to her lesser talent, she automatically regarded him as her senior. After clarifying the nature of their relationship, Chun Fan stowed the pill away in his spatial ring and called out, "Sister, please enter." Creak! The courtyard door swung open, revealing Zheng Xiaolan and Zheng Xiaoqiu. Upon seeing Chun Fan, they immediately clasped their fists in greeting. "Greetings, Brother Chun Fan. Greetings, Brother Chun Fan." There's no need for such formality among familiar faces. Chun Fan waved his hand. "We are all well acquainted." At that moment, an unexpected surge of excitement coursed through him as he noticed a notification. "Congratulations, host. You have encountered an excellent investment candidate. Investing one breakthrough pill will yield a congenital Dao body." Interesting. He looked up at the long-legged Zheng Xiaolan and noticed a luminous screen above her head. Name: Zheng Xiaolan. Realm: perfected qi condensation. Fate: fortune is on the rise. Is this the system's function? To reveal the information of investment candidates? Chun Fan's eyes lit up with realization. According to the recent prompt, investing a breakthrough pill can grant me a congenital Dao body. Without hesitation, he made his decision. While a breakthrough pill could enhance his chances of success, for Chun Fan, it merely represented a year's worth of saved time. However, a congenital Dao body might elevate his cultivation potential significantly. After all, one must possess dreams. What if he could realize them in the future? Brother Chun Fan? Just then, Zheng Xiaolan cautiously queried. She gazed at Chen Fan in confusion, uncertain as to why her childhood companion looked at her with such a peculiar expression after she entered the room. This strange demeanor was entirely unlike the Chen Fan she had known before. "I was just reminiscing about the past," Chen Fan replied, snapping back to reality and casually offering an excuse to deflect the moment. He then rose to brew a pot of tea for the two of them, saying, "As for the Wujizong, I suppose we are somewhat familiar. Please, do not be so formal. Consider this place as your home." "Senior brother Chen Fan, I will do just that. After all, we have known each other since childhood." Though she spoke thus, Zheng Xiaolan was palpably tense, while Zheng Xiaoqiu lowered her head, too timid to speak, only daring to steal a glance at Chen Fan. The current Chen Fan was utterly transformed from the boy she once knew. At this moment, Chen Fan had already surpassed the realm of divine intent long before Zheng Xiaolan. Moreover, over the past few years, Chen Fan's family had grown increasingly prosperous, creating a widening chasm between them. Thus, despite their childhood bond, the distance between them had insidiously expanded. Zheng Xiaolan understood that in the not-so-distant future, she and Chen Fan would inhabit different spheres entirely. The affections she once harbored were now firmly suppressed within her heart, unvoiced due to their disparate social standings. As for Chen Fan's earlier remark about treating this place as home, it was merely a polite formality, nothing more than words to be heard. Observing the two sisters' unease, Chen Fan discerned their thoughts and deftly shifted the topic. "By the way, junior sister, is there a significant matter that brings you here this evening?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaolan met Chen Fan's gaze, bit her lip, and with a blush said, "Senior brother Chen Fan, I find myself in a bit of a financial bind lately. Could you possibly lend me some spirit stones? I wish to purchase a breaking wall pill." After speaking, Zheng Xiaolan dared not meet Chen Fan's eyes, instead staring at her well-stocked supply of human cub food. In her mind, Chen Fan was akin to a mythical beast, a pai xiao, who only took in and never let out. This time, however, she had no choice but to muster the courage to try. "Of course," Chen Fan replied generously. Under normal circumstances, he would have hesitated, yet for the sake of his innate Dao body, he felt compelled to lend. "Ah?" At this, the young woman abruptly lifted her head. She had expected Chen Fan to react as he always did, but to her astonishment, he was so magnanimous, offering without even inquiring how much she needed. Goodness, was this truly the Chen Fan she once knew? "Junior sister, your desire for the breaking wall pill is to advance to the realm of divine intent, correct?" Chen Fan inquired with a smile. "Yes," Zheng Xiaolan admitted candidly. After stating this, she added with a wry smile, "My aptitude pales in comparison to yours, senior brother. Having been in the sect for 5 years, I have only achieved completion in the Qi condensation realm. If I do not break through to the divine intent realm within the next 6 months, it will be exceedingly difficult for me to enter the inner sect." As one progresses in cultivation, the challenge of breaking through a realm grows increasingly arduous. Transitioning from the Qi condensation realm to the divine intent realm, though merely a single realm apart. How many cultivators in the world have found themselves stymied at this juncture? If she could not break through to the divine intent realm during this period, Zheng Xiaolan believed, her fate would be to be sent back down the mountain, spending her life managing the sect's enterprises. "Do not be disheartened, junior sister, perhaps I can assist you in this endeavor," Chen Fan said unhurriedly. At this moment, both Zheng Xiaolan and Zheng Xiaoqiu looked up at Chen Fan. Zheng Xiaolan exclaimed in disbelief, "Senior brother, what did you just say? I can help you." Chen Fan chuckled, retrieving a breaking realm pill from his spatial ring, unveiling it, and placing it before Zheng Xiaolan. "This breaking realm pill is a tier above the breaking wall pill. If all goes well, it should enable you to break through to the divine intent realm." Breaking realm pill. Upon hearing this name, Zheng Xiaolan's breath quickened. She had certainly heard of this elixir, yet it felt surreal to her at this moment. Such a pill typically cost thousands of spirit stones and was often more valuable than available. Ordinary individuals could scarcely acquire such an elixir. Was the Chen Fan she knew, who valued wealth above all, truly lending it to her? Ah! Exhaling deeply, Zheng Xiaolan regained her composure. "I appreciate senior brother Chen Fan's kindness." With great difficulty, She diverted her gaze from the box. This breaking realm pill is quite valuable. It must have taken considerable effort for your family to procure. Junior sister cannot accept this. Moreover, given your current realm, it is more fitting for you to consume such an elixir. Do not waste it on someone like me. Zheng Xiaolan was self-aware. She had no desire for a counterfeit breaking realm pill. However, she could not bring herself to impede Chun Fan's cultivation progress for her own selfish gain. Although she felt a twinge of envy towards the Chun Fan who had secretly risen to prominence. More than that, she felt genuine happiness for him. As childhood companions, how could she dare to hinder Chun Fan from attaining a brighter future? Chapter 3. The Success of Investment and Obtaining the Innate Tao Body Sister. You worry too much, at this moment. Chun Fan wore a smile, expressing that the breaking realm pill was of little significance to him. If Chun Fan previously aided Zheng Xiaolan due to the system, now it stemmed from a place of genuine sincerity. After all, not many could suppress their greed and genuinely consider another's welfare. Had he encountered those who were avaricious, they would likely have hastily seized the pill by now. Brother, could it be? Upon hearing Chun Fan's words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Zheng Xiaolan's eyes as she exclaimed, "Have you already broken through and no longer require the breaking realm pill?" Chun Fan did not deny it. He merely smiled and remained silent. His demeanor further confirmed Zheng Xiaolan's suspicions. He had indeed broken through. Zheng Xiaolan's face was alight with envy. Having just turned 18, she had already reached the divine intention realm. Such talent was remarkable, promising a bright future. In an instant, feelings of inferiority washed over her. With Chun Fan being so exceptional, she felt increasingly unworthy to that moment. Zheng Xiaolan resembled a young girl experiencing her first love, overwhelmed by a sense of inadequacy. After a brief silence, Zheng Xiaolan looked up again and shook her head, saying, "Although you may not need this pill, the breaking realm pill is truly precious. For someone at my current level to consume such a pill would be an utter waste. Xiaolan, I never said it was a gift." Chun Fan replied as he noticed Zheng Xiaolan's reluctance to accept it. While we share a good relationship, there is an old saying, even brothers should keep accounts clear. How about this? I shall lend you this pill for now. And when you are able, you can return me another pill or an item of equivalent value. To this point, Zheng Xiaolan hesitated. However, as she pondered, Chun Fan continued to persuade her, consider this. If you do not break through to the divine intention realm now, how will you advance to the golden core stage later? Without reaching the golden core stage, how will you acquire greater resources? Moreover, think about the benefits that await you once you enter the intersect. Brother Chun Fan, I fear. Before Zheng Xiaolan could finish her sentence, Chun Fan threw the pill towards her. Seeing this, she immediately stopped speaking and caught the jade box with both hands. Chun Fan. This pill was of little consequence. Yet for Zheng Xiaolan, it represented a life-altering opportunity. She cradled it delicately, fearful of letting it slip from her grasp, before she could place it back on the table. Chun Fan promptly said, I'm lending this to you for now. It's getting late, so I want to keep you from resting. You should head back. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaolan gazed at Chun Fan. Biting her lip, her cheeks flushed as she suggested, Brother, what if I became your maid, serving you tea, washing clothes, and cooking meals? However, Chun Fan remained silent, ushering both her and her sister out of his courtyard. Women! Is Chun Fan truly that kind of person? Indeed, he is, yet the timing is not right. It was not until they stepped outside that the cool breeze jolted Zheng Xiaolan back to reality, gazing at the jade box in her hands. She turned to her sister, her expression filled with complexity. Chun Fan had given her the breaking realm pill just like that. This was worth over 1,000 spirit stones, and such a pill was invaluable and rare. Although Chun Fan did not need it now, selling it to a disciple in urgent need would undoubtedly earn him significant goodwill. The benefits he would gain from such a transaction would far exceed the act of lending it to her. Yet, he had freely given it to her. Standing in Chun Fan's courtyard, clutching the pill, Zheng Xiaolan found herself caught in a dilemma that would be disingenuous to say she was not moved. After all, not everyone remembers their past kindness. This favor was monumental for her, in her time of greatest need. Chun Fan had acted with generosity. Perhaps this single pill could alter the course of her life. Though she contemplated returning it, her heart urged her to keep it. After much inner turmoil, Zheng Xiaolan gritted her teeth and tucked the pill away in her spatial ring, in the future, should you ever need help. No matter the cost, I, Zheng Xiaolan, will not hesitate, she murmured to herself. This declaration seemed to convey not only to Chen Fan, but also to herself. After uttering these words, she deeply bowed towards Chen Fan's courtyard, resolving that no matter what transpired in the future, she would repay his kindness, even if it meant serving him as a maid. With that, Zheng Xiaolan took her sister by the hand and hurried back to their residence. Meanwhile, sensing Zheng Xiaolan's departure, Chen Fan murmured, "She truly qualifies as a friend. However, it will depend on your future conduct. If you treat me with respect and reciprocate, I, Chen Fan, would not mind continuing to invest in you. Conversely, I shall not entertain you any further." As the number of those he invested in increased, did that not imply that Chen Fan had friends and partners across countless realms at that moment? With just a single command, would not all realms become his enforcers? Chen Fan pondered silently. Before long, he collected his swirling emotions and turned his attention to the system notification. "Congratulations, host, on completing the investment. Would you like to claim the innate Tao body?" Without any hesitation, Chen Fan promptly chose to receive the investment reward. Boom! As his words fell, an immense gathering of spiritual energy erupted within his courtyard. Meanwhile, within his dantian, a surging tide of spiritual energy began to flow in wildly. With this influx, Chen Fan's aura grew increasingly potent. Crack! In the depths of his being, a sound echoed, as if a certain constraint within him had been shattered. And within his dantian, the golden core began to coalesce. Chen Fan felt as though he was immersed in a hot spring, enveloped in a profound sense of comfort, utterly intoxicating, that he realized he had broken through. If the divine intention realm represented the beginning of the journey toward immortality, then the golden core realm marked the commencement of a life-altering transformation. His lifespan now extended to 500 years. At this moment, after breaking through to the early stage of the golden core realm, his aura showed no signs of stagnation. Merely half a stick of incense later, the golden core within him transitioned from a mere phantom to a solid form. Mid-stage of the golden core realm. At this point, his body emanated a formidable pressure, causing any being below the golden core realm to be affected, significantly diminishing their combat capabilities. Another hour passed, and the golden core within him transformed from solid to tangible. In a brief moment, Chen Fan completed a remarkable three-stage leap in realms, advancing from the peak of the divine intention realm to the mid-stage of the golden core realm. Furthermore, his aura continued to grow. The speed of his breakthrough, if known, would undoubtedly astonish countless cultivators. After yet another hour, Chen Fan's cultivation stabilized at the late stage of the golden core realm. His power no longer increased within him. The golden core had shrunk to the size of his thumb, yet it radiated an intimidating pressure. Concurrently, the spiritual energy in the air gradually returned to tranquility. After a brief pause, Chen Fan opened his eyes. His gaze sparkling with divine light. At this moment, he appeared to embody an ethereal aura. Chapter 4. The formidable Tao body and the emergence of new investment targets. Feeling the surging power within his body, as well as the transformation of his golden core, Chen Fan was profoundly shaken. This innate Tao body was astonishingly potent. He had now reached the late stage of the golden core realm, his blood surging and the spiritual energy within his dantian flowing like a river. Chen Fan believed that, at his current level, few could best him in combat. This innate Tao body is incredibly formidable. I must continue to comprehend its depths. Chen Fan murmured to himself. The innate Tao body surpassed his expectations, not only propelling him swiftly to the late stage of the golden core realm, but also enhancing his innate talents. Once already exceptional, he had now become even more extraordinary due to the modification brought about by the innate Tao body. Nevertheless, the pressing priority now was to seek a powerful cultivation method. No matter how exceptional one's talent, a robust technique was indispensable. Having reached the golden core realm, to ascend to even greater heights, entry into the intersect was necessary to obtain more advanced techniques. Time was still on his side. He must first participate in the intersect assessment and then claim the monthly stipend for intersect disciples. Chen Fan lifted his gaze to the sky. Realizing dawn had broken, in no time, he arrived at Qingyan Peak, the location for the outer sect disciples' assessments and where they received their stipends. The area was already teeming with people. Observing this scene, Chen Fan shook his head in disappointment that he had no interest in the stipends allocated to outer sect disciples. Zheng Xiaolan, unbeknownst to him, did not perceive his frugality. Rather, he simply refrained from lending money. After all, borrowing is easy, but collecting debts is arduous. Just then, a commotion erupted ahead, accompanied by shouts and scorn. Could it be that an elder disciple was once again bullying a newcomer? Chen Fan contemplated that on the day of receiving their stipends, many newcomers would inevitably attract the attention of certain senior disciples. After all, as newcomers, they were unfamiliar with their surroundings and thus more vulnerable to exploitation. Moreover, these senior disciples, having lost hope of further breakthroughs, intended to seize a fortune before departing. The sect, as long as no lives were lost, would turn a blind eye to such occurrences that in a world fraught with danger, the sect needed to cultivate its disciple survival skills. If they could not cope with such matters, they would merely become cannon fodder upon leaving the sect. The act of senior disciples robbing newcomers of their stipends had become a common sight. Chen Fan himself had been a victim of such theft in his early days, but he had since learned to be clever, enlisting the help of a powerful senior brother to collect his stipend for him. After receiving the funds, he would graciously offer a portion as thanks for the assistance. Life in the martial world was not solely about combat. It also involved navigating interpersonal relationships and social intricacies. He hoped that the newcomers would gain insight from this experience. Although the future undoubtedly belonged to them, the present was still dominated by the senior disciples. Shaking his head, Chen Fan turned to leave. His temperament was steady, always planning before acting. Over the years, he had embodied the essence of prudence, generally avoiding conflicts that he had no intention of intervening in such matters, especially given the sheer number of outer disciples, tens of thousands, each likely having encountered similar situations. How could he possibly manage it all? However, in the next moment, Chen Fan halted in his tracks as a system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have discovered an exceptional investor. Investing in a Hunyuan Dan will grant you the sword-drawing technique and the supreme magical weapon. Pure Yang Sword. An exceptional investor. Chen Fan gazed at the system notification, his face alight with astonishment. His previous investment had rewarded him with an innate Dao body, enhancing his realm and foundation. Now, another promising investment had presented itself. This time in the form of a weapon. In this realm, weapons were generally categorized as magical tools, spiritual artifacts, magical treasures, immortal weapons, divine artifacts, ancient relics, and supreme magical treasures. The TO possess a supreme magical treasure was quite remarkable, typically reserved for elders of the Wuji sect. Yet here he was, a mere disciple, on the cusp of acquiring such a weapon. With this weapon, Chen Fan's strength would surge. Thus, without hesitation, he immediately turned toward the source of the commotion. He had a premonition that the individual he was about to invest in was a bullied newcomer. Realizing this, his gaze hardened. In broad daylight, to brazenly rob a newcomer of their stipend was utterly outrageous. These individuals were lawless, disregarding the unity of the sect and obstructing its development. If he had not encountered this situation, it would have been one thing. But now, as a disciple of the Wuji sect, he felt compelled to stand up for these newcomers. As he spoke, it was akin to a certain soy sauce brand. Hypocritical. In the square outside the Wuji sect, where outer disciples received their stipends. A group of outer disciples covertly observed the scene ahead. Not far from them, 3 or 4 young men were mercilessly beating a tender young boy. The boy, around 12 or 13 years old, bore an average appearance with dark skin, yet his expression was one of remarkable determination. Generally astute and capable, he conducted himself with commendable composure. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had found himself embroiled in conflict today. Han Li, possessing only the strength of the body refinement realm, was being pummeled by disciples whose abilities far surpassed his own, rendering him a pitiful sight. In mere moments, he was left bruised and battered. A sharp crack echoed as the young boy was struck across the face, sending him staggering to the ground, curling up in agony. Blood involuntarily spilled from his throat as his complexion turned pale. The previous slap had been delivered with the full force of an early-stage qi condensation realm cultivator, a blow he simply could not withstand. Consequently, he was gravely injured. Don't you dare lend a bit of spirit stones to your senior brother? Just then, a tall and robust young man appeared, his stature commanding, with broad shoulders and an impressive bearing. He crouched before the young boy, patting his cheek, and inquired once more, "Will you lend them or not?" "No, I would rather die than lend them to you. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me." The boy spat defiantly at the ground, gritting his teeth that truly a fool who does not shed tears until he sees the coffin. The young man scoffed coldly, lifting his right leg and delivering a powerful kick. With a thud, the boy was sent flying several meters that instant. He curled up, rolling on the ground, his clothes caked in dirt. Emitting pained groans, his facial muscles contorting grotesquely, his expression one of sheer terror. The kick had been delivered without mercy that moment. The boy felt as if his internal organs had been displaced. A tempest raging within him. Such injuries would take months, if not longer, to heal. That we're not robbers. We merely find ourselves in a tight spot and need to borrow some money from you, with the promise to repay. The young man approached the boy, delivering this line that seemed directed at both him and the watching disciples. After speaking, he crouched down and began to search the boy's person. After a brief search, the young man's brow furrowed. "Where's the stipend you just received?" "I did not receive any stipend." The boy insisted stubbornly. "Impossible. Someone personally witnessed you leaving Chinyan Peak." The young man retorted, searching again but failing to find any spirit stones. He was momentarily taken aback. Where had the stipend gone? Could it be that a senior brother stationed at Chinyan Peak had borrowed it? That shouldn't be the case. Those senior brothers rarely lent anything to newcomers. They reserved such favors for their fellow senior disciples. "Tell me, where did you hide your stipend?" The young man lifted the boy by one hand, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto the boy's eyes. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty, that if you have the ability, kill me now. Otherwise, I swear I will make you pay. Upon hearing this, the observing disciples shook their heads. This boy was simply reckless in such a situation. Refusing to back down and issuing threats was akin to courting death as anticipated. The young man's expression darkened. "Are you threatening me?" he asked, then tightened his grip around the boy's neck. In no time, the boy's face turned red, and his life force began to wane. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do you really believe that not only will the youth be poor, but so too will the middle-aged and the elderly? At that moment, the onlooking disciples also shook their heads. They knew that their senior brother had restraint and would not kill the boy here, especially since he had an intersect disciple backing him. As long as he did not kill the boy, he could merely leave him incapacitated. They had encountered such stubborn individuals before. Typically, a threat followed by a beating would suffice to subdue them. Unless something went awry, this young man, Hanli, would soon obediently produce his stipend. "I will ask you one last time. Where is your stipend?" "Spit." Hanli once again spat at the young man defiantly. "Brave words." Zhang Xiaoyuan wiped the saliva from his face, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he regarded Hanli, his gaze as cold as ice, as if he were staring at a corpse. At that moment, a faint voice resonated in the ears of the onlookers. "Isn't killing forbidden within the sect? Have you all forgotten? Who dares to intervene?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyuan turned, and his expression turned grave as he recognized Chen Fan. "Chen Fan," he muttered, familiar with the individual before him. Though Chen Fan had joined the sect a year later than he, their cultivation levels seemed to be on par, if not exceeding his. After all, Chen Fan was a prodigy, and he had no confidence in defeating him in battle. So, its senior brother Chen Fan, and no wonder Han Li is so obstinate. He is backing. The other disciples whispered among themselves. They speculated that Chen Fan would likely enter the inner sect within 3 years. With him present, Han Li was effectively saved from peril. That's hard to say, as Zhang Xiaoyuan has the support of an inner sect disciple. At this moment, the observing disciples began to murmur among themselves. Even Han Li, who was being held by Zhang Xiaoyuan, looked at Chen Fan with hope in his eyes. "Chen Fan? You know him?" Zhang Xiaoyuan gently placed Han Li on the ground and asked with a smile. Meanwhile, the other outer disciples immediately dispersed. There's no helping it. He's the younger brother of a friend of mine. Chen Fan observed the group encircling him, unperturbed, as he took a few deliberate steps forward, soon standing before Zhang Xiaoyuan. "Let him go. He is not in a position to lend you any surplus spirit stones," Chen Fan stated with indifference. Upon hearing this, the anticipated commotion failed to materialize. Instead, Zhang Xiaoyuan nodded apologetically, remarking, "Had I known my junior brother was not affluent, I wouldn't have sought his assistance." Chen Fan cast a profound glance at Zhang Xiaoyuan, surprised by his remarkable restraint. "Junior Xiaoyuan, I am stepping in for the newcomers this time. You won't harbor any resentment towards me, will you? Zhang Xiaoyuan was taken aback by the question and hastily replied, how could that be? Senior brother, please do not jest. We are all disciples of the same sect and should regard each other as brothers. The competition among us is merely healthy rivalry that I would never stoop to such disgraceful behavior. Zhang Xiaoyuan nodded vigorously. I understand that you might perceive me as bullying the newcomers, but isn't it also a way to temper their resolve? To achieve great things, one must first endure hardship, toil, and deprivation. After saying this, he lowered his gaze and addressed Han Li. Junior Han Li, I recognize you might have grievances regarding my actions. However, I must emphasize that life has its peaks and valleys. Enduring the lows is essential for soaring to great heights. Whether being overlooked or outclassed, you must learn to calm your spirit and diligently cultivate your skills, rather than allowing inner turmoil to extinguish your dwindling passion and peace. As for me, I will not trouble you again, that it would be unfortunate for anyone to misconstrue our Joji sect as a den of wickedness. With that, Zhang Xiaoyuan bowed to Chen Fan and departed with his companions. Once they had left, someone nearby remarked, Senior Xiaoyuan, we need not fear Chen Fan at all. Zhang Xiaoyuan shook his head. Senior brother Chen possesses extraordinary talent. Now that he has spoken, what can we do? To confront him directly could lead to dire consequences that if I were to prevail, that would be one thing. But should I falter, how would the other juniors view me? What would the elders think? He then turned to observe Chen Fan's figure, murmuring, he is undoubtedly destined for the inner sect. We must tread carefully. Meanwhile, a junior brother hesitated before asking, if we report our failure to the seniors, what shall we say? What else can we say? Simply tell the truth. Zhang Xiaoyuan shrugged nonchalantly. But that senior is quite volatile. If he learns of Chen Fan's intervention, we could be in for serious trouble. At this, Zhang Xiaoyuan raised a thumb in approval. That's courageous. If he succeeds, I shall call him senior brother. And if he fails, another junior inquired. Then we shall simply endure the consequences. Several outer disciples rolled their eyes in unison. Zhang Xiaoyuan glanced at them and cautioned, do not provoke the young man again. Now that senior brother Chen has intervened, let us avoid unnecessary risks. The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging their understanding. Let us return and report this incident. Chapter 6. The mysterious Han Li, claiming rewards Chen Fan, watched Zhang Xiaoyuan depart, refraining from taking action. There was simply no need. The sect forbids disciples from harming one another, and one should either abstain from conflict or eliminate the opponent entirely. Moreover, killing someone would lead to severe repercussions from the sect. It was not worth the trouble over a single disciple. Most importantly, Zhang Xiaoyuan was far from ordinary, exhibiting remarkable restraint. Had he not uttered those words, Chen Fan might have acted, as he would have had justification for doing so. Junior brother, how are you feeling? Can you stand? Chen Fan inquired, turning to look at Han Li, who lay on the ground. Concern etched on his face that I am fine. Thank you for your assistance today. Senior brother, I will remember your kindness, and should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Han Li replied with great difficulty. Despite his battered state, he managed to speak that it was merely a matter of standing up for the unjust. Chen Fan responded. Upon hearing Han Li's offer of assistance, Chen Fan's smile grew warmer. He helped Han Li to his feet and dusted off his clothes. That seems you have had a tough time, senior brother. Here, I have a Hunyuan pill to lend you. You can return it after next month's stipend. With that, he produced a yellow pill from his spatial ring. Most people are fond of yellow. Observing the Hunyuan pill in Chen Fan's hand, Han Li's throat constricted. Not only had Chen Fan aided him, but he was also offering him a pill under the guise of a loan, which provided him with protection in that moment. Chen Fan's stature and Han Li's eyes soared to great heights. To Han Li, the notion that senior brother Chen expected him to return the pill after receiving his stipend felt like a protective shield. From that day forth, no one would dare to rob him during stipend disbursements. Focus on your cultivation. I have high hopes for you, Chen Fan encouraged, placing the pill in Han Li's hand, leaving no room for refusal. What a joke. After a successful investment, such rewards await, Han Li thought. Even if he didn't want to accept the pill, he felt compelled to deny. Han Li stammered, staring blankly at the pill in his hand, warmth bubbling in his chest. This was the first time he felt cared for since entering the sect. Senior brother Chen. Han Li immediately bowed deeply, respectfully declaring, from now on, should you require anything, Please ask, and I will do my utmost to fulfill your requests. Chen Fan maintained a calm expression, but his heart brimmed with anticipation as he regarded the young man's profile. Name: Hanli Realm. Late body refining stage fate. Extraordinary talent, steadfast spirit. Items: Zhang Tian bottle. Zhang Tian bottle. Capable of absorbing moonlight to condense spirit liquid. Watering spirit herbs with this liquid accelerates their growth. Even if he was not the protagonist of this realm, possessing such an item guarantees that his future achievements will be remarkable. Once he matures, he will become a significant asset to Chen Fan. Thus, he eagerly anticipated Han Li's growth. Junior brother, there is no need for such formality. You are injured, and your priority should be to recuperate, Chen Fan advised. Yes, I will follow senior brother's guidance and return to tend to my wounds. Han Li promptly agreed. The bond between men is often simple. It does not hinge on shared experiences or intimate encounters, but can stem from a small act of kindness that transforms into a profound friendship. As he watched Han Li depart with difficulty, Chen Fan's panel began flashing with system notifications. Congratulations, host, for completing the investment and acquiring the sword drawing technique and pure yang sword. Would you like to claim it? No. Chen Fan promptly declined. After all, extracting rewards in a public setting could attract unwanted attention, making it difficult to explain any unusual occurrences. Having set aside the matter of investment, Chen Fan contemplated the system's rewards, but chose not to enter the inner sect, instead heading straight back to his residence. Once he left, the disciples who had been observing began to murmur among themselves. Han Li is quite fortunate. He encountered a genius like senior brother Chen to stand up for him. Indeed, had I met such a senior brother back then, my experiences would not have been so miserable. What surprised me most was that Zhang Xiaoyuan dared not act against senior brother Chen. It seems that senior brother Chen's strength has surpassed that of Zhang Xiaoyuan. Certainly, among the outer disciples, only senior sister Shun Li's talent can be compared to that of senior brother Chen. How envious! Han Li was beaten, yet managed to forge a connection with senior brother Chen, and even received a Hunyuan pill that I wish I could endure a beating too. After their discussions, the group departed with a sense of envy. The news of Chen Fan standing up for the newcomer and Zhang Shun's capitulation began to spread that I in a courtyard located in the southernmost part of the outer disciples' quarters. Upon returning, Chen Fan immediately locked the courtyard door and entered the inner room. System: claim rewards. As his thoughts materialized, the space within Chen Fan's room trembled slightly. Moments later, a completely white longsword materialized out of thin air. Black dragons coiled around the sword's hilt, exuding a faint yet palpable pressure. Without hesitation, Chen Fan grasped the longsword, feeling its icy coldness. Clearly, it was not an ordinary weapon that he tugged at it forcefully, only to find it utterly immovable. Chen Fan was taken aback. His current Golden Core realm granted him strength exceeding 10,000 pounds, yet the sword remained steadfast, and I almost forgot. Weapons above the magical artifact level require a master to wield. Chen Fan suddenly recalled this matter, and with a pang of regret, he tapped his forehead lightly. Immediately, he produced a drop of his essence blood and fused it with his longsword. Soon, the sword began to tremble. Emitting a series of resonant hums, a terrifying aura radiated from the blade, one that even Chen Fan, at the Golden Core stage, found daunting. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from the sword. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fan was taken aback and swiftly stowed the sword into his spatial ring. Only when the light vanished did he exhale a sigh of relief, grateful that it had not caused too much commotion. After securing the weapon, Chen Fan immediately turned his gaze to another reward: the sword drawing technique. This technique, crafted by the sword god in his youth, emphasizes a single, lethal strike that it is said that only those with extraordinary talent can cultivate it, and only those with profound fortune can attain it. Upon reading the introduction to the sword drawing technique, Chen Fan marveled internally. His own talent was not lacking, and with the acquisition of the innate Tao body, he could be considered a prodigy in his own right. Thus, he could indeed cultivate the sword drawing technique. Without hesitation, Chen Fan chose to comprehend it. Chapter 7. Zheng Xiaolan's Breakthrough and Zhang Shiyuan's Schemes Buzz. Instantly, a torrent of information regarding the sword drawing technique flooded Chen Fan's mind, conjuring an image of sword practice within it was the heart of winter, with the air icy and biting. The trees, stripped of their leaves, had lost all vestiges of green, their skeletal branches swaying in the fierce winds, emitting howls akin to wild beasts that a thick layer of pristine snow blanketed the ground, shimmering under the winter sun. Dazzling to the eyes that I in this frigid landscape, a young boy clad in a fitted outfit, with a long sword hanging at his waist, stood with his eyes closed, listening intently that I in a moment, as snowflakes drifted from the sky. The boy's ears twitched slightly that I in an instant. His arm moved, and a flash of white light sliced through the air, cleaving the snowflakes before him in two, causing them to scatter in all directions. A gentle breeze stirred, ruffling the boy's garments. Through every season, one person and one sword drew 1,000 times, year after year, day after day, while Chen Fan was immersed in the comprehension of the sword-drawing technique. At the inner disciples' quarters, an aura surged skyward, sweeping through the surroundings. This energy appeared swiftly and faded just as quickly. Shortly thereafter, roughly half a stick of incense later, the courtyard gate swung open, revealing Zheng Xiaolan. Clad in white robes, stepping out. The girl stood tall, her body enveloped in a unique aura of divine intent. She had broken through to the divine intent realm, emerging from the courtyard and sensing the transformation within her body. A radiant smile illuminated Zheng Xiaolan's face. She had not anticipated achieving this breakthrough so swiftly. Attaining the divine intent realm signified her qualification as an inner disciple, freeing her from the mundane affairs of the sect and allowing her the opportunity to pursue a higher realm. All of this was thanks to Brother Chen Fan. Without him, there would be no today for Zheng Xiaolan. At that moment, she felt compelled to share her breakthrough with her brother. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Xiaolan entered the house to remind her younger sister to cultivate diligently and refrain from venturing outside before making her way to Chen Fan's courtyard. However, before Zheng Xiaolan could reach Chen Fan's abode, she overheard a group of disciples conversing. "Did you hear? Brother Chen Fan stood up for the new disciples today," exclaimed a shorter disciple. The others, upon hearing this, responded with envy. "Indeed, Brother Chen Fan is the epitome of righteousness. If this were a tale, he would be the gallant hero." It was said that upon Brother Chen Fan's appearance, Zhang Xiaoyuan immediately backed down, not daring to confront him, suggesting that Brother Chen Fan had likely broken through. Listening to their discussions, Zheng Xiaolan shook her head, smiling wryly. Although Zhang Xiaoyuan was decent, he was no match for Chen Fan. No one knew Chen Fan's talent better than she did. Growing up, he had always been the talk of the town. Yet, the next words from the disciple caused Zheng Xiaolan's brow to furrow. To be honest, I admire Brother Chen Fan for standing up for the newcomers. However, he might have stirred up significant trouble this time. Zhang Xiaoyuan has been following senior brother Ma Teng for years, and Ma Teng is the master of the refining hall. Regardless of how exceptional Brother Chen Fan is, he is likely still at the divine intent realm. If he becomes a target, things could become troublesome. Upon hearing this, the disciple shook his head. The other sighed heavily that as an inner disciple. Even if Ma Teng wouldn't openly kill Chen Fan, he could easily make things difficult for him. Zhang Xiaoyuan? Listening to the disciple's chatter, Zheng Xiaolan's expression darkened. She knew Zhang Xiaoyuan well. He had entered the sect a year before them. Yet after 10 years, he still had not reached the inner sect. His talent was mediocre, even inferior to hers. The only reason he could act with such impunity was due to the protection of the inner disciples behind him. He was nothing but a petty man, outwardly refined but harboring malicious intent within. Zheng Xiaolan narrowed her eyes, tightening her grip on her longsword. Before turning back to her courtyard, that in the dead of night, Zheng Xiaolan stealthily made her way towards Zhang Xiaoyuan's quarters. "If you dare provoke Brother Chen Fan, I shall ensure you pay the price." Under the pale moonlight, rows of houses stood beneath the vast sky, the cold moonlight casting a frost-like sheen upon the rooftops. In Zhang Xiaoyuan's room, dim candlelight illuminated the faces of several individuals. Zhang Xiaoyuan wore a smile, eager to relay the events to senior brother Ma Teng. There was no need for embellishments. He would speak the truth. Hearing this, one disciple hesitated. "Brother Zhang, given Brother Chen Fan's extraordinary talent, he will likely enter the inner sect within a year, and we need not provoke him. Perhaps it's best to let this matter rest and act as if it never happened." It is human nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. They were well aware of Chen Fan's talent. His entry into the inner sect was merely a matter of time. There was no reason to offend him over this incident. Moreover, once Chen Fan entered the inner sect, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights with the sect's resources. Offending him would lead to dire consequences. How could we offend him? We will tell senior brother Ma Teng exactly what happened, without any embellishments. Even if Chen Fan seeks revenge, he will target Ma Teng. What does that have to do with us? We are but humble disciples, and when I see Brother Chen Fan, I will greet him politely. He instructed us not to trouble Han Li, and I have complied. You all see, having done this, would Brother Chen Fan come looking for trouble with us? Upon hearing this, the others pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, though they still sensed something amiss. Let them bite each other. Whoever emerges victorious, we shall respect. Zhang Xiaoyuan rose, producing 200 spirit stones from his pocket, distributing 20 to each of his companions. This is the spirit stones borrowed for this month, that we four will take 20 each, and I will deliver the remaining 120 to senior brother tomorrow morning. Hearing this, the three others hesitated, yet under Zhang Xiaoyuan's watchful gaze, they ultimately accepted the spirit stones. When senior brother Ma Teng inquires, just say that with Chen Fan around, you dared not rob the newcomers. I imagine he will not ignore the loss of so many spirit stones that we will then sit back and enjoy the show. At that moment, a confident smile graced Zhang Xiaoyuan's lips. What did it matter if someone was a genius? In his schemes, they would be nothing more than dogs fighting one another. However, just then, a loud crash shook the room as the doors and windows were forcefully flung open. Chapter 8. The Powerful Zheng Xiaolan. True to her word that night, as stars twinkled and the moon shone brightly, Zhang Xiaoyuan was deep in discussion about inciting conflict between Ma Teng and Chen Fan, when suddenly, a tremendous force burst through the doors and windows. Simultaneously, a gust of wind swept in from outside, causing the oil lamps to flicker and the light to dance erratically. The group immediately halted their discussion, turning their gazes towards the window that a soft sound drifted in from outside, akin to the wind's howl or the whimpering of some creature. Then, a shadow darted in from the side, illuminated by the dim oil lamp. A young woman. Zheng Xiaolan? What brings you here? Zhang Xiaoyuan immediately recognized her. The renowned beauty of the sect. Yet her strength was only at the qi gathering stage. Of course. I am here to teach you a lesson. Zheng Xiaolan's indifferent voice resonated, enveloped in a layer of azure aura. Her countenance was frigid, exuding an air of utmost severity. That I recall that I have not offended you. Have I? Upon encountering Zheng Xiaolan, Zhang Xiaoyuan furrowed his brow, taking a few cautious steps back, signaling his refusal. No. Zheng Xiaolan's eyes glinted with frost. After her breakthrough, she had intended to seek out Chen Fan to share her good news, but unexpectedly overheard the discord between the two to understanding Zhang Xiaoyuan's true nature. She resolved to personally assist her senior brother Chen Fan in resolving this trouble. The enemy of her senior brother was undoubtedly her own foe. I have long found you displeasing. Today, I shall render your hands useless. Then, I will return at intervals to strike you again. Zheng Xiaolan's expression darkened as she threatened. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyuan narrowed his eyes. With a moment's thought, he discerned that this was indeed a scheme orchestrated by Chen Fan to trouble him, especially since the two had shared a childhood bond. Zhang Xiaoyuan inhaled deeply, lifting his gaze to Zheng Xiaolan, an aura of late-stage condensation realm suddenly erupting forth that he was unafraid of her. If Chen Fan had come personally, he might have considered retreating, for he was a prodigy. Yet, Zheng Xiaolan, whose talents were comparable to his own and who had entered the discipline a year later, how dared she confront him? With this thought, Zhang Xiaoyuan shook his head that he could easily overcome Zheng Xiaolan's level of cultivation. Thus he remained entirely composed, observing her with calm detachment. Did I end the next moment? Zheng Xiaolan leaned forward, unleashing a palm strike. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaolan's brow furrowed. Did I end his line of sight? Zheng Xiaolan moved with astonishing speed, her palm aimed directly at him. The strike was swift and fierce, executed with the precision of countless rehearsals. Realizing something was amiss, Zhang Xiaoyuan instinctively drew his sword to block the blow. He saw a shadow before him, and in an instant his sword clashed with her palm. Clang! The blade rebounded with a jarring impact, the force propelling Zhang Xiaoyuan several steps back until he collided with the wall, stabilizing himself just in time. Bang! As he crashed against the wall, a muffled grunt escaped his lips, and in the next moment, a surge of blood erupted from his throat. What immense strength! What exquisite palm techniques! This was Zhang Shun's immediate sensation. He had never expected Zheng Xiaolan to possess such formidable power, nor had he anticipated her mastery of such profound martial arts that in a moment of carelessness. He had sustained injury. She was undoubtedly at the divine intent realm. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Xiaolan prepared to strike again. Her right palm rose, her wrist vibrating violently, resonating thrice in accordance with her inner technique. Whoosh, in Zhang Shun's view, Zheng Xiaolan's form flickered once more. Due to his injury, his evasive maneuvers lagged slightly. Suddenly, her lithe figure flashed past, and her palm struck his chest. Slap! The tremendous force caused Zhang Xiaoyuan to expel a stream of blood foam. The crimson droplets cascading down to stain his garments, filling the air with a metallic tang, but he felt a profound despair creeping in, his body involuntarily convulsing, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiaolan remained impassive, quietly observing Zhang Xiaoyuan. "Help! She's going to kill me! Quickly, summon the elders from the enforcement hall." Witnessing Zheng Xiaolan's ferocity as she effortlessly subdued Zhang Xiaoyuan, the nearby disciples were left dumbfounded. Regaining their senses, they began to shout in alarm. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyuan was in a state of utter disarray. Gritting his teeth against the pain, cradling his head in panic, he never imagined that instead of facing trouble from Chun Fan, he would be punished by Zheng Xiaolan. Numerous disciples resided adjacent to the inner sect disciples, and the commotion, coupled with the shouts, drew many to the scene. Upon witnessing the spectacle, their eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens, is this not the Zhang Xiaoyuan who typically bullies others? How has he been so thoroughly defeated? Everyone, please help me. Zheng Xiaolan intends to kill me. Zhang Xiaoyuan cried out for assistance from the onlooking disciples. However, these disciples turned a blind eye to his pleas. What a joke! They had long harbored disdain for Zhang Xiaoyuan, and a few among them even contemplated delivering a few strikes of their own. After all, this wretched fellow had borrowed spirit stones from them repeatedly, and they had long awaited his downfall. Now, witnessing the scene unfold, they watched with cold indifference, unaffected by his cries for help. Deservedly so. Zheng Xiaolan remained silent throughout, approaching Zhang Xiaoyuan and delivering a palm strike. Instantly, a piercing scream echoed. Simultaneously, her spiritual energy surged into Zhang Shun's arm, shattering the meridians within. She did not spare the outer disciples accompanying Zhang Xiaoyuan, rendering their arms useless as well. Zheng Xiaolan was a woman of her word. As a result, without incurring significant costs, these individuals would forever lose the use of an arm. Sister Zheng Xiaolan is remarkably decisive. These individuals will likely be crippled moving forward. Indeed, the cycle of karma is just. What one does is observed by the heavens. Who can escape retribution? Sister Zheng Xiaolan has eliminated a scourge for the outer sect today. Yet sacrificing herself for these miscreants seems hardly worth it. Indeed, being able to so effortlessly overpower Zhang Xiaoyuan, she must have reached the divine intent realm, right? What a pity to do not worry. Let today's events be as though they never occurred. Even if the enforcement hall comes to inquire, we will claim ignorance. Anyone who dares to testify against her will face my enmity for life, that I too shall stand with you. The disciples began to murmur among themselves, with many suggesting strategies to support Zheng Xiaolan. After all, they deemed it a great loss to jeopardize a promising future for a few troublemakers. According to the rules of Wuzhizong, engaging in private battles among peers that result in injury can lead to expulsion from the sect or, at worst, the forfeiture of one's cultivation. Chapter 9. Voluntarily Accepting Guilt. Chun Fan heads to the inner sect assessment sister. You should make haste to descend the mountain before the enforcement elders arrive. I will keep watch here and ensure no one reports you. A disciple from the crowd spoke up. However, while this suggestion was sound, it could only provide temporary respite. An outer disciple could hardly evade the sect's pursuit. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaolan replied calmly, "Thank you, brothers, for your assistance in brainstorming. Nevertheless, one must bear the consequences of their own actions." After saying this, she resolutely walked towards the enforcement hall. Soon, when the disciples of the enforcement hall learned of the situation, their brows furrowed deeply. To incapacitate 4 individuals? Such a scenario is quite rare. Why take such action? The disciples of the enforcement hall scrutinized Zheng Xiaolan with piercing gazes. Personal grievances, Zheng Xiaolan stated without hesitation. Very well. Then accompany us to the inner sect to face punishment. The enforcement hall wasted no time, directly sealing Zheng Xiaolan's cultivation and escorting her back to the inner sect to await the elder's judgment. The following day, a fiery red sun ascended from the distant east, as if the horizon had been brushed with an invisible palette. Colorful clouds floated in the sky, the morning radiance illuminating the world, transforming the vast earth into a brilliant landscape. In the courtyard where Chen Fan resided, a sharp sword aura suddenly erupted. Leaning forward, Chen Fan's energy sank. Suddenly, in the next moment, the sound of a sword's cry resonated. The action was nearly imperceptible as the sound ceased. A sword mark abruptly appeared on the wooden post before him, shattering with a resounding crash. The sword-drawing technique, executed with such swiftness, truly deserving of its reputation. Observing the effectiveness of his attack, Chen Fan marveled. Simultaneously, he reflected on the power of his system. Within just one night, he had grasped the sword-drawing technique to such an advanced level. Now, his combat prowess had significantly increased compared to before. With his current foundation, it would be difficult to find an opponent capable of matching him in the Golden Core realm. Unaccountably, Chen Fan felt a surge of confidence. However, in an instant, he quelled this inflated sense of self. One should tread carefully while undertaking bold and ambitious endeavors. First, he must enter the inner sect, that if he could cultivate profound techniques, his combat strength would likely soar even further. Moreover, the inner sect boasted a greater number of prodigies compared to the outer sect. It is uncertain whether additional investment opportunities can be found, but having tasted the sweetness of divine-level investments, Chen Fan is determined to continue his endeavors. With so many disciples in the Wuzhizong, he feels compelled to observe each one of them. With this thought in mind, Chen Fan sets out early in the morning. However, before departing, he meticulously stores all useful items into his spatial ring. For this outing, he does not intend to return, that he wanders through the external training grounds and dining areas, frequenting every place bustling with people. Regrettably, despite encountering over 1,000 individuals, he has yet to come across a single worthy investment target. Chen Fan furrows his brow in contemplation. Could it be that these potential investments not only require innate talent, but also favorable fortune? This would significantly limit the available options with a sigh. Chen Fan shakes his head and makes his way toward the inner sect, that if he cannot find investment opportunities in the outer sect, he shall try his luck in the inner sect. At the grand hall where the assessments are held, 2 inner sect disciples stand guard on either side. Upon noticing Chen Fan approaching from a distance, one disciple shakes his head and remarks, "These newcomers are becoming increasingly lackluster. Their auras feel hollow, clearly not achieved through rigorous cultivation, but rather through the consumption of elixirs." "Let us not be too harsh," the other disciple counters. "After all, the ability to purchase cultivation elixirs is a testament to one's strength, that it's merely a transient phase. Given time, they will solidify their divine intent." Hearing this, the disciple who had previously disparaged Chen Fan's aura curls his lip in disdain. Clearly, he looks down upon those who rely on elixirs to advance, perhaps out of genuine contempt or jealousy. Upon reaching the entrance, Chen Fan states, "I am here for the inner sect disciples' assessment. That go on in." "I hope you pass smoothly," the inner sect disciple replies languidly. Chen Fan nods and steps inside. The assessment hall is quite spacious, dominated by a sturdy wooden frame positioned prominently in the open area, beneath which hangs a copper bell, towering at 3 meters and appearing exceedingly heavy. To become an inner sect disciple, one must strike the bell with sufficient force from a distance of 10 steps. Failure to do so means one lacks the qualifications to enter the inner sect. Assessing disciples? Please register your identity here. The assessment official hands Chen Fan a piece of paper and a brush. Chen Fan nods, inscribing his name and background on the paper. "Very well, please wait a moment. We will commence once everyone is gathered. At this time, 5 individuals preparing for the assessment are quietly waiting nearby." They glance at Chen Fan, nodding in greeting. The inner sect disciples may not recognize him, but many from the outer sect, especially after yesterday's events, are already familiar with him. Before long, the assessment elder arrives. Albeit fashionably late, he is in his 30s and scans the crowd, his brow slightly furrowing. What is going on? These individuals exude a hollow aura. Could they have relied on elixirs to enhance their abilities? Regardless of how you have broken through, if you cannot strike the bell from 10 steps away, you will not qualify as an inner sect disciple. The TO retake the assessment. You must wait a month. With that, the assessment elder takes the gathered materials from the official and announces, the assessment begins. First up, Wang Lin. A rather ordinary-looking youth steps forward from the line, halting 10 steps from the bell. After taking a deep breath, he strikes out with a palm, a swift gust of wind following his movement. However, the bell remains unmoved. The assessment elder coolly states, unqualified. Next, Lu Haizhong. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin's face falls as he dejectedly steps aside. Lu Haizhong channels his energy, his hand curling into a claw as he swings towards the bell that a white claw-shaped force, the size of a basin, crashes down upon the copper bell, yet it remains stationary. Unqualified. Next, Ma Fei. The atmosphere in the assessment hall grows tense. The difficulty of the assessment is palpable. Even the divine intense energy combined with weapon enhancement fails to meet the standard. It's over. My strength pales in comparison to Lu Haizhong's. I doubt I stand a chance. Yes, I reckon I need to consolidate my divine intent for a while before I can pass. The remaining disciples exchange glances, all but Chun Fan maintaining a calm demeanor. After Ma Fei, 3 more disciples fail to qualify, and the assessment elder's expression darkens. Next, Shun Li, a 16-year-old girl, is not particularly beautiful, but possesses a resolute demeanor. She acknowledges the call and steps forward, taking her position 10 paces from the bell. Observing her, the assessment elder's eyes brighten slightly. Although her energy appears somewhat unstable, it is significantly better than the previous candidates, indicating genuine cultivation and some time spent in consolidation. Do your best, the elder encourages with a hint of expectation. Shun-Li inhales deeply, channeling her spiritual energy as her right palm crosses her chest and strikes towards the bell that a faint sound resonates from the copper bell. Barely audible, with many in the hall not even catching it. The assessment elder smiles and remarks, not bad. With a sigh of relief, Shun-Li acknowledges her earlier overconfidence. She had assumed she could easily shake the bell without employing any techniques, only to realize it merely trembled slightly. Even she could hardly hear it, let alone the others. Following her, none of the remaining candidates succeed in ringing the bell. Next, Chun Fan. Finally, the assessment elder calls out Chun Fan's name. In response, Chun Fan nods at the elder and casually strides forward, still a considerable distance from the bell. With a single palm strike aimed at the void, the copper bell shudders violently, the reverberations echoing throughout the hall and extending far beyond, resonating for miles. The 2 intersect disciples at the entrance are taken aback. Who could shake the bell so profoundly from such a distance, creating such a commotion? Good heavens, he was more than 20 steps away. No, it must have been at least 30 steps. What a freak! Has he already entered the divine intent stage and merely been consolidating? The participants murmur amongst themselves, their gazes fixated on Chun Fan. Maintaining an expression of indifference, Chun Fan finds no challenge in ringing the bell. After all, he is currently at the Golden Core stage. The assessment elder momentarily stumbles before breaking into a broad smile, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent, excellent." His exuberance is evident as he repeats the word thrice. Gulps of astonishment escape Shun-Li as she glances between Chun Fan and the bell, her heart racing with disbelief. What kind of prodigy is Chun Fan? While many had claimed she and Chun Fan were the most talented in the outer sect, she had never anticipated such a vast gulf between them. Elder, will there be further assessments? Chun Fan inquires. Observing the elder's beaming face, that no more. The elder chuckles heartily, continuing, for other disciples, there would be additional tests. However, based on your remarkable performance, you are at least in the later stage of divine intent, thus exempt from further testing. Please wait a moment while I arrange your intersect attire, residence, and identity token. Thank you, Elder. Chun Fan nods in acknowledgement. Before long, a disciple arrives, presenting a set of black robes. Senior brother, here are your items. Thank you very much. Chun Fan responds as he accepts the robes, noticing a white token resting atop them, inscribed with the 2 characters, Chun Fan. The intersect attire is identical to that of the presenting disciple, entirely black, adorned with a pattern of black dragons along the edges, exuding a solemn yet imposing aura. The identity token, crafted from a unique material, remains cool in summer and warm in winter, also possessing a positioning function. Senior brother, you may use the identity token to enter the Wujij and select a spiritual level technique. By the way, your residence is located on the Wanhua Peak, the disciple informs him. Thank you for your help. Chun Fan expresses his gratitude as he stows away the items, bows respectfully to the inner sect disciple, and departs the assessment hall. Take care, senior brother. The inner sect disciple remains courteous, escorting Chun Fan to the entrance before straightening up. It is worth noting that this disciple had previously remarked on Chun Fan's hollow aura. Watching Chun Fan's retreating figure, he silently marvels, this senior brother truly is a concealed gem. I once thought he relied on elixirs to break through to the divine intent stage. Yet I never imagined he would be so formidable. His face is a canvas of astonishment that T.O. have cultivated to such an extent in the outer sect. What heights might he reach upon entering the inner sect? According to the information just acquired, Chun Fan has only been with the Wujizong for 9 years, and within this short span, he has ascended to the later stage of divine intent, a mere step away from the golden core stage. The potential for future accomplishments is boundless. Thus, he exhibits such profound respect for Wang Huafeng. Chun Fan, guided by the token, located his residence, the abode of Inner Gate Disciple number 88, that observing his courtyard. Chun Fan nodded in satisfaction as he stepped onto the smooth, flagstone-paved courtyard where a refreshing breeze wafted through, carrying a subtle fragrance of flowers. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a straight path lined with red carpet, branching to the left and right, leading deep into the courtyard. Following the pebble-strewn flower path, he traversed through a lush garden, arriving at the far end of the courtyard. Chun Fan looked up to see a towering pavilion, its flying eaves and upturned corners shrouded among the swaying flowering trees. The windows and eaves brimmed with blossoms of vibrant hues, exuding an intoxicating aroma that captivated the senses. Just as Chun Fan entered the pavilion, he abruptly halted. Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering an exceptional investment opportunity. Invest 1 clear heart pill to gain experience as a third-rank alchemist. Goodness, a third-rank alchemist. If memory serves correctly, in a sect like the Wuji sect, a third-rank alchemist would already hold the status of an elder. His eyes narrowed in surprise as he turned his gaze toward the investment target. Before him stood a young girl, around 14 or 15 years of age, with fair skin and short black hair that grazed her ears. She exuded an air of vibrant confidence, with expressive brows and bright eyes, a delicate nose, and a finely sculpted chin that appeared both exquisite and petite. Her shrewd lips hinted at a subtle stubbornness. Name: Liqi Realm. Late Golden Core, currently sealed fate. Premature death status. Currently poisoned. Upon seeing the girl's profile, Chun Fan was momentarily taken aback. Premature death? What a misfortune. Nevertheless, to complete the reward, investment is essential. With this thought in mind, Chun Fan promptly turned around and called out, "Friend, please hold on." Li Qi paused, turning her head to regard Chun Fan with a look of bewilderment. After confirming that no one else was around, she furrowed her brows and asked, "What is it?" "Friend, you are poisoned." Chapter 11. Li Qi's shock and Han Li's plea for help. Standing before the young girl, Chun Fan was momentarily shaken upon witnessing her beauty. Though still young, she had already begun to blossom. Given time, she would undoubtedly become a stunning beauty. Alas, her eyes were perpetually cold, suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Chun Fan looked at Li Qi and said, "Junior sister, you are indeed poisoned." Having gained investment experience twice, Chun Fan understood that the item he could invest in was precisely what this target desperately required. The clear heart pill, while not beneficial for cultivation, could eliminate negative conditions within the body. Such pills are not typically possessed by cultivators who roam the Jianghu unless they are well off. However, Chun Fan, with his affluent background, was well stocked not only with clear heart pills, but also with numerous antidotes. "I am poisoned." Li Qi squinted her eyes, scrutinizing Chun Fan. Why does this disciple, still clad in the garb of an outer disciple, know at a glance that she is poisoned? Is he merely trying to ingratiate himself? Or is he looking for trouble? Given her status, to seek trouble would be akin to courting disaster. Observing Chun Fan's serious demeanor, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. This person is exceptionally handsome. It is evident he is not a rogue. Indeed. Chun Fan nodded gravely. Fortunately, you have encountered your senior brother. Here, I happen to have a clear heart pill to lend you. Once you have spirit stones, you may return it to me at your convenience. That a clear heart pill? Lending it to me? At that moment, the previously cold expression on Li Qi's face flickered with surprise. How audacious of him. This thought crossed her mind as she pondered Chun Fan's innate confidence, which she found utterly inscrutable. Did she not possess a clear heart pill? Moreover, would she, Li Qi, fall victim to the poison that such a pill could dispel? Shaking her head, she prepared to depart, truly skeptical of Chun Fan's intentions. However, in the next instant, something flew toward her from behind, and Li Qi instinctively grasped it. Simultaneously, Chun Fan's calm voice echoed, "Junior sister, in the path of cultivation. One must never act carelessly. One should always maintain a heart of vigilance, proceeding with courage and diligence. Congratulations, host, for completing the investment. Would you like to claim your reward?" No. Chun Fan promptly refused the option to claim the reward, as there were outsiders present. Holding the clear heart pill in her hand, Li Qi turned to look at Chun Fan. "You stopped me just to lend me a pill. Do you expect me to repay you with interest later?" A smile danced on her lips, half teasing, half serious. "Not at all. You should inquire around. I Chun would not engage in such dealings." And no sooner had he spoken than Han Li's voice rang out from behind. "Senior brother Chun Fan, something momentous has occurred." Han Li, panting heavily, appeared as if he had been running for quite some time. "Junior brother Han, what troubles you?" Noticing the urgency on Han Li's face, Chun Fan stepped forward to inquire. "Senior brother, yesterday, senior sister Zheng Xiaolan confronted Zhang Xiaoyuan for revenge and ended up injuring 4 disciples, who were subsequently apprehended by the law enforcement hall last night." Han Li took a deep breath and succinctly conveyed the message. "What?" Upon hearing that Zheng Xiaolan had been taken by the law enforcement hall, Chun Fan's expression turned grave. The law enforcement hall held a formidable reputation. They adhered strictly to their principles, and should one offend them, severe punishments would ensue. Given Zheng Xiaolan's actions of disabling 4 outer disciples, it was highly likely she would face the forfeiture of her cultivation and expulsion from the Wuji sect. "Junior brother Han, I appreciate your concern. Please return. I must devise a plan immediately." In response, Han Li shook his head. "There is no need for formality. Senior brother, it is my duty." With that, Chun Fan disregarded Li Qi and hurried towards the law enforcement hall. Meanwhile, Li Qi watched Chun Fan's retreating figure, casting her gaze down at the clear heart pill in her hand, shaking her head. Though Chun Fan's words seemed earnest, she remained unconvinced that she was indeed poisoned. However, considering his consistently solemn demeanor, especially his admonition to maintain a heart of vigilance while undertaking courageous endeavors, perhaps she ought to exercise caution. She resolved to seek her father's assistance upon her return, confident that, given his strength, he would be able to discern any issues with her health. Before long, Li Qi abandoned the notion of entering the inner disciples' residence, turning instead toward the depths of the Wuji sect. The Pill Pavilion was where her father resided. As she entered this area, Li Qi's brows furrowed slightly. She hesitated, knowing her father had just completed refining the sect's required pills and was currently recuperating. Would her visit disturb him? Yet, recalling Chun Fan's earnest demeanor, she felt compelled to seek his counsel. "Xiao Qi has arrived?" Just as Li Qi was lost in her thoughts, a gentle voice resonated. "Father, I apologize for the intrusion." Li Qi replied, lifting her gaze apologetically. "No intrusion at all. What brings you to the Pill Pavilion instead of the law enforcement hall? Is there something amiss?" The Pill Pavilion's master, well aware of his daughter's character, knew she would not visit without reason. "I visited the inner disciples' residence today and unexpectedly encountered a newly admitted disciple who claimed I was poisoned." Upon hearing this, the master of the Pill Pavilion instantly appeared before Li Qi. Concern etched on his features. His consciousness enveloped Li Qi's body, and after a moment, it receded. "Indeed, you are poisoned. This poison is known as obstruction poison. It is generally not serious, but during intense combat, it may hinder your concentration and lead to distraction." Li Qi was momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched on her face. The young disciple named Chun Fan truly identified her condition at a glance. How did he manage that? "Do not worry. The clear heart pill will suffice to dispel it." Noticing his daughter was still in shock, the master of the Pill Pavilion offered reassurance. Upon hearing this, Li Qi was once again taken aback. Incredible! That young man possesses remarkable insight. Exiting the Pill Pavilion, Li Qi felt dazed. She gazed at the clear heart pill in her hand, narrowing her eyes. Who exactly is Chun Fan? How could he discern her affliction with a mere glance? Such prowess is far beyond that of a novice inner disciple. Li Qi's mind was filled with swirling thoughts. Her father was a formidable figure at the Celestial Gate realm and a master alchemist. It was only natural for him to notice her anomaly. But what of Chun Fan? At most, he had attained the peak of the divine intent realm. How could he possibly detect her condition so effortlessly? After pondering for a considerable time, without arriving at a conclusion, she finally shook her head in resignation. Forget it. Since he is an inner disciple, there will surely be opportunities for future encounters. However, she was acutely aware that she owed him a favor. Chapter 12. Serendipity and the Law Enforcement Hall's Senior Sister. Li Qi, someone has poisoned me. Li Qi narrowed her eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. This could not be mere coincidence. After all, the inner disciples were soon to face a grand competition, and victory would elevate their status and position. Those of them at the Golden Core realm would ascend to the rank of sect elders. This signifies an entrance into the power center of the sect. Were it not for the timely reminder from junior brother Chin Fan today, she might have missed this opportunity. The names of the inner disciples, Ma Teng, Wu Fan, Sun Alai, were pronounced from Li Qi's lips. These individuals are her rivals and the most likely candidates to resort to foul play. After all, the threat she poses to them is exceedingly significant. By eliminating her, their chances would increase considerably. Is it but one among them, or do they all conspire together? Li Qi's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. Just as she pondered, a disciple from the law enforcement hall approached. Junior brother Wang Chu requests an audience with senior sister. Please come in. Li Qi immediately suppressed her thoughts and spoke in a calm manner. Thank you, senior sister. Upon entering, Wang Chu first performed a bow, then respectfully stated, Senior sister, a disciple from the law enforcement hall brought someone back from the outer sect last night. At these words, Li Qi waved her hand dismissively. Since it involves an outer sect disciple, let the law enforcement hall handle it. That is indeed the usual protocol. However, this woman is somewhat exceptional, having already broken through to the divine intent realm. Wang Chu hastily explained. Broken through to the divine intent realm? Upon hearing this, Li Qi furrowed her brow. Having reached the divine intent realm, she qualifies to participate in the inner sect assessments, generally speaking. After another 6 months of consolidation, she would likely pass and enter the inner sect. It is no wonder the outer sect disciples would prefer us to handle this matter. What crime has she committed? Li Qi inquired. She harmed a fellow disciple. Li Qi's gaze sharpened with curiosity. Whom did she injure? Typically, those who break through to the divine intent realm possess a promising future. What would compel one to act so recklessly? Zhang Xiaoyuan, along with 3 outer disciples that as Wang Chu spoke, Li Qi suddenly recalled the scene of Han Li seeking Chin Fan. Moreover, from Chin Fan's demeanor, it seemed his relationship with this woman was rather complex. Otherwise, she would not have disregarded her and hurried away. She promptly asked, was the assailant a woman named Zheng Xiaolan? Indeed, her name is Zheng Xiaolan. Senior sister, do you know her? Upon hearing this, Wang Chu paused for a moment. Curious that I do not know her. Li Qi waved her hand and continued, have the specific circumstances been clarified? Why did Zheng Xiaolan come to harm a fellow disciple? And how do Zhang Xiaoyuan and the others usually conduct themselves? Wang Chu, not daring to delay, immediately responded, Senior sister, Zheng Xiaolan merely stated that she could not abide Zhang Xiaoyuan's behavior. She did not elaborate further. As for Zhang Xiaoyuan and his companions, they frequently bully newcomers, often seizing their spirit stones during the distribution of allowances. Furthermore, Wang Chu cast a glance at Li Qi, hesitating for a moment before continuing. I have heard some disciples say that Zhang Xiaoyuan's actions to rob the newcomers were all instigated by senior brother Ma Teng. Having previously ascended from the outer sect to the inner sect, Wang Chu was naturally aware of the intricate dynamics at play, that he found Zhang Xiaoyuan's bullying of newcomers quite distasteful. His primary reason for coming here was to hope that senior sister Li Qi could mitigate this incident, transforming a major issue into a minor one. That after all, Zheng Xiaolan is quite gifted and possesses a commendable character, that it would be utterly unjust for her future to be tarnished because of such scoundrels. Bullying newcomers? Li Qi's eyes narrowed, especially upon learning that the instigator was Ma Teng. A glimmer of cold light flashed in her gaze. Senior sister, how should this matter be handled? Wang Chu asked cautiously. In truth, such matters can be managed simply, yet they can also become quite troublesome, that if Zheng Xiaolan has backing, one need only capture Zhang Xiaoyuan for his habitual robbery of newcomers. Should Zheng Xiaolan find it intolerable and take it upon herself to eliminate the threat to the sect, this issue could be resolved effortlessly. However, if she has no support and no one comes to her aid, should Ma Teng turn the tables, then the fate awaiting Jing Xiaolan would be the nullification of her cultivation and expulsion from the Wuji sect. The fact that nearly half a day had passed without any elder arriving at the law enforcement hall to bail out Jing Xiaolan was sufficient proof that she had no backing. The only hope now rested on senior sister Li Qi's intentions that as the head of the law enforcement hall. These matters are her responsibility. Even when intersect disciples err, she possesses the authority to impose punishment. As for offenses committed by elders, such matters are beyond her purview. How to proceed? Li Qi clasped her hands behind her back, pacing back and forth in the room as she began to contemplate a resolution to this predicament. Ever since she learned of Zhang Shiyuan's bullying of newcomers, coupled with the fact that Zheng Xiaolan is a friend of Qin Fan's, Li Qi had sought to downplay this matter. Firstly, Qin Fan had recently aided her. And secondly, Zheng Xiaolan's actions were somewhat justifiable. However, Li Qi was contemplating how to resolve this situation flawlessly. After a moment, she suddenly recalled something, her eyes lighting up. Junior brother Wang Chu, take my token and go to the law enforcement hall storeroom. Retrieve a set of intersect disciple robes and deliver them to Zheng Xiaolan. Wang Chu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Never mind, I shall go myself, that Li Qi, fearing potential complications, promptly made her way towards the door. Observing her retreating figure, Wang Chu murmured, impressive. At that moment, he had grasped Li Qi's intent to have Zheng Xiaolan directly join the law enforcement hall, that in doing so, Zheng Xiaolan's confrontation with Zhang Xiaoyuan would become a trivial matter. As dusk fell and twilight enveloped the surroundings, the sky was draped with low-hanging gray clouds, swirling ominously towards the hazy palace ahead. The layered rooftops, shrouded in twilight, rose and fell in uneven heights. Chun Fan gazed upon the law enforcement hall in the distance and sighed deeply. Alas, this has become troublesome. After searching for several disciples in succession, hoping to extricate Zheng Xiaolan, he found that, having just entered the inner sect, he had no acquaintances, and thus his pleas fell on deaf ears. That in truth, as an inner sect disciple, Qin Fan should have been able to rescue an outer sect disciple, and given the justifiable nature of Zheng Xiaolan's predicament, he should not have encountered such indifference. The pivotal issue lay in the fact that Ma Teng had declared he would ensure justice for Zhang Xiaoyuan, which was why these disciples refrained from offering their assistance. They were all apprehensive of offending Ma Teng, the senior brother of the artifact refining hall, whose status within the sect was second only to that of the elders. Moreover, his father was the master of the artifact hall, wielding significant influence within the Wuji sect. After all, everyone requires weapons. Should one offend him, what would happen when they need to forge weapons in the future? Thus, with his word, almost no one dared to assist Qin Fan. In this scenario, unless an elder interceded or a senior of equal standing to Ma Teng spoke up, other disciples would be of no use. Over the years, Qin Fan had remained primarily within the outer sect, knowing only a handful of inner sect disciples, let alone core disciples. Alas, it seems I must trouble that elder. With this thought, Qin Fan recalled an elder who was a friend of his father's. This elder had been instrumental in his entry into the Wuji sect, and had even promised to take him as a disciple once he entered the inner sect. Unlike the arduous paths faced by other disciples, Qin Fan's journey had been paved since the day he joined the sect. Should his qualifications prove insufficient, he could always return to his family and live as a carefree young master. He wondered what standing that elder currently held within the Wuji sect. Qin Fan murmured to himself, then he turned to glance once more at the law enforcement hall, his gaze resolute. Zheng Xiaolan was not merely his childhood friend. She was also his first investment, bearing significant importance. Not to mention, she owed him a breaking-through pill. Most crucially, she was undertaking a task on his behalf, only to find herself ensnared in a quagmire. Zheng Xiaolan would never have taken action against Zhang Xiaoyuan due to Han Li. The underlying reason lay with him, that if he failed to rescue Zheng Xiaolan, who would be willing to assist him in the future? Empathizing with her predicament, Qin Fan would avoid unreliable individuals, steering clear of undue entanglements. Just as he was preparing to seek assistance from an elder within the inner sect, a melodious and clear voice rang out behind him. Senior brother Qin Fan. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Qin Fan immediately turned around, discovering Zheng Xiaolan gazing at him with palpable excitement. Unlike before, she was now clad in a black disciple robe of the law enforcement hall. Senior brother Qin Fan. Zheng Xiaolan rushed forward, grabbing his right arm, chattering animatedly, Senior brother, you are amazing. From now on, I shall stick by you. Should you need anything, just call for your junior sister. Chen Fan stood momentarily stunned. Who am I? Where do I come from? What do I want to accomplish? The classic philosophical questions raced through his mind. What had transpired? It seemed as though he had done nothing at all. Junior sister, it is customary for young men and women to maintain a respectful distance. Perhaps you should release your hold on senior brother, he said, feeling the softness of her grip, that he promptly extricated himself from her embrace. A myriad of questions swirled in his mind. How had Zheng Xiaolan managed to emerge from the law enforcement hall? How did the intersect disciples acquire their attire? It is worth noting that gaining entry into the law enforcement hall is no simple feat. Before Chen Fan could utter a word, Zheng Xiaolan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Senior brother, when did you become acquainted with the senior sister of the law enforcement hall? She personally came to assist me." Who is the senior sister of the law enforcement hall? Do I know her? As Chen Fan pondered, he remained oblivious to the fact that Zheng Xiaolan was currently lost in her own thoughts. Surely, having waited here for her, senior brother must have known senior sister Li Qi all along. Everything was well within his grasp. Indeed, this childhood friend of his was quite extraordinary. Perhaps senior brother Chen Fan had long since established his footing within the inner sect, interacting with her merely as an ordinary person. In that moment, Zheng Xiaolan felt an even deeper sense of inadequacy that, oh dear, I nearly forgot something important. That it was at this juncture that Zheng Xiaolan suddenly recalled something, swiftly retrieving a box from her bosom, and said to Chen Fan, "Senior brother, this is something the senior sister of the law enforcement hall asked me to deliver to you." Upon gazing at the box, Chen Fan was filled with astonishment. Who exactly is this senior sister of the law enforcement hall? I have no prior acquaintance with her, yet she not only extends her assistance, but also gifts me something. This made even the usually thick-skinned Chen Fan feel a tad embarrassed. Could it be that the senior sister of the law enforcement hall is the daughter of that elder? After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The senior sister of the law enforcement hall also instructed me to convey to you, senior brother, that she will forever remember today's kindness, and should you require anything in the future within the inner sect, do not hesitate to seek her out. Hearing this, Chen Fan suddenly recalled who this person was. Li Qi, the girl who had been poisoned. The only person he had assisted today was Li Qi. Realizing this, his expression became somewhat peculiar. How could someone so young be the senior sister of the law enforcement hall? Moreover, what a remarkable coincidence this is, senior brother. Please accept this gift. Otherwise, I would feel remiss in reporting back to the senior sister. Zheng Xiaolan stated earnestly. This time, Chen Fan did not hesitate. After all, he had genuinely assisted Li Qi, and thus felt entirely justified in accepting this gift. Junior sister, consider this a stroke of good fortune. Otherwise, your future would have been irreparably damaged, and in the days to come. Think thrice before acting, and refrain from such reckless behavior. Chen Fan said with a serious expression. Upon hearing these words, Zheng Xiaolan patted her chest and declared, "My current situation is entirely due to your assistance, senior brother. Should anyone dare to target you in the future, they would be targeting me. Zheng Xiaolan, I will ensure they face dire consequences." Observing Zheng Xiaolan, who seemed almost brainwashed by his words, Chen Fan opened his mouth, feeling as though his advice had fallen on deaf ears. That is this what it means to have a devoted fan? It seems rather delightful. Very well, let us go. I will treat you to a meal to celebrate. Your kindness is deeply appreciated, senior brother. Zheng Xiaolan immediately shook her head and explained, to enter the law enforcement hall, one must at least be at the late stage of the divine intent realm. I have only just broken through to the divine intent realm. My utmost priority is to advance to the late stage as swiftly as possible, so as not to disappoint the senior sister in you. That is understandable. Hearing Zheng Xiaolan's determination to diligently cultivate, Chen Fan refrained from further persuasion. That I wish you a swift advancement to the late stage of the divine intent realm. Chen Fan first congratulated Zheng Xiaolan on her significant progress, then informed her of his residence before departing from the law enforcement hall. That in the resplendent dusk, as shadows lengthened rapidly, Chen Fan strolled along the mountain path bathed in the afterglow, observing the golden sun sinking in the west. The shadows cast by the mountains expanding swiftly. The last vestiges of twilight gradually faded among the dense treetops, and the verdant hills soon began to lose their luster. Before long, he returned to his unblemished chamber. And Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. That it must be said that, compared to the outside world, The treatment within the inner sect is indeed exceptional. It comes with a secluded meditation chamber and a standalone courtyard. And even arrangements for regular cleaning that if one possesses wealth, they could even establish a formation within this courtyard. After surveying the room, Chun Fan opened the jade box that Li Qi had gifted him. As he lifted the lid, a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted forth. Merely inhaling it, Chun Fan felt invigorated, and in an instant, the spiritual energy within him surged. What is this? Chapter 14. Third Rank Alchemist. Li Qi's gratitude, the clear bone pill of the third rank. The clear bone pill eliminates the impurities from the bones and harmonizes the body's yin and yang. When consumed at a critical moment, it can swiftly restore injuries to their original state and strengthen the bones. That it is a unique elixir, one rank higher than the Breaking Realm pill, valued at 3,000 spirit stones and not easily obtained. This investment is indeed worthwhile. With just a single clear heart pill, he has gained Li Qi's friendship, and now he has also obtained a clear bone pill, not to mention the invaluable experience of a third-rank alchemist. This investment would bring tears to the eyes of any capitalist. Chun Fan's face lit up with joy that a third-rank alchemist is no trivial matter. Even the eldest senior brother of the Pill Hall is only at the second rank. Having spent over a decade in cultivation to achieve this level, without hesitation, Chun Fan began to extract the investment reward. The third-rank alchemy experience will be transmitted through muscle memory and spiritual transmission to assist your cultivation. Please accept the memory fragments. Taking a deep breath, Chun Fan's eyes gradually brightened. Buzz suddenly, information regarding basic alchemical techniques, foundational knowledge of medicinal materials, and fire control surged into Chun Fan's mind that he felt as though a unique scene unfolded in his memory. Within the Divine Void sect, in the inner sect's alchemy chamber, a young man clutched a hefty alchemy tome, walking and taking notes. Every medicine has its poison. The flower rain vine is 3 parts poison. To concoct the blood exchange pill, one must add the white ghost orchid in a ratio of 3:7 to control the heat. Mistakes were made in the properties of the medicinal materials. His first attempt at alchemy failed. The elderly man relentlessly struck the young man's hands. 10 times, 100 times. In a flash, the young man opened his eyes, closed the book, and confidently approached the alchemy furnace, preparing the ingredients, igniting the fire, and refining the pill. Though his movements were somewhat clumsy, his eyes sparkled with brilliance that a breeze stirred, billowing through the young man's garments. Day after day, year after year, it was not until deep into the night that Chun Fan finally awakened from the system's infusion. Within his consciousness surged a vast reservoir of alchemical knowledge, and Chun Fan couldn't help but marvel. He had already attained the level of a third-rank alchemist. Moreover, among third-rank alchemists, his skills were at the pinnacle. In his memories, he had refined pills at least 100,000 times, reaching the level of mastery. What a pity it is that without an alchemy furnace, given sufficient materials, he could have begun refining tonight. Standing up, Chun Fan contemplated the necessity of acquiring an alchemy furnace. Currently, whether for investment or utilizing medicinal pills for cultivation, he would require a substantial quantity of elixirs, given that he could now refine them. He could minimize costs and maximize benefits. Suddenly, Chun Fan pondered why he had encountered so many individuals unable to invest. Could it be that his possessions were insufficient, leading to such a predicament? After all, everyone required different items. It was impossible for him, Chun Fan, to possess everything. It seems I must prepare a broader array of items, for one never knows when they might come in handy. Chun Fan mused internally. Soon, he settled into a meditative position and began to cultivate. Meanwhile, in the outer sect disciples' quarters of the Wujizong, in a chamber, Han Li had already fully recovered. His swift recovery was largely attributed to a small green vial residing in his mind. This vial was an accidental find in a small grove, and through a chance occurrence, he discovered that absorbing moonlight could rapidly mature spiritual herbs. Furthermore, within this small green vial resided a lingering soul, which also bore the surname Han and was the true owner of the vial. Currently, it served as his master. Young one, you have turned adversity into opportunity this time. Though severely injured, with the aid of a primordial pill, you can break through to the late stage of the body refinement realm. If you maintain this pace, within a month, you may attempt to break through to the chi condensation realm. A month, you say. Upon hearing this, Han Li's face was filled with joy. Such a cultivation speed could rival that of some geniuses that at the very least, in a place like Wujizong, he had yet to hear of anyone with such rapid progress. In just a year, he had advanced from an ordinary person to the qi condensation realm. This stroke of fortune was entirely due to senior brother Chen Fan. Had he not stood up for him and lent him the primordial pill, he would not have found himself in his current situation. Han Li's expression turned serious, and gratitude filled his face. Without Chen Fan's intervention, the consequences could have been dire, while it may not have led to death. Should his master have intervened at a critical juncture, it would have drawn the attention of formidable figures, and that would have been troublesome. After all, a disciple harboring a lingering soul entering the sect. Such an occurrence would undoubtedly invite scrutiny. Who knows, his golden finger might even be discovered. The best outcome would likely be to become a tool for the powerful, toiling day and night to cultivate medicinal materials for them. Indeed, he was fortunate that in Han Li's mind. The middle-aged man also sighed, remarking that in this predatory cultivation world, practitioners like him, who are willing to extend a helping hand to others, are truly few and far between. Such individuals should be cherished. Once one grows stronger in the future, they ought to remember to care for them. Can I surpass senior brother Chen Fan? Han Li murmured with a bitter smile, fully aware of his own ordinary talent. The accomplishments he has achieved thus far are entirely attributable to the guidance of his master. In contrast, senior brother Chen Fan is a prodigy, having entered the inner sect in such a short span of time, which speaks volumes of his extraordinary aptitude. Master, with senior brother Chen Fan's qualifications, how far do you think he can go in the future? Han Li inquired curiously, although I have yet to witness his true strength. From the comments of others, it is evident that becoming an elder of the Wuji sect is well within his reach. However, venturing beyond this plane may pose a challenge that, of course, should you assist him in the future. It is not entirely impossible, the man thoughtfully replied. After a brief pause, he continued, you need not look up to him. Within 3 to 5 years, you can surpass him. With my assistance, your future stage will not be this mere plane, but the vastness of the stars and seas. Upon hearing this, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, his mouth opening as he sought to articulate a response, yet found himself at a loss that he could not fathom why his master was so confident. But the notion of surpassing senior brother Chen Fan in just 3 to 5 years seemed preposterous to be. By the way, master, is there any way to assist senior brother Chen Fan? He asked, suppressing his doubts. I am not one to forget a favor. Me, my senior brother is akin to a lifesaver. He even lent me the mixed element pill that helped me through this most arduous time. Han Li wished to repay Chen Fan, yet at this moment he felt powerless. Reluctantly, he turned to his master for help, reasoning that if his master spoke so highly of Chen Fan, surely he possessed a means to assist him. Chapter 15. The True Art of Longevity. A new investment target. I have not misjudged you. Observing Han Li's gratitude, the middle-aged man nodded, and a stream of information flowed into Han Li's mind. The man's voice echoed once more. This is the heavenly level body forging technique. While it may not suffice to repay Chen Fan's life-saving grace, it will settle the debt of the mixed element pill. The heavenly level body forging technique. Han Li's expression brightened at the revelation. The ranks of cultivation methods are categorized as human level, earth level, heavenly level, immortal level, and divine level. Upon entering the inner sect, one may select a cultivation method free of charge, but further selections require contributions, for the sect is not a charitable institution. Thus, bestowing this top-tier technique not only settles the debt of the previous pill, but also fosters a good relationship with his senior brother. His only concern was that when Chen Fan selected a technique, he would not choose a defensive one. Thank you, master, for your assistance. Do not mention it. Focus on your cultivation. Once your realm improves, I have many excellent techniques to impart to you. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that his complexion had turned pale after imparting this technique, that it was clear that the cost had not been insignificant. Nevertheless, witnessing his disciple's gratitude brought a sense of comfort to the middle-aged man. Devote yourself to your training. I need to enter a period of slumber, he instructed. Rest assured, master, I will find a way to acquire more spirit stones to expedite your recovery, Chen Fan solemnly declared. He had already handed over all the spirit stones distributed by the sect to the middle-aged man for his recovery, which resulted in him being beaten by Zhang Xiaoyuan. By chance, Chen Fan appeared to help Han Li resolve his crisis. With his master now in slumber, Han Li furrowed his brow. Currently, within the sect, opportunities to obtain spirit stones are scarce, and I must hasten my cultivation to strengthen my abilities. This way, I can undertake tasks and earn spirit stones to aid in my master's recovery. In that moment, a sense of urgency welled up within Han Li. Taking a deep breath, he rose to his feet, retrieved paper and ink from his desk, and began transcribing the techniques in his mind. The following day at dawn, the distant eastern horizon gradually brightened. The surrounding scenery remained somewhat hazy, and the air was crisp. Chen Fan had already left the courtyard, walking along the misty forest path. The wild grasses by the roadside swayed gently, with dewdrops glistening like jewels atop the blades. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the Wuji Sect's scripture pavilion. This was a 20-story building, each level adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, exuding an ancient aura. Looking up, it resembled a towering mountain. Upon reaching the entrance, a gray-clad elder suddenly appeared, casting a glance at Chen Fan before stating indifferently, "Present your identity, token, dati this." Chen Fan nodded and promptly retrieved the token from his waist. As this was the established protocol, both disciples and elders must adhere to it. After the elder scanned the token, his brows furrowed momentarily before he turned to Chen Fan in astonishment. "You have just entered the inner sect?" The identity token holds significant power, capable of locating individuals outside the sect, recording the cultivation methods a disciple practices within the sect, and tracking contribution points. The fact that Chen Fan, at the Golden Core stage, had never collected a technique from the scripture pavilion astonished the elder, especially since he sensed that Chen Fan was not only at the Golden Core stage, but also in the latter phase. This indicated that Chen Fan's talent was truly exceptional, a remarkable presence even within the inner sect. Indeed, Chen Fan affirmed with a nod. "Your talent is noteworthy, though your thinking appears somewhat rigid," the elder remarked. His expression somewhat peculiar, as he both praised and found Chen Fan somewhat foolish for having long surpassed the Golden Core stage without entering the inner sect to enjoy better cultivation resources. "You may enter," the elder returned the identity token to Chen Fan, advising, "Now that you are at the Golden Core stage, you may access the third level. Given your commendable aptitude, you may select 2 techniques on your first visit." While he regarded Chen Fan as somewhat naive, the elder recognized his extraordinary talent and thus granted him a small favor. "Thank you, elder." Chen Fan sincerely bowed before entering the scripture pavilion. Yes, it was still early. The place was devoid of any other individuals. Chen Fan did not linger on the first 2 levels, but proceeded directly to the 3rd level. "Now that I possess the sword-drawing technique, my offensive capabilities are temporarily sufficient. The priority is to select a cultivation method." With this thought, Chen Fan's gaze swept across the shelves. Cloud-piercing palm, human-level technique, attribute. None, characteristics, continuous attacks with formidable lethality. Mixed element longevity blade, human-level technique, attribute. None, characteristics, fierce and violent blade techniques, requiring a fiery temperament for cultivation. 100 flower scripture, human-level technique, water attribute. As he surveyed the options, disappointment crept in as he had yet to find a suitable technique. Before entering the sect, he had undergone an aptitude test, revealing his wood attribute constitution. Therefore, the primary cultivation method he sought needed to align with his body's attributes for optimal results. However, he pondered, "Now that I possess the innate Tao body, will my attributes change?" Chen Fan was uncertain, but he could not help but contemplate the prospect of securing the best investment for himself, that if only he could bypass the usual constraints, he would swiftly identify the technique he required. As he passed by a shelf, Chen Fan's attention was drawn to the topmost compartment. True Art of Longevity, Volume 1, Earth-Level Technique, Wood Attribute, Characteristics, Gentle Technique, when cultivated to perfection, can extend lifespan. Perfect for me. Upon reading the annotation above, Chen Fan promptly took it down. Flipping to the first page, he discovered another note. The True Art of Longevity was created by the longevity sage of the Wuji sect. So that is the reason. He had previously been curious as to why a technique that increases lifespan would appear in such a section. It turned out to be the creation of a predecessor from the Wuji sect. "You shall be mine." Without further hesitation, Chen Fan pressed the technique against his token. Instantly, the technique transformed into a stream of radiant light and entered the token. This information would remain stored within the token for 7 days. Should he fail to learn it within that time frame, he would have to return for another imprint. Next, he needed to find a movement technique that in truth, Chen Fan also wished to learn a defensive technique. However, lacking contribution points, he could only choose between a defensive technique and a movement technique. Ultimately, he opted for the movement technique, reasoning that if he cultivated movement techniques, he could escape danger more swiftly. If he focused on defensive techniques, he would merely be left to endure the blows. Chen Fan certainly would not don the thickest armor to suffer the most brutal beatings, just as Chen Fan prepared to continue selecting techniques. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed again. Congratulations, host, for discovering an excellent investor. Invest in 100 Flower Scripture to receive a heavenly level technique. Celestial Step. Chapter 16. The Celestial Steps. Chen Fan's bold idea, an exceptional investor. Upon hearing the system notification, Chen Fan suddenly raised his head. Especially the system prompt regarding the heavenly level technique, the Celestial Steps, filled him with immense excitement. That it is important to note that heavenly level techniques are exceedingly rare. Even the Wuji sect possesses only a handful. Where is my destined partner? Chen Fan swiftly turned his gaze, searching for his investment target. Before long, he spotted an inner sect disciple climbing up from the second floor. The young girl appeared somewhat frail, with a slender neck and gaunt cheeks. Her smooth skin bore a slight pallor, and her pair of lively eyes sparkled with intelligence. She approached a bookshelf, her brow furrowed, revealing her indecision. Which technique should she choose? Since entering the inner sect a year ago, she had made no progress in her cultivation, remaining stagnant at the divine intention realm. It is worth mentioning that she had once been a prodigy. How could she have become so ordinary? I distinctly remember her attributes during the assessment. What attribute? Why has her cultivation stagnated after practicing what attribute techniques? The girl found herself utterly perplexed. She retrieved a technique of the earth attribute from the shelf. A spirit-level technique that would significantly enhance her defensive capabilities upon successful cultivation. Over this period, she had finally accumulated enough contribution points to exchange for a technique. However, if she were to fail again, she would have to wait several more months, during which countless others would surpass her. As she hesitated, a sudden voice interrupted her thoughts. Junior sister, why not give this technique a try? The girl turned in confusion. The 100 Flowers Scripture. Upon seeing Chen Fan before her, she immediately recognized him as the sect's most attractive disciple. Then, she glanced at his hands, noticing the book he held, the 100 Flowers Scripture, despite Chen Fan's striking appearance, which initially prevented her from feeling any aversion. She remained silent, quietly observing him. This person is definitely not an inner sect disciple. I have never seen him before. I am Chen Fan, he introduced himself. Eager to explain for the sake of the system reward, that I noticed that you seemed indecisive while standing before the techniques. And since I have practiced ocular techniques, I discerned that you are more suited for the water attribute technique. The 100 Flower Scripture. Hence, I felt compelled to offer my advice. That's so. The girl regarded Chen Fan with a wary gaze despite his words. How could she trust a stranger who suddenly suggested what technique she should cultivate? What ocular technique do you practice? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback that he had not anticipated her caution. That moment, he resolved to quickly cultivate an ocular technique. Otherwise, it would be challenging to persuade these potential investment targets. Nevertheless, for now, he decided to convince the girl. With a serious expression, he glanced around, ensuring no outsiders were present, and then whispered, "The purple extreme demon eye. The purple extreme demon eye." The girl furrowed her brows in contemplation. She seemed unfamiliar with such a technique. Does the sect possess such a technique? It should, right? Her mind was swirling with thoughts. Indeed, this ocular technique is a family secret. Upon mastering it, one gains extraordinary observational skills, capable of seeing far and discerning minute details, and can even break illusions. Chen Fan stated nonchalantly, his heart steady. Now I understand, the girl said, her expression shifting to one of realization as she nodded. After a moment of thought, she accepted the technique from Chen Fan's hands. Meanwhile, a system notification appeared. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing and obtaining the celestial level technique, the Celestial Steps. Would you like to claim your reward? No. Chen Fan promptly chose not to claim it. After imprinting the 100 Flowers Scripture onto the token, the girl smiled and said, I am Song Yini, an inner sect disciple. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. If I succeed in my cultivation, I will surely repay you handsomely. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. Song Yini, he regarded her with a peculiar expression. She was renowned as a top-tier prodigy who had broken into the inner sect within 4 years. Yet he was astonished to discover that her cultivation had stagnated after entering the inner sect, and she had not even grasped her attribute to name. Song Yini Realm. Late Divine Intention Realm Fate. Bloodline Awakening in Progress. Noticing her fate, Chun Fan's eyes lit up. Could it be that her bloodline awakening caused a change in her physical attributes? Do you have any other matters, senior brother? Song Yini inquired, sensing Chun Fan's contemplation. Nothing, just recalling something, Chun Fan replied, snapping back to reality and fabricating a response that this. Song Yini nodded and departed from the 5th floor. As Chun Fan watched her retreating figure, a bold idea sparked in his mind. He had just conceived an excellent method to rack up rewards. Gazing at the scripture repository, he suddenly comprehended that this place served as a communal resource of the sect, although it required contribution points for exchanges. Fundamentally, it belonged to all disciples of the Wuji sect. Everyone had the right to access it. Since he had 2 opportunities to select techniques and had only used one, it meant that all techniques on the entire 5 floors were still accessible to him. As long as he did not exchange this opportunity, it would remain valid indefinitely. This was an absolute system loophole. In that moment, Chun Fan conceived a daring plan. He would act as a security guard and sleep here. Anyone who entered the scripture repository was there to select techniques. This way, he could continuously amass rewards. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Fan roamed the first 5 floors, eager to validate his theory. Before long, he identified his first target that on the 3rd floor stood a tall, robust intersect disciple with a sun-kissed complexion, gazing at the bookshelf with visible indecision. Clearly, he was entangled in a dilemma over which technique to choose. Witnessing this scene, Chun Fan's eyes gleamed. Congratulations to the host for discovering an ordinary investment target. Invest in the water element decision and earn 1,000 spirit stones. A notification from the system appeared. Eliciting a smile from Chun Fan. He had surmised, he could indeed accrue rewards here. Although the rewards were not as valuable as the celestial steps, even the smallest gains mattered. Chun Fan retrieved the water element decision from the shelf and approached the investment target. 10 minutes later, on the 1st floor of the scripture repository, congratulations to the host for discovering an ordinary investment target. Invest in the return to origin technique and earn a boundary-breaking pill. Half a stick of incense later, on the 5th floor of the scripture repository, congratulations to the host for discovering an ordinary investment target. Invest in the cloud-piercing palm and earn some alchemist experience. Chapter 17, Departing the Scripture Repository. The shock of Master Han, time flowed slowly, and by noon, Chun Fan remained engrossed in his investment endeavors. It is noteworthy that not all investment targets placed their trust in Chun Fan's words. After all, selecting a technique was of utmost importance. Many had completed numerous tasks to accumulate sufficient contribution points for this singular opportunity. They would not relinquish it lightly. Among this group, only half believed in Chun Fan. As for those who did not, he simply shrugged. He would rather accept a smaller reward than waste his breath. Unfortunately, the time to enter the scripture repository was drawing to a close. Otherwise, he could have continued racking up rewards. Chun Fan lamented internally. Entering the scripture repository has a time limit. Only 2 hours that if one exceeds this time without exiting, the elders will escort them out. Nevertheless, he had successfully invested in 1 exceptional target and 12 ordinary disciples, acquiring not only the heavenly level technique, the celestial steps, but also 8,000 spirit stones, a tremendous profit. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that he had discovered a way to exploit this loophole that he could return in a week to repeat the process. After all, as long as one did not master a technique within a week, they could come back for another imprint. With this thought in mind, Chun Fan exited the scripture repository. Upon leaving, he headed straight for his courtyard, eagerly anticipating claiming the celestial steps. Upon arriving at his courtyard, Chun Fan noticed Han pacing back and forth with his head bowed. What brings him here? Chun Fan wondered, puzzled. Senior brother. Just as Chun Fan was contemplating, Han spotted him and immediately exclaimed with excitement, Senior brother, I have been waiting for your return. Hearing this, Chun Fan smiled and inquired, Junior brother, how is your injury recovery progressing? Thanks to your primordial pill. Not only has my injury healed, but I have also broken through to the late stage of the body refinement realm. Han replied, brimming with enthusiasm. The primordial pill, while commonplace for most cultivators, held immense significance for Han Li, who was of the earth attribute. Under the guidance of his master, he had successfully awakened his bloodline using the primordial pill. That is excellent news. Chun Fan responded with relief. Chun Fan nodded thoughtfully, then inquired with curiosity, "Junior brother, has someone been bullying you again?" "Not at all, senior brother. The truth is, I have come here to present you with a gift," Han Li stated plainly, without any circumlocution, as he swiftly retrieved the written body forging technique from his bosom. This is a celestial-grade martial art, known as the body forging technique. Upon successful cultivation, it significantly enhances physical defense. Han Li explained that I am grateful for your assistance during our last encounter, and thus, I bestow this technique upon you. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan squinted his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts that I in his observation. This secret art emanated a faint ink fragrance, indicating it had only just been inscribed. But how could an outer sect disciple possibly acquire such a high-level technique? Where did it come from? Suddenly, Chun Fan recalled the possibility that the other party might be the protagonist, perhaps carrying an elderly mentor with him. Yes, that must be the case. Moreover, if all went as expected, this old man was likely concealed within Han Li's consciousness. It is a perfectly normal occurrence to assist someone in need. Junior brother need not go to such lengths. Although Chun Fan felt a surge of excitement within, he maintained a facade of nonchalance as he spoke. "Senior brother, please do not decline," Han Li insisted, hastily pushing the technique into Chun Fan's embrace. Such a fortuitous opportunity was not one Chun Fan could refuse. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he stored it within his space ring. Reminiscent of the scene during the New Year when elders distribute red envelopes, proclaiming reluctance while tightly clutching the gift in hand, that I in this fantastical world, while everyone's overall strength had indeed surged. The intricacies of human relationships remained unchanged. Assisting someone once naturally warranted a return gesture, such as receiving a secret manual in return. Otherwise, if he insisted on rejecting it, wouldn't that imply a sense of entitlement? It would feel akin to charity. Such a stance could potentially sour relations, leading to estrangement or even animosity in the END social conduct. One must never adopt an overly aloof demeanor. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, Chun Fan said, patting Han Li on the shoulder. After this encounter, he felt that this individual was indeed amiable. "Certainly. I merely hope that senior brother does not find me bothersome," Han Li replied, feeling relieved. Before coming here, he had worried that his senior brother might refuse his gift. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. Once I achieve a breakthrough, I will return to chat with you," Han Li added, cupping his hands in a gesture of farewell. During this visit to the inner sect to find his senior brother Chun Fan, he unexpectedly obtained another piece of information. Zhang Xiaoyuan and his companions had been expelled from the sect. Now presented with an excellent opportunity for vengeance, Han Li was resolute. He would repay kindness with kindness, and enmity with enmity. The humiliation and torment inflicted upon him that day would not be forgotten. "Then I shall not detain you any longer, wishing you smooth progress in your cultivation." Chun Fan smiled. After leaving the inner sect, a voice suddenly resonated in Han Li's mind. "Goodness, there lies a hidden dragon here." "Huh." Han Li abruptly halted, curiosity piqued. "Master, what have you discovered?" "Yesterday, did you not inquire about how far Chun Fan might ascend in the future?" The middle-aged man's voice intoned slowly. "Indeed." Han Li nodded, recalling his master's words that he would surpass his senior brother within 3 to 5 years, while his senior brother would find it exceedingly difficult to break free from this realm. Today, upon closely observing Chun Fan, I realized I had previously misjudged him. Han Li's intrigue deepened. His master was known for his confidence. It was surprising to hear him admit to an oversight that, if I am not mistaken, Chun Fan possesses an innate Dao body. This notion was entirely new to Han Li. Leaving him bewildered, it is a rare and extraordinary constitution. Individuals endowed with such a trait are often prodigies. Provided no unforeseen circumstances arise, they have the potential to attain saintly status. The middle-aged man's voice carried a weighty significance. "Your senior brother Chun Fan is quite remarkable. You should interact with him more often. Given his temperament, he might lend you assistance when it truly matters." Unbeknownst to him, the middle-aged man had already begun to perceive Chun Fan's future accomplishments as comparable to Han Li's. "Interact more?" Han Li nodded earnestly. In truth, he would have sought out Chun Fan regardless of his master's suggestion. Even if his senior brother's future achievements were modest, he would always remember those who had aided him. In the courtyard, Chun Fan sat cross-legged, silently contemplating. Extract reward. Flying immortal step. As soon as he uttered the words, a multitude of images flickered in Chun Fan's eyes. Memories of the flying immortal step. In these visions, a youth traversed turbulent waters, moving against the current. With each step, he splashed 3 feet of water, only to be knocked down by the relentless flow, repeatedly battered and disoriented. Day after day. Year after year, one day, his footwork solidified. With a single step, he stirred the raging waves, akin to a graceful serpent, before gradually dissipating. The imagery faded into the depths of Chun Fan's pupils. With a decisive step, Chun Fan began to run in circles within the courtyard, his movements silent as a shadow. Observing his ghostly figure, a smile involuntarily graced his lips, now armed with swordsmanship and having learned the flying immortal step. His combat prowess had significantly increased. Moreover, there was also the body-forging technique gifted by Han Li. Soon after, Chun Fan retrieved the body-forging technique from his space ring. Although he did not relish the idea of bearing the heaviest armor and enduring the most brutal blows, he recognized that defense was paramount. As he examined the body-forging technique, he prepared to cultivate it. In the world of martial arts, one could never predict unexpected dangers. Thus, a solid defense was essential. Chun Fan resolved to become a versatile warrior, excelling in every aspect to instill despair in his enemies. Following the technique's instructions, he began his cultivation. Boom! Approximately a cup of tea later, Chun Fan's body convulsed violently as a surge of intense heat erupted from his abdomen. A searing pain radiated throughout his gastrointestinal tract, internal organs, bones, and limbs, overwhelming him to the point of nearly crying out in agony. But he felt as though all the blood in his body surged to his face, scorching, swelling, nearly bursting forth. This state persisted for half an hour. Afterward, Chun Fan lay sprawled on the ground, his chest heaving, sweat pouring off him, resembling a bright red shrimp. The body forging had succeeded, though the pain was excruciating. Chun Fan felt it was worthwhile. After some time, he gradually regained his composure and began testing his physical condition. His strength had increased by 30%, and his physical defense had tripled. This was merely the first stage of body forging. The body forging technique allowed for cultivation once at each major realm. With deepening practice, one could comprehend the divine ability, melting gold and refining body. At that point, the physical body would be as formidable as any weapon, indestructible. Returning to his room, Chun Fan adjusted his entire being to its optimal state. With a flick of his wrist, the breaking boundary pill appeared. Having remained in the golden core realm for 2 days, it was time for a breakthrough. Upon consuming the breaking boundary pill, a surge of spiritual energy immediately filled his abdomen, which he skillfully guided upward, eventually flooding into his mind. The 5 elements realm focuses on refining the spirit and understanding the 5 elements of heaven and earth. This is the first hurdle to entering a profound realm. At this stage, the focus shifts from externally refining the body to internally cultivating the spirit, and Chun Fan proceeded with utmost caution, practicing according to the longevity true art. Buzz! A sudden humming sound erupted, not from the void, but resonating from the depths of Chun Fan's mind. This moment, he distinctly sensed an endless cloud of mist swirling within his consciousness. The tumultuous clouds intensified, and his mind throbbed with excruciating pain. This agony persisted for half an hour, during which the clouds gradually began to dissipate, revealing an expansive space. This was the sea of consciousness. In this instant, Chun Fan felt his senses sharpen remarkably. Though his eyes remained closed, he could vividly perceive everything within a 1,000-meter radius. Moreover, in his awareness, the surrounding void was suffused with elemental forces. Henceforth, while cultivating, he would need to absorb the drifting would attribute energy within the air. With the birth of his consciousness, he sensed the elemental forces in space, marking the attainment of the 5 elements realm. At this juncture, Chun Fan had successfully broken through. However, he did not rise but continued his cultivation. Time passed slowly. 7 days swiftly elapsed. Within the small courtyard where Chun Fan resided, a specter-like figure darted about. And in the next moment, he drew his sword. Whoosh! The youth harnessed the wind, slicing through it like a blade. Each strike was akin to a flash of lightning, swift, accurate, and fierce. The sword seemed to resonate with the sound of air bursting, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere. The sword energy rampaged around him, both tangible and elusive, defying comprehension. This sword energy surged forth, piercing through the void wherever it struck, emitting a chilling, ear-piercing hum that instilled fear in the hearts of many. After a brief moment, Chun Fan sheathed his long sword, standing resolutely with a layer of concentrated mental energy enveloping his body, appearing remarkably transcendent from a distance that I in the span of 7 days. He had transformed all of his spiritual energy into what attributes spiritual power, and furthermore, his sword-drawing technique had seen notable refinement. Chun Fan was uncertain whether his speed of cultivation was swift or slow in comparison to his fellow disciples, as he had engaged solely in arduous training during this period, lacking a clear benchmark. Nevertheless, his sword-drawing technique was on the verge of reaching a consummate state. Regrettably, he had yet to grasp the legendary sword intent. Gazing at the long sword in his hand, a look of wistfulness crossed his face. Based on his memories, he had drawn his sword no fewer than 10,000 times, yet he still had not touched upon the sword intent. Understanding the significance of comprehending sword intent would elevate his attacks to an entirely different realm, vastly surpassing his current capabilities. The sect discouraged killing, and even during sparring, everyone concealed their true strength, rendering it impossible to ascertain one another's actual power. That it appeared that he would need to undertake a sect mission, preferably one involving a pursuit. Additionally, he could conveniently fulfill the sect's mission requirements. Inner disciples of the Wujizong were required to complete 5 missions annually, and upon completion, they would receive contribution points, which could be exchanged for spiritual stones, elixirs, techniques, and weapons. Missions could be completed in one go or accumulated over the following year, but they must be fulfilled within 2 years. That a more humanized approach allowed for additional contributions to be earned by completing extra missions, which was the primary avenue for most disciples to acquire resources. The sect encouraged disciples to venture out and gain experience. After all, a sharp sword is forged through the crucible of hardship, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. He decided to first check the mission hall. If suitable missions were available, he would take multiple at once. That if not, he would wait for a time before proceeding. Chun Fan began to inspect the items within his spatial ring, contemplating the importance of maintaining a well-stocked inventory. After all, what if he were to encounter a potential investment opportunity and miss it? Chun Fan secured his long sword and locked the courtyard before heading to the Wujizong mission hall. Chapter 19. An Unexpected Delight. The Notorious Thief by Liang. At that moment, the Wujizong mission hall was teeming with a bustling crowd as people surged in from outside, all rushing towards the square at the end of the hall. The cacophony of voices rising and falling in a vibrant chorus. Chun Fan squeezed his way inside, quickly realizing how challenging it was to secure a mission, for unlike him, others were not concerned about resources for cultivation. Everyone was vying for every opportunity to acquire resources. Most cultivators, eager for progress, would hastily seize any mission that promised generous rewards. One such mission involved resolving the dispute between the Ma and Lu families in Qingyan County, offering a reward of a mixed yuan pill with a minimum strength requirement of early golden core stage. Another mission called for the collection of 100 high-quality white crystals with no minimum strength requirement, promising a breaking wall pill as a reward. That in no time, a new batch of missions was announced, but before Chun Fan could utter a word, they were all claimed. Goodness! Chun Fan exclaimed, is this the speed of a single person who's been unattached for 20 years? Just when he thought it would be difficult to find a satisfactory mission, an unexpected and delightful voice called out from behind him. Chun Fan, senior brother. Turning around, Chun Fan was met with the sight of an inner disciple. Short and stout, his bare torso revealing a rolling belly. That as he moved towards Chun Fan, the flesh on his legs and belly jiggled slightly, producing a rhythmic thumping sound as he walked. Who are you? Chun Fan asked, feeling a flicker of recognition. That he seemed to recall this person, but could not place him. It's me. Chun Fan, senior brother, I'm Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin exclaimed, pointing at himself with enthusiasm. Have you forgotten? A few days ago, you guided me in the scripture pavilion and encouraged me to switch to a different technique. Thanks to your assistance, I've made significant progress in my cultivation these past few days. Oh, upon hearing this, Chun Fan suddenly understood that it was Zhang Yin, the junior brother. Although he acknowledged the connection, he had truly forgotten the individual as he struggled to remember ordinary investment subjects. Yet, seeing Zhang Yan's warmth, Chun Fan pretended to recall him. Have you come to the mission hall today to accept a mission? Zhang Yan looked curiously at the crowded hall ahead. Yes, but there are simply too many people. I can't find any interesting missions. Why didn't you come to me sooner? Zhang Yan said, patting his chest. I'm a disciple in the mission hall, that if you need any mission, just let me know, and I'll take it for you. Ah, is that allowed? Chun Fan asked, taken aback that of course, it's just a matter of a word. Hearing Zhang Yan's offer, Chun Fan's face lit up with delight. It seemed his investment had borne fruit, granting him valuable connections so swiftly. Already, he had befriended Li Qi from the law enforcement hall, Han Li, who possessed a protagonist panel, and his childhood friend who always had his best interests at heart. In time, would not the entire sect become his allies? At that point, the sect leader's words might hold less weight than his own. I'm looking for a bounty mission, targeting someone with strength between the late Golden Core stage and the early 5-element stage. Chun Fan declared after a moment's contemplation. His motivation for accepting such a mission was primarily to test his strength and enhance his combat experience. During this period, his strength had surged dramatically. However, no one had challenged him directly in this world without a thorough understanding of his own combat prowess. Encountering a formidable opponent could lead to a disadvantage in battle experience. His second objective was to venture out and see if he could encounter additional investment opportunities. His confidence in accepting such a mission stemmed from the assurance granted by the flying immortal steps, which gave him the means to escape even if he were to lose a fight. Absolutely, without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yan assured him. Senior brother, please wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. With that, Zhang Yan disappeared into the depths of the mission hall. Before long, Zhang Yan returned, holding a mission scroll in his hands. Chun Fan, senior brother, see if this mission suits you. Chun Fan accepted the scroll and began to peruse its contents. Capture the notorious thief by Liang. Mission reward: 10,000 spiritual stones. Minimum strength requirement: late Golden Core stage. Special reminder: this individual has been at the late Golden Core stage for 5 years and may break through to the 5-element stage at any moment. Disciples are advised to act according to their capabilities. The scroll included an image of the target and details of their recent activities. Chun Fan's expression brightened at the sight of the mission. The target's strength was perfectly suited for testing his own combat abilities, and the reward was quite generous: 10,000 spiritual stones, and upon defeating him, there might be even more benefits to reap. Considering the target was a notorious thief with considerable wealth, I'll take this mission, Chun Fan declared, producing his token to record the details. Thank you for your assistance, junior brother, he said in response to Zhang Yan's readiness to help. Not at all, senior brother. You helped me immensely last time. This is but a trivial matter. Zhang Yan replied with a wave of his hand. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Chun Fan nodded in agreement. And if you need help, junior brother, don't hesitate to reach out, that I will do my utmost to assist. After exchanging pleasantries, Chun Fan departed from the mission hall. Once outside the Wujizong, he immediately took to the skies on his sword. With the ability to fly on his sword, he became a fleeting streak of light against the sky, vanishing in an instant in a mere 2 hours. He had traversed 4,000 kilometers. Such was the power of a top-tier weapon. Chun Fan couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Such a swift journey, if he were to traverse it in its entirety, would undoubtedly take him 2 to 3 days. However, with the enhancement of the Pure Yang sword, his speed experienced a remarkable leap in a short span of time. This accelerated pace allowed him to fulfill his mission more efficiently. If all went well, he could eliminate Bai Liang today and return to the sect for a night's rest. Without the investment feature, relying solely on this weapon, Chun Fan could thrive effortlessly, even without personally undertaking the task. Simply using his sword to assist those disciples who needed to complete their missions swiftly would yield him substantial rewards. The Baiyan Mountain Range, as indicated by the task scroll, was the area where the target had been active. Chun Fan gazed down at the vast mountains, his brow furrowed in concentration. This was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Even with his formidable divine sense, pinpointing an individual amidst these mountains proved exceedingly challenging. After all, sustaining an expansive divine sense was not without its considerable toll. This was rather troublesome. Just as Chun Fan felt the situation becoming intricate, a sudden system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, you have discovered an excellent investment target. Investing in Sung Yuan Dan will grant you 5 years of pure cultivation. Chapter 20. Filial Piety. Chen Fan makes his entrance. Upon seeing the system notification, Chen Fan paused momentarily in this desolate wilderness. Where could an investment target possibly be? Having invested in several individuals already, Chen Fan was well aware that whenever such an investment task arose, the target would not be far from him. Could it be that this investment target was Bai Liang? With this thought, a slight smile graced Chen Fan's lips. Things were becoming interesting. He extended his divine sense and began a meticulous search. Time slowly passed, and soon, within an underground cave, he located the target that he had surmised. The investment target was indeed Bai Liang. Name, Bai Liang. Realm. Late-stage golden core. Fate. Premature demise. In a rather concealed cavern. A short, frail man lay on the ground, his eyes cautiously scanning the surroundings. Bai Liang's eyes darted around, occasionally flashing with a hawk-like glint, betraying a barely perceptible malice. The Wuji sect truly disgusts me. Is it so outrageous to kill a single family that they would put a bounty on my head? Last time, I already eliminated a disciple from the inner sect of Wuji. This time, I am well prepared to take down another one of their inner disciples. Bai Liang, shall teach you meddlesome fools a lesson. Bai Liang gripped a large red blade, seemingly forged from coagulated blood, emanating a pungent aura of carnage. If one were to probe it with spiritual energy, they could hear the wails of countless souls, sending shivers down the spine. The bloodthirsty blade was a spiritual weapon, and it would require the lives of 3,000 souls to ascend to the next grade of treasure. Bai Liang squinted, a bloodthirsty glimmer flashing in his eyes. However, the next moment he glanced at the mountain trail outside, still devoid of any figures, and frowned. Where is my father? Has he already been slain by the Wuji sect? After being hunted by the Wuji sect, Bai Liang immediately contacted his father, and the two had planned to lie in wait to eliminate all the disciples sent to capture him, that he knew well that the Wuji sect was not to be trifled with. The disciples appearing later were even stronger, to be on the safe side. He had involved his father. The thought of causing the Wuji sect to pay a heavy price filled Bai Liang with mirth. How would the higher-ups of the Wuji sect react upon losing yet another elite? Bai Liang licked his lips, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, that he murmured to himself. It has been 3 days since I killed the last disciple of the Wuji sect. This news must have already reached them, and within 4 days, new disciples will surely come to hunt me down that I notified my father 3 days ago. If all goes well, he should arrive here in a day or two. Perfectly timed. With this in mind, Bai Liang felt everything was under his control. This time, he anticipated the Wuji sect would be exceedingly enraged, as nurturing an inner disciple required significant resources. Now that he had continually eliminated them, they would undoubtedly be furious. After dealing with these disciples, he could leave in style. Once the deed is done, I shall extract all their life force and nourish my blade. Someday, I will elevate this weapon to a treasure. Who knows, perhaps I might even upgrade it to an immortal weapon in my lifetime. As Bai Liang envisioned this, his eyes gradually ignited with fervor. What would it be like to elevate the bloodthirsty blade to an immortal weapon? At that moment, he could almost see himself wielding the immortal bloodthirsty blade, invincible against all foes. Just as his thoughts swirled and he dreamed of the future, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Clop, clop, clop. The footsteps were neither hurried nor slow. Upon hearing the sound, Bai Liang's face lit up with surprise that he had thought his father would take several more days to arrive. He never anticipated the speed of his approach. It seems my father places great importance on the opportunity one mentioned to ensure his assistance. Bai Liang had spun a web of deception, falsely claiming he had discovered a fortuitous encounter and was being besieged by disciples of the Wuji sect. Bai Liang understood his father all too well. No prophet, no early riser. If he merely asked for help, his father would surely refuse. Thus, he resorted to trickery, true filial piety, after mentally organizing his lies. Bai Liang stood up and walked toward the entrance. However, upon catching sight of a poised figure approaching, Bai Liang froze. Especially due to the attire of this individual, Bai Liang's brow furrowed in disbelief. A disciple of the Wuji sect, so eager to court death? Chen Fan smiled calmly. How is this possible? You couldn't have arrived so swiftly. Unlike the composed Chen Fan, Bai Liang's expression was tense, his eyes filled with disbelief. How long had it been since he eliminated a disciple of the Wuji sect? According to his calculations, it was only today that the Wuji sect would receive concrete news and dispatch tasks. How could a disciple of the Wuji sect have pursued him today? It was important to note that this location was a 3-day journey from the Wuji sect. Are you surprised? Chun Fan did not advance any further. Instead, he stood at the cave entrance, quietly observing Bai Liang. Do you really think you can kill me all on your own? Noticing Chun Fan's solitude, a fierce glint flickered in Bai Liang's eyes. He took a few steps back, then propelled himself forward, launching into the air with a single foot, wielding his long blade as he charged towards Chun Fan. This strike, swift as a shooting star, was accompanied by a gust of wind, fiercely cleaving downwards towards his opponent's vital points. Did I ask this truly the extent of your prowess? How disappointing. Seeing Bai Liang's attack, Chun Fan shook his head. He leaned forward, and in front of him, a white light suddenly appeared. The moment the white light emerged, an incredibly domineering sword aura surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings like a raging ocean, causing both flesh and spirit to tremble involuntarily. The sword aura, akin to a dragon, struck first. This draw of the sword, imbued with an overwhelming bloodthirst, clashed with Bai Liang's long blade with a resounding clang. Crack! A crisp sound resonated as an immense force rebounded against the long blade, causing Bai Liang's hands to go numb and the weapon to slip from his grasp. Furthermore, the overwhelming force inflicted pain upon his chest, sending him hurtling uncontrollably backward. Bang! Only upon colliding with the stone wall behind him did he come to a halt. Cough! Instantly, a mouthful of blood erupted uncontrollably from Bai Liang's throat. Chapter 21. Slaying Bai Liang. Breaking through to the mid-stage of the 5 elements, uncontrollable blood flowed from Bai Liang's lips as he collapsed onto the damp ground. Curling into a ball and rolling in agony, his clothes soiled with dirt, he emitted painful groans, his facial muscles contorting into a grotesque expression, his demeanor becoming one of sheer terror. Chun Fan's previous strike had shattered a majority of his bones. Fortunately, he had restrained some of his strength at the last moment. Otherwise, Bai Liang would have already become a corpse. You are undoubtedly a master of the 5 elements realm. Bai Liang struggled to speak. His eyes filled with reluctance. Surprised, are you? Chun Fan, holding his long sword, approached Bai Liang. Looking down upon him from above, he then retrieved a jade box from his spatial ring. As Chun Fan opened the jade box, an intensely rich medicinal fragrance wafted through the cave. Dan? Upon seeing the elixir, Bai Liang's head jerked up suddenly. The abrupt movement aggravated his wounds, leading him to cough violently, though his body ached tremendously. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Dan. It is the elixir he needs the most. With this pill in his possession, his physical strength will increase significantly, and within no more than a week, he will be able to break through to the 5 elements realm. However, why would the other party take out the elixir? It must be noted that this individual is a disciple of the inner sect of the Wuji sect. Here to apprehend him. Why would you give me the elixir? Bai Liang gazed at Chun Fan, his eyes filled with confusion. It is not a gift. It is a loan. Chun Fan replied that a loan. Bai Liang's bewilderment only deepened. Indeed. Do you want it? Chun Fan asked directly. Upon hearing this, Bai Liang hurriedly nodded. Although he was unsure of Chun Fan's intentions, encountering such a valuable item was an opportunity he could not refuse. If you lend it to me, what do you require in return? Though exhilarated, Bai Liang remained skeptical of any notion of a free lunch, but he suspected that Chun Fan must need him to handle some matter. However, Chun Fan did not answer him. Instead, placing the elixir before Bai Liang, Bai Liang took it. A system prompt appeared. Congratulations, host, for completing the investment. Reward: 5 years of pure cultivation. Would you like to claim it? No. Chun Fan immediately declined, and in the next moment, under Bai Liang's perplexed gaze, Chun Fan drew his sword and plunged it forcefully into Bai Liang's head. The immense force pierced his skull, nailing it firmly into the earth below. Chun Fan had once again exploited a bug. What do you need returned to you? Of course, your life, muttered Chun Fan as he withdrew the pure yang sword, wiping the blood off Bai Liang's body before sheathing the blade. Now, to claim his reward. After slaying the man, Chun Fan began to reap the benefits. Meanwhile, within his dantian, endless waves surged forth, and a new surge of pure spiritual power was continuously washing over his limbs and bones, enhancing his physique. Boom! A quantitative change induced a qualitative transformation, and a voice resonated in the void, mid-stage of the 5 elements realm. After the breakthrough, Chun Fan abruptly opened his eyes, his long hair billowing, and his garments fluttering without wind. That a terrifying aura emanated from him that in such a short time, he had ascended another realm, now just a stone's throw away from the late stage of the five elements realm. Moreover, following the breakthrough, his consciousness had doubled. Feeling the changes within, Chun Fan immediately expanded his consciousness to its maximum. Previously, it encompassed a radius of over 1,000 meters. Now, it extended to over 2,000 meters. In his perception, no rustle of leaves or breeze could escape his keen awareness. Initially, he had merely aimed to complete a small task, but unexpectedly, he had encountered a delightful surprise. Chun Fan retracted his consciousness. Somewhat contemplative. However, while reflecting, he collected his spoils. After stowing away Bai Liang's weapon, the Tsungyan Dan, and the spatial ring, he kicked at Bai Liang's corpse and remarked, "How foolish and youthful you are, daring to accept anything offered to you." Bai Liang's spatial ring contained few items. Over 300 spirit stones and 2 human-grade cultivation techniques. Quite meager. Yet upon seeing the weapon, Chun Fan's brow furrowed. The weapon felt icy to the touch and exuded a nauseating scent of blood. Just a glance confirmed to Chun Fan that this weapon was sinister, likely belonging to the demonic sect. Its quality was decent, classified as a spiritual weapon, which could be exchanged at the sect for a considerable number of spirit stones. Despite his aversion to the weapon, Chun Fan decided to keep it, intending to bring it back to the sect for a bit of spirit stones that a spiritual weapon could fetch 3,000 spirit stones. Even if it were a demonic weapon, it could still be traded for at least 2,000 spirit stones. After ensuring he had not overlooked anything, Chun Fan severed Bai Liang's head and departed the cave. An hour later, in Baiyun County, merely a small city with a population of 300,000, due to its proximity to the Jian mountain range, many cultivators frequented this city, clad in a blue robe. Chun Fan walked along a broad east-west street, lined with bustling shops. People were haggling loudly over the myriad of goods on display, creating a cacophony of lively exchange. However, his face bore a look of disappointment. After such a long search, he had yet to encounter a single investment target. This investment must have additional conditions that I have yet to discern, Chun Fan mused to himself, shaking his head. He abandoned the search for an investment target and made his way to Baiyun County's largest trading market, Baiyun Pavilion. This establishment was adorned with resplendent jewels, and it was rumored to be a property of the Wanbao building, though no evidence substantiated this claim. Nevertheless, the fact that it had endured for so many years suggested the backing of a significant force. The guards at Baiyun Pavilion were all at least of the divine intent realm, indicating the establishment's remarkable status. Seeing this scene, Chun Fan nodded in satisfaction. His purpose for coming here was, of course, to gather the items required for the investment. Without hesitation, he entered Baiyun Pavilion as soon as he stepped inside. A young girl approached him, her face beaming with a smile upon noticing his attire as a disciple of the inner sect of Wuji's sect. Although not a major figure, a disciple of the inner sect was undoubtedly a valued customer in Baiyun County. "Sir, what do you require?" the girl asked, her smile radiant. "According to this list, I would like one of each item," Chun Fan replied, producing a list from his spatial ring filled with various items. The girl accepted it, her eyes widening as she scanned the contents. "Today, we have encountered a significant business opportunity." The list was brimming with items. Herbs, techniques, weapons, everything one could desire. Yet the girl wondered what the purpose of such a purchase could be. Chapter 22. Speculation successful. Princess Lu Xingzi, however, she refrained from probing further. "Please wait a moment," she said quickly, "that I'm in no rush." "Take your time to gather everything," Chun Fan responded, then found a spot to meditate. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. "Miss, please leave this place," one of the guards said, stopping a young girl. It was evident that the guards at Baiyun Pavilion were of good quality, although the girl appeared poorly dressed. "They did not resort to forceful expulsion. That I have a jade pendant that I can pawn to you," the girl pleaded, appearing no older than 15, her clothing full of patches. She stood at the entrance of Baiyun Pavilion. Desperately imploring for help as she spoke, she cautiously retrieved a jade pendant from her sleeve, beseeching, "This pendant is worth a lot." Upon hearing this, the Baiyun Pavilion guard shook his head. "Miss, we at Baiyun Pavilion only sell items. We do not engage in pawning. Moreover, you should put that away. When you are out in the world, do not flaunt your wealth. Do you not understand this principle?" Indeed, as the guard stated, the cultivation world was fraught with deceit. A girl of such low cultivation, displaying her wealth? She was a walking target for thieves. Although she appeared pitiful and helpless, many people were ruthless, indifferent to her plight. Please, it's too late. My mother needs a Qingshin Dan to detoxify. The girl stepped forward again, attempting to enter Baiyun Pavilion, yet was once more blocked that we have our rules here. Though your situation is dire, we truly cannot assist, the guard said, his expression unyielding. That I implore you. The girl continued to plead, her eyes reddening as tears brimmed at the corners. However, no matter how earnestly she begged, the guard remained unmoved, keeping her at the door. Having seen too many such desperate appeals over the years, he had become desensitized that if they aided every similar case, Baiyun Pavilion would have to shut its doors at that moment. The girl who had attended to Chen Fan emerged from within Baiyun Pavilion, holding a spatial ring. Sir, the items you requested have been gathered. The total is 6,100 spirit stones that I will waive the change, so you only need to pay 6,000. All right. Chen Fan accepted the spatial ring, confirming the contents before preparing to pay. Then, turning to the girl, he added additionally, please fetch me a Qingshin Dan. The girl, taken aback, instinctively glanced outside, curious that is it for the girl at the door. Yes and no, just go. Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Please wait. Before long, the Qingshin Dan was retrieved. Chen Fan inspected its quality and realized that the alchemist's skill was inferior to his own. After settling the payment, he took the elixir and headed toward the entrance. As he did so, a system prompt appeared in his view. Congratulations, host, for discovering an ordinary investment target. Investing in a Qingshin Dan will yield 1,000 spirit stones. Why is it merely an ordinary investment? Chen Fan squinted, his mind racing with thoughts. Following this line of reasoning, the destitute girl before him must have an extraordinary background. By all accounts, she should represent an excellent investment opportunity, should she not? With a sense of puzzlement, Chen Fan placed a pill before the girl. That I shall lend you a clear heart pill. When you are able, remember to repay me. I am Chen Fan, a disciple of the Wujizong. Ah! The girl suddenly looked up. Her face, marred by grime, bore clear traces of tears. Upon seeing the pill, her previously dull eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. She gingerly accepted the pill and immediately knelt before him. Thank you, benefactor. This kindness will be etched in Lu Xingzi's heart forever. In my next life, I will be willing to serve you like a humble beast in gratitude. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan stroked his chin, momentarily doubting his own appearance. That wasn't it said that those who encountered handsome individuals would offer themselves in devotion. Only the unattractive would be met with promises of repayment in the next life. While he was lost in thought, the girl placed a jade pendant before him and bowed 3 times before hurriedly retreating into the crowd. All beings suffer, gazing at the jade pendant before him. Chen Fan shook his head. His earlier actions had merely been a test of his assumptions that if he were to actively assist someone in need, would it trigger a system task? As expected, it did indeed align with his thoughts and successfully activated a task. Meanwhile, Lu Xingzi returned to her dilapidated dwelling and promptly placed a clear heart pill into the mouth of a middle-aged woman. Unbeknownst to the girl, a woman clad in red observed Lu Xingzi from above. Lu Ping, your 4th sister, is quite affectionate, having set aside her princess status to seek a pill at Baiyun Pavilion for her adoptive mother. Beside the woman in red stood a youth, resembling Lu Xingzi to some extent. He was the 9th prince of the Dali dynasty. What good is affection within the royal family? He remarked indifferently that in my view, it is merely a pretense to elicit sympathy from the Empress Dowager and secure her return. The woman in red inquired curiously, what crime did her mother commit to be cast into the cold palace? Dragging Lu Xingzi into the fray, it is all due to her unclear relationship with that teacher from the academy, which incited the wrath of the Empress Dowager. This is a tremendous humiliation for our royal family. Lu Ping interrupted, his tone laced with anger, that I dare not pry too deeply into your royal affairs. The woman in red replied, shaking her head. However, your 4th sister is truly commendable, and this matter has nothing to do with her. Lu Ping fell silent, momentarily taken aback. The woman in red understood that this incident was undeniably a blow to the royal family's dignity. A consort entangled with a teacher from the academy. If word got out, their reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Yet, what connection did this have to Lu Xingzi? The woman in red observed her from a distance. Her eyes filled with sympathy, that a pitiable soul. May the emperor emerge soon. And may your circumstances improve that I in Bayun County. Chen Fan, laden with a plethora of newly acquired items, began his quest for investment opportunities along the streets. As he had previously surmised, his lack of success in investments was due to an insufficiency of resources that in merely half the time it takes to burn an incense stick. He encountered 7 potential investment candidates. However, the sole disappointment was that they were all ordinary investment tasks, yielding rewards of either spirit stones or common cultivation techniques. Ultimately, Bayun County was a modest place. While there were many cultivators, their overall strength was rather low. Encountering such a multitude, without a single outstanding investment candidate, led Chen Fan to speculate that perhaps his investment system was intertwined with strength and fortune. Chapter 23. The Bloodthirsty Blade Stirs. Bai Cheng approaches as Chen Fan contemplated. A sudden tremor emanated from his spatial ring. Puzzled, he immediately infused his consciousness into the ring. This spatial ring was acquired after defeating Bai Liang, containing all of his belongings. At that moment, for reasons unknown, the crimson bloodthirsty blade within began to vibrate. What is happening? Taken aback, Chen Fan reacted swiftly and drew out the bloodthirsty blade. Originally, he intended to return to the sect and exchange the blade for spirit stones. However, an ominous premonition now gnawed at him. His intuition suggested that this blade held additional functions, perhaps akin to his identity token, allowing others to locate him. With this thought, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. If that were indeed the case, would he soon be discovered? Without hesitation, he made his way toward a nearby mountain range. Soon, a middle-aged man wielding a magnificent bow approached him menacingly. This one does not come in peace. Chen Fan observed the man, whose aura was turbulent with bloodlust, raising an eyebrow. Inner disciple of the Wuzhizong. Bai Cheng's voice was deep and heavy as he regarded Chen Fan, whose attire betrayed his identity. The palpable intent to kill surrounding Bai Cheng was almost tangible, but he had come to eliminate a village en route and was surprised to learn that his son had been slain. Detecting Chen Fan's presence, Bai Cheng frowned. 5 Element Realm. The Wuzhizong goes to such lengths to kill my worthless son. Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, one fact remained clear. Chen Fan must die. With a swift whoosh, an arrow shot through the air, striking Chen Fan's head. How swift! Chen Fan's brow furrowed as he activated his body forging technique, instinctively guarding his head and heart. However, the attack was as swift as lightning. The arrow piercing through and sending him hurtling like a kite with a severed string, crashing into the ruins dozens of yards away. Trading my useless son's life for a genius of the Wuzhizong is worth it. Bai Cheng proclaimed, holding his bow taut, his voice chilling as he gazed at Chen Fan. That I, Bai Cheng, am invincible in the 5-element realm. You see me and do not flee immediately. Then let me show you what invincibility in the 5-element realm truly looks like. Bai Cheng's words had barely left his lips when he heard a series of thunderous booms resonating from ahead. What? He looked up in shock to see a figure rise once more at the end of the long street. A voice imbued with boundless killing intent echoing. Old man, how dare you ambush me? Boom, boom, boom. Chen Fan shook off the debris from his body, his blood surging to AT that moment. To Bai Cheng's ears, the heavy, resonant footsteps grew rapidly closer. The speed astonishing. 1 moment, the figure seemed far away, and the next it was mere feet away that a fierce wind howled, and the nearby low shrubs swayed violently, resembling feral beasts howling in despair, sending shivers down one's spine. A figure advanced, appearing like a whirlwind, a terrifying momentum swirling around him. What a formidable defense and remarkable footwork! Bai Cheng, an expert archer, had keen eyesight. He noted that despite Chen Fan being struck by his arrow, he bore no injuries. His long hair billowed, and a savage killing intent flickered in his eyes. Every form of lightness skill moves with the wind, adapting to the flow of air to enhance speed. But this person was advancing against the wind. What kind of footwork is this? Chen Fan seemed to flicker in and out of existence, appearing and vanishing like a specter. Who is this? When did the Wuzhizong produce such a prodigy? Confusion surged within Bai Cheng, that he could sense that Chen Fan's aura was inferior to his own, which was why he had dared to show himself. Had Chen Fan been at the same level? Especially as a sect disciple, he would have observed first before acting. However, sensing that Chen Fan fell short, Bai Cheng resolved to eliminate him in the blink of an eye and flee Bayun County immediately. Yet, He never anticipated that his opponent would be so tenacious, and that both his defenses and footwork would far exceed his expectations. Chen Fan had not expected Bai Cheng to attack without hesitation. Ultimately, it was due to his lack of experience. This time, he finally witnessed the ruthlessness of the cultivation world, where no one would dally with idle chatter, that if given the chance, they would strike with lethal intent. This was the reality of the cultivation world, the essence of the martial realm. With his blood surging, bolstered by the body-forging technique, Chen Fan felt an almost boundless strength coursing through him, allowing him to unleash his energy without fatigue. Filled instead with the exhilaration of release, as his blood boiled, Chen Fan's killing intent reached its peak. Die, in the fleeting moment when murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He executed his sword technique, die in a heartbeat. He unleashed a sword strike. Boom! The ground trembled with the force of an explosion. Wherever the sword's aura passed, the air shattered it on the opposite side. Bai Cheng could only perceive a flash of white light in the sky, faintly sensing that this light carried a hint of sword energy. Simultaneously, in front of Chen Fan, the air rippled gently, and waves of sword energy burst forth as they swept by. This strike had already pierced through the barrier of air. Before the sound of the explosion could resonate, a palm had already arrived. This palm was the result of Chen Fan mobilizing all his vital energy to execute the sword-drawing technique, representing his most formidable attack at that moment. Despite having weathered many storms, Bai Cheng felt a chill coursing through him as he faced this sword. However, he found himself unable to evade. He could only brace himself to receive Chen Fan's strike. A bone-chilling sense of crisis surged within him, and Bai Cheng could no longer maintain his composure, that he understood that if he did not act, he might very well perish at the hands of this man. Thus, with a low growl, Bai Cheng unleashed 2 arrows simultaneously, his bowstring taut and relentless. Yet the moment the arrows flew just a meter away, they were severed by the sword energy. The residual force of the sword energy surged towards Bai Cheng. No, before Bai Cheng could even utter a cry of unwillingness, he was instantly cleaved in 2 mid-air. Thus, this man, who had claimed to be invincible in the 5 elements realm, met his demise at the hands of Chen Fan. Chen Fan began to survey the battlefield, discovering a spatial ring, 9,000 spirit stones, and 4 vials of pills. However, these pills emitted a foul odor, evidently crafted to assist in the cultivation of nefarious arts, rendering them utterly useless to Chen Fan. And you dare to claim invincibility in the 5 elements realm? Truly, a toad yawning. How boastful! With a scoff, Chen Fan severed Bai Cheng's head. After all, if his memory served him correctly, this individual was also a wanted criminal with a substantial bounty on his head. Observing the increasing number of onlookers, Chen Fan prepared to depart. Just then, a system notification appeared. Chapter 24, New Investment Target Lu Chaoga. Innate Talent 2-Por. Congratulations, host, for discovering an excellent investment target. Invest in any cultivation technique and receive the Sword Heart Clarity, a 3-fold cultivation acceleration card. HM, an excellent investment target. Chen Fan immediately halted, a glimmer of excitement gracing his features. After several days, he had finally encountered a fated individual. Chen Fan swiftly expanded his consciousness and soon identified the investment target in a nearby town, that as the sun dipped below the horizon. The evening glow painted the sky in brilliant hues. Gazing westward, he beheld countless rays of sunset cascading down, the distant undulating hills appearing distinctly outlined at dusk. One would expect wisps of smoke to rise from every household. However, the town lay eerily silent. From a distance, Chen Fan sensed a thick stench of blood. Approaching closer, he was engulfed by a nauseating odor, as corpses clad in tattered blood-soaked garments lay scattered across the ground. Severed limbs oozing crimson remnants, attracting scavenging birds that circled overhead, emitting terrifying cries, occasionally swooping down, their massive wings brushing the ground, stirring up a ghastly wind that sent shivers down one's spine. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fan concluded that, without a doubt, this small town had been ravaged by Bai Cheng. Given its proximity to their battle and Bai Cheng's alignment with dark practices, in that moment, he finally understood why. In the cultivation world, practitioners of evil arts were universally condemned. These cultivators, in their relentless pursuit of power, regarded others as mere livestock. Observing the town's tragic state, Chun Fan saw the brutal reality of this world for the first time. Shaking his head, he continued onward that Liu Chaoga was an ordinary hunter. Living off the land, he had learned the fundamentals of archery throughout his childhood. According to the typical life script, his father would send a matchmaker with the deer skins they had saved to propose a marriage in the neighboring town. This year, he was expected to wed. After all, Liu Chaoga was quite handsome and possessed a skill that endeared him to the young women in the surrounding villages. Everything seemed to be heading in a promising direction. Yet today, all of that was lost as a middle-aged man suddenly appeared, silent and floating in the air, beginning to reap the lives of the townsfolk. Within half an incense stick's time, the once peaceful town transformed into a hellish nightmare. Liu Chaoga witnessed his relatives and friends perish at the hands of this man, but he felt rage, despair, and helplessness. In a fit of fury, he seized a hoe and charged at the middle-aged man. However, before he could draw near, a tremendous force erupted, and the middle-aged man casually unleashed a palm strike, an overwhelming power that rendered Liu Chaoga unconscious in an instant. Yet, an inexplicable event occurred. Half an hour later, he awakened at that moment. Dark clouds shrouded the earth. The air grew stifling. Light dimming further, Liu Chaoga faintly heard thunder rumbling in the distance, a cool breeze beginning to stir. The distant thunder echoed ominously. Clouds rolling in. Bolts of lightning sliced through the sky like blades, illuminating the gloomy earth in an instant, the scattered rooftops flickering between light and shadow, while raindrops descended like arrows. Revived, Liu Chaoga knelt motionless in the rain. Alas, at that moment, a sigh echoed in his ear. Liu Chaoga looked up in bewilderment, only to see a pair of dust-free shoes hovering above him. Looking higher, he beheld a figure clad in a blue robe. The individual was tall and slender, and upon noticing the red spatial ring in their hand, Liu Chaoga's pupils dilated, a surge of hatred swelling within him. He would never forget that the person who had slain his loved ones wore this very spatial ring. May you find peace. Your enemy has been vanquished by me. Chun Fan spoke slowly, presenting the ring before Liu Chaoga. Seeing this, Liu Chaoga stood frozen, tears streaming down his face. May I ask, Senior, is there a way to resurrect my loved ones in this world? As for the method of resurrection you speak of, I am uncertain. However, it should exist, Chun Fan replied, observing the boy's heart-wrenching despair, that he felt compelled to offer some glimmer of hope, though in truth, his own strength had yet to touch upon the realm of resurrection. Nevertheless, in this fantastical world, there was indeed a possibility of resurrection at advanced stages of cultivation. Upon hearing this, a faint glimmer of hope emerged in Liu Chaoga's eyes as he turned to gaze at the corpses of his parents. Father, mother, wait for me. I, Chaoga, will do everything in my power to bring you back to life. With that declaration, Liu Chaoga suddenly bowed deeply to Chun Fan. Please, Senior, take me as your disciple. Chun Fan was momentarily taken aback by Liu Chaoga's fervent gesture. The boy's innate talent was exceedingly poor. He was, thus far, the most lacking individual Chun Fan had encountered, an utter waste filled with impurities. Had the boy possessed even a modicum of talent, given his current status, he could have been brought back to Wuji's sect as a servant disciple, as for accepting him as a disciple. That was utterly impossible. So far, Chun Fan had yet to take on a master. Once a disciple, always a father, I am simply not capable. Moreover, he was currently only an inner disciple. One had to become an elder to qualify for accepting disciples that I would love to take you as my disciple. But the sect has rules. I cannot do so at present. However, I can offer you a cultivation technique. Chun Fan replied with a smile, retrieving a technique from his spatial ring. Senior, you refuse to take me as your disciple? Upon hearing this, Liu Chaoga's eyes reflected profound disappointment. It is not a matter of refusal. The sect currently restricts me from taking disciples, Chun Fan explained. Take this manual. It may very well be your opportunity to change your fate. With that, Chun Fan gifted Liu Chaoga a manual of human-level cultivation technique. Thank you, Senior. Gritting his teeth, Liu Chaoga respectfully accepted the technique and bowed again, tears streaming down his face. Witnessing this, a faint smile graced Chun Fan's features. An excellent investment target. This alone indicated that the boy had the potential for significant future achievements. However, his talent was far too ordinary. Achieving great success would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Yet, since the system had recognized him as an excellent investment target, It suggested that his fortune was not to be underestimated. Reflecting on this, Chun Fan produced 1,000 spirit stones from his spatial ring and, using his consciousness, scattered them before Lu Chaoga. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. These spirit stones are lent to you today that I hope you will cultivate diligently, for perhaps one day we may meet again. Chun Fan slowly remarked that since he was an excellent investor, he had no qualms about granting Lu Chaoga a favor. After all, 1,000 spirit stones were not of great significance to him at this juncture. Should Lu Chaoga rise to prominence in the future, his actions today might yield unimaginable rewards. Chapter 25. Enlightenment of the Sword Heart and Lu Chaoga's fortuity, of course. If the other party were to meet an untimely demise, his investment would be in vain. However, investments inherently carry risks. Nevertheless, even if Lu Chaoga were to perish, Chun Fan would not incur a loss. Congratulations, host, on completing the investment and acquiring the Sword Heart Enlightenment and a 3-fold cultivation speed card. You may earn a modest profit, but I, Chun Fan, will never bear a loss. Without hesitation, Chun Fan clapped his waist, and a long sword soared forth, resting horizontally across his chest. With a swift step, he alighted upon the blade. Swish! The pure yang sword emitted a gentle chime, and in the next moment, it cleaved through the sky, vanishing from sight. Farewell, esteemed elder. Lu Chaoga knelt on the ground, remaining prostrate for a long while Chun Fan soared through the air on his sword. He observed Lu Chaoga's profound respect and shook his head. Retracting his gaze, system, extract rewards. Upon uttering this command, a wave of clarity surged within Chun Fan's mind that I possess a sword heart, once shackled by worldly dust. Now, as the dust dissipates, light emerges, illuminating the mountains and rivers. Insights into the sword path flooded his consciousness. Boom! In an instant, the truths of the sword path swung open wide, ensnaring Chun Fan in its depths. Half a stick of incense later, Chun Fan opened his eyes. Exhaling deeply, mastery over the sword path granted him exceptional sensitivity to its nuances, enabling him to enhance his lethality when wielding a sword in combat. At this moment, the previously perfected sword-drawing technique became even more profound in his understanding, elevating his mastery to new heights. Additionally, he sensed other subtle changes, yet they remained unclear and awaited his discovery. Feeling the transformation within himself, a smile crept upon Chun Fan's lips to name. Chun Fan Realm. Mid-stage of the 5 elements realm fortune. Continuous opportunities. Sword Heart Enlightenment. Innate Tao body regarding sword techniques. My innate talent has been steadily strengthening. Given time, I shall surely comprehend the essence of the sword. However, I must not become arrogant. Chun Fan swiftly quelled the joy swelling within him and began to inspect another item, the 3-fold cultivation speed card. Upon utilizing this item, the host's cultivation speed would triple for the following 3 days. Note: this item not only enhances realm advancement, but can also be applied to other cultivation methods. It was a small piece of purple talisman paper, yet it emanated a rich aura of spiritual energy, making it appear extraordinary at first glance that a 3-fold experience card. How increasingly reminiscent of a game this feels. Chun Fan mused inwardly, that I in a fantastical world. Such items might be remarkable in the early stages, but likely lose their value as one progresses. That he pondered the temporal laws of the fantastical realm. Yet for now, it still promised a significant boost to his combat prowess. Chun Fan began to deliberate on how to maximize the benefits of the 3-fold experience card. Cultivating the techniques. There is no necessity for realm elevation. After all, in just a day, even with triple cultivation speed, the spiritual energy gain would be minimal. To be candid, a month of cultivation would yield less than 1 investment. For instance, his previous investment in Bai Chung had granted him 5 years of pure spiritual energy, allowing Chun Fan to circumvent 6 months of cultivation time. Thus, only by practicing the flying immortal step or honing the sword-drawing technique could he achieve the greatest returns. Furthermore, with the Sword Heart Enlightenment, he might elevate the sword-drawing technique to a higher level. Perhaps he could refine it to perfection in a short span. As for the consummate state, Chun Fan dared not imagine it. Even the inner elders of the Wuji sect would have difficulty mastering techniques to perfection. Having assessed his gains, Chun Fan nodded in satisfaction. 2 hours later, he returned to the Wuji sect. The night descended slowly. Heavy clouds drifted across the dim sky, obscuring the stars and moon, casting deeper shadows upon the earth. Seeing this scene, Chun Fan understood that the task hall was likely closed, and submitting his task would have to wait until the morrow. Tomorrow, I shall submit the task and then commence utilizing the threefold experience card. He murmured softly. The recent Tenji and Froing left him feeling somewhat fatigued. Realizing that cultivation requires balance, Chun Fan resolved to rest adequately, rejuvenating himself for a focused day of training ahead. The following day. At dawn, the distant horizon gradually lightened. The surroundings remained somewhat hazy, with a crisp chill in the air. After burying the bodies of the villagers, Lu Chaoga immediately commenced his cultivation. However, after half an hour of practice, he found himself unable to sense even the most fundamental of spiritual energy. It felt as though the techniques were mere illusions, for the spiritual energy spoken of within seemed to elude his grasp. What could be the cause? Was my innate talent truly so lacking? In the room, Lu Chaoga furrowed his brow, staring at the techniques before him, his mind swirling with thoughts. There was no doubt about the legitimacy of the techniques. Someone of his predecessor's caliber had no need to deceive him. The only explanation must be that his talent was woefully inadequate. Lowering his gaze to the techniques, Lu Chaoga's face turned ashen. In that moment, despair washed over him. Having finally acquired the techniques, he discovered he could not even take the first step to "I refuse to accept this." Lu Chaoga thundered, slamming his palm against the nearby door and window. Blood trickled from his hand, yet he remained oblivious to it. With the method of cultivation right before him, to be unable to practice was a torment beyond compare. No, I cannot surrender. In that moment, Lu Chaoga thought of his parents and his beloved younger sister that my predecessor gifted me so many spirit stones. Surely, they will aid my cultivation. With renewed determination, Lu Chaoga reached for the spirit stones. But suddenly, his movement froze that he noticed a black light emanating from the spot where his blood had dripped. What is this? Stunned by the sight, Lu Chaoga instinctively bent down and unearthed a token from the earth. The token was ancient, exuding a scent of decay. Having absorbed his blood, it began to reveal its extraordinary nature, that a token. Lu Chaoga was taken aback that he prepared to wipe the mud off its surface. But the moment his fingers brushed against the token, his pupils dilated, and he froze in place, losing control of his body as he toppled backward. What is fate? The coming and going of fate is all governed by the laws of destiny. Had Lu Chaoga been brought back to the sect by Chun Fan, this scene would likely never have transpired. He would have lived a life of mediocrity. Meanwhile, outside the Wuji sect, Hanli returned to his room. Wearied, having endured a day of trials, his body bore numerous wounds. However, he had also reaped significant rewards from this excursion. Chapter 26. Mastery of the sword-drawing technique. Visitors from the Chun clan of Bai Sheng City midstage of the Qi condensation realm. Feeling his newfound strength, Hanli's lips curled into a smile. This outing had propelled his power from the late stage of the body refinement realm to mid-stage Qi condensation. If word of this spread, it would surely astonish countless disciples. Kid, you've had good fortune. Encountering a century-old mystical fruit has saved you several years of cultivation time. The voice of a middle-aged man echoed in Han Li's mind. Somewhat unexpectedly, the power of the mystical fruit has yet to be fully absorbed. Should you complete its absorption, within a month, you will attain the divine intention realm. A month. Upon hearing this, Han Li was instantly filled with excitement. He had believed he would require several years to become an inner disciple, yet unexpectedly, a single opportunity had enabled his transformation. Across the Wuji sect, how many could claim to advance to the inner sect within merely 2 years of cultivation? Even brothers like Chun Fan had to toil for years to reach the divine intention realm. Meanwhile, he had merely found a century-old mystical fruit, and his strength soared. I should soon catch up to Brother Chun Fan. Once I enter the inner sect, I will protect him. Han Li murmured to himself. In response, the middle-aged man's voice echoed in Han Li's mind again, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Kid, who gave you such confidence? Han Li was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, "Isn't Brother Chun Fan already an inner disciple?" He assumed that Chun Fan had only just broken through to the divine intention realm. Even if his brother advanced first under his mentor's guidance, he would soon surpass him. Do you genuinely believe you can close the gap with Chun Fan in such a short time? The middle-aged man replied coolly. When Chun Fan intervened on Han Li's behalf, many believed he had just reached the divine intention realm. However, possessing the knowledge of a former powerful being, the middle-aged man could see clearly. At that time, Chen Fan was already at the golden core realm. Based on your current cultivation speed, it will take you at least another 2 years to catch up to him. Moreover, what you are pursuing is merely his current realm. The middle-aged man spoke candidly. Han Li sprang to his feet, his face awash with incredulity. Master, what realm has seen your brother Chen Fan attained? I do not wish to discourage you, but Chen Fan has already reached the late stage of the golden core realm. Now that he has entered the inner sect and is exposed to new cultivation techniques, it is likely that he will soon break through to the 5 elements realm, the late stage of the golden core realm. On the verge of breaking into the 5 elements realm, Han Li's mouth fell agape, his pupils constricting as he murmured to himself that he had initially believed that he had acquired a fortuitous encounter and that his realm would soon reach the divine intent realm, allowing him to catch up to senior brother Chen Fan in no time. However, he never anticipated that despite his own extraordinary fortune, he would still lag far behind his senior, and he realized that the gap between them seemed not to diminish, but rather to widen. In that moment, a sense of inferiority surged within Han Li. After all, he had a master to guide him, while senior brother Chen Fan had none. Investment system. Indeed, at this moment, Han Li couldn't help but reflect. If senior brother Chen Fan had a master to instruct him, would he not have already reached even greater heights? Setting aside Han Li's astonishment, on the other side, bright and early, Chen Fan finished his morning routine and headed to the task hall. After receiving his rewards, he returned to his courtyard, preparing to enhance his strength. I hope the triple experience card does not disappoint me. In Chen Fan's eyes, the triple speed cultivation card was akin to an experience card in a game. Taking a deep breath, he produced a purple talisman and affixed it to his forehead. The moment it was applied, Chen Fan felt a transformation in his surroundings. The previously normal flow of time appeared to slow drastically. Furthermore, he perceived threads in the air intertwining, countless principles of the Tao weaving together. Is this the triple cultivation card? Chen Fan marveled inwardly. A mere talisman allowed him to glimpse the principles of the Tao. Moreover, he faintly touched upon the essence of the world. However, Chen Fan was acutely aware that he was still far from mastering this step. The most pressing matter at hand was to seize the time and practice his sword techniques. With this thought, Chen Fan hesitated no longer and unsheathed his sword. In that instant, he seemed to merge with the world around him. Each strike was so unadorned, lacking any distinctive features. Yet if a powerful being were present, they would undoubtedly recognize that Chen Fan's swordsmanship had reached a level of personal insight. The sword drawing technique, a rather unique sword style, difficult to comprehend under normal practice. Yet, in a state of clarity of sword heart, Chen Fan found an exhilarating ease in his current training. Within 3 days, he progressed from minor to major mastery of the sword drawing technique, something he had never dared to imagine before. Feeling his insights regarding the sword drawing technique surge within his mind, Chen Fan rose, positioning his hand as a sword, mimicking the drawing motion, and in the next moment, he suddenly unleashed an invisible sword aura sliced through the air. Surging 3 feet forth, the air crackled as if it were being pulled taut. Chen Fan was elated. His combat prowess had indeed increased. Mastery of the sword drawing technique was truly remarkable. Chen Fan, in a sword drawing stance, began to circle within the courtyard, his footsteps silent, like a phantom floating through the air. If anyone were to witness this, they would surely be left dizzy by Chen Fan's swift movements. Chen Fan was utilizing the flying immortal step to test the full mastery of the sword drawing technique. Boom! In the courtyard, Chen Fan began to run in circles, finally unleashing the sword drawing technique. Whoosh! The young man rode the wind, the gust cutting like a blade. Each strike was as swift as lightning, fast, precise, and fierce. Chen Fan's foot fell heavily, each step like the wind, the sword as his foot, and the foot as his sword. A sword aura erupted beneath his soles, elusive and difficult to capture. The flying immortal step combined with the sword drawing technique made his attacks exceedingly enigmatic. Even Chen Fan felt his scalp tingle at the thought of his own offensive capabilities. How would an opponent defend against such a foe? Although his cultivation had not increased, his combat strength had ascended a level. Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with confidence. He believed that if he encountered his former self from 3 days prior, he could undoubtedly defeat him within 3 strikes. This was the distinction of enhanced combat strength. Of course, this was within the same realm. Should he encounter an opponent whose defenses he could not breach, no matter how peculiar his attacks, they would prove ineffective. As his offensive capabilities surged, he could not neglect his defenses. For Chen Fan aimed to become a versatile warrior, a man who could not afford to have weaknesses. Both offense and defense must be maximized, bringing despair to his enemies, just as Chen Fan contemplated his future development. A series of knocks echoed from outside the courtyard. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, Chen Fan straightened his attire and rose to open the door. Creak. As the door swung open, an outer sect disciple announced, "Senior brother Chen Fan. There is an elder from the Chen family of Baixing City who claims to be looking for you." Chapter 27. The Shock of the Uncle, Journey to Tianyuan City, Baixing City. Chen family. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Family visits to deliver resources typically occurred once every 2 months. WY writes, "They should be coming next month, so why send someone now? Could something have happened? Please invite him in." Chen Fan, though perplexed, spoke nonetheless. "Understood, senior brother." The outer sect disciple promptly nodded and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Chen Fan began to ready himself for the visit. Half a joss stick of incense later, a robust middle-aged man clad in blue appeared at Chen Fan's courtyard. Escorted by the outer sect disciple, the middle-aged man possessed a towering stature, a strong physique, and a face as refined as jade, with brows like ink and eyes that sparkled like polished lacquer. "This is the residence of senior brother Chen Fan," the outer sect disciple announced. "Thank you for your trouble." The middle-aged man clasped his hands in gratitude and retrieved several spirit stones from his spatial ring. However, the outer sect disciple shook his head, saying, "This is my duty. There is no need for gifts. That I shall take my leave now." The outer sect disciple dared not accept any offerings, as this man was a member of Chen Fan's family. And Chen Fan was a benevolent and just elder brother who stood up for ordinary disciples. Observing this exchange, the middle-aged man fell into contemplation, then turned to survey the courtyard before him. "I never expected that in just a year, you would have become an inner sect disciple of the Wuji sect." The middle-aged man's eyes brimmed with pride that at this rate, Chen Fan may well become an elder of the Wuji sect in the future. "And you, having become an inner sect disciple, why did you not inform the family? This would allow them to arrange training resources for you." The middle-aged man's brow furrowed in concern. Just then, as Chen Chang'a puzzled over the situation, the courtyard door swung open. Before the middle-aged man could react, a young man in a green robe, handsome as a jade tree, appeared before him. "Uncle, it has been a long time. Chen Fan." Over the years, most of the resource delivery tasks had been handled by other elders, and Chen Chang'a had not seen Chen Fan in several years. Now, gazing at the poised young man before him, he found himself filled with astonishment. Moreover, he had barely registered how Chen Fan had appeared before him with such swiftness. Did this not imply that Chen Fan could easily eliminate him? "It has been years. Does uncle not recognize me? It is I, Chen Fan." Chen Fan smiled as he spoke. "You have changed remarkably. Not only have you transformed into a handsome youth, but your strength has also left me quite astonished." Chen Chang'a's face was filled with admiration. "When you left home, you barely reached my waist. Now you have surpassed me in height." Chen Chang'a's eyes gleamed with pride. "Having become an inner sect disciple, I presume you have reached the divine intent realm?" "Indeed." Chen Fan nodded. "Tio have entered the inner sect in such a short span. We thought you would need at least half a year to break through. Who would have thought you would excel so?" As he spoke, Chen Chang'a wore an expression of awe. They had underestimated Chen Fan's talent from the very beginning. "It is all a stroke of good fortune." Chen Fan did not elaborate further on his cultivation matters, for words could hardly convey the truth. "Uncle, shall we head inside?" "Very well." Chen Chang'a nodded and followed Chen Fan into the courtyard. He had come with important matters to discuss with Chen Fan. The two entered the main room and took their seats. Chen Fan inquired curiously, "Has something happened at home that prompted you to come personally?" "There are no significant changes at home." "But," Chen Chang'a glanced at Chen Fan, his mouth opening and closing in uncertainty, momentarily at a loss for words, that if Chen Fan had not yet become an inner sect disciple, there would have been no difficulty in speaking. However, now that he had entered, the future seemed bright. "But what?" Chen Fan asked with a smile. "The matter is this. Uncle has come to inform you that recently, the family of the person you were betrothed to since childhood has come to the Chen family, requesting you to visit their household." Ta-da! I was arranged a betrothal since childhood. Chun Fan was momentarily taken aback, his face filled with disbelief. What kind of klitsch plot is this? Could it be that a wave of annulment was about to unfold? Would he then exclaim, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Having grown weary of such familiar patterns, Chun Fan couldn't help but direct his thoughts towards the topic of engagement. Indeed, the mother of the prospective bride was a close friend of his own mother. Chun Fan reassured. However, you need not worry. The other party is a renowned beauty, and her cultivation talent is exceptional. At just 18, she has already reached the late stage of the divine intent realm. It seemed Chunchanga sensed Chun Fan's concerns and immediately interjected. Is that so? Chun Fan pondered, stroking his chin, and nodded slightly. That is not entirely unacceptable. However, is it possible that the invitation to visit is simply a pretext for a withdrawal from the engagement? Or perhaps it is a familial directive for me to withdraw? At that moment, Chun Fan suddenly recalled something, raising his head with a glimmer in his eyes. Since she has achieved such a level at such a young age, could she potentially be a worthy investment for me? A talent of this caliber would certainly make for an advantageous partnership. Uncle, I understand now. I must trouble you to make the trip in person. Chun Fan expressed with a hint of apology. No worries. It has been quite a while since I last visited you. I could use a chance to clear my mind. By the way, remember to visit the Bai family in Tianyuan City in 3 days. After Chunchanga spoke, he retrieved a spatial ring from his storage. What is this? Chun Fan inquired with curiosity. Inside is the betrothal gift, Chunchanga replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan nodded and accepted the ring without hesitation. Harboring his own thoughts that he hoped that this visit would yield an excellent investment opportunity, enabling him to break through to the late stage of the five elements realm. Having experienced the benefits of investment tasks, Chun Fan was now exceedingly eager to invest. The young woman he was to be engaged with might very well be a promising candidate. Shall we set off now? With nothing else to occupy his time, Chun Fan decided to depart immediately, hoping to encounter other potential investment opportunities along the way that he did not require many. Merely one or two would bring him significant benefits. Chunchanga nodded and departed with Chun Fan from the Wuji sect. Outside the Wuji sect, a streak of light appeared from Chun Fan's waist, expanding to 3 zhong and hovering before them. This is a treasure, Chunchanga exclaimed, astonished that Chun Fan possessed such a magical item. Let us go. It is still tens of thousands of kilometers to Tianyuan City, and traveling normally would be too slow. Chun Fan was the first to mount the sword, and without hesitation, Chunchanga followed suit. Once they were on the sword, whoosh, the pure yang sword trembled slightly before transforming into a streak of light, soaring into the clouds. Chapter 28. The Cause and Effect. Reborn by Li, the pure yang sword pierced through the clouds and the moon, moving with incredible speed. Chunchanga stood upon the sword, his heart racing with trepidation that he remained fully alert, fearing that any lapse in concentration could result in a fatal fall from such heights. Uncle, rest assured, the pure yang sword will generate a protective aura around us, ensuring we do not fall. Chun Fan explained. Upon hearing this, Chunchanga finally relaxed. This was his first experience flying on a sword, and he still felt somewhat anxious, unwilling to look down. Noticing his unease, Chun Fan changed the subject. By the way, Uncle, you have yet to tell me about the individual I am to be engaged to. How could I be so forgetful? Chunchanga exclaimed, smiting his own head in regret. He had been so astonished by Chun Fan's transformation that he had overlooked such an important detail. The young woman you are to be engaged to is named Bai Li, the second young lady of the Bai family in Tianyuan City. She is the foremost talent of the Bai family. Chunchanga introduced. At this point, he felt a sense of relief. If it weren't for your mother being a good friend of her mother, such an outstanding young woman would not easily consider a union with our Chun family. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan chuckled softly, withholding his judgment. What puzzled him was how the number one talent of the Bai family could be married off. Under such circumstances, should they not be the ones to withdraw from the engagement? Moreover, even if it were a union, it should be with his elder brother or younger brother. After all, having joined the Wuji sect, it was highly likely he would remain there in the future, rendering the Chun family head irrelevant to him. Sensing Chun Fan's confusion, Chunchanga elucidated. What you may not know is that although the Bai family was once one of the 4 major families in Tianyuan City, their fortunes have waned in this generation. The son of the Bai clan leader is inherently incapable of cultivating, and his daughter has no interest in inheriting the family legacy. Consequently, the decline of the Bai family has become inevitable. The current head of the Bai family is fully aware that the situation is irreparable, and now he only desires for his daughter to live a happy life. However, there was one thing Chinchanga did not mention. Many were eyeing the Bai family. After all, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. The Bai family still possessed considerable assets that if one could marry into the Bai family, acquiring that wealth would be an easy feat. Thus, many suitors sought to propose, but all had been rejected by the Bai clan leader. Upon learning this news, the Chun family sent Chun Fan to alleviate the situation. That's how it is. Chun Fan nodded, but he sensed there was more to the story. Who would willingly marry off their exceptional daughter? Could it be that Bai Li had some ailment? In Tianyuan City, within the Bai family, a voice filled with impatience rang out. Not again. A young girl abruptly awoke from her slumber. Dressed in simple, yet elegant attire, she resembled an orchid, exuding a gentle and refined aura, as if surrounded by the fragrance of blooming flowers. From a distance, her slender figure swayed like a delicate willow in the breeze, standing gracefully like a flower dancing in the wind, her waist slender and her posture enchanting. However, her brow was furrowed, indicating she was troubled by some troubling matter. This tribulation is indeed terrifying. Without adequate preparation, it is impossible to overcome, the young girl murmured, looking around the familiar yet strange room. Bai Li's expression was complex. She had been reborn, returning 200 years into the past. After her rebirth, each dream brought memories of her previous life's tribulation. Initially, Bai Li found it hard to believe, but as the undeniable truth presented itself, she had no choice but to accept her reality. "Miss, what troubles you?" Just then, a maid outside the door, hearing the commotion, knocked and inquired that it's nothing. The maid's voice snapped Bai Li back to reality. By the way. Aju, what date is it today? The second day of the second month. Which year? The 801st year of the Dili dynasty. Ditto. Upon hearing this, Bai Li rose, clasping her hands behind her back as she walked to the window. The 801st year of the Dili dynasty, on the second day of the second month. I never expected to return to this period. Truly, fate is capricious. That year in the north, the wine sword immortal sealed demons and commanded magic, shaking the world for 50 years. In the south, an ancient dragon fell to the mortal realm, hoping to ascend to the celestial gates once more. That year, the Taoist on Peach Blossom Mountain devoted himself to Buddhism, while the rebellious disciple at Lingyin Temple wielded a fan, creating an egalitarian paradise. That year, the sage had long ascended to the celestial gates, cultivating for 50 years above, as knowledge ceased to exist in the mortal realm. It was also the year of her rebirth. Bai Li stood by the window, gazing blankly at the sky, somewhat lost in thought. "Miss, it's time to rest." It said that tomorrow, the third young master of the Chen family will be visiting. The maid Aju cautiously reminded her. The third young master of the Chen family? Bai Li paused slightly, the familiar yet distant name instantly triggering memories long buried. That in her previous life, she had indeed been engaged to Chen Fan when she was younger. However, due to the vast disparity between them, they had entered different realms of cultivation. The distance between them only widened. Chen Fan had not even seen her silhouette, though she had assisted him in breaking through to the half-saint realm. He ultimately perished in a secret realm. Subsequently, Bai Li dedicated herself to cultivation, reaching the quasi-divine realm. Yet she still could not overcome the divine tribulation that, if I recall correctly, Chen Fan has been cultivating in the outer sect of Wuji sect for 9 years now. Hasn't he? Bai Li murmured to herself. Miss is a good memory. Young Master Chun is now the outer sect senior brother, Aju replied. But miss, why do you insist on marrying him? Aju's puzzled voice rang out from outside. Bai Li chuckled softly, shaking her head. You may leave for now. Odette Aju, having received no answer, left in disappointment, her curiosity piqued. She found it hard to understand why her extraordinarily gifted mistress would choose to marry Chun Fan. Many elders in the family urged her to seek a son-in-law, yet Bai Li seemed inexplicably determined to marry him. Since fate has granted me another chance, perhaps I can rectify the regrets of the past. Bai Li gazed at the sky, hands clasped behind her back, murmuring to herself. She remembered that her fiancé had just broken through to the Golden Core realm when he came to present the betrothal gift. His talent was not lacking, yet it could hardly be deemed exceptional. in the realm of mortals, he might be considered a minor genius, but compared to the true prodigies, the gap was as vast as the heavens and the earth. If I recall correctly, in just over a decade, the Wuji sect seems destined for destruction. In the forthcoming years, the world will undergo monumental changes. The Wujizong sect has suffered greatly due to the trials faced by its inner disciples, resulting in a significant loss of life. Meanwhile, there appears to be discord between the sect leader and the deputy leader, just when a prodigious talent named Han Li emerged, instead of being embraced. He was coerced into leaving the sect that in Chapter 29, titled The Wu Family Scheme, and by Li's intent to kill. It becomes evident that if Bai Li were to secure Han Li's allegiance, Wujizong might once again rise to prominence, potentially reaching unprecedented heights. It seems Han Li experienced some injustice within Wujizong, leading to his untimely departure. Bai Li's mind is filled with recollections from her past life, prompting her to consider how, when Wujizong sought Han Li's aid later on, he entirely disregarded their appeal. That as Wujizong faced its demise, the sect was seemingly led by a woman named Li Qi, whose formidable abilities ultimately could not avert the sect's downfall. Chen Fan, at that time, had already ascended to the status of elder within the Pill Hall, thus becoming entangled in the ensuing chaos. Had it not been for her intervention, Chen Fan would have met his end. Having been granted a second chance at life, Bai Li resolved to alert Chen Fan to vacate Wujizong at the earliest opportunity. Time passed slowly. The following day at dawn, the morning stars shimmered in the sky, the east brightening with the first light, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees, the air refreshing as water. Miss, the second young master of the Wu family has come to pay a visit. It seems he is here to propose marriage. Upon hearing this, Bai Li furrowed her brow. After several days of diligently organizing her memories, the young woman was acutely aware that her betrothed, Chen Fan, would not arrive in Tianyuan City for a few more days. During this interval, the second young master of the Wu family, Wu Qian, had come to seek her hand in marriage. Although Wu Qian possessed commendable attributes, her father had outright rejected the proposal. Consequently, he bore a grudge and sought opportunities to undermine the Bai family, causing considerable trouble, only resolved after her own strength had significantly increased in her previous life. Bai Li had never encountered Wu Qian. However, this time, she intended to eliminate the threat before it could take root. With this thought in mind, Bai Li donned her attire and addressed her maid. "Azhu, let us go and take a look at Miss, is it appropriate for us to go out like this?" "Nonsense, we shall observe discreetly." Bai Li had firmly resolved that after assessing Wu Qian's appearance, she would find a way to deal with him quietly. In the Bai family's reception hall, several figures had taken their seats. The man at the forefront had distinct and handsome features, exuding an air of righteous authority. His hair was thick and black, and his brows slanted elegantly, reflecting a composure as steadfast as a mountain. This was Bai Li's father, Bai Zijun, who had presided over the Bai family for 40 years, successfully establishing it as one of the 4 prominent families in Tianyuan City. That he had always hoped to elevate the Bai family to the pinnacle of power in Tianyuan City. However, an unforeseen incident left him gravely injured, causing his cultivation to regress. His eldest son was unable to cultivate, while his youngest daughter, although exceptionally gifted, had ambitions that lay beyond the family. In recent years, nearby forces had become aware of his lack of successors and had begun to eye the Bai family, with the Wu family being merely one of many. Bai Zijun cast a nonchalant glance at the young man below before speaking slowly. "Wu Qian, how many times have you visited our Bai family?" Replying to uncle, "This marks my 7th visit," Wu Qian answered with a smile. "You need not address me as uncle. The relationship between the Bai and Wu families is not that close, and I am not friends with your father." Bai Zijun shook his head, his tone decidedly unfriendly. "It was an oversight on my part. Please do not take offense, Bai family head," Wu Qian replied, maintaining a smile, though a shadow flickered in his eyes upon closer inspection. The Wu family's influence was on par with that of the Bai family, being one of the 4 great families of Tianyuan City. The Bai family had been in decline over the years. The Wu family had surpassed them. Wu Qian believed that his repeated proposals would earn him favor with the Bai family. Should they prove to be ungrateful, he would not hesitate to conspire with other factions to swallow the Bai family whole after Bai Zijun's demise. "Bai family head, regarding the matter I previously mentioned, have you given it any thought?" Wu Qian inquired, suppressing his rising anger. if not for his desire for the Bai family's wealth and the enchanting Bai Li. He would have left long ago, that if the second young master of the Wu family has come solely for this purpose. You may take your leave, Bai Zijun replied calmly. What? Hearing this, Wu Qian's brows knitted together as he pressed for clarification. Why? Although he had faced rejection before, it had never been so direct. This blunt refusal filled Wu Qian with an ominous feeling. Something must have changed. To be frank, my daughter was betrothed in childhood. And her future husband, Chen Fan, will soon arrive with the betrothal gifts, Bai Zijun remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Qian. Chen Fan? Wu Qian's mind raced to identify the name, and he coldly retorted. Is it Chen Fan from Baixing City? Given that the four great families of Tianyuan City did not include a Chen family, it was clear that Wu Qian had deduced the identity of his rival. Indeed, Bai Zijun nodded. Upon receiving this explicit confirmation, Wu Qian's heart sank. That it was apparent that a complication had arisen at this critical juncture. An unexpected contender had emerged, thwarting his plans. The Chen family of Baixing City was not a trivial force. They had a deep-rooted history spanning over a millennia, with formidable individuals among their ranks that if it could be avoided, he preferred not to provoke the Chen family. However, the moment to consume the Bai family was now at hand. If he could marry Bai Li, he could advance to the next phase of his scheme. Should he succeed in assimilating the Bai family, the Wu family's power would ascend to new heights, establishing them as the foremost family in Tianyuan City. With this thought, Wu Qian, half-smirking, said, Bai family head, have you perhaps forgotten that distant waters cannot quench a nearby fire? Oh, what do you mean by that? Bai Zijun raised his head, and a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the room, as if a great mountain had descended upon Wu Qian. In that instant, Wu Qian's complexion paled, and he instinctively bit down on his lip, his trembling hands turning icy, that he felt an ominous chattering of his teeth. Tightly clenching his fists, the tips of his fingers digging painfully into his palms, yet he felt no pain. Fortunately, an elder from the Wu family stepped forward to shield him from the overwhelming pressure. I merely wish to remind the Bai family head that, after all, distant relatives are not as beneficial as close neighbors. Wu Qian swallowed hard, feigning calmness. Are you threatening me? Bai Zijun had positioned his hands on the spear beside him. Were it not for the presence of several elders behind Wu Qian, he would have already put an end to this audacious young man. Meanwhile, in a small pavilion behind the reception hall, Bai Li, clad in white, stood with her hands clasped behind her back, quietly observing the unfolding scene. That Wu Qian must be eliminated. Chapter 30, titled Bai Zijun's enthusiasm. Bai Li's voice, though soft, carried an underlying intent that sent chills down the spine. Miss, please lower your voice, says Zhu, the maid exclaimed, startled. There is no cause for concern. With their strength, they cannot overhear our conversation, Bai Li replied confidently. She pointed forward, and the area around them shimmered with ripples, indicating that a formation had been set in place. Given Bai Li's prior cultivation, she could effortlessly arrange a formation that few in Tianyuan City could hope to breach. Even her father would struggle to dismantle it in a short span of time. Miss, when did you learn to set up formations? Zhu was taken aback, sensing that her mistress had become increasingly enigmatic over the past few days, that it seemed she had changed, yet remained the same. Nevertheless, recalling the murderous intent emanating from Bai Li earlier, Zhu felt compelled to caution her mistress, lest impulsiveness escalate matters. Miss, in a few days, young Master Chen Fan will arrive at our Bai family. Once your engagement is successfully established, the Chen family will have reason to offer their support, and the Wu family will undoubtedly refrain from taking action against us. Zhu chattered on, but Bai Li paid little heed. Just then, the Bai family's steward hurriedly entered the reception hall. Master, Chen Changhe and Chun Fan from the Chen family have arrived. Upon hearing this, Zhu was momentarily stunned, her face instantly lighting up with joy. Wonderful! The son-in-law has finally arrived. Once the marriage is settled, these pesky individuals will no longer intrude. From the demeanor of her mistress and the master, Zhu felt assured that the marriage would indeed come to fruition. In truth, it wasn't only Zhu. Many of the Bai family servants privately referred to Chun Fan as the son-in-law. However, Bai Li stood frozen in place, her brow furrowed. This was not right. If her memory served her correctly, Chen Fan should not arrive at the Bai family for another 3 days. How could he have come so soon? One must consider that, given Chun Fan's current strength, traveling from Wuzhizong to Tianyuan City without rest would take at least a day and a half. Such a distant journey. Not even Chen Fan, let alone the elder of the inner sect of the Wuji sect, could arrive in such a brief span of time. Could this be the butterfly effect following a rebirth? Bai Li's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Yes, it must be due to my very existence that such changes have transpired. At that moment, Bai Li felt a surge of anxiety. This was merely the beginning, and already events were deviating from her memories that as the involvement in subsequent affairs increases, the variables will multiply, leading the future toward an unknown direction. In the reception hall, upon hearing these words, Bai Zijun instantly rose to his feet, his face adorned with a radiant smile. "Quickly, invite my esteemed nephew in." Yes, the steward promptly nodded and hurried away. Meanwhile, Wu Qian's complexion was exceedingly grim, dark as if drenched in water. Previously, he had addressed the other party as uncle, only to be met with a heartless rejection. Yet, as soon as Chun Fan appeared, without even a formal introduction, he began to refer to him as esteemed nephew. The disparity in attitude ignited Wu Qian's fury. This old man is exceedingly arrogant. Wu Qian narrowed his eyes, glaring coldly at the smiling Bai Zijun. "Xiao Qian, what shall we do now?" An elder behind Wu Qian inquired telepathically. "Let us not rush. Let us see if we can cause some disruption. Even if I cannot marry Bai Li, I shall not allow Chen Fan to succeed." Wu Qian transmitted back that at this moment his cultivation had reached the realm of divine intent. Although it was achieved through the accumulation of pills, after 2 months of honing, he had become a genuine prodigy at the divine intent level. Soon, he planned to directly provoke Chen Fan, aiming to defeat him and make him lose face. Ultimately, he would publicize the betrothal between the Bai family and the Chen family throughout Tianyuan City. Wu Qian rationalized that even if he could not marry Bai Li, he would not allow anyone else to succeed. This is Tianyuan City. How could other families tolerate the Chun family of Baixing City gaining advantages here? After all, the fertile water should not flow to outsiders. That a cold smile crept onto Wu Qian's lips. At worst, the Wu family would simply receive a smaller share of the benefits that in due time. He would connect with several local powers to jointly deal with the Bai family, that if the Chen family dared to intervene, it would surely incite local discontent. Then, how would the Chun family respond? Could a single family stand against them all in Tianyuan City? Just as Wu Qian was lost in thought, he and the others entered the reception hall under the steward's guidance. At the forefront was a young man clad in a green robe, exuding an air of elegance and grace, striding with powerful strides that as he drew closer, one could see that he was not only handsome and dashing, but also robust and imposing. "Junior Chen Fan pays respects to uncle," he said, cupping his hands and speaking in a clear voice. "There is no need for excessive formalities. Esteemed nephew, that I presume your journey has been arduous. Please make yourself comfortable alongside Brother Chang'e. Servants, bring forth the finest tea." At this point, Bai Zijun had taken a few steps forward, ushering Chen Fan to a seat of honor. Chen Fan noticed Wu Qian, but merely cast a fleeting glance before redirecting his attention to Bai Zijun. This was entirely contrary to what he had anticipated. Was it not supposed to be that upon arriving at the Bai family, he would first establish dominance before proposing an annulment? Why was there such warmth? This left Chen Fan perplexed regarding the true intentions at play. After taking their seats, a casual conversation ensued, primarily between Chen Chang'e and Bai Zijun, while Chen Fan, with a smile, listened quietly, occasionally offering brief responses. Meanwhile, Bai Zijun, observing Chen Fan, found himself increasingly pleased. Not only was Chen Fan striking in appearance, but he also exhibited refinement and good manners. This son-in-law is indeed commendable. Moreover, it was astonishing to realize that Chen Chang'e had already reached the 5 elements realm. This was utterly beyond his expectations, that he had thought Chen Fan was still at the outer sect of the Wuji sect, needing at least another year to break through to the divine intent level. "Esteemed nephew, since you have come to Tianyuan City, do stay for a few days that I will have Lear accompany you more, fostering your relationship." At this moment, Bai Zijun appeared almost anxious that his daughter might remain unmarried. Logically, Bai Li should not be meeting anyone yet, as they were still in the engagement phase, but Bai Zijun, fearing unforeseen complications in their betrothal, decided to allow them to meet early. That he could not help but worry. Chen Fan was too extraordinary. Previously, he had only known of Chen Fan's remarkable looks, but now that his daughter was fond of him, he begrudgingly accepted this son-in-law. After all, happiness belonged to his daughter. He would not interfere excessively in her choice. However, he never anticipated that Chun Fan was so young, yet had already cultivated to the five elements realm. Should he break through further, he could become an elder within the Wuji sect. Such a son-in-law is rare as a phoenix feather. If he does not cherish this opportunity, he might regret it deeply later. Esteemed nephew, please present the betrothal gifts. Let us finalize the engagement. That it is quite all right. There is no need for extravagant gifts as long as the sentiment is there to at that moment. Bai Zijun exuded boundless warmth. Chun Fan thought, this script is all wrong. Why does it feel as if the other party is terrified that his daughter might not find a husband? Could it be that, as he previously speculated, Bai Li has some health issues? Chapter 31. A sword to render Wu Qian useless. The ruthless Chun Fan, as Chun Fan's thoughts swirled. Suddenly, a cold snort echoed through the hall. Wu Qian could no longer contain his anger, feeling that the situation was profoundly unjust. Why was there such a stark contrast in attitude towards two equally gifted individuals? Miss, the master is quite satisfied with the son-in-law. A Zhu exclaimed excitedly on the pavilion. Indeed, my father is very pleased with him. Bai Li confirmed that in her past life, her father had always respected her choices, yet she had never seen him so animated. Bai Li's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at the figure clad in green, her expression tinged with curiosity. Compared to her previous life, she sensed an indescribable quality emanating from Chun Fan, as if he were imbued with newfound confidence. Furthermore, his cultivation seemed to surpass the divine intent level. She couldn't discern his precise realm at present, as she herself had only just reached the divine intent level, rendering her unable to gauge Chun Fan's true strength. Just as they were stealthily observing from the back, a sudden cold snort instantly thickened the atmosphere in the hall with tension. Bai Li momentarily froze, but quickly regained her composure and unsheathed her sword, ready to charge out. Fortunately, a Zhu reacted swiftly, urgently restraining Bai Li. Otherwise, they would have been exposed. Nonetheless, even when held back, Bai Li's expression remained icy, for reasons unknown. Witnessing Wu Qian interrupt her engagement ignited her fury. Logically, having cultivated to the semi-divine realm in her previous life, she should not have been easily swayed by emotions. Her mindset should have been as tranquil as a still pond. Is this my obsession? Bai Li furrowed her brow, pondering inwardly that in her previous life, had she accompanied Chun Fan to the secret realm, the tragic circumstance of his demise would have been entirely avoidable. This matter had become a lingering regret in her heart. There's still someone here. Concurrently, Chun Fan, having sensed Bai Zijun's earlier enthusiasm, seemed to have just noticed Wu Qian. Even the dimmest of minds could now discern that Wu Qian was not a member of the Bai family and appeared intent on causing disruption. It is my uncle's oversight and hospitality, Bai Zijun remarked, glancing at Wu Qian. This gentleman is the son of the Wu family in Tianyuan City. Wu Qian, that he then introduced Wu Qian. This young man before me is Lier's fiancé, the third son of the Qin family from Baisheng City. Qin Xinzi, you joined the Wuji sect 9 years ago. I imagine you will soon become a true disciple, correct? True disciple. Before Qin Fan could respond, Wu Qian interjected. It seems the Wuji sect is quite lacking in talent if anyone can become a true disciple. With these words, the hall was instantly charged with tension. Uncle Bai, is this your guest? Chun Fan narrowed his eyes, his demeanor tranquil, betraying no emotion to know. Bai Zijun replied without hesitation. The implications of Bai Zijun's statement were unmistakable. It indicated that Wu Qian was unrelated to the Bai family. And the atmosphere turned adversarial. Bai Zijun, do not overstep your bounds, Wu Qian retorted coldly, stepping back that as soon as Wu Qian's words fell, Chun Fan shot a glance at him and drew the pure yang sword from his waist. Chun Fan, Wu Qian roared as he saw the impending confrontation. Boom! Wu Qian's entire body surged with qi and blood, his garments billowing with a force that in an instant, his aura transformed, resembling a ferocious tiger. Roaring as he descended, with a heavy step, the ground trembled beneath him. Subsequently, Wu Qian's figure lunged forward, stirring a gust of wind as he charged at Qin Fan. Wu Qian had long harbored grievances against Qin Fan. He unleashed his full strength from the outset. Today, he was determined to defeat Qin Fan, not just defeat him. He aimed to render him useless. He could not believe that the Bai family would accept a crippled son-in-law. Anyone who obstructed his ambitions to assimilate the Bai family would die. As Qin Fan observed his opponent make the first move, A faint smile graced his lips that he took a step back, adopting a stance akin to drawing a sword. Yet the aura emanating from him underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming as sharp and formidable as an exquisite blade that I in that moment. The winds around him seemed to coalesce into a sword chi. Charged with his latent power, Bai Zijuan appeared to perceive an almost imperceptible whisper of a sword song. He immediately lifted his gaze to Chun Fan's long sword, noticing that the pure yang sword in Chun Fan's grasp was trembling. Not only Bai Zijuan, but also Bai Li, who had been concerned for Chun Fan, was momentarily taken aback and astonished, her eyes gleaming with realization that it was no mere illusion. Chun Fan had indeed changed from his former self. Wu Qian's eyes were filled with a fierce malice, a jealousy that bordered on the grotesque. His chi and blood surged like a raging tiger, resonating with a primal roar, the realm of divine intention. The tumult of his vital energy. With a final push, his toes touched the ground, causing the dark tiles beneath to crack as he leaped into the air, his gaze firmly locked on Chun Fan. Twisting his waist at a 45-degree angle, he raised a fist and brought it crashing down towards Chun Fan's head. The force of this punch sent shockwaves rippling outward. This display of power elicited a gasp from Aju. Meanwhile, Chun Fan remained poised like a statue, unwavering in his sword-drawing stance, his mind singularly focused as the scene around him transformed. The snowstorm intensified, and he borrowed the wind amidst the blizzard, slicing through the icy expanse before him. Within Chun Fan, the spiritual energy surged, and the sword chi erupted forth, akin to breaking free from shackles, issuing forth a resounding sword song. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, Chun Fan raised his head, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. Fixing his gaze upon Wu Qian, their eyes met, as if two parallel dimensions were colliding, that Wu Qian trembled violently. In Chun Fan's eyes, he saw himself, seemingly transformed into a flurry of snow, cleaved in twain. The sword chi surged forth. Chun Fan had drawn his sword, swiftly, incredibly swiftly. The speed of the sword draw was unparalleled. The sword-drawing technique had reached its zenith. In a single strike, Wu Qian felt the target before him vanish in an instant, only to be struck by an immense force against his chest that a thunderous crash echoed. The armor protecting his chest shattered, flesh and blood torn asunder, droplets of crimson cascading like winter plum blossoms upon the ground. Wu Qian crashed to the earth, skidding away, clutching his chest, teeth gritted, muscles tensed, and after a moment, he could no longer contain a howl of agony. The arena fell into a profound silence. Point one sword, clean and decisive. The onlookers were left in awe. Was the disparity between the two so vast? Yet, gazing at Wu Qian, who had nearly met his demise, their eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This was an excessively ruthless maneuver. The seemingly gentle youth had struck with such ferocity. Had it not been for the protective talisman adorning Wu Qian, he would have been pierced through, utterly slain. Even so, Wu Qian's prospects appeared bleak. That single sword strike had already compromised his foundation. Absent a miraculous stroke of fate, his future was irrevocably marred. Yu Qin family, how audacious! In that moment, the elder who had accompanied Wu Qian seethed with rage. Chapter 32. The Shock of the Two Elders. Successful betrothal. Witnessing the downfall of a promising descendant from their clan, as a formidable member of the Wu family, he had already contemplated the reproach he would face upon returning. He had never anticipated that Chun Fan would act with such ruthless decisiveness. How dare he? The Wujizong was not something a mere weakling like him could defame. Chun Fan, unfazed, sheathed the pure yang sword that a mere realm of divine intention dared to provoke him. Was the old man seeking death? Like an ancient turtle consuming arsenic, Chun Fan cast a glance at the elder, sensing that he was merely in the late stages of the Golden Core realm, and slowly spoke. Based on Wu Qian's recent slander of the Wujizong, do you believe that if I report this to my sect within a fortnight, your Wu family would face annihilation? Arrogant! Who do you think you are? The elder's expression turned cold, devoid of hesitation as he launched an attack. With Wu Qian's downfall, as a member of the branch family, he had to take action. Otherwise, he would surely face the wrath of the main family's power brokers. He was well aware that Wu Qian's father was a ruthless man. In his view, although Chun Fan's swordplay was remarkable, it contained elements of an ambush. He was in the late stages of the Golden Core realm, and with his defenses in place, How could he possibly fear Qin Fan? Moreover, if Bai Zijuan dared to intervene, then the Wu family would have just cause to confront the Bai family. Boom! The elder moved with astonishing speed, his feet barely touching the ground as he soared into the air, ascending several meters in an instant. The next moment, he appeared before Qin Fan in a flash, unleashing a punch that roared through the air, targeting Qin Fan's vital points with ferocity. Qin Fan, be careful. Cousin! Qin Changhe and Bai Zijuan shouted in unison, both astonished that the elder would act so decisively. That in such a situation, to not escort Wu Qian away and yet still dare to strike was to show utter disregard for the Wuzhizong. It should be noted that Wu Qian had initiated the slander against the Wuzhizong. Was the Wu family truly this brazen? However, Bai Zijuan reacted swiftly, sensing the gravity of the situation, disregarding his own injuries. His chi surging as he prepared to save Qin Fan. Yet at that very moment, Qin Fan suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as a blade. He stepped forward, his form becoming ethereal, executing the flying immortal step. Elusive and difficult to perceive that if you seek death, then I shall oblige. Qin Fan calmly declared as he swung the pure yang sword. He was unafraid. Had he still been merely in the realm of divine intention, he would never have openly incapacitated Wu Qian nor caused a public uproar with the Wu family. However, he was now in the mid-stages of the five elements realm, moreover, as a third-grade alchemist. Just this identity alone granted him the status of an elder within the Wuzhizong. Why should he fear the Wu family? Boom! At that moment, the air before Qin Fan compressed, exploding violently as countless sword chi transformed into a semi-transparent sword light, striking towards the elder with lightning speed. The sword light pierced through the elder's chest. What? The elder was taken aback. He had been utterly unprepared for Qin Fan's attack. Then, a wave of excruciating pain washed over him, causing his body to uncontrollably fly backward. Boom! Upon hitting the ground, blood and foam erupted from the elder's mouth, staining his garments crimson, the air thick with the scent of blood. At this moment, the elder's body involuntarily convulsed. Blood streaming from his orifices, a sight most chilling. Fear filled the elder's eyes. He could not fathom how, at such a young age, Qin Fan could so effortlessly defeat him. Meanwhile, Qin Changhe and Bai Zijuan, who had summoned their qi, were momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, both filled with disbelief that a formidable master of the Golden Core realm had been defeated by Qin Fan. Was it that the Wu family was simply too weak? This thought barely crossed their minds before they vehemently shook their heads in denial. It was not that the Wu family's strength was lacking, but rather that Qin Fan was too powerful. That previous sword strike had been blindingly swift, so fast, in fact, that they barely comprehended how Qin Fan had executed it. Due to the sheer speed, it appeared as though Qin Fan had remained stationary the entire time. This was at least a celestial-grade footwork technique. Moreover, the swordplay he had just executed was also of a celestial grade. Bai Zijuan was profoundly shaken. Such formidable combat prowess. He had stumbled upon a treasure. Uncle Bai, how do you intend to handle these two? Qin Fan's inquiry snapped Bai Zijuan back to reality. First, confine them that in a few days, I shall personally go to the Bai family and demand an explanation. How dare they act so recklessly in the Bai family, showing utter disregard for my authority? Bai Zijuan promptly conveyed his stance to Qin Fan, signifying that they were now one family, and that he need not worry about this matter. It would be taken care of by the Bai family. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan nodded. Had Bai Zijuan hesitated for even a moment, he would have swiftly dispatched Wu Qian and the elder, then departed from the Bai family, leaving the betrothal unmentioned. Soon after, attendants dragged Wu Qian and the elder away. At this juncture, Bai Zijuan expressed his apologies. I hope today's events have not caused you embarrassment. Dear cousin, rest assured, I will handle these two appropriately and ensure that you are not put in a difficult position. That Wu Qian's downfall, along with the elder who accompanied him, would not end well. If all went as expected, the Wu family would undoubtedly seek revenge. Moreover, upon learning of Qin Fan's involvement, they would likely arrange for an assassination attempt. Bai Zijuan's task was to prevent such occurrences. A mere Wu family did not warrant such concern. Throughout this ordeal, Qin Fan merely sought Bai Zijuan's stance. Regarding the earlier incident, he truly bore no ill will. The Wuzhizong and the Qin family, although not powerful enough to allow him free reign in the Dali dynasty, were certainly not something a Wu family could provoke. By the way, Uncle Bai, I have another important matter to discuss with you. Chun Fan did not forget his mission, producing the space ring containing the betrothal gifts. Upon hearing of Miss Bai Li's virtuous nature, I have brought offerings from my parents today. Before Chin Fan could finish his sentence, Bai Zijuan eagerly accepted the space ring. Haha, I shall gladly accept the betrothal gifts. Bai Zijuan laughed heartily, then produced a space ring of his own. This contains 1/3 of my Bai family's land deeds. Consider it a dowry for Xiao Li. Upon hearing those words, Chun Fan was momentarily taken aback. This situation left him perplexed. Logically speaking, after the betrothal gifts had been exchanged and the marriage certificate signed, with the consent of both families, only then should they begin to consider a date for the wedding. How could it be that just after the betrothal gifts were given, Bai Zijuan was already dressed for the wedding? As Chun Fan was lost in thought, Bai Zijuan stepped forward, gently patting him on the shoulder, and solemnly said, I entrust my Li'er to you. Following this, she suggested that he stay at home for a few days, allowing Li'er to accompany him on a stroll around Tianyuan City. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan did not refuse that in fact, he had the same intention, as he had come out with the purpose of seeking investment opportunities. He was quite eager to discover what level of investment Li'er might represent. Chapter 33. By Li's invitation, the saint's opportunity. As the sun set behind the western mountains, the evening glow painted the horizon in brilliant hues. Gazing westward, one could see countless rays of sunset cascading down, illuminating the distant verdant hills with striking clarity. After enjoying a leisurely afternoon meal, Chin Fan began to wander through the Bai residence, eventually making his way to the back garden, where he finally identified his potential investment target. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering an excellent investment opportunity. Invest 1 Soul Yuan pill to receive 10 years of pure spiritual energy. 10 years of pure spiritual energy. This was nearly sufficient for him to reach the late stage of the 5 elements realm. Chin Fan looked up to see 2 young maidens whispering softly in the back garden. Finally, I have found you. Faded one and a smile flitted across Chin Fan's face as he approached the 2 young women to at that moment. A Zhu stood beside Bai Li, excitedly exclaiming, Miss, the master is very pleased with the young master. However, the young master is indeed formidable, that he defeated the elder of the Wu family with a single sword strike. I heard from others that that elder is a powerful figure at the Golden Core realm. A Golden Core expert is someone of great renown in Tianyuan City, yet such a person was defeated by the young master with just 1 sword. Miss, could the young master be a powerhouse at the 5 elements realm? Miss. As a Zhu reached the end of her sentence, she noticed her mistress still appeared lost in thought, and her tone grew more insistent. Bai Li finally snapped back to reality, frowning as she replied. What did you say? A Zhu asked, squinting. Miss, ever since you returned, you've been so distracted. Are you thinking about the young master? Go away, how rude! Bai Li hurriedly pushed a Zhu aside. Indeed, a Zhu had hit the nail on the head. Ever since her return, Bai Li's mind was filled with questions. According to her memories, at this point, Chin Fan had yet to enter the inner sect of the Wuji sect, and his cultivation was only at the breakthrough level of the divine intent. However, the Chin Fan she had seen today was as if he were a completely different person. Apart from his appearance, his temperament, strength, and methods were all drastically different from the Chin Fan of her previous life. Compared to his former self, the current Chin Fan was extraordinary, ruthless, and cunning, traits that the former Chin Fan did not possess. Moreover, the most crucial question remained. Why was his combat prowess so astonishing? Defeating a cultivator at the Golden Core realm with a single sword strike, Bai Li felt that Chun Fan's cultivation must have reached the 5 elements realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to easily defeat the elder of the Wu family. But to achieve the 5 elements realm at just 18 years old, could it be that I am merely a false reincarnata? At this moment, Bai Li fell into a spiral of self-doubt. It was impossible not to question. If there were merely a slight deviation, it could be explained by the butterfly effect. Yet, this deviation was simply too vast. Bai Li closed her eyes, and memories from her previous life flooded her mind. These memories constantly reminded her that everything from her past was real, not a dream. Forget it. If I can't comprehend it, then there's no need to dwell on it. One thing is certain. Something must have changed. With this thought, Bai Li felt a surge of anxiety that in her previous life, her rapid rise was reliant on the resources from such opportunities, while she was indifferent to the techniques from those opportunities now. Some items that could alter one's aptitude were imperative to obtain. A Zhu, Immediately go to Tianbao Pavilion and purchase these medicinal materials. Bai Li retrieved a piece of paper from her sleeve, which detailed a considerable amount of medicinal information. Understood. Although Zhu was uncertain of her mistress's intentions, she complied without hesitation. After taking the list of medicinal materials, Zhu turned to leave, but just as she did, she froze in place, excitedly calling out, "Young master!" Upon hearing this, Bai Li swiftly turned around, only to see a young man in a green robe approaching slowly. The man was handsome, with a well-defined face, sharp features, a high nose, and full lips. "Greetings, Miss Bai and Miss Zhu." Chen Fan greeted, his voice as soothing as a spring breeze, making one feel immensely comfortable. According to the system panel, he had already seen both of their information. At this moment, Zhu was looking down at her toes, appearing quite flustered. Although she had been chattering away in front of her mistress, upon meeting Chen Fan for the first time, she felt extremely shy and couldn't muster a word. "Greetings, young Master Chen," Bai Li replied with a respectful bow, gesturing to a nearby stone chair. "Please, have a seat." Her mind was filled with questions, and this was the perfect opportunity to inquire about the drastic changes in him. "Thank you." Chen Fan graciously took a seat. Originally intending to purchase medicinal materials, Zhu immediately prepared tea for the two of them, while eagerly listening in. Meanwhile, Bai Li contemplated how to begin her inquiries. Should she directly ask about his formidable combat strength? However, would that leave a poor impression? After all, one's combat prowess was often a secret among cultivators, and even close relatives should not inquire too boldly, as this could lead to significant troubles if such secrets fell into the wrong hands. Then if she refrained from asking about Chen Fan's combat strength, what else could she inquire about? Just as Bai Li's thoughts whirled, Chen Fan spoke first. "Is Miss Bai practicing alchemy?" Bai Li was momentarily taken aback, then responded in surprise. "What makes you say that, young master?" Chen Fan pointed at Zhu, saying, "I noticed that the paper in Zhu's hand seems to contain information about alchemical materials." "Ah, I see." Bai Li nodded, then curiously asked, "Do you understand alchemy as well?" "Just a little," Chen Fan replied modestly. "By the way, what kind of pill is Miss Bai attempting to concoct?" "The Soul Yuan pill." "Though I am merely experimenting," Bai Li answered somewhat bashfully. Since her reincarnation, she had wanted to attempt crafting the Soul Yuan pill based on her memories to enhance her spiritual power. However, after 2 failed attempts, she felt embarrassed when asked by Chen Fan. She was beginning to question whether she lacked the talent for alchemy altogether. What a coincidence. Chen Fan retrieved a pill box from his spatial ring. Upon opening it, a pitch-black pill lay inside. "That I recently acquired a Soul Yuan pill, and since Miss Bai is trying to refine this type of pill, I hope this can be of assistance to you." Chen Fan placed the pill on the table, encouraging her, "Do your best." Chen Fan's gesture left Bai Li utterly stunned. She was taken aback. She had never anticipated such a fortunate occurrence, just as she needed a Soul Yuan pill. Chen Fan just happened to have one, but the absurdity of the situation overwhelmed her. "Young master, this Soul Yuan pill is quite valuable. I cannot accept it." Although Bai Li was filled with confusion, her instincts prompted her to refuse. However, Chen Fan offered no opportunity for Bai Li to decline. "This is our first meeting. Consider it a gift. That I Miss Bai dissatisfied with such a modest present?" "Ah, no. How could that be?" Bai Li hurriedly shook her head. "Since that's not the case, I implore you to accept it." Chen Fan turned to leave. Having secured the investment, how could he let this opportunity slip away? Today, Bai Li would certainly receive the Soul Yuan pill. Regardless of the circumstances, what Chen Fan stated was as immutable as fate itself. Bai Li watched Chen Fan's retreating figure, frozen in place. She felt an inkling that Chen Fan had intentionally come to present her with the Soul Yuan pill. Waves of emotion surged within her. Having grown accustomed to shouldering everything alone in her previous life, she suddenly found the experience of being cared for to be quite pleasant. With this thought, Bai Li inhaled deeply and suddenly called out, "Young master, wait a moment. I have something important to discuss." Chapter 34. Investment Success. Breaking through to late 5 elements realm, an important matter to discuss? Chen Fan halted his steps at the same time. Bai Li flicked her wrist, causing several spirit stones to fly out, distorting the area and forming a hazy barrier that a formation. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed, his curiosity about Bai Li intensifying. To be able to set up a formation in such a brief period indicated a considerable level of skill. He had learned from his uncle that although Bai Li possessed extraordinary cultivation talent, she had never been involved with formations. Yet now, she was dealing with both pills and formations, which was quite perplexing. With her impressive skills, how had she achieved this in such a small setting? This matter was of great significance. If he could seize the opportunity, he might be able to attain sanctity in the future. Bai Li stated solemnly, attaining sanctity. Chun Fan cast a profound gaze upon the young maiden. Such a being as a sage did not exist in Tianyuan City, nor in the Wuzhizong. Indeed, such formidable individuals were exceedingly rare within the Great Li dynasty. Why would she choose to disclose this matter to me? From a different perspective, Chun Fan could scarcely fathom revealing such critical information to another, unless driven by ulterior motives. Thoughts of the soul origin pill and the regrets of his past life surged in Bai Li's mind, only to be swiftly suppressed. After all, we are already betrothed. We are family. According to Bai Li's plan, she intended to retrieve the opportunity only after she achieved a breakthrough in the Five Elements realm. However, Chun Fan's unexpected transformation made her feel as though the future had become unpredictable. Coupled with the fact that Chun Fan had rendered Wu Qian incapacitated, the likelihood of a great conflict loomed. After much contemplation, she resolved to invite Chun Fan to assist her. Very well, Chun Fan replied after a brief hesitation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If Bai Li could attain the potential for sanctification, might her aptitude elevate her status as a worthy investment once more? Furthermore, it was likely to surpass exceptional investment levels. When shall we depart? Chun Fan inquired. Tomorrow morning, that I shall summon you then. Understood. Chun Fan nodded, preparing to take his leave. Meanwhile, Bai Li spoke up. Are you not afraid I might deceive you? In response, Chun Fan did not turn back but answered, I trust you. Bai Li stood rooted to the spot, watching Chun Fan's retreating figure, her expression a tapestry of complexity. After a moment, she murmured to herself, it seems Chun Fan has changed from the memory I hold. Judging by today's performance, he can indeed be considered a genius. In that case, I shall lend you another hand to become a top-tier prodigy. Within Bai Li's recollection, there existed a cultivation method suited to Chun Fan within this opportunity. Upon returning to her residence, a notification from the system appeared. Congratulations, host, on completing the investment. Would you like to claim your reward? Claim it, Chun Fan replied without hesitation. Boom. In the next instant, a surge of pure spiritual energy enveloped his body, a tremendous force violently coursing through him. Chun Fan, not daring to hesitate, immediately activated the cultivation method to absorb the spiritual energy. That moment, within him, the sound of roaring blood echoed like a tsunami. As a vast flow of vitality began to spread, 10 years worth of pure spiritual power saved Chun Fan considerable time in his cultivation. This moment, every cell in his body rejoiced as he rapidly transcended his physical limits. Even the mental energy within his mind began to solidify, enhancing his perception of the 5 elemental attributes of the world. Time passed, and within Chun Fan's chamber, an aura indicative of the late stage of the 5 elements realm erupted, enveloping a significant portion of the Bai clan. The immense disturbance jolted countless individuals awake, their gazes drawn to the area where Chun Fan resided. What is happening? Bai Zijuan awoke from his meditation. His eyes filled with astonishment as he looked towards Chun Fan's vicinity. The late stage of the 5 elements realm? Bai Zijuan swallowed hard. Before his injury, he had only reached the late stage of the 5 elements realm himself. He had spent 36 years in cultivation, consuming vast resources. Yet Chun Fan was merely 18. Were the youth of today truly this monstrous? In Bai Li's study, the young maiden was reflecting on the necessary considerations for the following day. Suddenly, feeling the overwhelming surge of vitality, Bai Li furrowed her brows. But soon, realizing it was the commotion caused by Chun Fan, she exhaled in relief. Nonetheless, a suspicion took root in Bai Li's heart. Could it be that Chun Fan, like myself, is a reincarnator? To break through to the 5 elements realm at such a young age is utterly impossible. After all, in her memories, Chun Fan had only managed to breach the 5 elements realm with her assistance 3 years later. The next day, a blazing red sun ascended from the distant east, painting the sky as if brushed by an invisible hand, with colorful clouds drifting in the air, the dawn radiant and resplendent. In Bai Zijuan's study, he observed Bai Li with surprise. Are you planning to go out with Chun Fan? He knew Bai Li's character all too well. She was a quintessential homebody, and he had assumed it would be a considerable challenge to arrange for the two to go out together. Yet unexpectedly, before he could even suggest it, Bai Li had taken the initiative to propose their outing. Was their relationship developing too swiftly? While he genuinely hoped for their feelings to deepen, the rapid escalation left Bai Zijuan feeling uneasy. Yes, Bai Li nodded affirmatively. Ahem, Bai Zijuan coughed lightly, regarding Bai Li with a measured gaze. Tianyuan City is not entirely safe. If you were to go out, I shall arrange for 2 elder protectors to accompany you. After all, many families were currently eyeing the Bai clan with ill intent and no need. Young Master Chen's strength is sufficient to ensure my safety, Bai Li replied. The destination she intended to visit held the potential for a sagesse opportunity. And family protectors were, after all, outsiders. Such a significant opportunity could easily lead to discord. Therefore, Bai Li preferred to go unaccompanied. Something felt amiss. Where could the two be going that they did not wish for anyone to accompany them? Did her daughter intend to engage in activities typically reserved for after marriage before the wedding? Contemplating this, Bai Zijuan spoke earnestly. Xiao Li, some matters need not be rushed. Haste makes waste, and one cannot savor hot tofu in a hurry, let alone good tofu. Upon hearing this, Bai Li's previously calm countenance flushed crimson. Father, what nonsense are you spouting? My outing with young Master Chun is solely for an opportunity. Having others accompany us would be inconvenient. An opportunity, you say? Hearing Bai Li's response, Bai Zijuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he held Qin Fan in high regard and they were already betrothed, if his daughter were to become pregnant before marriage, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Glancing at Bai Li and recalling Chun Fan's breakthrough to the late stage of the 5 elements realm, his earlier concerns dissipated. After a moment's thought, he acquiesced to the arrangement. With young Master Chen accompanying you, I shall rest easy. The D.O. Be cautious on your journey, and contact me immediately should you encounter any danger. Understood, Bai Li nodded, then grasped her long sword and turned to leave the study. Meanwhile, Bai Zijuan, watching her retreating figure, remained somewhat apprehensive, murmuring to himself, I hope it is not 2 going out and 3 returning. Chapter 35. Wu Family Schemes. Entering the secret realm outside the study, Bai Li emerged, her long sword in hand. Though her expression was tranquil, a closer inspection would reveal a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Clearly, Bai Zijuan's words had stirred something within her, causing her to avoid making direct eye contact with Qin Fan. Her gaze cast downward. Shall we go? Bai Li's voice was soft, akin to a whisper. Very well. Chun Fan nodded in agreement, and together they made their way outside. Upon exiting the Bai residence, Qin Fan, under Bai Li's incredulous gaze, summoned the pure Yang sword. Once they were steady, the sword transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. In Tianyuan City, the Wu family's patriarch, a burly middle-aged man with a bushy beard, bore a formidable presence. His striking features and robust stature, combined with piercing eyes, commanded attention. His gaze, intense and serious, radiated an aura as deep as the ocean, compelling those within the hall to bow their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Chen has been at the Wu family for a day now, and you have uncovered nothing? Patriarch, we are preparing to infiltrate the Bai family. We expect to have news soon. At this, the Wu family patriarch furrowed his brow. The time had not yet come for the Wu and Bai families to openly clash to execute their plan of annexation. His son had even proposed a marriage alliance with the Bai family. Now, with a day having passed without any information returned from their infiltration, he ordered urgently, act swiftly. Recognizing something was amiss, the Wu family patriarch issued a direct order to probe the Bai family for information. Just then, someone rushed in from outside. Patriarch, grave news. What has happened? The patriarch's expression softened slightly upon seeing the elder before him. This elder was a revered member of the Wu family, not someone to be trifled with. If he were dissatisfied, he might very well leave, or even switch allegiance to a rival faction. That I just infiltrated the Bai family and learned from one of their subordinates that young Master Qian, an elder, Wu have been imprisoned within the Bai family's dungeon. Moreover, young Master Qian has been rendered incapacitated. Upon hearing this, the Wu family patriarch's expression turned icy in an instant. They seek death. Bai Zijuan possesses audacity beyond measure. Are they intent on a vendetta against the Wu family? Summon all cultivators of the divine intent realm within the family. We shall go to the Bai family and eradicate them. The patriarch's fury erupted, his aura surging forth like an erupting volcano. He could not fathom how Bai Zijuan could be so bold as to imprison members of the Wu family and cripple his own son. Do not act rashly, the elder who had delivered the report paled, swiftly restraining the patriarch. Patriarch, the Bai family has already allied with the Chun family of Baixing City. The Chun family of Baixing City. The Wu family patriarch's expression tightened as he abruptly raised his head, asking with urgency, "Is this information reliable?" He could not afford to be cautious, for this information was of utmost importance that in the southwestern region, the Wuzhizong wielded dominion over an expanse of over 100,000 miles, establishing itself as the preeminent power in the area. Following closely was the imperial court, and thereafter, the Chun family of Baixing City. It was said that within this lineage there were numerous formidable masters. Furthermore, the influence of Baixing City was far more intricate than that of Tianyuan City, yet the Chun family remained the foremost clan in Baixing City. Unless absolutely necessary, they truly wished to avoid provoking the Chun family. It was quite reliable indeed. Just yesterday, the third son of the Chun family came to the Bai family, successfully betrothing himself to Bai Li. Ma Yuan's expression turned grave as he relayed this news. Astonished upon hearing it, "Isn't the third son of the Chun family the eldest?" inquired the head of the Wu family. "Indeed, it is Chun Fan, the third son of the Chun family." Upon hearing this, the head of the Wu family squinted, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Chun Fan possesses considerable talent. He was sent to Wuzhizong from a young age and is said to be on the verge of breaking into the inner sect. Now that the Bai family is allied with him, it effectively draws together two formidable powers, both at the pinnacle of the southwestern region. What a shrewd calculation. No wonder that scoundrel dared to ruin Qian. It turns out he has found two formidable backers in that moment. Although the head of the Wu family was seething with fury, he could only curse inwardly, not daring to voice any thoughts of revenge. He was no fool. With these two forces backing him, should the Wu family cause a ruckus, it would surely lead to their own destruction. Helplessness washed over him, leaving him feeling quite stifled. However, at that very moment, Ma Gongfeng continued, "In fact, we still have an opportunity. While we cannot retaliate openly, we can resort to covert assassination that I have just learned that Qin Fan and Bai Li went out early this morning." Upon hearing this, the head of the Wu family's eyes lit up instantly. This was indeed a splendid idea and his only chance. While taking down these two would undoubtedly invite complications. They were in Tianyuan City. Surely, he could find a few scapegoats to take the blame later. Moreover, with the deaths of these pivotal figures, the Bai family and their backing would soon crumble at that point. The Wu family could easily swallow the Bai family whole. With this in mind, the head of the Wu family resolved to take a gamble. "Elder Ma, take the other four newly joined guardians of the Bai family and go eliminate Qin Fan and Bai Li. Remember to clean up thoroughly, leaving no traces behind." "Understood." Ma Gongfeng nodded before turning to leave. Once he departed, the head of the Wu family waved his hand, signaling everyone else to leave. Once he confirmed that all had exited, he clapped his hands, and a masked man appeared in the hall. Ada immediately arranged for the family's assassins to follow Elder Ma. After they eliminate Bai Li and Qin Fan, lead them to the neighboring county to dispose of the bodies. Then, after the dust settles, return. Understood. The masked man named Ada nodded, and with a single step, vanished in a thin in midair. Bai Li spoke, "All right." Qin Fan immediately ceased channeling the pure yang sword and guided the blade downward. Before long, the two arrived in a secluded area. Qin Fan looked up. The dirt path shimmered with dazzling white light under the intense sunlight, winding into the horizon. The trees lining the path were parched, their leaves curling under the heat, layers of dust accumulating upon them. The cicadas chirped incessantly from the branches, their calls resounding, high-pitched and monotonous. It was hard to imagine that such a place could harbor any divine opportunities. Drawing from her memories of her past life, Bai Li observed the surroundings before moving to a particular spot and swallowing a soul essence pill, immediately releasing her spiritual energy in her spiritual realm. Peculiar symbols began to manifest in this area, each one anchoring itself, intertwining with the laws of the air. Buzzing. In the next moment, the area began to tremble violently. Simultaneously, a Fizhonghai fissure appeared before Bai Li, through which the sights within became vividly visible. Gazing out, the world appeared drenched in blood-red hues, exuding a terrifying aura. "Qin Fan, stay close to me and remember, do not stray even a step." Bai Li turned, her expression grave. Understood, Chun Fan replied earnestly. Soon, under Bai Li's guidance, the two entered the fissure. As they crossed the threshold, they were enveloped by an overwhelming density of spiritual energy, far surpassing that of Wujizong. Were it not for Bai Li's forward momentum, Chun Fan would have been tempted to halt and cultivate for a while. That moment, Bai Li, upon seeing the central palace still intact, let out a sigh of relief. Though many aspects of her rebirth diverged from her memories, fortunately, her chance for ascendance had not been snatched away by others. How do you know there is an opportunity here, and that you could evade the dangers within this secret realm? Chun Fan's voice resonated beside her. In response, Bai Li maintained her composure and stated, "My master informed me 3 years ago. This is not the time to discuss it. Our immediate priority is to seize the opportunity." All right, Chun Fan nodded. Before long, they arrived at the palace entrance. Chapter 36. Perfect Investment, Ancestor of Wujizong. Chun Fan looked up and noticed a bronze door before them. The door appeared weathered and worn, yet a profound aura emanated from it, suggesting its ancient origins. Engraved upon the bronze door were mysterious runes, which flickered intermittently, though most had dimmed significantly. Simultaneously, a faint air of authority pervaded, instilling a sense of reverence within those who stood before it. Chun Fan, wait a moment. Bai Li waved her wrist, casting a spell that landed on the bronze door. Instantly, the previously worn exterior vanished, replaced by a resplendent facade that a fierce and enigmatic energy radiated from the door. Boom! At that moment, the door began to tremble violently. Concurrently, the runes sparkled like stars, casting an erratic glow. The next instant, Bai Li retrieved a purple detonating pearl from her spatial ring and unhesitatingly hurled it at the door. Boom! With a resounding crash, the door emitted a series of cracking sounds, which multiplied with the passage of time, ultimately merging into a singular cacophony. Finally, accompanied by a violent tremor, the runes on the door faded completely, and the bronze door slowly creaked open. Witnessing this, Chun Fan's suspicions about Bai Li deepened. However, he understood that everyone harbored their secrets and chose not to pry further. Before him lay the mystery of what opportunities awaited beyond the door. With this thought, anticipation filled Chun Fan's eyes. Let us proceed. We must enter. Bai Li inhaled deeply and spoke to her words. Chun Fan nodded in agreement. As they stepped through the bronze door, Chun Fan felt as if he had crossed through a barrier. Almost immediately, he was enveloped by a vast and powerful aura. As he looked around, they found themselves in an entirely different realm. Instead of the crimson aura, they were surrounded by a picturesque landscape replete with vibrant spiritual energy. Above them, an island floated in the air, emanating an ancient and majestic aura, intertwined with an immense holy might, signifying its extraordinary nature. While Chun Fan was observing, Bai Li remarked, "The holy inheritance lies upon that floating island. My current strength is insufficient. Rashly entering could be life-threatening. The next steps depend on you." Upon hearing this, Chun Fan was momentarily taken aback, then countered, "Aren't you afraid I might seize the benefits and turn against you?" "I have faith in you," Bai Li replied, her smile unwavering. Chun Fan hesitated briefly, choosing not to voice any further thoughts, as the system's notification chimed once more. "Congratulations, host, for discovering a perfect investment target. Invest in the blood of saints to receive a reward of sword intent." Just as he had previously surmised, acquiring the blood of saints would enhance Bai Li's aptitude, thereby triggering another investment task. With this in mind, Chun Fan conceived a bold idea. As he soared towards the floating island, he contemplated his future trajectory, that he could cultivate previous investment targets, and once their potential had been elevated, he could trigger investment tasks anew. Before long, Chun Fan found himself upon the island, which housed a singular grand hall. The hall stood wide open, revealing a bronze coffin positioned at its center. Could it be that the holy level powerhouse lay within? Cultivation consisted of 3 perspectives and 9 realms: body refinement, chi condensation, divine intent, golden core, 5 elements, and law body. Following the law body stage, one would begin to cultivate spiritual energy, advancing to the realms of heavenly questions, Tian Yuan and Tong Xian, culminating in the holy level powerhouse. The thought of a holy level corpse lying before him sent Chun Fan's heart racing. This could very well be a repository of the other's inheritance or treasures. Taking a deep breath, Chun Fan stepped into the grand hall. He surveyed the surroundings before placing both palms upon the coffin, channeling his vitality to push it open. However, before he could exert force, the coffin began to tremble violently. Buzzing. Upon witnessing this scene, Chun Fan instinctively recoiled. Instantly, a disquieting thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this formidable being had not perished? Was the unfamiliar aura he sensed beginning to awaken? Chun Fan harbored no fear towards the younger generation of prodigies, yet what he faced might very well be a saint-level powerhouse. Just as Chun Fan's mind spiraled with apprehension, a deep, resonant sound emanated from the coffin. Immediately thereafter, a brilliant radiance burst forth from the crevices of the coffin, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of sanctity that enveloped the grand hall. In that moment, Chun Fan felt an unparalleled pressure descend upon him, as though the heavens themselves were bearing down, rendering his breath labored. This was not born from fear, but rather from a suppression at the very essence of life itself that a saint-level expert had transcended the realm of ordinary cultivators, creating an insurmountable chasm between themselves and the common folk. In such circumstances, even the mere leakage of their aura was sufficient to instill terror in those below the saint level. Simultaneously, the coffin slowly opened, revealing a figure before Chun Fan. It was a middle-aged man with a fair complexion, somewhat pallid, exuding an undeniable scholarly air. His hair and fingernails were meticulously groomed, and his long, powerful hands appeared refined and capable. As he lowered his gaze to his dexterous fingers, his thick eyelashes cast shadows over his dark, inscrutable eyes, obscuring the complex emotions within. Such a visage was hardly that of a formidable being. Rather, it resembled that of a fragile scholar. Chun Fan, upon witnessing this sight, was left utterly astounded. Could this be the ancestor Wuji? His eyes brimmed with disbelief. The ancestor Wuji was the foremost powerhouse of the Wuji sect a millennium ago. Yet, inexplicably, he vanished without a trace 1,000 years prior, and no one knew his whereabouts. Nor did he leave any information behind. Countless disciples had sought his whereabouts, yet all inquiries led to naught, leaving the matter unresolved. As he was the founding master of the Wuji sect, the sect had always displayed his portrait, which Chun Fan had chanced upon before, leaving a deep impression of this elder in his mind. However, he never anticipated that upon entering this secret realm, he would encounter someone so strikingly similar to the ancestor Wuji. Indeed, they were identical. This realization left him in a state of shock. What had the ancestor Wuji experienced all those years ago that led to his sudden disappearance? And why had he perished here? Recognizing the identity of the figure before him, Chun Fan's mind was flooded with questions. Meanwhile, he glanced into the coffin and discovered several items within. Among them lay a set of armor, radiating immense authority, its brilliance flickering incessantly. This was an exceptionally powerful defensive armor. However, it was marred with cracks, particularly at the location protecting the heart, where a gaping hole suggested it had been pierced by some formidable weapon. Moreover, within the coffin rested a jade seal inscribed with the characters Wuji. This was the emblem of the sect's master. Chun Fan had seen it in Wuji's texts, following the death of the ancestor Wuji. The sect's leadership had passed to his second disciple. Due to the absence of a true heirloom seal, the factions remained at odds, with competition escalating in recent years. Yet now, the Master-S seal lay before him. As he beheld this scene, Chun Fan's eyes narrowed. However, he quickly dismissed any thoughts of claiming it. Given his current strength, he was unworthy to inherit the Wuji sect. In addition, the coffin contained a scroll and an egg the size of a barrel. The egg lay at the feet of the ancestor Wuji, continuously absorbing spiritual energy. The scroll was intact, emitting a faint azure glow. Upon witnessing this, Chun Fan promptly extracted the scroll. As he unfurled it, he discovered an illustration of a pavilion, within which the ancestor Wuji was leisurely sipping tea. This was a legacy imprint. Chun Fan instantly understood that this was the means by which the powerful left their legacies, hoping for someone to inherit their teachings. What tremendous wealth of knowledge could be contained within the legacy of a saint-level expert? With this thought, Chun Fan immediately immersed himself within, buzzing in an instant. As a tremor coursed through him, Chun Fan felt himself drawn into the painting. As he looked up, he saw the very pavilion before him that he approached to find the ancestor Wuji raising his cup in a toast. After so many years, someone had finally arrived here. Chu Wuji drank deeply from his cup, smiling as he spoke, his voice imbued with a profound sense of time and nostalgia. Junior Chen Fan, it is an honor to meet the revered ancestor Wuji. Chen Fan dared not hesitate, immediately bowing in respect. At his words, Chu Wuji momentarily paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. How do you know of me? I am a disciple of the inner sect of Wuji, and I have seen the ancestor's portrait. Chen Fan replied candidly that a disciple of the inner sect of Wuji. Upon hearing this, Chu Wuji was finally moved that he had never expected that the legacy he left behind, after countless years, would be discovered by the very first disciple of Wuji to enter. This brought him both surprise and joy. Come, sit down. Let me see your talent and what you have learned. Chu Wuji beckoned. Without hesitation, Chen Fan stepped forward. Instantly, a black light flickered in Chu Wuji's eyes, imbued with the profound principles of life and death, exceedingly enigmatic. Practicing the longevity technique, you are indeed a disciple of Wuji. Possessing an innate Tao physique, your aptitude is remarkable. Upon confirming Chen Fan's identity and talent, a broad smile appeared on Chu Wuji's face. Haha, splendid. The obsession I left behind is nearly dissipated that I had intended to impart all my teachings, including a drop of Saint's blood, to anyone who entered, but I never anticipated it would be a disciple of Wuji. Truly fortuitous, Chu Wuji exclaimed joyfully. Having become a saint-level powerhouse, yet perishing, he had left behind a fragment of his will, awaiting a fated individual to inherit it. Yet, a millennium had passed with no one discovering this place. Initially despairing, he was now overjoyed that a disciple of Wuji had found him, one whose talent even surpassed his own in those days. How could this not bring him happiness? You are Chen Fan, correct? Now that 1,000 years have passed, please tell me how the Wuji sect fares. What are my disciples? Chu Wuji could not help but inquire. In response, Chen Fan recounted the significant events that had transpired within the Wuji sect over the past millennium. When he spoke of the strife among his disciples over the leadership position, sorrow etched itself upon Chu Wuji's face that it took some time for him to recover from the grief of his disciples' infighting. Meanwhile, Chen Fan ventured to ask, Ancestor, what exactly did you encounter that led to your sudden disappearance? In response, Chu Wuji spoke. I once discovered an extraordinary opportunity, a path to immortality. At this, awe flickered across his countenance. However, alas, my foundation was insufficient, and I ultimately became exhausted on the path to immortality. Sustaining grave injuries and teetering on the brink of death, in desperation, I employed a secret technique to escape that path. Eventually, I arrived in the southwestern region of the Great Li dynasty, yet at that time, I lacked the strength to return to Wuji's sect and hastily left behind my legacy, awaiting a fated individual that as he spoke, Chu Wuji's voice became profoundly somber, his face marked by deep regret. It was evident that he still lamented his failure to attain immortality. Thus it was, Chen Fan realized, enlightenment dawning upon him, that he finally comprehended the reasons for the ancestor's disappearance. All that had transpired was now but a distant memory. Whether it was the failure to achieve immortality or the fratricidal strife among his disciples, all had become mere wisps of smoke. To encounter an exceptional junior before his final dissolution was already a source of fulfillment for him. Chu Wuji rose, exhaling deeply before turning to face Chen Fan. Possessing an innate Tao physique and having reached the late stage of the five elements realm at such a tender age, I entrust the legacy of the Wuji sect to you, hoping you will elevate the sect to new heights. As the words fell, Chu Wuji pointed with a single hand, and a beam of spiritual light flew forth, instantly merging into Chen Fan's mind. At that moment, an overwhelming tide of memories and profound insights into cultivation surged into Chen Fan's consciousness, as clusters of white light floated incessantly within his thoughts. These were the secret arts contained within the realm of Wuji, and some even encompassed Chu Wuji's own insights gained on the path to immortality. It took nearly half a stick of incense for Chen Fan to assimilate these memories. One must admit that the legacy left behind by a saint-level powerhouse, particularly one who had embarked on the path to immortality, was truly astounding. In addition to those secret techniques, the wealth of experiences and cultivation was sufficient to pave a smooth journey for Chen Fan in his future endeavors. Furthermore, the memories from the path to immortality provided him with invaluable references. Should he manage to tread that path himself, these experiences would facilitate his passage through trials, With a deep exhale, Chun Fan suppressed the excitement within him and finally opened his eyes. "Thank you, Master Ancestor," he said, bowing respectfully to Chu Wuji, who had been waiting patiently by his side. In response, Chu Wuji waved his hand, stating, "The inheritance of Wuji sect has been fully entrusted to you." Suddenly recalling something, he paused and continued, "Take good care of the little one within my coffin. When it grows up, it will become a significant asset in the future. Also, there is a drop of sacred blood within the coffin. Be sure to take it with you. As for my remains, there is no need to bring them back to Wuji sect. Let them rest here in eternal slumber that I hope you can venture further and achieve immortality." Chapter 38. Successful Investment. Gaining sword intent as these words echoed, the lingering thoughts dissipated completely, transforming into formless spiritual energy that returned to the heavens. Simultaneously, a magnificent voice resonated throughout this sacred ground of inheritance, proclaiming, "Having cultivated from a tender age to reach the saint level in 100 years. And upon encountering the opportunity for immortality, I spent over a decade seeking transcendence. Ultimately, my foundation was insufficient, and I did not achieve immortality." The voice was initially imbued with youthful vigor, brimming with spirited ambition. But later it carried an air of profound melancholy, filled with a sense of solitude that in just a few sentences, a vivid image formed in Chun Fan's mind, a once promising prodigy, who, after a century of relentless cultivation, managed to break through to the saint realm, yet ultimately succumbed on the path to immortality due to insufficient foundation. This encapsulated the life of the Wuji ancestor, a brilliant past of a saint-level powerhouse condensed into this moment. As the final words faded, the area of inheritance began to tremble violently. Soon, the clouds above, which had previously obscured the sky, parted, revealing a clear expanse. The stars that had flickered in the heavens began to fall like shooting stars, bursting forth into brilliant, radiant light. That moment, the entire space of inheritance shimmered with vibrant colors, reaching an unparalleled brilliance. There is someone worthy of entrusting Wuji sect to. There are no regrets in a daze. Chun Fan heard a barely audible sigh, imbued with longing and yearning, yet tinged with a sense of release and comfort. Ultimately, the voice vanished, and the area of inheritance began to dim. Chun Fan's expression turned solemn as he bowed respectfully. "Master Ancestor, may your journey be smooth." After a brief silence, he began to gather the items from the coffin. Almost simultaneously, as if the clouds had dispersed, all memories began to crystallize. Chun Fan found himself in a dramatically altered setting. As he gazed around, the world within his mind had vanished, and he stood holding a scroll, while the previous scene felt like a fleeting dream. Upon awakening, it left no trace behind. With a deep breath, Chun Fan gradually regained clarity. Upon regaining his senses, he looked at the scroll in his hand, only to discover it was blank. There were no figures depicted, merely a sheet of empty paper. The floating island had also disappeared, along with the enigmatic aura that had enveloped it. "Young Master Chun, are you well?" "It is nothing," Chun Fan replied, shaking his head to be by the way. "Here are the items obtained this time." With a flick of his wrist, he produced the items from the coffin: a jade box containing sacred blood, a piece of armor, the Wuji sect token, and a giant egg. "Young Master Chun, I am in desperate need of this sacred blood," Bailey said, a hint of shyness evident in her voice. After all, among these items, the sacred blood held the most value. The armor was already rendered useless, lacking any defensive capability. The Wuji sect token would hold little significance, as the sect would likely be extinguished within 2 or 3 years. As for the egg, although it belonged to a divine beast, no one had heard of it being nurtured until Bailey could break through to the quasi-divine realm. She felt somewhat hesitant to claim the most valuable benefit outright, but without the sacred blood, she could not elevate her potential in the short term. Only by enhancing her aptitude could she better seize the next opportunity. "Does Miss Bai require the sacred blood?" Chun Fan asked, retrieving the jade box and generously offering it to the young woman. "That if you need it, please take it. After all, this opportunity was brought to me by you." Compared to the sacred blood, Chun Fan had gained far more benefits. "Congratulations, host, for discovering a special investment target. Investing a drop of blood will reward you with 10 years of pure spiritual energy." Special investment target? Chun Fan was taken aback. That wasn't the investment classification, merely ordinary. Excellent, perfect, and superlative. Why had a special investment target suddenly emerged? While Chun Fan was lost in thought, Bai Li expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Chun. And no need for formality," he said, waving his hand dismissively. To AT that moment, a system prompt sounded. "Congratulations, host, for completing the investment. You have gained sword intent. Would you like to accept it?" "No," Chun Fan replied immediately. He looked at the Wuji sect token in his hand, feeling a sense of difficulty in dealing with it. Ever since the death of the ancestor Lu Wuji, Wuji sect had been embroiled in internal strife. Following the deaths of the two disciples of the ancestor, their descendants have been vying for the position of sect leader ever since. The sect master remained in seclusion for years, neglecting sect affairs, with all matters being handled by the deputy sect master. This situation arose because the deputy sect master's strength surpassed that of the sect master, leading to ambitions regarding the latter's position. Beside him, Bai Li noticed this scene and opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to remind Chun Fan that the Wuji sect token held little significance. After all, the sect would soon perish. However, upon a moment's reflection, the words she intended to say were swallowed back. Her actions over the past 2 days had already revealed many secrets that if she continued, the secret of her rebirth might be exposed before Chun Fan. "The Wuji sect token holds considerable value," Chun Fan couldn't help but exclaim. "The only pity is that it involves the competition between two formidable figures, whether I keep it or sell it to one of them. I will surely attract the attention of powerful individuals. Miss Bai, do you wish for this Wuji sect token?" Chun Fan sensed that Bai Li might know something, so he cautiously inquired. "Thank you for your kind offer, young Master Chun, but I do not intend to cultivate within Wuji sect in the future, so this token holds little significance for me." Bai Li shook her head in response. "Did I ask that so?" Chun Fan regarded Bai Li intently, but did not press further. The spiritual energy here is exceedingly dense, and with half a month remaining before this place of inheritance vanishes, we should not waste time and strive to cultivate here a little longer," Bai Li suggested, sensing the atmosphere had turned somber. "Very well," Chun Fan nodded in agreement, that he then found a spot some distance away from Bai Li and sat cross-legged. Bai Li also settled down, scattering a few spirit stones to set up a formation. Subsequently, she took out the sacred blood and consumed it. That on the other hand, Chun Fan refrained from practicing the secret techniques passed down by the Wuji ancestor. Firstly, the level of these techniques was too high for him to grasp in a short time. He would need a higher realm to cultivate them effectively. Secondly, the cultivation method he was currently practicing was sufficient for his needs, promising greater returns in the near term. Moreover, the critical point was that if he were to secretly cultivate these techniques and Wuji sect discovered it, it could lead to considerable trouble. "Let me first see how the sword intent fares." Chun Fan took a deep breath and began to extract the sword intent. Chapter 39. Minor success in sword intent. The Bai family's offering arrives, a vast influx of sword principles surged into Chun Fan's mind, and he began to immerse himself in contemplation. As time passed, strands of sword energy gathered around him, creating a swirling tempest of sword chi within a 3-meter radius. That he immersed himself in the profound truths of swordsmanship, repeating the essence of the sword principles 9 times. Suddenly, a faint sound of slicing through the air erupted around Chun Fan. Then, a distinct black and white sword intent gradually manifested. This sword intent appeared swiftly, only to vanish just as quickly, dissipating into the wind in the blink of an eye. It was evident that Chun Fan had begun to grasp the threshold of sword intent. Without hesitation, he continued to absorb the profound essence of the sword path, as instilled by the memories imparted by the system. The following day, in a secluded valley, a dozen individuals convened once more. The leader, clad in a black robe, emanated a faint aura of red spiritual energy that enveloped him protectively. This individual was none other than Li Qiao, a revered practitioner at the 5 Elements realm, serving the Bai family. With his hands clasped behind his back, Li Qiao observed the searching disciples ahead, inquiring softly, "Is the family head truly resolved to eliminate the inner disciples of the Wuji sect?" "Indeed, Chun Fan must perish. These are the family head's exact words," replied Ma Gongfeng, who stood nearby. "I end this mission. We are permitted no failures. Only success is acceptable. Brother Ma, are we certain we wish to proceed?" After all, Chun Fan is of the Wuji sect and also a member of the Chun family. Li Qiao voiced his concerns. "Rest assured, if we dare to act, the family head undoubtedly possesses a strategy to handle any complications." Furthermore, the Wuji sect is currently embroiled in internal strife, leaving them incapable of retaliating against us. Additionally, all of us are at least Golden Core practitioners. If necessary, we can simply conceal ourselves for a time. Ma Gongfeng elaborated, confidence glinting in his eyes. Little did he know that the consequences of the Bai family's actions would ultimately lead to their demise. Upon hearing this, Li Qiao, though hesitant, ultimately nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Ma Gongfeng had stated, even if the Wuji sect and the Chun family sought vengeance, he, a master of the Five Elements realm, could evade confrontation despite being unable to match them in direct combat. Moreover, the Bai family had offered substantial rewards for this endeavor. Should matters worsen, they could simply eliminate their targets and defect from the Great Li dynasty. At that moment, one of the searching disciples suddenly gasped. "Brother Wang, have you discovered something?" Ma Gongfeng inquired, intrigued that I have come across an unusual location. Wang Gongfeng replied, his expression brightening with excitement. "Without a doubt, Qin Fan and Bai Li are within." Where? Within mere breaths, the dozen-strong practitioners converged around Wang Gongfeng. 700 meters ahead, and it is highly likely that this is a secret realm. In that instant, both Wang Gongfeng and the other practitioners surged with exhilaration that a secret realm harbors vast resources. If they could seize control of such a realm, it could lead to their rapid ascendance. Soon, they halted at the location Wang Gongfeng had indicated. Before them lay a conspicuous fissure stretching several zhang across the ground. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the group inhaled sharply, for each of them had become a disciple of the Bai family in pursuit of resources. Now, such a monumental opportunity lay before them, and they exchanged glances, each seeing the fiery spark of ambition mirrored in the other's eyes. Indeed, it was a secret realm. The tendrils of spiritual energy wafting from the fissure were strikingly dense, even if opportunities within were scarce. Merely establishing a stronghold there would allow for the emergence of a formidable force within a few decades, propelling their cultivation to unprecedented heights. Who would have thought that we would witness such fortune in our time? "A newly unveiled secret realm has come into our midst," Li Qiao exclaimed, breathless with delight. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he furrowed his brow. "Do you suppose Qin Fan and Bai Li have already entered the secret realm and will take all the benefits for themselves? Rest assured, I understand your concerns. Are you worried that they might gain fortuitous encounters and ascend in strength?" Ma Gongfeng replied that it has only been a few days. Even with rapid growth, how formidable can they truly become? We number 12, with 11 at the Golden Core realm and 1 at the Five Elements realm. We need not fear. According to their gathered intelligence, Qin Fan had just recently entered the inner sect, his strength not exceeding the Golden Core realm, while Bai Li was merely at the late stage of the Spirit Intent realm. Although both possessed exceptional talent, the future belonged to the younger generation. The present, however, was still dominated by those of their own age that I still advise caution. Qin Fan is not only an inner disciple of the Wuji sect, but also a direct descendant of the Qin family. He may possess hidden trump cards for survival. Let us not underestimate him. If he manages to escape, we will find ourselves in dire straits, Li Qiao cautioned. Understood, the group affirmed in unison, and then they ventured into the secret realm. Since beginning to glimpse the threshold of sword intent, Qin Fan had been diligently comprehending the sword intent swirling in his mind. His body resonated with faint echoes of sword cries. Initially, the sounds were soft. But as energy coursed through him, the sword cries grew increasingly vigorous. Meanwhile, an aura of sharpness radiated from Qin Fan. Clang. Qin Fan's ink-like sword intent gradually manifested, its hue deepening. Ultimately, the sword intent coalesced before him, unwavering. Meanwhile, Bai Li, who had undergone a dramatic transformation after consuming the sacred blood, sensed the sword intent in the air, and her expression shifted. Sword intent. She swiftly exited the formation, her mouth agape upon witnessing the sword intent gathering around Qin Fan. Sword intent, minor success. Once sword intent reaches minor success, it can envelop one's surroundings, enhancing strength by 30%. Moreover, sword intent possesses other remarkable properties, capable of defending against attacks and augmenting sword techniques, significantly amplifying their potency. How could Qin Fan be so extraordinary? Could it be due to my bringing him here? Bai Li pondered, wondering if his comprehension of sword intent stemmed from her influence. Upon grasping the sword intent, Chen Fan promptly extracted a drop of his essence blood, letting it fall upon the enormous egg. That a peculiar phenomenon occurred. The eggshell appeared to possess a life force of its own, drawing in his essence blood. Moreover, the egg size visibly diminished before his eyes. Observing this, Chen Fan squinted. From the memories of the Wuji ancestor, he had learned that this egg was acquired during the journey to immortality. Containing a breath of life, though its true nature remained a mystery even to the ancestor. This piqued Chen Fan's curiosity and filled him with anticipation as he recalled the ancestor's words before his dissolution, suggesting that nurturing it could yield significant assistance. Congratulations, host. Investment completed, granting 20 years of pure spiritual energy. Would you like to claim your reward? The system notification appeared simultaneously. Upon seeing this, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. With his 20 years of spiritual energy, while it might not allow him to break through to the law body realm, completing another excellent investment task to obtain an additional 10 years of pure spiritual energy would suffice for that breakthrough. It was essential to note that achieving the law body realm would enable him to become an elder within the Wuji sect. Just as Chen Fan was preparing to claim his reward, he suddenly furrowed his brow and turned to look behind him. Within his spiritual perception, he sensed a dozen individuals stealthily approaching. Chapter 40. Slaying Li Qiao, the martial tower emerges leading the group. Li Qiao and his companions, upon entering the secret realm, quickly spotted the grand hall not far ahead. After all, this place housed only one large hall. The group moved cautiously, making no sound, as they stepped into the hall. They immediately spotted Chen Fan sitting cross-legged not far from the entrance. Indeed, he is here. Ma Gongfeng was the first to communicate mentally. Although he had never seen Chen Fan in person, he had viewed the portraits of him several times prior. Bailey should also be within the hall. With the two of them separated, this is our opportunity. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in tacit agreement. That Li Qiao flicked his wrist, a glimmer of light flashing in his palm as he revealed his weapon, ready to strike Chen Fan down at the first opportunity before pursuing Bai Li. Just as Li Qiao prepared to make his move, a faint voice resonated. I have been waiting for you. In an instant, Chen Fan's pure yang sword appeared, unleashing a black and white sword radiance that rendered the heavens and earth pale. This sword radiance soared into the sky, unwavering and resolute. Swish, the sword energy shot forth like a dragon, emitting piercing howls as it surged with black and white sword intent, cleaving toward Li Qiao. He has long since detected us. The expressions of the group outside the hall shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. They had intended to launch a surprise attack on Chen Fan, but they had never anticipated such a terrifying sword intent would erupt from the hall before they even had a chance to strike. The streak of black and white sword radiance flashed by, exploding into a dazzling display of light. Amidst the black and white sword intent, the sword energy surged like a rainbow, accompanied by an ear-splitting whistle as it hurtled toward Li Qiao. Save, before Li Qiao, the strongest among them, could react, he was struck in the chest by the sword, the force propelling his body backward for several hundred meters. Boom, after Li Qiao's body hit the ground. He collapsed onto the overgrown, muddy earth, curling into a ball, involuntarily rolling across the ground. His garments were stained with mud, and he emitted agonizing groans, his facial muscles contorting into a grotesque mask of pain. The other offerings of the Wu family, witnessing this scene, instantly swallowed hard, feeling a prickling sensation at the nape of their necks. Just a moment ago, Li Qiao had been a vibrant figure before them, and in the blink of an eye, he was teetering on the brink of death. That it must be noted that Li Qiao was a formidable presence within the realm of the five elements. Yet, this powerful individual found himself utterly defenseless against a single strike from his opponent. While it was true that the opponent had employed treacherous tactics, it also underscored the sheer terror of their adversary. Who are you? At that moment, 100 meters ahead of these individuals, Chen Fan, wielding the pure yang sword, fixed his gaze upon them intently. The sudden appearance of his figure startled them, as he seemed to materialize like a specter out of thin air. Young Master Chen, Ma Gongfeng swallowed hard, a forced smile spreading across his face as he bent slightly, saying, "It's all a misunderstanding, that we did not intend to intrude here, nor do we wish to be your enemies." At this moment, Ma Gongfeng's heart seethed with anger. Were the Wu family truly so foolish to possess such overwhelming power, yet claim their opponent was merely of the spirit intent realm? Chen Fan's strength was undoubtedly that of the five elements realm. And within that realm, He belonged to the ranks of the strong, cursed the Wu family. Simultaneously, he regretted deeply. Had he known Chen Fan was so formidable, he would never have dared to pursue him. How do you know my surname is Chun? Chun Fan squinted, a sudden suspicion igniting within him. Since arriving in Tianyuan City, he had only crossed paths with the Wu family. Realizing this, Chen Fan remarked, "Your Wu family possesses quite an impressive network of information." Upon hearing this, Ma Gongfeng and the others paled in shock. Observing their reaction, Chen Fan understood that they were indeed the Wu family members he had surmised. Since they had come to trouble him, he resolved that they would all remain. With that declaration, Chen Fan did not conceal his murderous intent. An overwhelming wave of sword energy erupted, enveloping a radius of several hundred meters. "Run!" Ma Gongfeng shouted, turning tail and fleeing towards the exit of the secret realm without looking back. The others, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed their full potential and fled the scene. "You cannot escape." Chun Fan activated his celestial step. Moving like lightning in midair, he unleashed a powerful strike with his sword aimed at Ma Gongfeng's back. The colossal force of 100,000 pounds struck him instantaneously, hit by the tremendous impact. Ma Gongfeng lost consciousness, his body soaring like a severed kite, spitting blood as he flew backward, ultimately falling silent. Then, Chun Fan executed his sword technique and continued his assault, in the span of just a few breaths. Thud. Thud. The sword energy arrived before the last Wu family offering could react, piercing through him effortlessly. Without hesitation, Chen Fan approached the fallen figures, regardless of their life or death, and thrust his sword into their skulls with force. Thud, thud. After ensuring their demise, Chen Fan wiped the pure Yang sword clean. The tremendous noise roused Bai Li from her meditative state. She gazed at Chen Fan, her expression a complex mix of emotions. Initially, she had believed that after her rebirth, she could take care of Chen Fan, especially since she had returned as a quasi-divine being. She was confident she could help him alter his fate and ascend to great power. However, she had not anticipated that he no longer needed her guardianship. Realizing she needed to grow stronger to protect Chen Fan, Bai Li shook her head and spoke, "Congratulations, young Master Chen, on your significant advancement in cultivation." In response, Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's merely a slight improvement, not nearly as substantial as your progress, Miss Bai." Gazing at Li Qiao, whose head lay pierced on the ground, Bai Li felt a pang of unease. Li Qiao, a five elements realm practitioner, the strongest offering of the Wu family, had met such a pitiful end here. What kind of strength did Chen Fan possess now? In that moment, a whirlwind of thoughts spun through Bai Li's mind. Observing the drastic transformation in her fiancé, compared to her memories, she realized she needed to accelerate her plan to grow stronger. She must expedite her acquisition of resources and join the martial tower. With this in mind, Bai Li continued, "Young Master Chun, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. The secret realm will not dissipate for some time. Will you not continue your cultivation here?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and inquired that it was noteworthy that the young woman had previously urged him to seize the moment to cultivate and not waste time. Yet now, she seemed to have changed her stance. "Something must be amiss. Yes, I will not be cultivating. I have already refined the sacred blood. Now, with the right resources, my realm can advance by leaps and bounds." Bai Li explained that at this point, she glanced at Chen Fan, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Focus on your training, and you must join the martial tower in the future." "The martial tower?" Chen Fan echoed, momentarily taken aback. "Yes, the sacred ground for cultivators of the Great Li. The martial sage has been preparing to teach according to one's aptitude for over 200 years, offering guidance to all. The martial tower teaches everything. It is said that the martial sage embarked on the path to immortality a century ago, conversing with the celestial emperor, who opened the gates for him. Moreover, the tower rises 5 stories high, a sight to behold. Thus, training within the martial tower yields immense benefits. Given your talent, although you cannot join now, with diligence, there remains hope. Keep it up." Chapter 41. Rooting out the weeds. Bai Li's warning having said this, Bai Li turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, she halted, turning back to remind him, "Be cautious of the intersect trials of the Wuzhizong." "What do you mean?" Chen Fan, still immersed in thoughts of the martial tower, was caught off guard by Bai Li's warning regarding the intersect trials. The intersect trials of the Wuzhizong were set to occur in half a month's time. The task involved hunting certain beasts in the mountains behind the sect. Though there was some danger involved, it was not life-threatening, merely a means to cultivate the disciples' combat experience. What puzzled Chin Fan was why Bai Li urged him to be wary of the intersect trials. I'm not entirely sure what will happen. However, I recently overheard my master mention that someone seems to be plotting against your Wujizong, particularly during the intersect trials that I in Bai Li's memory. The Wujizong had experienced a decline due to a similar incident during the intersect trials. Yet, the details remained unclear to her. When the Wujizong faced turmoil, Chen Fan had been preparing for his engagement in Tianyuan City, narrowly escaping that catastrophe. That it was said that many intersect disciples had perished during that time. This time was different. Chen Fan's engagement had been completed ahead of schedule, and given his strength, he was likely to participate in the intersect trials, prompting her to specifically warn him that someone indeed plotting. Chen Fan nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Bai, for your reminder. I shall take note of it. Our current relationship does not require such formality. By the way, how shall we deal with the Wu family? Bai Li's eyes narrowed as she inquired. Sigh. When will the cycle of vengeance end? The only solution is to eradicate the roots and eliminate the grievances. Chen Fan sighed. Upon hearing this, Bai Li nodded. Very well. She sensed a change in Chen Fan. He had become more decisive than in his past life. She was quite pleased with this transformation. In the realm of cultivation, one must be ruthless to stand firm. Outside the secret realm, swish. Chen Fan withdrew his long sword. Silence enveloped the area, a stark stillness prevailing. Only the lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground remained, all belonging to the Wu family's assassins, gazing at the corpses. Chen Fan's expression grew complicated, allowing the blood from his sword to drip freely. Minutes later, donned in the black attire of a Da, Chen Fan made his way towards Tianyuan City, the Wu residence. Chen Fan, disguised as a Da and covered in blood, approached. Open the door. I must see the family head. Chen Fan's hoarse voice echoed. The Wu family disciple guarding the entrance peered through the crack in the door, observing the cloaked figure with a curved blade behind him, and promptly swung the door open. What has happened? Something grave has occurred. The watchful Wu family disciple's brow furrowed. Ada was a crucial ally of the family, and he dared not obstruct him. Chen Fan said nothing further, striding directly towards the inner courtyard of the Wu family. The Wu family had dared to hunt him. Thus, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. The path was clear, and he soon arrived at the largest courtyard, a lavish space spanning over 100 square meters. According to the information provided by Bai Li, the Wu family resided here. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan entered the courtyard. What has transpired? Why are you in such a state? The head of the Wu family, upon seeing Chen Fan's blood-soaked attire, changed color and hastily inquired. Chen Fan offered no response. Instead, he drew the pure yang sword from his spatial ring and struck with a single blow. The head of the Wu family, merely at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, stood no chance of retaliation. With the sword aimed at his head, Chen Fan thrust downward. Swish. The sword's edge pierced through the body of the head of the Wu family, causing it to convulse momentarily before falling utterly still. In the realm of cultivators, life is both robust and fragile. Thus, the head of the Wu family met his demise. After thoroughly scavenging the room for significant items, Chen Fan returned the pure yang sword to his spatial realm and strode confidently out of the Wu family estate. Upon leaving, he immediately proceeded to the Bai family, instructing his uncle to initiate the swift consumption of the Wu family. With the death of the Wu family head and a formidable batch of their offerings slain by Chen Fan, the inevitable fate awaiting the Wu family was to be devoured by the Bai and Chen families. 3 days later, Chen Fan once again entered the secret realm. System, extract rewards. With those words, 20 years' worth of pure spiritual energy surged within his body. As this energy infused him, his skin began to crack slightly, and his physical constitution strengthened at a visibly rapid pace. Moreover, this spiritual energy continually washed through his meridians, causing them to thicken gradually. The transformation persisted for approximately 10 minutes before gradually ceasing. At this moment, Chen Fan resembled one who had fallen into a river drenched and dripping with sweat. The five elements realm fundamentally involves comprehending the attributes of the five elements of heaven and earth. Absorbing these attributes into one's body to replace the previous spiritual energy, the extent of this replacement intensifies. One will break through to the law-body realm. At that juncture, the individual will function like a perpetual motion machine, automatically absorbing the spiritual energy of the five elements, which in normal circumstances will not deplete. Achieving perfection in the law-body realm signifies the entry into the next realm of inquiry. The inquiry realm, in turn, pertains to the cultivation of the soul. Chun Fan, sensing the changes within himself, found his thoughts swirling that he was but a step away from the law-body realm. Chun Fan estimated that by completing another excellent investment task and acquiring 10 years of pure spiritual energy, he could finally break through in the Wuji sect. Reaching the law-body realm would allow him to become an elder without examination. At that time, both his treatment and authority would be markedly different compared to the present. Dismissing the distractions in his mind, Chun Fan resumed his cultivation within the secret realm. 12 days later, the secret realm began to tremble violently. Sensing this occurrence, Chun Fan immediately exited the realm, quietly observing as it closed and was sealed away. He respected the decision of the Wuji ancestor and refrained from bringing the body back to the sect. He understood why the ancestor forbade taking the body back. He was profoundly disappointed in his disciples. After his disappearance, the brothers and sisters did not support each other, but instead turned against one another in a bid for the position of sect leader. Sighing, Chun Fan glanced back at the secret realm, now covered in yellow sand, shook his head and redirected his gaze. Subsequently, he wielded the pure yang sword and departed from the area. After bidding farewell to his uncle, Bai Changhe, Chun Fan hurried back to the Wuji sect. A day later, looking ahead at the Wuji sect, Chun Fan's brow furrowed. Bai Li had warned him to be cautious of the internal disciples' trials, yet she had not specified what to be wary of. With no alternatives, he could only speculate. Should he be wary of internal machinations within the Wuji sect? Or was there another force at play? Were beasts attacking? In the mountains behind the Wuji sect, numerous demon beasts resided. However, that didn't seem right. All formidable demon beasts had been dealt with by the upper echelons of the sect. After all, this was the stronghold of the Wuji sect, which would not allow such potential threats to remain. The weaker demon beasts that were permitted to stay were merely for training the disciples' practical combat skills. Otherwise, their existence would be utterly inconceivable. But if it wasn't a demon beast attack, what danger could lurk within the inner sect? Chapter 42, Demon Beast Invasion. Breaking through to the initial law-body realm, before even entering the Wuji sect, Chun Fan witnessed four inner disciples. Their clothes tattered and expressions frantic, rushing towards him from the outside. Seeing this scene, a heavy feeling settled in Chun Fan's heart. Something has happened. Just as he prepared to approach them for inquiries, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, host, for discovering a common investment target. Invest in a recovery pill. Reward, 1,000 spirit stones. Congratulations, host, for discovering an excellent investment target. Invest in a recovery pill. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host, for discovering a common investment target. Invest in a recovery pill. Reward, 1,000 spirit stones. Among the four inner disciples, 3 severely injured ones were indeed investment targets. That'd be why now. Chun Fan had discerned some investment patterns. The targets he invested in either possessed potential or urgently required certain items. Moreover, he must possess what they needed to activate the system. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Fan approached, his expression grave, and asked, "What has transpired, my fellow disciples?" Hearing this, one of them glanced at Chun Fan's attire as an inner disciple before responding. This year's intersect trials encountered an unexpected incident. Demon beasts have invaded. At this revelation, Chun Fan's eyes narrowed instantly. A demon beast invasion was indeed a grave matter. The demon clan inhabited a unique dimension that periodically invaded their realm. If not dealt with promptly, once they established a teleportation array, a large-scale invasion of demon beasts would ensue. Demon beasts possess formidable physical prowess and combat strength. Think that this invasion would occur so close to the Wuji sect. During our trials, a rift suddenly appeared, and then hundreds of demon beasts surged forth, catching us completely off guard. Fortunately, Senior Sister Li Qi utilized a secret technique at a critical moment to transport us out. Otherwise, we would have perished completely. The inner disciple spoke with terror etched on his face. That Li Qi. Chun Fan recalled her, the head disciple from the law enforcement hall, who was likely responsible for this trial. Due to the trial area being right at the sect's doorstep and regular clearances of formidable demon beasts, the sect had become complacent. Senior brother, We must immediately seek assistance from the sect's elders. There is no time to waste, the disciple urged rapidly that a large number of inner disciples are being besieged. Any delay could result in the death of a disciple. Wait, Chun Fan interjected, retrieving 3 recovery pills and placing them in the hands of the 3 injured disciples. You 3 are gravely wounded. Consume these pills first. You go notify the elders of the sect. Upon hearing this, the only uninjured disciple nodded, casting a grateful glance at Chun Fan before swiftly making his way to the sect. The 3 disciples who received the recovery pills now looked at Chun Fan with complex expressions, their eyes brimming with gratitude. Competition among inner disciples was exceedingly fierce. After all, the sect's resources were limited, and everyone was vying for them. Yet, unexpectedly, this inner brother had given them recovery pills without hesitation upon seeing their injuries. Thank you, senior brother. No need for thanks. We are all fellow disciples and should help one another. Chun Fan replied. Waving his hand, he continued to inquire, by the way, where exactly did you encounter the demon beast during the trials? Proceed 10 kilometers to the northwest from the trial area. One disciple quickly responded. Understood. Take care of your injuries. Chun Fan nodded, flipping his wrist to summon the pure yang sword. May I ask your name, senior brother? The 3 disciples asked hastily as they saw Chun Fan about to leave. Chun Fan, he replied. With that, he stepped onto the pure yang sword and sped towards the trial area. After all, those were investment targets. These inner disciples were usually either in secluded cultivation or out on training expeditions, rarely gathering in one place. This presented a splendid opportunity for Chun Fan. Senior brother Chun Fan, you are truly benevolent. Who would have thought that our Wuji sect would have such a kind-hearted person like senior brother Chun Fan? If anyone dares to bully him in the future, even if I get injured, I will stand up for him. Sigh. Senior brother is so righteous, but I fear he may suffer losses. After all, good people often get taken advantage of, and noble horses are often ridden. The 3 disciples observed Chun Fan's receding figure, their expressions complex that a previously unknown senior brother had given them a recovery pill upon seeing their injuries. That it was worth noting that recovery pills were not cheap, valued at 100 spirit stones, and he had even inquired about the location of the demon beast invasion, unhesitatingly rushing off to rescue the sect's disciples. How could such a senior brother not be admirable? Quickly recover from your injuries. We should follow the sect's elders to provide assistance and not let senior brother fight alone. In midair, a system notification appeared for Chun Fan. Congratulations, host, for completing the investment. You have received 1,000 spirit stones. Would you like to claim them? Congratulations, host, for completing the investment. You have received 10 years of cultivation. Would you like to claim it? Congratulations, host, for completing the investment. You have received 1,000 spirit stones. Would you like to claim them? Yes. Chun Fan halted his flight on the sword and chose to claim the rewards. Now, facing the demon beasts, breaking through to the law body realm would significantly enhance his combat power. Buzzing sounds echoed as 10 years of cultivation flowed into his body, and Chun Fan's aura shifted dramatically, radiating a brilliant golden light. Particularly, his right arm was enveloped in golden brilliance, exuding an air of majesty. At the same time, an aura of the initial law body realm emanated from Chun Fan, that he had reached the law body realm. Before long, Chun Fan felt a surge of joy as he sensed the strength in his right arm. After 9 years of arduous cultivation, he had finally attained the realm of the law body, and no longer was he merely a lowly underling. The Wujishan Mountains stretched nearly 1,000 miles, not exactly majestic. Yet the dense jungles and complex terrain were replete with numerous peaks, cascading waterfalls, and rugged hills. The mountains were home to many wild beasts, which, upon absorbing the energies of the sun and moon, began to cultivate like humans. As Chun Fan stepped into the Wujishan Mountains, he was startled by a series of mournful howls echoing from the depths of the mountains, sounds reminiscent of wolves or foxes, mingled with the wind, casting an eerie atmosphere. However, Chun Fan felt no fear in his heart. Within the Wujishan, where the air was thick with demonic energy, a slender figure was suddenly struck down from the sky, akin to a kite severed from its string. Upon landing, Zheng Xiaolan curled her frail body tightly, racked by violent coughs as a torrent of blood erupted from her throat. After entering the inner sect, Zheng Xiaolan had significantly enhanced her strength, believing she could excel in this trial and earn valuable resources from the sect. Yet to her dismay, she found herself confronted by an invasion of demonic beasts. It seemed she was destined to perish here, regrettably unable to repay her senior brother Chen Fan. Chapter 43. Rescuing Zheng Xiaolan. Investing in revitalizing pills, the Wujishan Mountains were governed by the Wujizong sect. Any formidable demonic beast would be swiftly eradicated by the sect's higher-ups, with most being at the Divine Intent realm and a few at the Golden Core realm. Thus, this place became a trial ground for the inner disciples of the Wujizong, where slaying demonic beasts not only enhanced practical experience, but also yielded cultivation resources. Exceptional performances would even attract the attention of esteemed seniors from the sect. Therefore, the trial was of great significance to everyone. However, no one anticipated that as they entered the trial, a spatial rift would suddenly appear, unleashing a horde of demonic beasts. These creatures were massive, exuding an aura of coldness, bloodlust, and savagery. Witnessing this scene, many inner disciples of Wujizong felt their scalps tingle in fear. Zheng Xiaolan gazed in despair at the grotesque demonic beast approaching her, wings flapping. She shook her head in hopelessness. Most of her senior brothers had been captured, and she had become separated from her companions in the law enforcement hall. Alone now, she stood no chance against the Golden Core beast. That it was a miracle she had survived this long. Otherwise, she would have been devoured by the monster. Alas, humans are indeed as soft and tender as the rumors suggest. A bat, towering over 10 feet tall and emanating a chilling aura, croaked mockingly. "Keep struggling. I relish watching your futile attempts." In response, Zheng Xiaolan took a deep breath, fully aware of her dire situation. Rather than resigning to her fate, she launched another attack, in the mid-stage of the Divine Intent realm. Her vital energy surged as she wielded her sword, appearing before the bat in a flash, with a mere flap of its wings. The bat effortlessly met Zheng Xiaolan's full-force strike, causing her to feel as though she were striking a solid iron wall. The immense recoil rendered her right hand uncontrollable, and upon closer inspection, her grip had begun to bleed. "Pathetic, too weak," the bat mocked, its narrow face filled with derision. "Enough of this. I have tasks to complete, so I shan't play with you any longer." With that, the bat lunged forward, its claws extending menacingly. In that instant, the spiritual energy in the air surged violently, and a dark aura swirled around, resembling a tempest. Zheng Xiaolan was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. The claw had nearly shattered half her bones. Even with her mid-stage Divine Intent physique, she was rendered powerless as her breath grew weaker and her eyelids became increasingly heavy. The bat appeared beside her without hesitation, ready to bite down. Yet in the next moment, a clear sound of a sword's cry resonated. Clang! A streak of black and white sword light, infused with overwhelming power, surged forth like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the clouds. The bat sensed something amiss and raised its head abruptly. However, before it could react, the sword light pierced through its body. Upon closer inspection, a gaping wound the size of a fist appeared on its chest, from which dark blood gushed forth. Then, the bat collapsed, lifeless. "Junior sister, are you all right?" In her dazed state, Zheng Xiaolan seemed to hear Chen Fan's voice. She attempted to open her eyes, but despite her efforts, her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge. "Congratulations, host, for discovering an excellent investment target. Investing in revitalizing pills grants 20 years of pure spiritual energy and 20 years of alchemical experience." Without hesitation, Chen Fan retrieved a white pill from his spatial ring. Revitalizing pill, a third-grade elixir that not only possesses potent hemostatic and healing effects, but also rapidly restores spiritual energy. He had only 5 of these pills in total. Once the pill was ingested, Zheng Xiaolan visibly began to recover. Moments later, when she opened her eyes, she found Chen Fan standing before her. "Thank you, senior brother." Zheng Xiaolan immediately expressed her gratitude. "There is no need for such formality," Chen Fan replied, helping her to her feet. By the way, do you know where the other inner disciples are?" he inquired, not forgetting the many disciples who desperately needed his assistance. After all, they were all potential investment targets. Most of the senior brothers have been captured, and some were directly devoured on the spot. Zheng Xiaolan's expression darkened. "Where were they taken?" Chen Fan asked quickly to where those demonic beasts appeared. Zheng Xiaolan pointed to the left, affirming her response. "Understood." Chen Fan nodded, preparing to rescue the inner disciples. However, a serious thought suddenly struck him. What if the enemy possessed powerful demonic beasts? If that were the case, he might not only gain nothing, but could also become a victim himself. Completing this investment promised astonishing rewards, but survival was paramount. Thus, Chen Fan turned to Zheng Xiaolan and asked, "Do you know what the strongest among those demonic beasts is?" Having made up his mind, Chen Fan resolved that if the enemy proved too powerful, he would wait for the seniors of Wujizong to arrive before joining the rescue effort, although this would result in lesser rewards. Safety was paramount. The strongest demonic beast can match Sister Li Qi in strength. Zheng Xiaolan contemplated before speaking. When the demonic beast first appeared, the three leading ones locked on his Sister Li Qi. Even though she is a formidable figure in the Five Elements realm, facing three opponents at once, she couldn't protect us, that be why now. Half an hour had passed, and Zheng Xiaolan refrained from saying more, as it was evident that Sister Li Qi was in grave danger. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes lit up that if they needed three to confront a single Five Elements realm cultivator, then as a law-body realm practitioner wielding the sword-drawing technique and sword intent, he had no reason to falter. Moreover, with his pure yang sword, even if he faced defeat, he could still employ the flying immortal step to escape. With this thought in mind, Chen Fan felt resolute. "Junior sister, the only demonic beast nearby has been slain by me. The Sect's seniors will arrive shortly to provide assistance. You stay here and do not move." "Senior brother, are you also going to rescue the other disciples?" Zheng Xiaolan asked. "Indeed." Chen Fan nodded. He was determined not to miss such a golden opportunity for rewards. Perhaps this time, upon completing the task, he would soar to new heights. "Please be careful," Zheng Xiaolan urged, her expression serious. "That I will." Chen Fan waved his hand, employing the flying immortal step, vanishing in a series of flickers. Chapter 44. Hanli exposed. Chen Fan emerges in a valley within the Wujishan Mountains. Frigid winds swept across the desolate plains from the northwest, stirring up dry grass and debris, creating a cloud of dust. The air in this area was saturated with demonic energy. Reaching an extreme level, in the heart of the valley, pools of blood flowed across the ground, forming a sinister pattern that depicted a being that was part human, part demon. This pattern seemed to connect to some mysterious entity. As time passed, the spatial rift began to widen, and the demonic energy within the pattern grew increasingly dense. "Master, what are they doing?" Hanli concealed himself within the thicket, his entire being blending seamlessly with the surroundings as he quietly observed the unfolding scene. With the assistance of his master, Hanli had successfully refined a first-grade elixir, thus becoming a disciple of the alchemy hall within the Wuji sect. During this intersect trial, he had intended to venture out in search of medicinal herbs to concoct elixirs, which he hoped to exchange for spirit stones to aid in his master's recovery. However, he never anticipated encountering such a dire situation. Fortunately, with his master's aid, he narrowly escaped capture. Yet, the other disciples were not so fortunate. Many of the weaker ones had already been drained of their vitality, their bodies consumed. Most of the disciples were bound like livestock at the center of a sinister pattern, with one being bled dry at regular intervals, their blood flowing into the design, rendering it increasingly vivid. Simultaneously, the chasm in the sky began to widen. "This is the establishment of a summoning technique," his master intoned gravely in his mind. Summoning technique. Hanli was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. These demonic beasts are utilizing the blood of the Wuji sect disciples to summon powerful entities from their kind. His master elaborated. "What?" Han Li's expression shifted dramatically. The strength of these demonic creatures was formidable. How terrifying could the summoned beings be? In that moment, Han Li felt an impending catastrophe looming over the Wuji sect. A potential threat of annihilation. "Master, is there any way to stop them?" he urgently inquired. Han Li was a person with a clear sense of right and wrong. In the past, he might have remained indifferent to the fate of the Wuji sect. However, he held deep respect for his senior brother Chen Fan, and for that reason alone, he felt compelled to find a way to avert this crisis. "There must be a way, but you are too weak. You lack the mastery of many techniques. Even if I impart the formation to you now, you would be unable to execute it," his master replied coolly. "Still too weak." Han Li lowered his head, his face filled with self-reproach that if only he were stronger, he could salvage this crisis. "Not worry. Several disciples have already managed to escape, and the stronger members of the Wuji sect are likely on their way. The elder reassured him. Yet, Hanli gazed at the hundreds of inner disciples ensnared before him, a pang of compassion gripping his heart. These were all inner disciples, vibrant lives. After all, they were all fellow sect members. And none had wronged him, that if he were capable, he truly wished to rescue them. However, he was merely a fledgling in the early stages of the divine intent realm. This world had always been cruel, where the weak were devoured by the strong. This is merely a minor skirmish. In time, you will understand that life is worth less than a mere coin. Your senior brother Chen Fan, though I hold him in high regard. I sincerely hope you do not become as merciful and kind-hearted as he is, for such traits will eventually lead to great calamity. His master cautioned, and no sooner had she spoken than a demonic beast at the forefront suddenly raised its claw and violently plunged it into the body of a Wuji sect disciple. Instantly, torrents of blood gushed forth, pouring into the pattern below, making it even more lifelike. You beasts, one day, our sectus elders will slice you into 1,000 pieces, shouted an inner disciple, his eyes aflame with rage as he witnessed his former comrades perish before him. Yet, they could only seethe impotently. All were sealed in their cultivation, akin to chickens on a chopping block, helplessly watching their fellow disciples die one after another. Some had already lowered their heads, consumed by despair. Indeed, as recorded in books, humanity is only capable of verbal indignation to go on. Continue your curses. After all, this is but your final moment of life. At the forefront of the demonic beast stood a colossal white tiger, towering at 5 zhang, coldly surveying the Wuji sect disciples, filthy beasts, from the thicket in the distance. Upon witnessing this scene, Hanli could no longer restrain himself, a surge of murderous intent welling within him. If he had the power, he would truly like to slay every last one of these creatures right here. Control your emotions, the elder urgently reminded him within his mind. However, it was too late. The white tiger suddenly turned, locking its gaze on Hanli's hiding spot. What a powerful concealment technique, it mused, licking its lips as it crouched forward, launching itself like an arrow released from a bow. Run. At this sight, Hanli's master's expression changed drastically as she urgently called out. Realizing his recklessness, Hanli wasted no time. He summoned his full strength and fled. Yet, due to the vast disparity in their realms, the speed difference was insurmountable. In but 2 breaths, the white tiger had already appeared before Hanli, striking down without hesitation. A strike from the realm of the 5 elements bore the weight of tens of thousands of genes. With this blow, Hanli was doomed to perish. In the valley, the inner disciples of the Wuji sect had closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of their fellow disciple being turned into a pulp. Sigh. Remember this lesson. Remain calm in any situation. Clear your mind now. I will take control of your body. Once we escape, you must focus on your cultivation in the Wuji sect and wait for my awakening once more. However, this time, it may be 1.5 years before I awaken. Hanli's master sighed, preparing to act. Master, I am sorry. It is my fault. Hanli expressed his deep remorse. Had he not succumbed to his emotions, he would not have put his master in such a precarious state. It is nothing. Youth is marked by mistakes, but you must learn from them, his master consoled him. Just as she was about to take control of Hanli's body and expend her soul to escape, a sudden clang echoed as a long sword was unsheathed. A brilliant beam of sword light soaring into the sky, slicing through the air and landing upon the white tiger's massive paw. Thud! The sword cheese sliced through the paw as if it were mere tofu, severing it cleanly. A howl erupted, and after that single strike, the white tiger hastily retreated. To the astonishment of all, a handsome young man emerged. Sword in hand, his garments fluttering as he coldly regarded the white tiger. Chapter 45. The surprise of Hanli's master. A powerful presence. From his attire, it was clear he was a member of the Wuji sect. Reinforcements have finally arrived. We are saved. Wait, why is it an inner disciple? Upon seeing someone intervene, the inner disciples of the Wuji sect felt a surge of joy, but their expressions quickly shifted. The one who came to their aid was, like them, an inner disciple of the Wuji sect. Upon recognizing Chun Fan's garb, they felt as if cold water had been poured over them, chilling them to the bone, though he had severed the white tiger's arm with a single strike. They were surrounded by hundreds of demonic beasts. Even the core disciple, Sister Li Qi, had been ensnared. It was over. This disciple would not only fail to rescue them, but would also endanger himself. Junior brother, retreat. There are over 100 demonic beasts here. You are no match for them. One individual, unable to bear the thought of Chun Fan meeting the same fate, hurriedly warned. Yet it was too late. At that moment, countless demonic beasts reacted, encircling Chun Fan. Senior brother Chun Fan. Han Li called out weakly as he gazed at the figure ahead. Wait until I finish dealing with these demonic beasts. Then we can talk. Chun Fan replied with a nod. Hearing this, Han Li's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Deal with these demonic beasts? However, recalling how Chun Fan had stood up for him earlier, he felt a deep respect for him. Although he had no idea how Chun Fan intended to handle the situation, Han Li dared not question further and merely nodded eagerly. Master, what realm is senior brother Chun Fan in now? Han Li couldn't help but ask, his gaze fixed on the composed Chun Fan. Han Li's master did not respond immediately, but instead lamented, Goodness, I never thought I, Han, would misjudge again. Your senior brother Chun Fan has already reached the initial stage of the law body realm. If all goes well, he could attain immortality, and the Wuji sect will ascend to new heights that in the future. The Wuji sect may even be revered as the Wuji immortal sect. There is even potential for it to become the Wuji Holy Land. When one person attains the Tao, even chickens and dogs ascend. This principle holds true in the world of fantasy as well. Master, what did you just say? Senior brother Chun Fan has reached the initial stage of the law body realm. Han Li's mouth hung open in disbelief. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Han Li's pupils constricted, that he had thought his recent progress was extraordinary, having leaped from the mere body refinement realm to the divine intent realm in a short span. Such a cultivation speed, surpassing 99% of practitioners even in the Dili dynasty, certainly warranted the title of prodigy. Yet, senior brother Chun Fan was even more astonishing. To reach the law body realm at the tender age of 18 was beyond comprehension. Master, can senior brother Chun Fan defeat those demonic beasts? Han Li continued to inquire. Had it been in the past, I would have certainly said he could not. However, at such a young age, Chun Fan is already cultivated to the realm of the law body. Although there are numerous demon beasts, the outcome is still uncertain. Han Li's master stated seriously, moreover, given his current calm demeanor, it is evident that he possesses his own trump cards, even if he cannot defeat those demon beasts. It should not be too problematic to hold out until the powerful members of the Wujizong arrive to provide assistance. Half an hour has already passed since the disciples of Wujizong escaped. Calculating the time, the strong ones from Wujizong will soon arrive. That is reassuring. Upon hearing these words, the worry on Han Li's face dissipated in the valley. Chun Fan stood with a sword in one hand, allowing the gentle breeze to billow his garments. Meanwhile, amidst the throng of demon beasts, 3 of them emerged in an instant. The atmosphere turned tense, and even before combat commenced, a formidable aura radiated from the few, suffocating the ordinary inner disciples. Buzz, buzz, buzzed out at that moment. The bat in front of Chun Fan suddenly flipped its palm and retrieved a black flag from its spatial ring. Its speed was astonishing, and as it appeared, a chilling aura began to permeate the air. However, Chun Fan was even faster. With a flick of his arm, a sword light burst forth from the air. The sound of sword, chi piercing flesh rang out as the bat demon, who had just summoned the black flag, found its head severed in an instant. The terrifying sword chi erupted within its body, utterly obliterating it. After slaying this late-stage demon beast of the 5 elements realm, Chun Fan remained unfazed, as if he had merely swatted AFLYWY this time. He had already reached the law body realm, with profound foundations. Not only had he mastered the sword-drawing technique, but he also grasped the essence of sword intent. Ordinary practitioners of the law body realm posed no threat to him, let alone those of the 5 elements realm. The demon beasts were indeed robust. But that was only in relative terms. When faced with his extreme assault, even the strongest must fall. Killing a demon beast of the 5 elements realm was nothing to boast about. Witnessing the demise of his companion, the Black Tiger's expression turned grave. How can he be so formidable? Before their arrival, they had received news that the strongest disciple of Wujizong in this trial was Li Qi of the 5 elements realm. Yet, who was this young man? They had been deceived. Realizing this, the black tiger's countenance shifted dramatically. Flee. Sensing the situation turning dire, he prepared to escape immediately. However, it was too late. Chun Fan drew his sword once more, and a surge of sword intent rose, resembling a mountain as it descended upon the black tiger. Thud! With a resounding crash, the black tiger's massive form collapsed to its knees. Upon closer inspection, its upper body had been reduced to a mass of mangled flesh. Black blood splattering everywhere. It must be said that the bodies of these demon beasts were indeed formidable. Even in such a state, they still retained a flicker of life. Nevertheless, Chun Fan did not grant it any time to recover. He struck again, cleaving its head in two. This time, the black tiger breathed its last, and in the span of a single breath, 2 of the 3 leaders of the invading demon beasts had perished. At this moment, whether it was Li Qi or the other inner disciples, they stood in stunned silence, taking in the spectacle. Cough, cough. How powerful! Li Qi coughed a couple of times, unable to contain her astonishment. Previously, she had been attacked in unison by these 3 demon beasts, and no one understood their strength better than she did. With their combined might, she had been at a disadvantage within mere dozens of exchanges. Yet, she never anticipated that Chun Fan could so easily kill 2 of them. This was simply inconceivable. It was well known that demon beasts were notoriously difficult to slay. Chun Fan, be cautious of the last demon beast. It possesses a trump card. Suddenly recalling something, Li Qi quickly warned. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan nodded. Trump cards? Who doesn't have them? With that, Chun Fan executed the flying immortal step, vanishing from his original position. The next moment, he appeared above the final demon beast, wielding both black and white sword intent, and struck down. The sound of the long sword penetrating flesh echoed as, without hesitation, Chun Fan aimed for its head, thrusting downward with force. Then, turning around, he unleashed the sword-drawing technique, dispatching demon beast after demon beast, that in just a few minutes, all the invading demon beasts lay slain at Chun Fan's feet. Chapter 46. Completing a massive investment task. Soul stones appear. Witnessing this scene, Han Li swallowed hard at that moment. He felt as though his senior brother Chun Fan had descended from the heavens, invincible and filled with admiration. This the true power of Chun Fan. Truly remarkable. To slay over 100 demon beasts. If this were to spread, his fame would surely soar. Master, when will I be able to catch up to Chun Fan's footsteps? Han Li couldn't help but ask. In response, Han Li's master unusually remained silent. In the past, the elder would surely have advised Han Li not to belittle himself. With his guidance, Han Li's future was boundless. However, at this moment, he chose to remain quiet. After a moment, a gentle voice echoed in Han Li's mind. Your senior brother Chun Fan has comprehended sword intent. Han Li comprehended the essence. Many elders of Wuzhizong had never reached this level. Yet his master informed him that the 18-year-old Chun Fan had already grasped sword intent. No, Han Li suddenly realized that his master was not merely speaking of this matter, but was subtly conveying that it was futile for him to attempt to catch up. Han Li's master shook his head, having 2 more points to convey. The weapon in Chun Fan's hands was not something an ordinary person could possess. It was evident that Chun Fan's background was profound. Furthermore, he discovered that the body-forging technique Han Li had gifted to Chun Fan had already reached a minor completion, while Han Li, despite his daily cultivation, had yet to even enter the door. Such a disparity was not something that could be bridged in a short time. Han Li, come and assist. Just as Han Li was lost in thought, Chun Fan spoke up Han Li quickly suppressed his astonishment, jogging forward to help Chun Fan free the inner disciples. During this process, they also destroyed the summoning altar. As the blood on the ground dried up, the rift in the air visibly shrank before vanishing entirely. Next, the rewards began to roll in. Chun Fan stowed his long sword into the spatial ring and turned to the inner disciples behind him. Junior brother, your injuries are quite severe. Allow me to lend you a healing pill. Do not hesitate. The demon beasts may return at any moment, so it is best to recover your strength first. Congratulations to the host for completing the investment, receiving 10 years of pure spiritual energy. Would you like to claim it? Congratulations to the host for completing the investment, receiving 1,000 spirit stones. Would you like to claim it? Congratulations to the host for completing the investment, receiving 10 years of pure spiritual energy. Would you like to claim it? Congratulations to the host for completing the investment, receiving 1,000 spirit stones. Would you like to claim it? Congratulations to the host for completing the investment. After half a stick of incense had passed, Chun Fan had made a round through the many inner disciples. Only when there were no further system prompts did he rise to his feet, feeling fortunate that he had previously accumulated numerous resources. Otherwise, he would not have been able to complete such an investment task today. Chun Fan felt a sense of relief. The rewards from this investment were remarkably generous, that he had acquired a total of 80,000 spirit stones. 10 instances of 10 years of pure spiritual energy, and 10 instances of 10 years of alchemy experience. At this moment, Chun Fan believed that choosing to claim the alchemy experience would likely elevate him directly to the 4th level of alchemy proficiency. Currently, the items stored on him were nearly depleted. Once he returned, he would need to replenish his supplies. Chun Fan mused that he even suspected that some individuals had not encountered investment opportunities, likely due to insufficient items in their possession. What a pity. Chun Fan shook his head. Had he known such a scene would unfold, he would have sold everything to prepare supplies, thus directly amassing wealth. Observing that there were still dozens of individuals who had not invested, Chun Fan felt he had missed out on several billion, that after all, such an opportunity was rare indeed. Senior brother Chun Fan. Just as Chun Fan lamented his lack of preparation, Han Li's voice rang out. Chun Fan turned to see Han Li approaching with 3 spatial rings in hand. Senior brother, these are the spatial rings obtained from the battlefield. Surprised by Han Li's actions, Chun Fan glanced at him. The gesture struck him as somewhat unexpected. After all, one would typically keep such advantages for themselves. Thank you for your trouble, Chun Fan said with a smile. Senior brother is too polite. These are your spoils of war. If it weren't for you, everyone would have perished here, Han Li replied earnestly. Chun Fan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, that he understood that both Han Li and Bai Li had their own secrets. Since they chose not to divulge them, he would not pry. After all, who among them did not harbor a few secrets? And if secrets were revealed, could they still be called secrets, as long as they did not infringe upon Chun Fan's bottom line? Everything could be discussed amicably. However, if his spoils were to be misappropriated by Han Li, Chun Fan would certainly ensure that Han Li received a lasting memory. Upon receiving the spatial rings, Chun Fan scanned them with his divine sense and discovered a plethora of items akin to spirit stones within. Unlike spirit stones, which were entirely white, these items were entirely black, approximately 5,000 pieces. Chun Fan extracted one and felt a chilling sensation emanate from it. Soul stones. In Han Li's mind, his master exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, these demonic beasts hail from the realm of demons, and it is quite customary for them to carry soul stones. The elder murmured to himself, Master, what exactly are soul stones? Han Li inquired, intrigued, for it was his first encounter with such an artifact. Soul stones are a unique type of item. Not only are they a currency that traverses various planes, but they also serve to assist in the cultivation of souls, when one reaches the level of the Tao. Such items become essential in your realm. The strong require soul stones, while the demon race seeks spirit stones. The only way to procure soul stones is from these demonic beasts of the demon realm. Hence their immense value. Upon hearing this, Han Li immediately asked, Master, when will the demonic beasts return? Clearly, knowing the preciousness of soul stones ignited Han Li's desire to slay these beasts. That depends on when they choose to invade. His master explained. Moreover, they never appear in the same location twice during their invasions. The next time, it could very well be in a different dynasty. Under normal circumstances, it is challenging to encounter them. Furthermore, how can you be certain of the strength of the demonic beasts in their next incursion? What if one of them possesses Tao-level power? At this, Han Li shook his head regretfully, observing Chun Fan, who was toying with a soul stone. Han Li approached him, asking, Senior brother, do you know what this item is? I do not. This is my first time seeing it. Chun Fan replied candidly that he was aware that Han Li possessed a soul imbued with extensive knowledge, and thus presumed that the latter had already informed him of the origins of the stone in his possession. Sure enough, Han Li soon spoke, I once encountered a description of this item in a book of curiosities. If I recall correctly, this is indeed a soul stone in a short while. As Han Li elaborated, Chun Fan realized that this was indeed his most significant discovery. Chapter 47. The Master's Praise, a New Investment Target. The ability to aid in the cultivation of souls is, without a doubt, extraordinarily precious. Chun Fan nodded in agreement. Although Han Li envied him for acquiring a soul stone, he too was envious of Han Li's grandfather. For indeed, having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. Thank you, junior brother, for enlightening me. Chun Fan expressed his gratitude that no need for thanks. Han Li replied somewhat awkwardly, without his own master's elucidation. He too would have been entirely ignorant of soul stones. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chun Fan bid farewell to Han Li. He then turned his attention to the banner within his spatial ring. The banner was small, about the size of a palm, yet it felt icy to the touch, with radiant lights flickering upon it, clearly indicating its extraordinary nature. At that moment, several fissures appeared on the black flag. Is this the trump card of the demonic beasts? Chun Fan pondered, sensing the terrifying power emanating from the flag. If unleashed, it could likely annihilate a Dao-level cultivator in an instant. Fortunately, he had acted swiftly before the black flag was wielded by the beast, ensuring its destruction. The black flag bore 5 distinct lines, 3 of which had already cracked, indicating that it could still be utilized 2 more times. Chun Fan nodded and stored the black flag away. Although it could only be used twice, its power made it a worthy adversary in the future. Should he encounter formidable foes, he could rely on the black flag to maneuver and potentially defeat them. Just then, a tremendous tremor resonated through the sky. Buzzing echoed as the area seemed to experience a violent upheaval, and soon after, a dreadful aura descended, engulfing a radius of several thousand miles in the heavens. A towering figure wielding a massive blade materialized. Dare to invade the Wuzhizong. You seek death. An ancient and sonorous voice rang out, laced with unmasked murderous intent. At this moment, the surviving inner disciples of Wuzhizong, upon hearing the familiar voice, looked up in excitement. The master of the law enforcement hall has arrived. We pay our respects to the master. We pay our respects to the master. The disciples bowed respectfully. The master of the law enforcement hall, observing the slain demonic beasts below, was momentarily taken aback. Are the disciples of this generation of Wuzhizong truly this formidable? Upon receiving the news, he had rushed to provide assistance, only to find that the demonic beasts had already been dealt with. Soon, after learning the details of the situation, the master of the law enforcement hall regarded Chun Fan with admiration. Well done, he exclaimed, observing the several slain beasts of the 5 elements realm on the ground, all defeated by Chun Fan. This indicated the terrifying strength of Chun Fan. What is your name? Master Li inquired curiously. Junior disciple Chun Fan. Chun Fan. Quite impressive. I shall remember you. Master Li generously praised, continuing, you have saved the disciples from peril and accomplished a great feat upon your return. I shall certainly report to the deputy sect master to commend you. While I cannot ascertain the exact rewards you will receive, I assure you that they will be satisfactory. Upon hearing this, the inner disciples were filled with envy that a guarantee from a home master. By then, they would likely not have to worry about acquiring divine abilities or techniques. Wuzhizong has finally produced a true dragon. Young man, cultivate diligently. I have a premonition that the future rise of Wuzhizong hinges upon you. Master Li said earnestly. You flatter me, Master, Chun Fan humbly replied. Just then, a system notification appeared before Chun Fan. Congratulations, host, for discovering an excellent investment opportunity. Invest in the bodies of 3 demonic beasts to receive a half-month cultivation experience card. A cultivation experience card? Chun Fan's eyes brightened. With this experience card, his secret techniques would surely experience a breakthrough, deepening his foundation to this time. Master Li gazed at the corpses of the 5 elements realm demonic beasts on the ground, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. It is well known that the bodies of demonic beasts are remarkably resilient and, when integrated into weapon forging, can elevate the quality of the weapon significantly. Regrettably, these were not his spoils of war. Although he felt a strong temptation, he could not bring himself to seize the benefits of his disciples. However, he did devise a plan to purchase them with spirit stones. Even if it required spending a bit more, he would gladly do so. Observing Master Li's expression, Chun Fan promptly spoke. Master, are you interested in these corpses? Indeed, although I am the master of the law enforcement hall, I am also a weaponsmith. It has been years since demonic beasts from the otherworld appeared. The bodies of these 5 elements realm beasts are rare and valuable for forging. that I truly wish to utilize them for crafting. Can you bear to part with them? You may set the price, Master Li said, already prepared for a significant expenditure. The bodies of the demonic beasts are of considerable value. Their anatomical structures contain unique substances. I am aware that if these demonic beast bodies are in my possession, aside from selling them for spirit stones, what else could I do? Conversely, in your hands, Master, they can be put to their fullest use. Chun Fan replied. Upon hearing this, Master Li fell silent momentarily, then removed his identity token from his waist and handed it to Chun Fan. These demonic beasts are indeed valuable. Since you are gifting them to me, I shall not allow you to go unrewarded. With my token, you may go to the Wujizong Pavilion to claim a technique that if anyone inquires, simply state that I sent you. Furthermore, with this token, I can grant you 3 favors, provided they do not contravene the principles of the sect. How could I accept such a thing, Master? Though he voiced his reluctance, Chun Fan nonetheless accepted the token. At that moment, he resembled a child during the new year, who, despite verbally refusing a red envelope from an adult, eagerly snatches it away. Witnessing this scene, Master Li nodded and then spoke seriously. Upon your return to the sect, focus on your cultivation and do not involve yourself in the conflicts among the upper echelons of the sect. Do you understand? Chapter 48. Late stage of the law body realm. Ma Teng's targeting. These words. Chun Fan was momentarily taken aback before nodding. The higher echelons of Wujizong had been embroiled in conflict for years. The sect master was engrossed in seclusion, rarely emerging, while the deputy sect master, Ma Tianhe, handled all matters of the sect. The masters of the Law Enforcement Hall and the Alchemy Hall were at odds with the deputy sect master. Thus, Master Li had advised Chun Fan to concentrate on his cultivation and not to meddle in the sect's disputes. Wujizong, the Hall of Forging. Father, have you heard about Chun Fan's exploits? With a grave expression, Ma Teng remarked. Standing before him was a tall man with a straight back and broad shoulders. Just last month, Ma Teng had emerged from his seclusion only to learn that his scheme for amassing wealth had been thwarted by Chun Fan. At that moment, he had etched Chun Fan's name in his mind, preparing to make him pay when the time was ripe. However, Chun Fan was seldom present in the sect, which had left Ma Teng without an opportunity. Little did he anticipate that Chun Fan would rescue many during this inter-sect trial, thus garnering widespread acclaim. This revelation filled Ma Teng with a sense of impending danger. If Chun Fan were to discover that Zhang Xiaoyuan had acted on his behalf, would he turn against him? Calm yourself. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow and admonished. At your age, why do you still act with such impatience? Chun Fan is exceptionally talented, having already attained the law body realm at a young age. With the potential to ascend to immortality in the future, as disciples of the Wuji sect, there is no need for you to engage in underhanded dealings. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, Ma Teng interjected, Father, the ruins will open next month, and our Wuji sect has only one spot. With Chun Fan's talent, the 2 old men from the Pill Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall will undoubtedly recommend him. Ma Teng replied, his voice laden with frustration, that he had been planning for over a year to enter the secret realm, investing immense resources and manpower. Now, with Chun Fan's abrupt emergence, his plans have been completely derailed. Chun Fan's strength surpassed his own, and his connections with the leaders of the Pill Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall would surely lead to strong recommendations for Chun Fan. Upon hearing this, Ma Teng's father fell silent. Do not act rashly. I will consult the deputy sect master. Within the inner disciples' residence, in Chun Fan's small courtyard, he was filled with excitement as the gains from today far exceeded his expectations. After investing over 100 times, he had amassed nearly 100,000 spirit stones and achieved a century's worth of cultivation. Moreover, he possessed a plethora of soul stones, each of considerable value, as they could aid powerful beings in cultivating their souls. In addition, he was allowed to select a technique from the Wuji sect and had earned a favor from the Law Enforcement Hall's master. As for the rewards to be reported to the sect, Chun Fan was indifferent. They were merely symbolic gestures that held little significance for him at this juncture. Taking a deep breath, Chun Fan resolved. Claim the rewards. Buzzing. Chun Fan's body became infused with a torrent of pure spiritual energy, and after a short incense stick's time, he advanced to the mid-stage of the law body realm. Half an hour later, he reached the late stage of the law body realm, breaking through 2 levels in one go, a truly bountiful harvest. Chun Fan marveled. Next, he pondered whether this alchemy experience could assist him in advancing from a 3rd-grade alchemist to a 4th-grade one. The highest standard within the Wuji sect seemed to be only the late stage of the third grade. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately utilized his alchemy experience. The alchemy experience will assist you in your cultivation through muscle memory and mental transmission. Please accept the fragments of memory that as he inhaled deeply. Chen Fan's eyes began to gleam with brilliance. Buzz! A torrent of information regarding the techniques of fourth-grade alchemy, the understanding of medicinal herbs, and fire control surged into Chen Fan's mind. He felt as if an extraordinary scene was unfolding in his memory, that in the inner alchemy room of the Shun Su sect, a disheveled young man was tirelessly experimenting beside the alchemical furnace. The Qingling fruit is toxic. To refine the soul-nourishing pill, one must add the white orchid grass in a ratio of 9:1. The timing failed again. The failures stacked up 10 times, 100 times. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes, refreshed and confident, and approached the alchemical furnace once more, skillfully preparing the materials, igniting the fire, and refining the pill. In a moment, success was achieved. In reality, Chen Fan opened his eyes and gazed at his hands, murmuring, "Is becoming a fourth-grade alchemist truly this effortless?" If anyone were to overhear, they would surely scoff. Little did he know that Li Qi's father had diligently practiced for over 30 years and had only reached the late stage of the third grade. With a long exhale, Chen Fan placed the spirit stones awarded by the system into his spatial ring, retrieved a threefold experience cultivation card, and began his training in the body forging technique, which could grant him an indestructible physical form and the ability to be reborn from a drop of blood in the later stages, with the addition of the sword drawing technique and the enhancement of sword intent. His offensive capabilities had surged. Moreover, he had acquired the flying immortal step in terms of movement techniques. Thus, after much contemplation, Chen Fan resolved to focus on the body forging technique. After all, he aspired to be a versatile warrior capable of both withstanding and delivering blows. Immersing himself in concentration, Chen Fan commenced his training. 7 days later, with a resonant sound, it seemed as if Chen Fan's body had shattered some form of seal, unleashing a torrent of potential within him. His blood surging like a voracious beast, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The tremendous commotion instantly stirred the higher-ups of the Wuji sect. This moment, in the artifact forging hall, Li, the hall master of the law enforcement hall, stood respectfully behind a man. Before him stood a refined gentleman exuding an air of scholarly elegance. His gaze, vast and starry, was fixed intently on the direction of Chen Fan. Sensing the aura of the late stage of the law body realm emanating from Chen Fan, the man's expression grew unusually grave. "That direction is where you previously mentioned Chen Fan resides." "Correct," the sect master of Wuji spoke slowly, his voice gentle and soothing, akin to a spring breeze. Indeed, Li, the hall master, confirmed with certainty. Upon his return, he immediately investigated Chen Fan. After all, such an outstanding disciple was impossible to overlook. As the era of great contention approaches, our Wuji sect has finally produced a prodigy. It is indeed a fortunate occurrence. Alas, the current environment is complex, and we cannot ensure his safe development. Nevertheless, since he is a prodigious disciple of our Wuji sect, I shall grant him an opportunity to soar." Upon hearing this, Li, the hall master, was filled with confusion. "Sect master, with your presence, is it not possible to ensure Chen Fan's safety?" No one understood the terrifying prowess of the Wuji sect's master better than Li. Though he appeared as a frail scholar, his strength was formidable beyond measure. "Indeed, this matter is quite intricate. You will come to understand in due time. Take my token and proceed to the Marshal Tower." Stating that Li Chongqing requests a meeting with the three masters there. "The three masters of the Marshal Tower. Do not inquire too much. Just go." "Understood." Despite harboring many questions, Li accepted the sect master's token and took flight on his sword. "What a pity! Had I done so 3 years ago, I would have taken you as my disciple." Gazing in the direction of Chen Fan, Li Chongqing shook his head. Such an extraordinarily gifted disciple was not his own apprentice. "I hope you can pass the test set by the three masters and join the Marshal Tower." Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 more days had elapsed, finally ceasing his training. Chen Fan's body, save for his head, radiated a golden hue, emanating an aura of terrifying power. Testing the strength of his body in a second forging, Chen Fan drew forth his pure yang sword and struck his thigh. Clang, clang, clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated, and Chun Fan examined the site of his attack, discovering only a faint white mark that in the blink of an eye, the mark vanished without a trace. What a formidable physique! Chun Fan exclaimed that it was noteworthy that he had not even summoned his blood energy during the attack. He had solely relied on the defensive capabilities of his body to withstand the blow. Such physical prowess meant that even standing still, many within the same tier would struggle to breach his defenses. Next, Chun Fan tested his recovery speed. With the enhancement of Sword Intent, he finally pierced his thigh, leaving a wound. However, before blood could flow, it began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Chun Fan stared at his thigh in astonishment. The scar that had formed vanished within 3 breaths, having scabbed and fallen away. Even he, a prodigy, felt rather extraordinary. Could I now regenerate from severed limbs? Chun Fan instinctively glanced down, but the next moment, he shook his head vigorously that if I cannot regenerate from severed limbs, then the Chun family would face extinction. This was untenable. As the sun set, the last rays of light streamed through the window, casting slender beams onto the floor, illuminating a bright circle that distinctly reflected the dust dancing in the air, each particle delicate and swirling. "Senior brother, the meal is ready." Just as Chun Fan concluded his training, he heard the voice of Zheng Xiaolan from outside. During this period, the girl had consistently brought him meals at mealtime. Turning around, he saw Zheng Xiaolan approaching with a meal box and a smile. "Senior brother, this is your favorite braised pork that Zheng Xiaolan busied herself arranging the bowls and chopsticks. She murmured softly. "It's just that this pork is rather expensive. Others pay the normal price, but for me and junior brother Han Li, it's double. Some little scoundrel must be up to mischief in the shadows. I'll go find senior sister Li Qi to investigate." Zheng Xiaolan expressed her dissatisfaction, but when she turned her head, a radiant smile adorned her face as she gazed at Chun Fan. Upon hearing her words, Chun Fan felt a stirring within him. He recognized that the higher-ups of the Wujizong were taking action. Shaking his head, he began to indulge in the culinary delights before him. Despite having reached a level of cultivation where he could forego meals for 10 days, or even half a month, he could never shake off another aspect of his identity. He was a waterball man. Accustomed to 2 meals a day for over 20 years, this was his unwavering belief. Chun Fan had no intention of involving himself in the power struggles of the Wujizong's upper echelons. After all, he was merely here to cultivate without any grand ambitions. However, it was abundantly clear that the situation above did not intend to allow him to remain aloof. After quietly finishing his meal and watching Zheng Xiaolan's departing silhouette, Chun Fan murmured, "I merely wish to invest peacefully. Why must you force my hand?" Chapter 49. Visualizing the Great Ming King. Troubles arise the following day, as the sun rose with its radiant light. Fragmented beams of sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated the courtyard. This moment, Chun Fan sat cross-legged, his eyes closed in his mind. He began to visualize the Great Ming King, a celestial being. This was a top-tier technique he had exchanged for using the identity of Master Li. Upon reaching the late stage of the law-body realm, one needed to cultivate soul techniques to break through. With his eyes shut, everything appeared hazy at first. The initial image he conjured was the left hand of the Great Ming King, which held a sphere of radiant light, hot and dazzling. That light became increasingly vivid. Chun Fan distinctly felt as if he were enveloped in a furnace, his flesh, fascia, bones, and blood growing ever hotter. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. As Chun Fan's concentration deepened, the sensation of heat intensified to be the 20th breath. A wave of pain surged through him. Thus, he decisively halted his visualization and slowly opened his eyes. For a first-time cultivation session, one must not be overly hasty. According to records, if one were to sustain injuries while cultivating the soul, recovery could take anywhere from several days to several months. Achieving 20 breaths during the initial visualization was already commendable. Chun Fan exhaled deeply, observing that even the breath he released carried a scorching essence. He keenly sensed a slight increase in his strength and a marginal enhancement in his physical resilience. Though the improvement was minimal, it was indeed there. Once again, he closed his eyes, and without employing his mental energy, Chun Fan could distinctly perceive a few ants laboriously dragging a morsel of food behind him. The effect of the soul cultivation was immediate. Chun Fan was astonished but quickly regained his composure. Cultivating the soul was a process of developing mental strength while simultaneously fortifying the body. Seizing the opportunity of his mental recovery, Chen Fan rose to practice swordsmanship. His garments were already soaked with sweat, clinging to his skin, yet he paid it no mind and continued his training in sword-drawing techniques. After half an hour, he sheathed his sword and returned to visualizing the great Ming God King. The morning passed in this cycle of cultivation. The path of cultivation resembled rowing against the current. One must either advance or regress to appear noble in public. One must endure suffering in private. By noon, after Chen Fan finished bathing, Zheng Xiaolan entered with a lunchbox. The young girl arranged the dishes and collected the clothes Chen Fan had just changed out of, preparing to take them away for washing. Chen Fan opened his mouth, intending to speak, but ultimately lowered his head to eat. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Chen Fan paid them no heed, although he resided in the inner disciple quarters of the Wujizong. It was common for individuals to pass by on their way to the martial hall. Thus, he continued his meal without acknowledging the footsteps. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, summoning him. Chen Fan's expression turned quizzical. The voice was unfamiliar. Zheng Xiaolan also stood, clearly having heard the call from outside. She looked at Chen Fan, and upon receiving his nod, she slowly opened the door. Upon opening the door, they beheld two handsome youths mounted on horses. Each horse was distinct, yet both exuded a remarkable aura. One horse had a glossy brown coat, strong limbs, and radiated a sense of divine majesty. The youth on its back was known to Chen Fan. He was Ma Teng, the son of the master of the refinement hall and the eldest disciple there. Teng was strikingly handsome, adorned with a long sword at his waist and dressed in splendid attire, resembling a dashing young man. The other horse was even more magnificent than Ma Teng's. It was a black heavenly Xian horse, a breed extremely rare in the Dali kingdom. Not only common noble families, but even within the Wujizong, aside from the sect leader's steed, none could compare to this heavenly Xian horse. That on this horse sat another young man, who sat upright, his gaze calm, quietly observing Chen Fan. A closer look revealed an air of superiority emanating from him, suggesting he was accustomed to high status. Chen Fan squinted his eyes. Simultaneously, Ma Teng shouted, "Myself and young Master Xian are heading to the martial hall for practice. This place is too distant from the dining hall. Have your maid prepare some food to send to the martial hall. Hurry up." Ma Teng was born of the master of the refinement hall's concubine. However, he possessed exceptional refinement talent and at the age of 24 had already reached the third rank in refining. Consequently, he was held in high regard. After the Wujizong's leader had long been in seclusion, the vice leader handled various affairs of the sect, allowing Ma Teng to behave quite arrogantly. The crucial point was that Ma Teng's father was said to be a blood brother of the vice leader. In the face of a powerful uncle, many elders within the Wujizong treated Ma Teng with utmost courtesy. While Ma Teng sat upon his horse, he first scrutinized Chen Fan's expression, then shifted his gaze to Zheng Xiaolan, his eyes betraying a hint of admiration. Yet, fearing that young Master Xian beside him might perceive him merely as a lecher, he quickly averted his gaze. Chen Fan remained silent, preparing to close the door. Setting aside the fact that Zheng Xiaolan was not his maid, even if she were, he would not acquiesce. Furthermore, Zheng Xiaolan was his childhood friend and an object of his investment. That an investment target is not akin to an elementary school student in a live stream. That is not a mere student, but rather the provider of sustenance for the broadcaster. Yet, before Chen Fan could close the door, Ma Teng urged, "Today, young Master Xian, he has made a rare visit to the Wujizong. He does not wish to disturb the elders of the sect, nor does he wish to waste resources. Since your place is not far from the martial hall, quickly prepare some food to bring over." Ma Teng's expression was grave. They had gone to great lengths to deal with Chen Fan, spending heavily to invite young Master Xian and persuading him to incapacitate Chen Fan. Today was about provoking Chen Fan, forcing him to strike first. Ma Teng was aware that Zheng Xiaolan was not Chen Fan's maid, and he also knew that the girl hailed from the same origin as Chen Fan. If Chen Fan dared to act today, the outcome would be his cultivation crippled by young Master Xian, reducing him to an ordinary person, the secret realm. Ma Teng must possess it. Chen Fan's existence had already posed a threat to him, as his strength in the law-body realm surpassed Ma Teng's by a whole level. Coupled with the strong recommendations from the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall and the Hall Master of the Medicine Hall. Even if his uncle wanted to provide him special treatment, it would be exceedingly difficult, After conferring with his father, they decided to invite young Master Xian Yi to deal with Chun Fan. If Chun Fan were to be disabled, no disciple of the Wujizong would qualify to contend with him for the Secret Realm's opportunities, and no matter how Chun Fan chose today, there was only one outcome awaiting him: incapacitation. Meanwhile, the elegantly dressed young Master Xian Yi sat quietly atop his horse, his expression tranquil, with the heavenly Xian horse beneath him rearing its neck and exhaling warm breath. This horse was indeed a steed of the five elements realm. Chapter 50. Killing Ma Teng. Summoned by the sect leader in Chun Fan's perception, the young man's strength was also considerable, law body realm. However, Chun Fan showed no inclination to indulge them. Get lost. What are the law body realm? If it were not for being within the sect, fearing the repercussions of murder, he would have already desired to eliminate them. Tio dared to chatter before him, while being of the five elements realm. If pushed to the brink, even within the sect, Chun Fan would not hesitate to slay Ma Teng. With his current identity as a fourth-rank alchemist, he could easily seek refuge with a powerful force. Upon hearing his words, Ma Teng's expression darkened, yet excitement bubbled within him. Continue being arrogant. Even Li Xian Yi narrowed his eyes at this moment, that I will first go meet your father, and upon my return, I shall personally experience the prowess of Wujizong's #1 prodigy. That Li Xian Yi's tone carried a hint of coldness. Upon hearing this, Ma Teng immediately broke into a grin. Thank you, young Master Xian Yi. At this moment, Ma Teng wore a fawning smile, feeling that everything was secure. Rest assured, my father's promises will be honored. Moreover, upon my return from the secret realm, I will promptly enter the Li residence to serve you for 3 years. Ma Teng patted his chest and assured, please, let Li Xian Yi take action. My father has promised to provide a spiritual artifact each year for the next 20 years, and in return, I will serve Li Xian Yi for 3 years. Undoubtedly, this was also the reason for the Ma family's desire to curry favor with Li Xian Yi. Although Li Xian Yi was a legitimate son, he hailed from the Duke of Li's residence. During the great establishment of the Dali dynasty, a celestial phenomenon occurred with stars falling from the sky and demons murmuring in the rivers. The two paths of Buddhism and Taoism had yet to emerge. As the first Duke of Li wielded a long spear, laying the foundation for the flourishing era of Dali as 2 centuries passed, the once mighty spear now lay dormant in the ancestral hall, with no one capable of wielding it, leaving Li Xian Yi with an unsettled heart. That in the past, the martial arts world was dominated by Dali, yet in recent decades, formidable figures have emerged from all corners. There were the sword-wielding scholars who could slice through the heavens, and the sinister sects that sealed demons and constructed eternal fortresses, coupled with the persistent incursions from the neighboring Destined. The world was no longer solely under Dali's supremacy. Throughout these years, the Duke's residence had been in continuous decline. That was not due to the incompetence of the Li family's descendants, but rather the overwhelming pressure exerted by Dali over the past 2 centuries, which deterred anyone from daring to engage in martial conflict in the capital. This led to the gradual diminishing of their once prestigious martial lineage. Until recent years, when the Destined dynasty revealed its fangs, Li Xian Yi agreed to Ma Teng's request for assistance. After all, both Ma Teng and his father were skilled artifact craftsmen, and at such a critical juncture, they were valuable allies worthy of his involvement. Although the Li family had many offspring, Li Xian Yi was confident that he was the most likely candidate to grasp the ancestral spear. Once he wielded it, he would become the next Duke of Li, a being above all others. At that moment, the two rode their horses, gradually rounding a bend and entering a narrow woodland path. Beyond this path lay the martial arts hall, and turning left for 3,000 meters would lead to Ma Teng's father's residence. By the way, Ma Teng, do you know of any exceptional talents? Perhaps alchemists of 3rd rank or above? Li Xian Yi pondered, eager to recruit more skilled individuals, and spoke up. I know a few, but I'm not very acquainted with them. If the young master requires, I can contact them shortly. Ma Teng immediately replied. That would be much obliged. Li Xian Yi chuckled, sensing that Ma Teng was a man of good sense. Rest assured, I will take care of that disciple named Chun Fan for you. Upon hearing this, Ma Teng hurriedly expressed his gratitude. The son of the Duke of Li slaying an intersect disciple of the Wuji sect would undoubtedly deter any retaliatory action. This matter was settled. The corners of Ma Teng's mouth curled into a wild smile, thinking that no matter how gifted Chun Fan may be, he would ultimately meet a fate of ruin. In this world. Possessing a singular skill was paramount. Suddenly, a thought struck Ma Teng, and he swiftly turned his head. With a sharp sound, his head was severed from his body, the smile on his face still lingering as his eyes filled with shock and confusion. A streak of black and white sword light had cut through his neck, and as the sunlight slanted, blood gushed forth, and his head tumbled onto the path, rolling several meters before coming to a halt. The startled horse beneath him bolted forward in terror. Li Xian was momentarily stunned, and then panic surged within him. He gazed at Ma Teng's wide-eyed expression of horror on the ground, feeling a chill run down his spine. The sword light had caught him completely off guard. After all, he had spent too long in the capital, lacking genuine battle experience. Encountering a seasoned combat practitioner, Ma Teng had not even registered in their mind as they fled. With a steely resolve, Li Xian turned around, only to find Chun Fan standing behind him, smiling. Chun Fan raised his long sword and made a slashing gesture across his throat. Li Xian's face drained of color. Involuntarily biting his lip, his trembling hands turning icy, that he sensed his teeth chattering. The calm demeanor he once possessed was utterly obliterated, replaced by sheer anxiety. He never anticipated that Chun Fan would dare to kill the son of the artifact hall master within the inner sect of the Wuji sect. Was he not afraid of retribution from the Wuji sect? Did he not fear Ma Teng's father's vengeance? Leave. If you meddle in these affairs again, Ma Teng will be your end. Chun Fan glanced at Li Xian before turning to depart. His act of killing Ma Teng was not one of recklessness. The black flag within his space ring granted him the power to slay beings at the Tao-seeking realm, and Ma Teng's father was indeed at that level. Chun Fan had already made up his mind. If necessary, he would eliminate Ma Teng's father as well, and then switch allegiances to another faction. Those who conspired against him would meet their demise. Originally, he had intended to kill Li Xian as well, but upon noticing the token at Li Xian's waist, he hesitated. The token bore the 3 golden characters of Duke's residence, despite its current decline. The Duke's residence still commanded respect. It was not something the Wuji sect could afford to offend. While Chun Fan could simply walk away, Li Xian's death within the Wuji sect would undoubtedly bring catastrophic repercussions. At that time, Li Qi, the master of the Alchemy Hall, the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, and numerous intersect disciples would all be implicated. Li Xian was marked for death, but not within the Wuji sect. After witnessing Chun Fan's departure, Li Xian abandoned his mount, fleeing in terror. At this moment, he forgot that he was a formidable practitioner at the law body realm. The ambition of wielding the ancestral spear was cast aside. His life took precedence. He could never have imagined that a practitioner from beyond the capital could be so ruthless. Without uttering a word of defiance, the pampered Li Xian fled in a panic for the first time. However, he remained oblivious to the figure trailing closely behind him. Chun Fan followed Li Xian, planning to strike once he was far from the southwestern region. Yet, just after exiting the Wuji sect, he was intercepted. "What are you doing, kid?" The head of the law enforcement hall regarded Chun Fan with exasperation. He had come today under the orders of the sect master to escort Chun Fan to meet a master from the Marshal Tower. Instead, he witnessed Ma Teng's provocation unfold. He refrained from intervening, intending to observe how Chun Fan would handle the situation, but he never expected Chun Fan to be so ruthlessly decisive, seeking vengeance without delay, openly killing within the inner sect of the Wuji sect. Moreover, this individual was plotting to kill Li Xian. I was having a delightful conversation with young Master Xian and was preparing to invite him to stay longer at the Wuji sect to showcase our hospitality. Chun Fan calmly fabricated his excuse. Upon hearing this, Li Hall Master fell silent. Did this guy not feel the slightest shame in lying? Delightful conversation. You should visit the sect master's residence. He has matters to discuss with you. Li Xian cannot be touched right now, Li Hall Master stated gravely. Chun Fan frowned at this. It seemed that Li Hall Master was aware of his concerns. As he explained, "Don't worry. Although Li Xian lost face today, the Duke's residence would not trouble you over such a trivial matter. The real challenge you face now is how to deal with Ma Teng's father and the deputy sect master's scrutiny." At this point, Li Hall Master recognized the gravity of the situation. Offending an artifact craftsman was truly unwise. Such craftsmen often had numerous allies backing them. One careless promise could draw many interested parties to Chun Fan. Suddenly, Li Hall Master recalled the sect master's intentions and urgently advised Chun Fan. "When you see the sect master, do not hold back. Showcase your best self." Remember that, however, he held little hope. Gaining entry into the martial tower was no easy feat, unless Chen Fan had already broken through to the Tao-seeking realm. At that moment, Chen Fan was even more perplexed. Hadn't the sect master been in seclusion for years? Why did he suddenly want to see him? Hurry, don't dawdle, that you'll understand once you arrive, Li Hall Master urged, with lingering doubts. Chen Fan took his leave. The Li Hall Master watched Chen Fan's departing figure, marveling. Finally, the Wuji sect has produced a cultivation prodigy. What a pity that the sect master has already invited the master from the martial tower. Otherwise, if Chen Fan could wait 3 months to break through to the Tao-seeking realm, he would have a 50% chance of joining the martial tower. Alas, it's best to contact my senior brother first and figure out how to clean up this mess. Upon the mere thought of Ma Teng's father, Master Li was beset by an overwhelming headache. Chen Fan was someone he must protect, not only because the fault did not lie with Chen Fan in this matter, but also because he owed this young man a favor. Furthermore, this individual possessed extraordinary talent. Even if he could not join the martial tower at present, the likelihood of his future admission was substantial. When that time came, their Wuji sect would undoubtedly share in the benefits. Master Li had already resolved to risk everything to safeguard Chen Fan. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, filled with uncertainties, ventured deeper into the heart of the Wuji sect. The path wound on, adorned with numerous artificial hills, trees, and flowers, arranged in a picturesque manner. Before long, he arrived at the courtyard where the sect master resided. After pausing momentarily, he pushed open the courtyard door. Chapter 51. Revealing himself as a fourth-rank alchemist, becoming a teacher at the martial tower inside, there was a bamboo chair and a table. Seated upon the chair was a young man clad in a scholarly robe. Seemingly lost in contemplation, quietly sitting there. Before him lay the dossier pertaining to Chen Fan. The moment Chen Fan entered the room, the meditative scholar slowly opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward Chen Fan. At the instant their eyes met, Chen Fan felt as though the very fabric of reality was twisting and turning around him. Shadows of greed, cruelty, and resentment surged forth within him, just as he was on the brink of losing himself. A glimmer of light surged from his soul. Though faint, this illumination restored a sliver of clarity amidst the encroaching darkness that he could not afford to be lost in this abyss. Chen Fan, refusing to be complacent, began to summon the image of the great Ming Wang Xian Wang within his mind. Today, this incarnation of the great Ming Wang, confronted with such darkness, was altogether different from before. His robes radiated brilliance. The 3 eyes upon his forehead opened wide, and his wings unfurled, grand and boundless, obscuring the sun. Simultaneously, streams of golden aura emanated from his body, dispelling the multitude of shadows within Chen Fan's heart and restoring his true essence. The world around him began to normalize once more. Witnessing this, the third master of the martial tower revealed a hint of a smile. "This is my friend, Zhang Baiyan," he introduced. "You may address him as Master Baiyan." The sect master of Wuji continued. Chen Fan bowed. "I pay my respects to Master Baiyan." Zhang Baiyan nodded, a smile gracing his face, though he did not utter a word. "Master Baiyan does not speak. His smile signifies his satisfaction with you," the sect master explained. Chen Fan's mind began to ponder the implications of Master Zhang Baiyan's name. "Chen Fan, how old are you this year?" the sect master inquired. Feigning ignorance, "Master, I am now over 18. In half a year I shall turn 19. Chen Fan replied honestly, "Quite well. You have already begun to engage with the soul. With your talent, breaking through to the path by the age of 19 should pose no significant challenge." Although the sect master spoke thus, his gaze drifted toward Zhang Baiyan, clearly seeking his friend's opinion on Chen Fan's potential admission into the martial tower. However, Zhang Baiyan merely shook his head. Seeing this, the sect master's expression grew grave. In previous circumstances, with Chen Fan's caliber and his endorsement, the likelihood of his joining the martial tower would have been considerable. Was it possible that the world was undergoing a great upheaval, giving rise to numerous prodigies? Indeed, as the sect master surmised, in times of chaos, exceptional talents often emerged. The martial tower had limited spots available, and currently, only one position remained, reserved for a future disciple of the Grand Master of the martial tower. Chen Fan, do you possess any other exceptional talents? Perhaps an aptitude for crafting weapons? The sect master asked, unwilling to give up on Chen Fan, a rare gem in their midst that if only his physical condition were normal, he could teach him without hesitation. Yes, I can refine elixirs, though I lack an alchemical furnace. Chen Fan replied after a moment of contemplation, preparing to demonstrate his alchemical prowess. Naturally, this was a step toward joining the Martial Tower. After all, if what Bai Li had said was true, how many geniuses could be found within the Martial Tower? They would all be worthy investment opportunities. Moreover, it would help resolve the complications arising from his actions against Ma Teng. Upon hearing this, the sect master, filled with skepticism, retrieved an alchemical furnace from his spatial ring. That an alchemist without a furnace? Chun Fan took the furnace without hesitation and began expertly preparing the medicinal ingredients, methodically placing them into the furnace according to memory. For the average individual, alchemy requires immense talent, self-cultivation, and considerable effort, often yielding minimal results. Yet he was not like others. With the system's assistance, he could absorb vast amounts of knowledge in a short time, allowing him to navigate the challenges of alchemy with ease. However, obtaining experience cards for elixir refinement was exceedingly difficult among the investment rewards. Under normal circumstances, he would not have achieved his current level of alchemical skill. Half an hour later, gazing at the 3 elixirs within the furnace, Chun Fan smiled. Soul-nourishing elixir, a 4th-rank potion that I succeeded on my first attempt. Alchemy isn't too difficult after all, he murmured. However, considering it was his first endeavor, the quality was rather mediocre, far from what he was capable of achieving. Yet, he understood that mastery in this field required practice. Nonetheless, he was confident that given a few days, he would undoubtedly attain the standard of a typical 4th-rank alchemist. Alchemy isn't too difficult. The sect master's eyes widened in disbelief that he felt an overwhelming urge to chastise Chen Fan. What nonsense was this? Alchemy is one of the most challenging professions, requiring not only heritage and talent but, more importantly, resources. How much hardship had their Wuji sect's alchemists endured to reach the 3rd rank? Wait, Chen Fan is a 4th-rank alchemist. It must be noted that their Wuji sect's alchemists only reached the late 3rd rank. At this moment, he felt a pang of regret. Zhang Baiyan, observing the scene, experienced a whirlwind of emotions: surprise, admiration, and delight. Indeed, such geniuses existed in this world. The sect master of Wuji murmured to himself, "What a loss! What a loss to AT." That moment, a pure, resonant voice broke through. "Chen Fan, your talent for alchemy is exceptional, surpassing that of most alchemists within the Martial Tower. We are in need of a teacher who can perfect elixir formulas. Would you be willing to join us?" Telepathic communication? Chen Fan noted that Master Zhang Baiyan's lips were sealed and instantly realized that he was engaging in a mental exchange. However, why did the words seem fragmented, as if spoken with great difficulty? Regardless, Chen Fan felt a surge of joy. He had initially thought of joining the Martial Tower merely as a disciple, but to his surprise, it was as a teacher in the Martial Tower. Yes, indeed. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baiyan's demeanor softened, a smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, the sect master of Wuji looked on with envy, that he understood that his own journey into the Martial Tower had been fraught with challenges, taking until the age of 35 to finally gain admission. The struggles he faced were known only to him. That by evening, Chen Fan finally departed the courtyard. That as he passed by the martial arts hall, he noticed a few unfamiliar cultivators hastily making their way toward the weapon crafting hall, led by a disciple. Chen Fan's expression remained unchanged. He recognized that news of Ma Teng's death had surfaced, and Ma Teng's father was rallying people to confront him. Chapter 52. Investing in the Divine Dragon. Breaking through the path, Chen Fan cast a slow glance at these individuals, sensing they all possessed the strength of the 5 elements realm. His demeanor remained composed that if they sought to scheme against him, even the mightiest among them would pay dearly. At this moment, there was not a shred of pity in Chen Fan's eyes. Given another chance, he would still unhesitatingly eliminate Ma Teng. Before long, Chen Fan returned to the courtyard, only to find Zheng Xiaolan still there, murmuring to the enormous egg she had obtained from the secret realm. "Little Black, do you think Brother Chen Fan will take me along if he marries that young lady from the Bai family? Where will I go then? Surely he wouldn't invite me. Right, Little Black, what should I do?" It turned out that just a few days prior, Zheng Xiaolan had learned through family channels about Chen Fan's engagement to Bai Li. Silence enveloped the gigantic egg, which sat quietly. Then Zheng Xiaolan whispered, "Never mind that as long as Brother Chen Fan finds a better future, I can endure anything." Chen Fan remarked. If Lu Cixin had witnessed this scene before writing the three-body problem, he would have considered it rather conservative. This is undoubtedly a science fiction tale. It is easy to acquire priceless treasures, yet rare to find true love, Zheng Xiaolan murmured, unaware that Chen Fan stood at the door, clearly hearing her soft voice. Subsequently, Chen Fan took a few steps back and deliberately increased his footsteps as he approached the courtyard. Pushing open the door, he saw Zheng Xiaolan calmly adding spiritual herbs to the enormous egg. "Brother," Zheng Xiaolan whispered softly, a swirling cloud, a jade shuttle, a light shirt, and a thin veil, with delicate brows like twin spirals. Chen Fan gazed at the young girl and ultimately made a decision to nurture Zheng Xiaolan diligently. In the coming days, the Wuji sect would be fraught with danger, so you shall remain by my side and not leave the courtyard, he instructed Zheng Xiaolan, aware that Ma Teng's father sought revenge against him. Upon hearing this, although Zheng Xiaolan was filled with confusion, she refrained from asking further questions, thinking it best to heed her senior brother's words. Nevertheless, she sensed that this matter was somehow connected to Ma Teng. For the direction in which her senior brother had departed was indeed the same as Ma Teng's, that as the hour of the rat approached, Zheng Xiaolan had already succumbed to slumber. Chen Fan continued to visualize the great Ming King, having progressed to sustaining this focus for 30 breaths. Under normal circumstances, if he persisted for another 3 months, he would be able to break through to the Dao Inquiry realm. However, Chen Fan felt that this was far too slow. After concluding his session of cultivation, he exited his chamber. The night sky, initially shrouded in darkness, appeared as bright as day under Chen Fan's spiritual perception. His departure was not for the sake of wandering, but rather to the corner of the courtyard, where he beheld a colossal egg. Since his initial investment, he had discovered that this egg could absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Thus, he had placed it in the courtyard, allowing it to cultivate on its OWNAT that moment. A system notification appeared. Congratulations, host, for discovering a special investment object. Invest 1 soul stone to receive a reward of 5 years of mental power. What? This egg can be invested in repeatedly. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately took out a soul stone and pressed it against the giant egg. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The energy from the soul stone was being absorbed by the colossal egg. Witnessing this, Chen Fan swiftly communicated with the Yuan Shun within his soul, channeling it into the EGG, that in an instant, a multitude of radiant lights surged within his mind, coalescing into a vivid image. Within this vision appeared a massive silkworm chrysalis, which was not entirely closed, revealing a small opening at the top. Through this aperture, Chen Fan glimpsed the interior, and he was immediately astounded by the scene within the chrysalis. The world inside was crafted with divine artistry. The icy threads enveloping the outer layer interwove in an extraordinarily intricate manner, devoid of any semblance of chaos, instead forming a perfect piece of art that transitioned from disorder to harmony. Adorning this nest of icy threads were countless ice orbs, sparkling like rare, white diamonds, reminiscent of countless stars scattered across a vast night sky, orderly distributed within this miniature realm, as if it were a dream. A slender frost thread bore an ancient pattern, and within a tiny ice orb lay an incredible expanse of existence. All of this culminated around a small holy spirit, which resembled a serpent in length, had scales akin to fish, horns like a deer, and claws reminiscent of an eagle. Chen Fan could hardly fathom that the egg left to him by the founding master of the Wuji sect was, in fact, a dragon EGG'd, and no wonder the elder claimed that nurturing it would yield significant benefits. Dragons are exceedingly precious, akin to celestial bodies hanging majestically in the sky, the core of the chrysalis. The small black spirit was drowsily stretching its underdeveloped wings, its beautiful, lively eyes striving to focus on the approaching Chen Fan. Yet the little creature was simply too weary that it could only recall Chen Fan's aura before finally closing its eyes. In an instant, the radiance in Chen Fan's mind vanished, and the image dissipated, and no longer could he witness the interior's wonders. Staring at the giant egg before him, Chen Fan realized he could no longer afford to overlook its significance. He had been so careless as to leave such a vital item in the courtyard. He resolved that henceforth he would carry this little one wherever he went. At a dragon. A dream ignited within his heart. He longed to ride a dragon. After half an hour had passed, once the soul stone was completely absorbed, Chen Fan retrieved the dragon egg into his spatial ring. Notably, the egg had shrunk by another inch, evidently indicating that it was nearing the time of hatching. Filled with anticipation, he entered his room. System, extract rewards. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As 5 years of mental power surged into his mind, Chun Fan's mental capacity increased significantly. Without delay, he resumed visualizing the great Ming King, sustaining the focus for 100 breaths. In that moment, Chun Fan's soul stirred, and he began to separate from his body. Upon reaching the courtyard, he looked up at the sky and suddenly felt a yearning. I wish to ride the winds and return. Yet fear the lofty jade towers, where the cold is unbearable. Thus, his soul began to ascend into the as his soul floated. A series of steps manifested in the sky, allowing him to traverse the void with ease. With this investment reward absorbed, Chun Fan finally achieved the ability to float in the air. Stepping into the Tao inquiry realm, in this state, his soul departed from his body, and his mental power surged, enabling him to wield various spiritual abilities as he contemplated. He ascended higher into the sky. That moment, he resembled an immortal, strolling through the void. The higher he climbed, the closer he drew to 30 zhang above the ground. At this moment, the entire Wuji sect lay beneath his feet. Suddenly, upon glimpsing the refining hall, Chun Fan's brow furrowed as he had previously surmised. Ma Teng's father was gathering people against him. However, he had not anticipated the sheer number of cultivators summoned. Chapter 53. The Scheme of Ma Yun and the Doubling of Physical Strength in the Refining Hall. Ma Yun kicked a table aside, his countenance grim. Clenching his fists, he fixed a frigid gaze upon an image of Chun Fan. How dare someone within the Wuji sect take the life of his son, Ma Teng? How could this be tolerated? As Ma Yun's thoughts spiraled, he became increasingly enraged, gritting his teeth and declaring, "You leave me no choice." After saying this, he led over 50 followers to the sect master's quarters. Yun was aware that the sect was not in seclusion. They merely feigned it to evade the deputy sect master. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to replace the sect master with a senior brother, for his son. He was merely a bargaining chip. After all, he had many sons. However, nurturing a third-grade refining master was no simple task. This time, he was determined to reap a reward in the stillness of night. The pale moonlight cast its glow upon the earth, illuminating the houses that stood beneath the vast sky. The cold moonbeams fell upon the rooftops in a scattered arrangement, resembling frost and snow. This moment, flickering lights emanated from the main courtyard of the Wuji sect. Simultaneously, the heads of the Alchemy Hall, the Law Enforcement Hall, as well as the sect master and deputy sect master, all gathered in the small courtyard. These individuals were all formidable figures of the Tao inquiry realm. Yun arranged for his friends to wait outside, took a deep breath, and stepped into the courtyard. Upon entering, he immediately bowed in greetings, esteemed brothers. Junior brother, what is the purpose of summoning everyone at such a late hour? The head of the Alchemy Hall inquired, feigning ignorance. Senior brother, my son Ma Teng has been slain, and the murderer is Chun Fan. I demand that he pay with his life. Ma Yun's eyes were bloodshot, his face ablaze with fury. Junior brother, is this really necessary? I was present during the incident. It was your son who schemed against Chun Fan, and he deserved his fate. You should refrain from making unreasonable demands. The head of the Law Enforcement Hall interjected directly, though the sect forbade internecine strife. The fault did not lie with Chun Fan. If you seek his life, what will those inner disciples he saved think? What they think is their concern. I insist on challenging Chun Fan to a duel. Ma Yun declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, Li Hall master frowned. No, absolutely not. This is against the rules. You are an elder challenging a junior. How can you justify that? Your concerns are irrelevant. Ma Teng is not your son. You do not care for him, do you? But he is my son. Ma Yun roared this moment. He glanced at the deputy sect master, noticing that although the latter remained silent, he subtly nodded in agreement. Emboldened, Ma Yun continued, though my son provoked Chun Fan, his crime does not warrant death. If you do not compensate my losses, I will demand that Chun Fan face me in a duel. Otherwise, I will seek revenge against his family. Faced with this scene, the others exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness evident in their expressions. Chun Fan had slain Ma Teng, and the head of the Law Enforcement Hall had promptly informed the sect master. As they had anticipated, Ma Teng would undoubtedly use this as leverage to seek greater advantages. Enough. While Chun Fan's methods may be extreme, He has not done anything wrong. As for your losses, the sect will compensate you. The head of the law enforcement hall declared, rising to conclude the discussion. However, just as Ma Yun was about to leave, he received a message from the deputy sect master. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke, "No, I must face Chen Fan in a duel. If not, I will annihilate his entire family." Upon hearing this, both the sect master and the head of the law enforcement hall furrowed their brows deeply. "Rest assured, I do not seek his life, that I merely wish to regain my dignity, that my son has been killed. If I, Ma Yun, do nothing, how will the other disciples perceive me?" Upon hearing these words, several individuals nodded in agreement. "Very well, we can arrange for you to go through the motions. However, should you dare to resort to violence, do not blame us for disregarding our bond as fellow disciples," warned the master of the law enforcement hall. "I understand," replied Ma Yun with a nod. After Ma Yun and the deputy sect master departed, the master of the law enforcement hall expressed his concerns, saying, "Sect master, on the day of the arena match, you must keep a close watch, that I fear that Ma Yun may strike with lethal intent." In response, the sect master of the Wujizong nodded gravely. "Indeed, brother, are we truly going to kill Chen Fan?" Ma Yun inquired telepathically after leaving the small courtyard. Upon hearing this, the deputy sect master, clad in a long black robe, paused momentarily and declared, "We must eliminate him." However, Ma Yun furrowed his brow, reluctant to resort to such drastic measures. Firstly, should he kill Chen Fan, the promised compensation from the sect would be unattainable. Secondly, he could very well fall victim to a combined assault from the master of the law enforcement hall and the master of the alchemy hall. Such an outcome would be utterly unprofitable. Deputy Sect Master Li Yong, seemingly perceiving Ma Yun's trepidation, reassured him, "Rest assured, the compensation owed to you will be delivered in full. You may act without hesitation. Should any issues arise, I will handle the aftermath." He further reminded, "Chen Fan met with Master San of the Martial Tower today, and I noticed he left with a smile, that if I am not mistaken, Chen Fan has already allied himself with the Martial Tower. This is your only opportunity to eliminate him. Moreover, do you truly believe that if you spare Chen Fan, he will let you go?" Originally, Li Yong harbored no enmity towards Chen Fan, but upon suspecting that Chen Fan had been invited to the Martial Tower, he felt compelled to remove this unpredictable variable. His senior brother was cornered, and he did not wish for Chen Fan to turn the tables on him. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fan's soul returned to his body, his expression shifting several times before settling into tranquility. "The arena, you say? Very well. I shall seize this opportunity to eliminate Ma Yun and all his invited associates. Root out the weeds entirely." Chen Fan had never been a soft-hearted individual. He was merely indifferent at times. As for the realm of inquiry, Chen Fan lowered his head, an intangible soul force coursing through his arm and swiftly enveloping his entire being. Never before had he experienced such comfort, akin to a soothing massage. Rendering him entirely at ease, as time progressed, his senses sharpened dramatically. He could hear the incessant chirping of insects, a cacophony that was rather bothersome, and he caught the alluring scent wafting from the neighboring area, most likely the fragrance of Zheng Xiaolan, his junior sister. Meanwhile, his body began to radiate heat. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan focused inwardly, examining his meridians. Upon inspection, he observed soul energy the size of a fingertip traversing his body, from his lower body to his abdomen, and then to his neck and spine. His senses, strength, and speed had significantly enhanced beyond the blood exchange realm. Having broken through to the realm of inquiry, his soul fortified his physical form. This moment, Chen Fan's entire being glowed a brilliant red. Though he had not unleashed his blood energy, he felt as though he were clad in a layer of thick, resilient armor. "Have I broken through?" Zheng Xiaolan, alerted by the commotion, immediately rose. Upon reaching the door, she beheld Chen Fan's transformation. His entire body was crimson, resembling a boiled lobster. Gazing at her childhood companion, who was now on the cusp of an unknown realm, Zheng Xiaolan momentarily froze, admiration swelling within her. Truly, Chen Fan is remarkable, such a prodigy. She could not help but exclaim in that instant. Zheng Xiaolan felt small in comparison to him. The life of Chen Fan. Her childhood companion. Chapter 1. The emergence of a genius. Chapters 2 to 10. 9 years of concealment. Chapters 11 to 50. Rising fame. Chapters 51 to 100. Renown across the continent. Chapters 101 to 200. Crafting a legend and what of her own life. Zheng Xiaolan's journey. Chapter 1. The Birth of a Weakling Chapters 2 to 10. The Difficult Existence of an Outer Sect Disciple Chapters 11 to 20. Coming to Terms with Reality Chapters 21 to 50. Do not underestimate a young girl's poverty Chapters 51 to 100. Do not underestimate a middle-aged person's poverty Chapters 101 to 200. Do not underestimate an elder's poverty as Chun Fan stood up amidst Zheng Xiaolan's admiration. She curiously inquired, "Brother, what realm are you at now?" "Inquiry realm." Chun Fan replied softly that he felt that his physical capabilities had more than doubled compared to before, that if he were to encounter his past self, he was confident he could slay him with a single sword strike without relying on his soul power. "How enviable," Zheng Xiaolan exclaimed, giving him a thumbs dash up to AT-18 to break through to the inquiry realm. Such a person is undoubtedly a favored child of heaven. A prodigy, he has completely shattered the history of the Wujizong. Zheng Xiaolan had never anticipated that her childhood companion would be such an extraordinary talent. The following day, the sky was overcast, and the light was exceedingly dim. Looking up, one could see dark clouds gathering ominously on the horizon. Chun Fan received word early in the morning that he would be competing in the arena against the master of the refining hall. "Senior Li, is Ma Yun at the initial stage of the inquiry realm?" Chun Fan sought confirmation once more. "Indeed, do not fear. It is merely a formality. Should he resort to lethal force, the sect master will intervene." The master of the law enforcement hall explained, mistakenly believing that Chun Fan was afraid. Little did he know that Chun Fan was assessing his own strength to ensure he could defeat Ma Yun. In the inquiry realm, one soul could float freely, entering dreams, affecting the minds of the weak-willed, manipulating objects, and practicing simple divine abilities. However, the practiced divine abilities were not powerful enough to directly control the minds of others at the same realm. "Very well, I agree," in response. Masterly reassured him. "Rest assured, the sect will not treat you unfairly. From now on, your Chen family may send one disciple each year to join us, that we guarantee that one will enter the inner sect within 3 years." The sect's generosity stemmed not only from Chun Fan's boundless potential, but also from a desire to cultivate a favorable relationship, as they felt somewhat guilty about the situation. The news that Chun Fan would be entering the arena spread like wildfire throughout the Wujizong. Most inner sect disciples felt a deep familiarity with him. "Senior brother Chun Fan, save us from these demons." They regarded him as their savior. Soon, in the martial arts hall of the Wujizong, the vast plaza was teeming with countless inner sect disciples gathered in anticipation. "Make way, Senior Brother Chun Fan is coming." "Greetings, Senior Brother Chun Fan." From a distance, Han Li shouted excitedly, "It truly is Senior Brother Chun Fan. Senior Brother Chun Fan has grown so powerful. I wonder who will compete against him." "Did you all feel that? Senior Brother Chun Fan seems even stronger than before. From such a distance, I can sense an inexplicable pressure. Indeed, his aura is more terrifying. Perhaps he has broken through to the mid-stage of the 5 elements realm." At that moment, many inner sect disciples whispered amongst themselves, their gazes filled with awe and admiration for Chun Fan. Meanwhile, the female disciples blushed, covering their faces and giggling. They were all individuals whom Chun Fan had once rescued. Typically, they were engrossed in their cultivation, rarely paying attention to such matters. However, upon hearing that Senior Brother Chun Fan would be competing in the arena, they eagerly set aside their training to come and support him. As Chun Fan approached, the inner sect disciples automatically parted to create a path at this moment. Han Li transformed into a devoted follower, leading the way before Chun Fan, his face alight with a smile. In the entire sect, how many could claim the honor of paving the way for Senior Brother Chun Fan? "Senior Brother Chun Fan, if you require anything, do not hesitate to inform us, that we guarantee we will be at your service." "Indeed, whether it be climbing a mountain of blades or traversing a sea of flames, I shall face it without hesitation. Thank you for your elixirs, Senior Brother Chun Fan." Throughout the journey, everyone was exceedingly warm and welcoming. In that moment, Chun Fan finally comprehended the extent of his influence within the Wujizong. Before long, amidst the crowd's eager anticipation, Ma Yun made his entrance. Initially, they believed Ma Yun was merely there to spectate. However, when Ma Yun strode directly towards the arena, everyone was left in a state of shock that Ma Yun was quite renowned, being the master of the refining hall. Yet why was he competing against Senior Brother Chun Fan? One was a disciple, the other an elder. Was this merely a performance of an elder pressuring a disciple? Many were left wondering what had transpired, for it was the first time they had witnessed an elder compete against a disciple in all these years. Quickly, the crowd began to murmur, "Senior brother Chen Fan is virtuous and benevolent. Why would an elder target him? I heard it is because senior brother Chen Fan killed Elder Ma's son, Ma Teng." "Ah, that explains it. It makes sense now. That scoundrel Ma Teng was arrogant and overbearing, allowing outer sect disciples to bully newcomers that he deserved his fate. Indeed, senior brother is ridding the world of evildoers, but this, Ma Yun, is being utterly unreasonable. Yet he is a practitioner at the inquiry realm. How will Chen Fan contend with him?" Surrounding the arena, numerous disciples engaged in hushed whispers, casting anxious glances at the serene-faced Chen Fan. Indeed, several disciples had already departed the martial hall in search of senior figures from their sect. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Fan contemplated the forthcoming developments that Ma Yun was a necessary target for elimination. As was the deputy sect master of the Wuji sect, he harbored a disdain for any potential threats. Anyone daring to harbor even a hint of malice towards him must be eradicated without hesitation. Once the troubles with the Wuji sect were resolved, he intended to proceed to the martial tower, eager to encounter whatever prodigies awaited him. After all, his rapid growth and strength was solely attributed to his extraordinary talent, relentless effort, and the investment system at his disposal. Moreover, he aimed to cultivate these investment targets, allowing for boundless investments once their potential was fully realized. As Chen Fan pondered the path ahead, a voice resonated in his mind. "Do you feel confident about this battle?" The speaker was none other than the sect master of the Wuji sect. After careful deliberation, he resolved that Chen Fan must not be allowed to take risks. His previous actions were merely a hasty attempt to stabilize the situation. But upon reflection, he realized he had completely disregarded Chen Fan's safety. Particularly upon learning that the deputy sect master had invited his friend into the sect, he instantly grasped that everything had been a ruse, a strategy devised to prevent him from interfering with the match. "What are you standing there for? I'm asking you a question," the sect master snapped. "Forget about participating in the arena. Although Ma Yun is absorbed in forging weapons, he at least possesses the realm of the Tao. Come, I will take you to the martial tower immediately. Rest assured, you are a distinguished guest of the martial tower. They will ensure the safety of your family, and Ma Yun would not dare to act against you," the sect master quickly assured him. "Thank you for your concern, sect master. I am well aware of my circumstances," Chen Fan replied calmly. "Good, as long as you understand. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years are not too late. Furthermore, you still have," before he could finish his sentence, the sect master's eyes widened in shock. "Mental transmission. This is a method only available to those in the Tao realm. Have you broken through to the Tao realm?" The sect master's tone was laden with astonishment, as he could not fathom that Chen Fan had indeed attained the Tao realm. "You are still young. Do not act impulsively. Endure the trials of winter and summer, and after the snow melts, we shall see the plum blossoms." The words of comfort he had prepared earlier were now rendered unnecessary. "Rest assured, sect master. Even if I cannot defeat my opponent, I can guarantee my safety," Chen Fan stated with a serene demeanor. Upon hearing this, the sect master nodded, though he reiterated his warning. "If you encounter danger, simply declare that you are a distinguished guest of the martial tower." "Understood," Chen Fan affirmed. That moment, a chilling wind arose, carrying a damp atmosphere. The clouds above thickened ominously, casting a dark pall over the arena, resembling lead weights pressing down from above, ever restless. Below the martial platform, the inner disciples felt their hearts race as they witnessed the two ascend the stage. "Brother Chen Fan, this time it seems perilous," many thought in unison. Meanwhile, Ma Yun retrieved a curved blade from his spatial ring. The blade was sheathed in a layer of cowhide, adorned with 2 black markings, an artifact of the 2nd rank. This weapon was the culmination of Ma Yun's tireless efforts. The sight of it sent ripples of shock among the inner disciples. Ma Yun was clearly prepared to strike with lethal intent. Weapons are broadly categorized into magical artifacts, spirit tools, treasures, and celestial devices, but can further be divided into 1st and 2nd rank artifacts that, as the name suggests, rank artifacts are inscribed with formations, and each inscription poses a risk of weapon destruction. However, upon success, their power is significantly amplified. The weapon wielded by Ma Yun was a spirit tool of the 2nd rank, and in such a context, its revelation bore ominous implications, drawing the curved blade. Ma Yun regarded Chun Fan with a chilling gaze. That I have but one excellent son. You envy his talent for forging weapons and fear he may rival you for the qualification to enter the secret realm. Thus you plotted his downfall. To mitigate the disdain from the inner sect after the assassination, Ma Yun hastily concocted a pretext that as for his motivations. He simply did not wish to tarnish his reputation. After all, while these inner disciples posed no immediate threat individually, the collective influence of their factions was significant. What would become of his future business endeavors? The fate of his son mattered little to him, as long as it did not impede his profits. However, in stark contrast to the collective anxiety, Chun Fan remained calm, devoid of any trace of panic. Observing this, Ma Yun recognized that Chun Fan possessed a solid foundation. Thus, he refrained from attacking immediately and cautiously stepped back. That I will give you an opportunity. Observe a period of mourning for my son for 3 months, and I shall consider this incident as if it never happened. Otherwise, even if you were to plead on your knees, I would show no mercy to you or your family. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan smiled broadly. You expect me to kneel and beg you not to kill me? In response, Ma Yun was momentarily taken aback. Chun Fan, facing the might of a Dao realm opponent, exhibited no fear. Instead, he was audaciously defiant. How dare he? Chapter 55. A sword defeats the Dao. Chun Fan's killing intent seeking death. The master of the forging hall felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Taking a deep breath, he thrust the curved blade forward, instantly radiating dazzling divine light, extending for dozens of feet. The blade's aura was exceptionally sharp, sending chills down the spines of those who beheld it. Noticing this weapon, the sect master of the Wuji sect furrowed his brow. Die, he uttered in a low growl. The master of the forging hall stepped forth, transforming into a streak of light as he swiftly charged towards Chun Fan. That a tempestuous aura surged forth, reminiscent of a raging sea, tumultuous and unbridled. That in that moment, the blade's aura soared skyward, converging into a 10-meter blade shadow. The surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment. The master of the forging hall not only possessed the Dao realm, but also wielded a second-rank weapon. How could Chun Fan possibly withstand such an onslaught? The master of the forging hall's singular focus was to eliminate Chun Fan post-haste, leaving the sect master to manage the aftermath. That the deputy sect master had indicated. This was his sole opportunity to eliminate Chun Fan. Once Chun Fan entered the martial tower, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket, rendering any future attempts on his life futile. The sect master of the Wuji sect's brow furrowed, his expression shifting slightly. Given Chun Fan's recent breakthrough to the Dao realm, he would surely be overwhelmed by the fully unleashed power of the master of the forging hall. Chun Fan was in peril. Just as the sect master prepared to intervene and thwart the impending attack, he suddenly noticed something amiss. He observed as Chun Fan retreated 5 steps, leaning forward slightly. The previously languid aura surrounding him transformed instantaneously, akin to a sword freshly drawn from its scabbard, radiating sharpness and brilliance. In the next heartbeat, the sect master perceived a barely audible sound akin to a sword's hum. Buzz! In his line of sight, Chun Fan's arm stirred slightly. Not only the sect master but also the other observing hall masters were struck with astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. This young man was anything but ordinary. Such was their collective realization. The master of the forging hall glared at Chun Fan with icy contempt, his demeanor nearly twisted with rage. At that moment, he hovered in the air, his feet barely touching the ground, and with a surge of gathered blade aura, he swung the curved blade mercilessly toward Chun Fan's head, the speed breathtaking. Witnessing this, the surrounding female disciples gasped, their mouths agape in shock. From their perspective, it appeared as though Brother Chun Fan had relinquished any resistance, standing still as if awaiting his demise. Can Brother Chun Fan win? Han Li inquired anxiously in his mind, chilled by the sight of the descending blade. The outcome was determined long ago, his master replied coolly. No sooner had he spoken than the distance between the two combatants shrank dramatically. Suddenly, Chun Fan tilted his head back, a wild grin spreading across his face. Then, an overwhelming surge of blood energy surged within him, the essence of the Dao realm erupting forth. Whoosh! The initial stage of the Dao realm. The inner disciples and hall masters observing the battle were momentarily stunned, only to erupt into a cacophony of astonished exclamations. Brother Chun Fan has already attained the Dao realm? at that moment. While everyone was taken aback, no one felt envy. Brother Chen Fan embodied righteousness and virtue. Possessing such formidable cultivation was indeed commendable. This was the genuine sentiment of many inner disciples that I in that instant. A wave of relief washed over them. They understood why Brother Chen Fan had the audacity to confront the master of the forging hall head-on, because their strengths were comparable, although the master of the forging hall was taken aback by Chen Fan's prowess. He was akin to a released arrow, with no path of retreat. Instead, he unleashed his full might, striking down towards Chen Fan's head. Yet Chen Fan regarded the incoming blade aura with an unperturbed demeanor. The two locked eyes, and in the gaze of the master of the forging hall, there flickered a hint of derision. Did he intend to ambush Chen Fan? How could he not also wish to eliminate him? Chen Fan, having thoroughly assessed the master of the forging hall, confirmed that his initial stage of the Tao realm was indeed on par with his own strength. Furthermore, Chen Fan has mastered the essence of swordsmanship. Although the master of the artifact hall possesses a two-patterned weapon, he has cultivated defensive techniques, and there is no reason for him to fear a mid-aged master of the artifact hall at the same level. Chen Fan is capable of withstanding and striking back, making him an indomitable presence that in comparison, Chen Fan is 99% confident in securing victory in this battle. Upon seeing the look in Chen Fan's eyes, the master of the artifact hall furrowed his brow tightly, instinctively sensing something amiss and wishing to retreat immediately. However, it was too late. With a flick of his right arm, a flash of black and white light appeared before him. As swift as lightning, this draw of the sword was astonishingly rapid. Combining the sword-drawing technique with the essence of the sword, Chen Fan unleashed his full strength in a single strike. The sword struck directly at the chest of the master of the artifact hall. As he was suspended in the air, the master felt a sharp pain in his chest. The gathered blade aura dissipated instantaneously, and he plummeted uncontrollably like a kite with its string severed. With a resounding crash, his curved dagger fell to the ground, skidding several meters away, while droplets of blood, resembling cold plum blossoms, continuously trickled down from his chest. The black and white sword essence rampaged within his body. The master of the artifact hall curled up tightly, emitting violent coughs, his entire body trembling, his pallid face contorted in agony. Blood foamed at the corners of his mouth, flowing down his chin and staining his robes a deep crimson. Silence. In this moment, both the observing disciples and the high-ranking members of the Wuji sect were utterly dumbfounded. The master of the artifact hall was defeated just like that. With a single strike, they knew that Chen Fan had only recently entered the inner sect, and it was inconceivable for him to possess such formidable power. The only explanation was that Chen Fan had been concealing his true abilities all along. Yet, breaking through to the realm of inquiry at the age of 18, was this truly a disciple that the Wuji sect could cultivate? Chen Fan sheathed his sword and dusted off his clothing. He glanced towards the shocked sect leader, offering a smile that in that instant, the surroundings fell into a deathly stillness. Upon seeing Chen Fan's smile, everyone finally regained their composure, gazing at him with adoration. The master of the artifact hall, at the inquiry realm, was utterly defeated in one move. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Even the sect leader of Wuji looked bewildered. This fellow had been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger all along. Within the entire Wuji sect, only he was aware of Chen Fan's monstrous talent. Having reached the inquiry realm and being a fourth-tier alchemist, the Wuji sect had indeed produced a hidden dragon. Just then, the deputy sect leader, Li Yong, furrowed his brow, casting a deep look at Chen Fan before stating, "The result of the competition is that Chen Fan wins." His intention was not born of kindness, but merely to preserve the master of the artifact hall. After all, the master had generated numerous benefits for him over the years. By voicing this, he signified the end of the matter. However, at that moment, Chen Fan's calm voice resonated. "Hold on." Chen Fan approached the master of the artifact hall, gazing at the still-living figure before turning to deputy sect leader Li Yong and declaring loudly, "In this world, how can it be that only he may kill me, Chen Fan, while I cannot retaliate?" After saying this, Chen Fan gripped the pure Yang sword with both hands, aiming it at the master of the artifact hall's head, and thrust downward. With a piercing sound, the long sword pierced through the skull. Thus, the master of the artifact hall met his demise. The surrounding disciples erupted into applause. Is Brother Chen Fan truly this powerful? At 18, having reached the inquiry realm, coupled with such swordsmanship, who among the younger generation can rival him? Well done. Those who dare to bully our righteous brother deserve death. If only my strength were sufficient, I would have joined the fray today. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiaolan had just arrived. Upon learning that Brother Chen Fan had broken through to the inquiry realm, she anticipated a grueling battle. Consequently, she had washed Chen Fan's clothes and bought groceries before coming. Now, she was still dazed by the spectacle of Chen Fan slaying the master of the artifact hall. Is brother so strong? The disparity is truly vast. Zheng Xiaolan's mouth gaped as her pupils widened. Amid the crowd, Han Li also gaped in disbelief, his eyes brimming with incredulity. Witnessing the master of the artifact hall killed before him, Li Yang's expression turned cold. Did he truly believe his words lacked authority? As he prepared to strike Chen Fan down, the sect leader of Wuji interjected. You might want to think carefully. Chen Fan has garnered great favor from the third master and will soon join the martial tower. At the mention of the martial tower, Li Yang's tone grew agitated. What merit does he possess? Moreover, I have just learned that this year's quota for the martial tower is already filled, and the only spot left is reserved for the third master's disciple. Sect leader Li Chongqing understood why Li Yang was so concerned about the martial tower, as it was a thorn in his side. The martial tower was not so easily accessible, in his youth. Li Yang, possessing exceptional talent, sought entry to the first floor of the martial tower at 18 to peruse the text, but was rejected by the sixth master, who cited insufficient character and the risk of generating malevolent thoughts from such exposure. Li Yang looked at Li Chongqing and advised, Brother, this Chen Fan is so ruthless. He will undoubtedly cause many troubles in the future. He is not of your bloodline, so there is no need to concern yourself with him. Let him fend for himself. Even if we have conflicts, they remain internal disputes. After all, we are still family. However, upon hearing this, Li Chongqing shook his head. Li Yang, you know my relationship with the third master. He invited Chen Fan to join the tower. Would I deceive you? In response, Li Yang was unconvinced. The martial tower had its own rules. Although it was open to all, the number of disciples admitted each year was fixed. He had inquired thoroughly and knew that the quota for this year was already filled. The third master's disciple was a noble offspring from the imperial capital. It was inconceivable that even if Chen Fan broke through to the initial stage of inquiry, or even the mid-stage, the martial tower would break its rules, as these regulations were established by the sage Long Ag Li Yang. Regardless of who leads the Wuji sect, we do so for its development and prosperity. Although Chen Fan may join the martial tower, it is merely a place for cultivating talent. It does not constitute a faction. Therefore, Chen Fan remains one of us in the Wuji sect, that if we have disciples in the martial tower, it will enhance our sect's reputation and future potential. How can you not understand this? Upon hearing this, Li Yang's brow furrowed as he observed Li Chongqing, who did not appear to be lying. He questioned, did the third master truly agree to let Chen Fan join the martial tower next year? Li Chongqing shook his head. Not next year. Upon hearing this, Li Yang burst into laughter. Not next year? Then it must be the year after. Brother, in any matter, one must rely on oneself. Moreover, look at how many cultivators who join the martial tower end up abandoning their original factions after graduating. They seek higher ground after all. Therefore, why should we nurture Chen Fan? Would it not be better if you spoke to the third master and suggested that my son, Li Feng, replace Chen Fan in entering the martial tower in the year after? You know that Li Feng's aptitude is not lacking. As Li Yang spoke of Li Feng, his eyes shone with evident fondness. At this moment, Li Chongqing realized just how misguided Li Yang was, and how evidently biased he had become. You think the martial tower is so easily swayed? Do you think you can just replace someone? Furthermore, can Li Feng even enter the martial tower? How many nobles wish to leverage connections to gain entry but fail? Now that Chen Fan has finally obtained such an opportunity, if he is obstructed, it would be tantamount to severing his chance. At this moment, Li Chongqing's tone brimmed with indignation. In response, Li Yang's expression grew stern. Brother, do you claim I am obstructing his future? He has yet to sever ties with the Wuji sect, yet he has slain the master of the artifact hall and the son of a third-tier artifact master. Do you know how many resources are required to cultivate 2 such artifact masters? Chen Fan has jeopardized our future in the Wuji sect. Brother, Just look at Qin Fan's reputation within the Wuji sect. He likely surpasses both of us. He kills his fellow disciples without a second thought. Such a temperament. Even if he graduates from the martial tower, what will become of him? He will inevitably bring about disaster. And our Wuji sect will suffer along with him. That S. Li Yang spoke. His anger escalated, and he abruptly swept his sleeve, sending nearby teacups and teapots crashing to the ground. The sound of shattering filled the air. In an instant, the crowd's attention shifted from Chun Fan to the 2M in Li Yang, oblivious to the onlookers, proclaimed loudly, "From now on, I will manage the daily affairs of the Wuji sect." Chun Fan is a disciple of the Wuji sect. This matter should not be discussed further. Even if the martial tower is such a place, should the third master invite him, I still object. Brother, do not persuade me. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. After saying this, Li Yang closed his eyes and began to recuperate. The Tio have openly slain his adversary and still wished to enter the martial tower. At this moment, Li Chongqing opened his mouth, a flicker of fatigue evident in his eyes that he could hardly fathom that Li Yang, driven by his own selfish desires, harbored such contempt for a promising disciple. What was undeniably a good deed was being forcibly obstructed due to personal motives. In an instant, a sense of desolation washed over Li Chongqing's face as he exhaled deeply, his gaze dimming. He murmured, "It seems that the founder of the Wuji sect is no longer with us. All that remains is a decaying shell." That Chongqing continued to mutter to himself, "If that is the case, then the Wuji sect holds no necessity for existence." Abruptly, Li Yang, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them wide, a glimmer of reluctance crossing his features. Just as he was about to speak, Li Chongqing interjected with scorn, "After all these years, you still haven't changed your narrow-minded ways. You foolish simpleton." With a scornful remark, Li Chongqing lifted his gaze towards Qin Fan and declared, "Qin Fan, come. I shall personally escort you to the martial tower today." "You dare!" Li Yang was poised to intervene when Li Chongqing's calm voice echoed in his ears. "Qin Fan is not merely a disciple of the martial tower. He has been invited to serve as a teacher there." At that moment, a long sword materialized from thin air, enveloped in azure energy and radiating sword intent, that in an instant, it extended with the wind, transforming into a magnificent longsword that spiraled through the air before returning to Li Chongqing. Chun Fan nodded, sought out Zheng Xiaolan, and similarly summoned his pure yang sword, pulling the dazed girl onto the blade. That in the martial hall, all present bore witness to this extraordinary sight. That Yang's mind echoed with the words, "Chun Fan has been invited to serve as a teacher at the martial tower," rendering him speechless. Thus, on this day within the Wuji sect, two beams of sword light soared into the heavens, piercing through the ominous clouds and vanishing from sight. 9 years of languishing like a dragon trapped in a well. At last, one morning, he ascended into the azure clouds. Chapter 57, Journey to the Martial Tower. Li Chongqing's plea within the inner sanctum of the Wuji sect. Many disciples stood with furrowed brows. Among them, Han Li was particularly perplexed. The sect leader had just announced that senior brother Qin Fan was to join the martial tower and had even been invited as a teacher. What exactly was the martial tower? Outside the Wuji sect, in a small courtyard, the round-faced Zheng Xiaoqiu was engaged in conversation with her friend when suddenly, her friend's eyes darted upward, as if she had caught sight of something extraordinary. In the next moment, she leapt to her feet, gazing up at the sky. Zheng Xiaoqiu, bewildered, looked up as well. Her friend's excited voice broke through the confusion. "Sister Xiaoqiu, look quickly. Is your sister flying in the sky?" "Flying in the sky?" Zheng Xiaoqiu questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion as she lifted her gaze. That as she beheld the scene above, her mouth fell agape in shock, especially upon seeing her sister on the same sword as senior brother Qin Fan. A sudden smile spread across her face. Qin Fan was not new to riding swords. He was now quite the adept. Standing upon the blade, he felt as though his feet were rooted to the pure yang sword, which radiated sword energy around them, ensuring they would not fall. In contrast, Zheng Xiaolan, who had just begun, wore a look of fear. However, as the pure yang sword glided smoothly through the air, she dared to glance down. In that moment, she felt as if the entire world lay before her. In merely 9 years, Qin Fan had broken through to the inquiry realm and had achieved the rank of a 4th-tier alchemist. Such an exceptional being has not been seen since the establishment of the Wuji sect, Li Chongqing praised telepathically. This is all thanks to the nurturing of the sect, Chen Fan humbly replied. Regardless of the Wuji sect's flaws, there are still a few elders worthy of respect. Haha, Li Chongqing chuckled heartily. You, my friend, have quite the knack for flattery. I have a fair sense of the talents our Wuji sect can cultivate. Initially, I had promised your father that once you entered the inner sect, I would take you as my disciple. However, I now find myself lacking the qualifications to do so, hence my audacity in seeking out the third master. Thankfully, you are remarkable. Otherwise, I would fear facing the third master in the future. As he spoke, Li Chongqing's tone turned wistful. Had he truly taken Chen Fan as his disciple, with such talent, the young man would undoubtedly earn the title of master in the future. Yet, Li Chongqing was acutely aware that such an action would only hinder Chen Fan's progress. His expression was a complex tapestry of astonishment at witnessing a prodigy and the helplessness of being unable to guide such an extraordinary talent. Thank you for your assistance, sect leader. Chen Fan expressed his gratitude. Enough with the formalities. Given my relationship with your father, you need not be so polite. You may simply call me Uncle Chongqing from now on. All right, now I have two matters to discuss with you. Pay close attention, Li Chongqing said earnestly. The first is that the sect has appointed you as the deputy master of the Alchemy Hall. You need only hold the title here, and need not concern yourself with any further duties. Your remuneration will be commensurate with that of the elders. Here is your identity token and attire. With a wave of his hand, a golden token and a set of blue robes appeared before Chen Fan. Thank you, Uncle Chongqing. Chen Fan hesitated briefly, but ultimately accepted the items. Truth be told, the Alchemy Hall master and deputy sect leader Li Yang made him feel somewhat nauseated. However, putting those two aside, the Wuji sect still had its merits. After spending 9 years here, he had formed some attachments. I know what you are thinking. Rest assured, I will handle the matter concerning Li Yang. After granting him 20 years of opportunity, he has shown no improvement. It is time for a change within the sect. Seeing Chen Fan accept the token, Li Chongqing let out a long sigh of relief and assured him, good. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. The second matter is that once you enter the Martial Tower, remember to participate in a secret realm. Chen Fan was slightly taken aback, recalling that it was indeed this matter that had drawn hostility towards him. Furthermore, the Alchemy Hall master had previously accused him of deliberately harming his son for the sake of the secret realm. Yes, the Great Li dynasty issued an edict last month allowing sects like ours to recommend one individual to participate in the secret realm. However, there are age restrictions. Participants must be under 23 years old and possess strength above the Golden Core realm. Before entering the secret realm, there will be a preliminary selection. Only the top 100 will qualify for entry to this point. Li Chongqing spoke with pride. If one can attain the body realm before the age of 23, they can bypass the competition and gain direct access to the secret realm. Now I understand. Chen Fan finally grasped why he had been targeted. Thus, our Wuji sect can secure an additional quota. If, hypothetically speaking, one of our recommended disciples qualifies for the secret realm, I hope you will provide them with some assistance, Li Chongqing implored. Under his leadership, the Wuji sect had been declining year by year. Now that he had finally caught a glimpse of hope for resurgence, he was determined to seize it for Chen Fan. He felt little concern. With his mastery of the inquiry realm and unparalleled swordsmanship, he could easily navigate any adversities. Even if he faced a coordinated attack, claiming his identity would deter most from offending him. His worry lay with the newly selected disciples from the Wuji sect. After all, the Great Li dynasty's edict meant that all sects in the dynasty would participate, leading to a plethora of talents. Chen Fan could effortlessly confront such challenges, but the other disciples would struggle. Rest assured, Uncle Chongqing, that if any junior brothers enter the secret realm, I will surely look after them, Chen Fan vowed. Excellent. Li Chongqing eagerly awaited Chen Fan's words that he held complete faith in Chen Fan's capabilities. In the vast expanse of the Great Li dynasty, there were only a handful of individuals who could be compared to him. Even the princes of the Great Li dynasty would likely not stand a chance against Chen Fan. Moreover, Chen Fan's current status was on par with those princes. With Chen Fan as promised to lend a helping hand, it seemed that the Wuji sect might once again give rise to a prodigious talent through this secret realm. In no time, the trio soared towards the imperial capital of the Great Li dynasty. Meanwhile, within an ancient relic, the spiritual energy was so dense that it had reached a liquid state. Gazing upwards in this secret realm felt as though one were adrift in the clouds, where ethereal palaces flickered in and out of sight, that in such a rich environment, one could expect the presence of a formidable power. Yet, it was eerily silent, a silence that felt almost ominous. Here lay a palpable terror, one that deterred any from stepping foot to buzzing that moment. An ominous hum resonated throughout the area. Early stage of the body realm. Simultaneously, a cold voice echoed through the region, that if Chun Fan were present, he would surely recognize that the voice belonged to Bai Li, who had parted ways with him not long ago. Chapter 58. The forming of the immortal king body. Bai Li's confidence in this moment. Bai Li had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to before. In just a month, her strength surged from the divine intent realm to the body realm at an astonishing pace. Such a rate of cultivation was truly astounding. Even Han Li would be left speechless upon learning of To form the immortal king body. One required the blood essence of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird. Now, with the blood of the Black Tortoise and White Tiger already assimilated into her body, only the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird remained. Bai Li furrowed her brow, a contemplative expression glimmering in her eyes that in her previous life, she ascended rapidly by harnessing the body of a celestial king, surpassing countless prodigies to inscribe her own legend. That can be said that without the celestial king's physique, her future would not have materialized. However, gathering the essence blood of these divine beasts proved to be an arduous task. Ultimately, in her past existence, she was unable to collect the true essence blood, particularly the blood of the true dragon, which eluded her entirely. In desperation, she resorted to substituting it with the essence blood of a flood dragon. Though she succeeded in manifesting the celestial king's body in the end, her potential was considerably diminished. According to her recollections, in a month's time, the secret realm of the Deli dynasty would be unveiled, where Shizuku essence blood awaited. Bai Li began to reminisce. With her current strength, she could venture forth. Her physical realm had reached a considerable height, and she could now deploy several secret techniques, coupled with her ability to set up lethal formations. Ordinary cultivators at the path-seeking realm were no match for her. However, gaining entry to the secret realm posed a significant challenge. As a rogue cultivator, she lacked the qualifications to enter. Bai Li's brow tightened as she pondered how to gain access to the secret realm. At this juncture, joining a sect with the requisite qualifications for entry seemed rather implausible. The only viable option was to seek out the fifth princess of the Deli dynasty. In Bai Li's memory, information regarding the Deli dynasty began to surface. The emperor of the Deli dynasty was exceptionally formidable, standing merely a step away from becoming a celestial king. Nevertheless, he had few offspring. Among them, the first prince and the fifth princess were particularly extraordinary. Both were top-tier prodigies destined to become remarkable figures in the future. Presently, she could collaborate with the fifth princess. The fifth princess of the Deli dynasty was no ordinary princess. She was backed by a powerful faction, one that remained undisclosed at present. Bai Li could leverage certain conditions to negotiate for entry into the secret realm. Currently, the fifth princess was vying with the first prince for supremacy. The emperor of the Deli dynasty was quite progressive, having publicly stated a decade ago that the throne could be inherited by either prince or princess, provided they possessed the capability. This led to the current rivalry between these two, that although the first prince seemed to have a slight edge at present, the fifth princess had the support of a top-tier sect and was not significantly lagging behind. This situation would persist until 20 years later, when the fifth princess's identity was revealed, subsequently allowing the first prince to ascend as the crown prince and, a decade later, to the throne. Upon his ascension, he consolidated power over all factions and initiated military campaigns against the Destined dynasty. However, an astonishing turn of events occurred when, upon breaching the Destined dynasty, he was vanquished by a mysterious woman. Bai Li was unaware of what transpired thereafter, as she had ascended to the celestial realm. Nevertheless, this information was sufficient for her. She harbored little concern for the conflict between the Deli and Destined dynasties. Regardless of who ruled, the outcome remained the same. Her sole desire was to acquire the essence blood of the divine beasts. The current fifth princess was likely at the pinnacle of the physical realm, merely a step away from the path-seeking realm. If she could assist her in breaking through, obtaining entry into the secret realm would be effortless. This was the advantage of being a reincarnator, as she could access a wealth of information. Bai Li rose and continued deeper into the secret realm. This realm had once been the stronghold of the Xuanwu sect a millennium ago. However, the reasons for its sudden disappearance remained unknown. Guided by her memories, Bai Li arrived here and utilized array formations to unlock the secret realm, where she would also acquire the essence blood of the Xuanwu. She recalled that a vial of path-seeking elixir resided here, which could grant a 2/10 chance of breaking through for those at the pinnacle of the five elements realm. Such elixirs could only be concocted by a fifth-grade alchemist. It could be said that exchanging a single elixir for entry into the secret realm would be a loss on her part. However, matters were not so simple. She had to exercise caution. The fifth princess was not to be trifled with. She was the holy maiden of the demon sect, well-versed in the art of killing and treasure acquisition since childhood. Bringing an elixir to her could very well make her a target for exploitation. Such a scenario must be avoided. Bai Li recalled that the Xuanwu secret realm housed two Xuanwu puppets, each at the celestial origin realm, that if she could locate these two items, she would possess the means of self-protection, deterring the fifth princess from acting against her whimsically. The thought of soon acquiring the Sizo essence blood caused Bai Li's lips to curl into a smile that in her past life, she had invested 6 years to manifest the celestial king's body. Yet, in this lifetime, merely a month had passed, and she had completed half of the journey. Moreover, in the following month, she could obtain the Suzuka essence blood. With this in mind, Bai Li took a deep breath. In this life, she was determined to transcend into divinity, and she must assist Chun Fan in his rise to prominence. Reminiscing about the assistance he had rendered her in the saint's secret realm, a twinge of guilt washed over Bai Li. She had taken the finest treasures, leaving Chun Fan with nothing but a fruitless endeavor. As for that dragon egg, it had proven impossible to hatch. She needed to make amends for him. From now on, Bai Li would protect him. Chun Fan also belonged to the five elements realm, and the thought of their reunion brought a sparkle to Bai Li's eyes. She vividly recalled that when they had parted ways, Chun Fan was merely at the five elements realm. Transitioning from the five elements to the physical realm was no simple feat. It typically required several years of rigorous training. Unless something extraordinary occurred, he would likely remain stagnant. In contrast, Bai Li had undergone tremendous growth, her cultivation now surpassing Chun Fan's. Coupled with her mastery of secret techniques, even if they were to face each other at the same level, Bai Li was confident she could defeat Chun Fan in an instant, that if she deployed array formations, he would stand no chance of victory. This was the confidence of a powerful reincarnator. Not only was she invincible at the same level, but she could also effortlessly battle above her rank. Perfectly aware that the secret realm contained the path-seeking elixir, she planned to keep one for herself, exchange another for the entry qualification with the fifth princess, and reserve one for Chun Fan. Additionally, she would divide one of the Xuanwu puppets with him. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Li hastened deeper into the Xuanwu sect. Moreover, Bai Li was confident that she would encounter Chun Fan within the Suzuka secret realm. At the five elements realm, combined with his sword-drawing technique, he would undoubtedly outshine anyone from smaller sects like the Wuji sect. In her previous life, Chun Fan had not participated, but in this life, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would surely appear. The anticipation of their imminent reunion lightened Bai Li's steps considerably. Chapter 59. The majestic martial tower, salary of 10 soul stones, the flying sword soared swiftly. Cutting through the fierce winds, 3 days gradually passed, and at that moment, Li Changsheng glanced downward. We've arrived. Chun Fan also beheld the scene below. Within a towering wall lay an expansive garden, adorned with lofty buildings and numerous winding corridors. As they ventured deeper, they glimpsed mountains, lakes, and high slopes amidst the landscape. Upon their descent, Chun Fan sheathed his pure yang sword and peered through an ancient wooden door, revealing many astonishing sights. Is this the martial tower? Chun Fan frowned. Beside him, Li Changsheng appeared solemn. This is the sacred ground in the hearts of all cultivators. The sage proclaimed long ago that there should be no discrimination in teaching and that instruction should be tailored to the individual. Thus, apart from cultivators, various disciples from different backgrounds could be found here. Taoists, monks, physicians, alchemists, blacksmiths, and array masters. The sage, it was said, had already ascended to the heavenly gate, and the heavens would part for him. Let us proceed. Li Changsheng inhaled deeply and declared that as the three entered the martial tower, the moment Chun Fan stepped over the wooden threshold, it felt as though he passed through a membrane, entering another realm. The surrounding spiritual energy was thick. As he absorbed a trace of it, A warm sensation enveloped his body. Here, cultivation would yield remarkable results. With this thought in mind, Chun Fan continued onward with Li Chongsheng. Along the way, many gazes fell upon Li Chongsheng, filled with curiosity. When they spotted Chun Fan and Zheng Xiaolan, their curiosity only deepened. Simultaneously, a young man appeared before them. His well-defined features resembled autumn leaves scorched by the summer sun. Exhibiting a mottled hue, that a sense of unyielding professionalism radiated from his brow. Upon seeing Li Chongsheng, Zhong Yudao furrowed his brows and said, "Li Chongsheng, you have slain your father. This is patricide. A person without lord or father dares to enter the martial tower?" Faced with this inquiry, Chun Fan contemplated deeply that he was aware of the past involving the sect leader of the Wuji sect, who was once a disciple of the martial tower. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he had suddenly murdered his father, Li Ao, and subsequently withdrew from the martial tower, leaving the sect in the hands of the deputy sect leader. Liang Dadel, I Chongsheng, remained silent for a moment before responding. "I know I am unworthy to enter the martial tower, but I am here today to escort my disciple inside." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yudao's brow furrowed further. Just then, the voice of the third master echoed in Zhong Yudao's ear. "Do not obstruct him." "This is the alchemist I invited to Mr. Dan Yao." Zhong Yudao gazed at Chun Fan, who was the same age as his son, with eyes filled with disbelief that a teacher at such a tender age. This was the first time he had witnessed someone so young assuming the role of a teacher. Though he understood that Chun Fan would not be imparting knowledge to others, the astonishment was already sufficient. Suppressing his curiosity, Zhong Yudao nodded to Li Chongsheng and then addressed Chun Fan, saying, "Young teacher, please proceed to the second floor." Upon hearing this, Chun Fan prepared to move forward. However, Li Chongsheng interjected, "Chun Fan, I must take my leave. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to contact me." "All right, thank you, Uncle Chongsheng." Chun Fan replied gratefully that it's a trifling matter. "Focus on your cultivation and remember what I previously told you," Li Chongsheng remarked, his gaze fixed on the second floor, his expression complex, shaking his head. He turned and strode away. Soon, Chun Fan, accompanied by Zheng Xiaolan, encountered the third teacher. "You arrived even earlier than I anticipated. However, now that you are here at the martial tower, your sole responsibility will be the daily operations of the Dan Yao Hall. Do you harbor any regrets?" the third teacher inquired. "None whatsoever," Chun Fan replied earnestly. The spiritual energy within the martial tower felt at least tenfold more potent than that of the Wuji sect. And for this reason alone, he had no regrets. Within the martial tower, numerous ancient structures adorned with red bricks and green tiles exuded a vintage charm. Before long, the third teacher led Chun Fan to the grand hall at the back. This was the second floor of the martial tower, where many students roamed, yet few were granted access to the second floor. Throughout their journey, the third teacher continually introduced aspects of the hall, taking nearly half a stick of incense before they arrived before a tall building. There were no accommodations within the martial tower. Whether students or teachers, everyone had to find their own lodging. Your task, however, is to oversee the daily operations of the Dan Yao Hall. Should any medicinal herbs or elixirs be lacking, you must inform the logistics team for replenishment. Additionally, if disciples come to borrow books, you are required to record their information, that if you wish to venture outside, you must find someone to take over your duties at this point. The third teacher's expression turned grave. The most crucial aspect is to study the elixirs within the Dan Yao Hall and the insights of the predecessors regarding alchemy. Only when you have thoroughly examined them will I come to inquire about your progress. The third teacher's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The moment you surpass the rank of a fifth-grade alchemist, I will arrange for you to teach. Furthermore, becoming a teacher on the fifth floor comes with a monthly stipend. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan, who had maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly exhibited a look of surprise. He had little interest in the insights of his predecessors, as his alchemical skills were entirely reliant on the system's guidance. How could he possibly find the time to study? From the very beginning, Chun Fan had aspired solely to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. "You little rascal," the third teacher chuckled, retrieving 10 soul stones from his possession. "The monthly stipend for teachers at the martial tower is actually soul stones." Chun Fan was taken aback. The martial tower was indeed extravagant. The third teacher directly placed the soul stones in front of Chun Fan. "The stipends at the martial tower are distributed in advance. You have just arrived in the capital and will face many matters to resolve. Hurry along, and aim to settle all mundane affairs today so that you may officially enter the tower tomorrow. Chun Fan accepted the soul stones without hesitation. Rest assured, upon becoming a teacher at the Martial Tower, your family will be adequately protected. Focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the rank of 5th grade alchemist soon. After speaking, the third teacher turned and departed. Chun Fan and Zheng Xiaolan began to wander through the academy. However, when they reached a stone tablet, he came to a halt. There were a total of 12 stone tablets, each inscribed with names. Yet for reasons unknown, 3 of the tablets had their names erased, that of the remaining 9 names. Chun Fan had heard of most of them, as they belonged to the currently renowned teachers within the Martial Tower. That afternoon, Chun Fan purchased a small courtyard on the nearest street to the Martial Tower. However, upon returning to the courtyard, Zheng Xiaolan remained silent. The day's events had profoundly impacted her. Not only had her senior brother defeated the master of the refining hall with a single sword strike, but he had also become a teacher at the Martial Tower. How could she possibly keep pace with such a prodigious senior brother? Zheng Xiaolan, gazing at Chun Fan's upright figure, felt genuine joy for him. Achieving such accomplishments before the age of 18, her senior brother's future was indeed promising. Yet, after the initial excitement, her mood suddenly plummeted. Now that her senior brother had reached such heights, one could only wonder what further achievements awaited him. If this trajectory continued, she would soon find herself obsolete. The future companions of her senior brother would undeniably possess greater backgrounds and stronger abilities. Zheng Xiaolan realized that the chasm between her and her senior brother was widening. It was as if an insurmountable gulf had formed between them. She even feared that as Chun Fan's notoriety grew, a throng of strikingly beautiful, well-connected, and powerful women would soon vie for his attention. This thought sparked a wave of self-doubt within her, and her expression grew despondent. She could only silently observe her senior brother from the shadows, feeling disheartened that if only my strength could keep pace with my senior brother's. She lamented, "I do not wish to surpass him, but merely to follow in his footsteps, that if that were the case, I could help shield him from those who would seek to disrupt his path." Just as Zheng Xiaolan yearned for strength, Chun Fan received a system notification. "Congratulations, host, for discovering an exceptional investment opportunity. Investing in Sword Intent will grant you 10 years of mental fortitude and the Divine Beast Taming Technique." Divine Beast Taming Technique. Chun Fan was momentarily taken aback that he possessed a dragon egg and had no idea when it would hatch. Would acquiring the Beast Taming Technique expedite the hatching process? Suppressing his excitement, Chun Fan turned to Zheng Xiaolan. "Xiaolan, would you like to learn Sword Intent?" Without hesitation, Zheng Xiaolan eagerly nodded. "Yes, I would be thrilled to have my senior brother teach me." "Very well," Chun Fan replied, then concentrated his mental energy to conjure the Sword Intent imagery imparted by the system. "This process will be quite painful. You must endure." After saying this, Chun Fan infused the image created by his mental energy into Zheng Xiaolan's mind. Simultaneously, Zheng Xiaolan suddenly felt her body tremble, as if something were about to burst forth. "That my head hurts," she exclaimed, crouching down and cradling her head. "Why do I have these memories in my mind?" Terror filled her eyes as images surged through her consciousness. These were the Sword Intent visuals that Chun Fan had experienced during his own system infusion. Having broken through to the realm of inquiry, Chun Fan could now control the imagery to enter another's mind. "That it's my senior brother." Suddenly, Zheng Xiaolan recalled Chun Fan and allowed her mind to open, no longer resisting the influx of memories. As time passed, a sharp aura began to emanate from her body, and a water-themed essence began to coalesce around her. The girl's energy surged with remarkable speed, progressing from the mid-stage of the Divine Intent realm to the late stage. After a brief pause at the late stage of the Divine Intent realm, Zheng Xiaolan's energy surged once more, reaching the Golden Core realm. Had Han Li witnessed this scene, he would have been left speechless in astonishment. This was what it meant to be a genius. To be honest, even Bai Li, a reincarnator, would envy such a rapid cultivation speed. While she had also broken through to the law body realm in a short time, it had been through the use of resources. Yet Zheng Xiaolan, she had merely relied on her comprehension of Sword Intent, perfectly harmonizing her physique with the intent, resulting in a dramatic increase in her strength. Moreover, as her comprehension of Sword Intent deepened, her cultivation speed increased even further. What extraordinary talent was this? In the courtyard, sensing the commotion from Zheng Xiaolan, Chen Fan's eyes widened in surprise. However, he did not feel anxious. Instead, he was filled with joy. With such an extraordinary girl, the rewards for his future investments would undoubtedly be more substantial. Observing the increasingly dense water-themed sword intent surrounding Zheng Xiaolan, Chen Fan knew she had succeeded. He then turned and entered his room. Congratulations, host, for completing the investment. Would you like to claim your reward? Yes. 10 years of mental fortitude fused into his mind, and Chen Fan could now maintain the visualization of the great Ming King for 80 breaths. If he could sustain it for 50 breaths, his soul could float, but if he could last for 100 breaths, he would reach the mid-stage of the inquiry realm. With each visualization of the great Ming King, Chen Fan felt his physical strength swell, and his vitality increased once more. However, his mental state was somewhat fatigued, and he would need to wait half an hour before he could visualize again. During this moment of mental fatigue, Chen Fan began to explore the nature of the soul. Soon, he separated his soul from his body and began to manipulate the objects within the room. The teacup floated in the air. Once the soul was free, it could manipulate light objects, but it was only upon reaching the Tianyuan realm that the soul's lethality would truly be enhanced. As the time approaches, the soul can endure the sunlight and sense the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, allowing it to manipulate this energy with its spirit, thereby unleashing numerous divine abilities. Some of these abilities can be cultivated even at the enlightenment stage, yet their power remains limited. While Chen Fan pondered, his gaze fell upon the nearby oil lamp that in an instant he connected with his soul. And with a mental construct, he summoned a long sword that swiftly struck, whoosh, like a tempest sweeping through. It extinguished the lamp, plunging the room into darkness. The potency of mental attack should not be underestimated. Even at the enlightenment stage soon, Chen Fan began to cultivate the godly beast control technique he had just acquired, based on his memories. Meanwhile, at the Wuzhizong, after 3 days of intense competition among the inner disciples, Han Li emerged victorious. Originally at the late stage of the divine intent realm, he successfully broke through in the final match, attaining the early stage of the golden core realm, thereby securing a place in the secret realm. At just 14, he had reached the golden core realm and had even defeated disciples at the late stage of the golden core. Han Li's performance was nothing short of remarkable, overshadowing even the likes of inner disciples such as Li Qi. Upon the Qingyun sword of Li Changsheng, Han Li wore an expression of anticipation that he understood that this journey into the secret realm would involve battling all the prodigies within the great Li kingdom. Should he excel, he might even receive rewards from the royal family. Will senior brother Chen Fan participate in the secret realm? Han Li inquired. Rest assured, he promised me he would attend, Li Changsheng replied, his face brimming with satisfaction. Another prodigy had emerged from the Wuzhizong. Along the way, as Li Changsheng enlightened Han Li about the Martial Tower, Han Li's eyes sparkled with eagerness that he resolved to join the Martial Tower. Not for any particular reason, but to follow in the footsteps of senior brother Chen Fan. Observing Han Li's spirited determination, Li Changsheng was reminded of his younger self, that he understood Han Li's aspirations. Yet joining the Martial Tower was not a simple feat. Chapter 61. Disciple of the Martial Tower, Li Jingyuan, Chen Fan's persuasion Ding Tian City, located to the north of the imperial capital, had already made arrangements for the accommodation of these youthful prodigies under the auspices of the great Li dynasty. Upon Han Li's arrival, he was immediately guided to his lodgings. The following morning, Chen Fan set out for the Martial Tower. The streets were sparsely populated, and after a brief while, he arrived at the pill hall. Upon entering, he ascended to the second floor, where rows of aged bookshelves stood, laden with equally time-worn tomes. Chen Fan did not immediately delve into reading, instead focusing his gaze on a youth within the pill hall. This young man, adorned with a tall crown and long hair cascading over his shoulders, was clad in white robes, deeply engrossed in a book. Perhaps sensing Chen Fan's scrutiny, the youth looked up, their eyes meeting. In that fleeting moment, Li Jingyuan felt a sudden jolt of energy, as if confronted by an insurmountable mountain, instilling in him an overwhelming sense of pressure. Who is this youth? Li Jingyuan rarely found himself looking down. Simultaneously, Chen Fan was taken aback. Congratulations, host, for discovering a perfect investment candidate. Investing 1 soul stone will yield 1 enlightenment pill and grant 10 years of mental power. A perfect investment candidate. This individual was indeed extraordinary. Chen Fan's gaze sharpened as the youth's information panel materialized before him. Name: Li Jingyuan. Realm: Late stage of the law body realm. Fate, a destined individual, intertwined with fortune and misfortune, sharpened through adversity. Vigilant in peril. Recent transition, currently stagnating in the late stage of the law body realm due to special circumstances. Today, within the Marshall Tower, he has received a soul stone investment from Chun Fan, poised to break through to the enlightenment realm soon. Destined individual, chosen by fate, endowed with great fortune. Fortune and misfortune intertwined. Opportunities accompany dangers. Crises and chances coexist in times of peril. Fortune often follows. And during fortunate moments, one might encounter crises. Sharpened through adversity. A sword's edge is honed through hardship. The fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. Only through trials can one grow. What does not kill one makes one stronger. Each hardship survived enhances strength. Vigilant in peril. In critical moments, one maintains alertness, surpassing the ordinary in sensitivity. Upon seeing Li Jingyuan's panel, Chun Fan was inexplicably reminded of classic narratives. The boy chosen by fate, who journeyed through arduous trials, yet remained resolute, unwavering in his heart toward the path. Bearing secrets, he was compelled to act with discretion. This was undeniably the panel of a protagonist. Chun Fan could not help but exclaim in awe. At that moment, Li Jingyuan straightened and approached Chun Fan. "Senior brother, I am Li Jingyuan," he greeted, bowing respectfully. "This is my first time seeing you in the pill hall. Which instructor do you study under?" After a moment of contemplation, Chun Fan nodded. "I do not have an instructor. I am responsible for the daily operations of the pill hall." The daily operations of the pill hall. Li Jingyuan's eyes brightened slightly. "A few days ago, I heard from the third master that he was seeking a disciple to manage the pill hall, and it must be you, senior brother. Then it seems your talent for alchemy is exceptional." Li Jingyuan inquired, curiosity glimmering in his eyes as he began to introduce himself. "Then my name is Li Jingyuan. Due to a mistake, I was sent here by my elders to study alchemical knowledge. And I have been here for 2 months now." At this point, Li Jingyuan lowered his voice and said, "Those elders, knowing full well that I dislike alchemy, still insist on pushing me that it's like casting pearls before swine." A smile crept on a Chun Fan's face. Li Jingyuan's tone was refreshingly innocent, reminiscent of a naive child. Chun Fan nodded in acknowledgement. "I am Chun Fan." "Chun Fan?" Li Jingyuan tilted his head in thought. Then remarked, "In the Great Li dynasty, the Chun surname is rather uncommon. Senior brother, do you hail from an esteemed family or the common folk?" Before Chun Fan could respond, Li Jingyuan answered his own question. "You must be from an esteemed family, as your spirit is so formidable. Only a prominent clan could nurture a prodigy like you." At this point, Li Jingyuan's eyes sparkled. "Speaking of which, I heard that the crown prince and the 5th princess of the Great Li dynasty are vying for the position of heir. Do you know their current strengths, senior brother?" Observing Li Jingyuan's childlike curiosity, Chun Fan sighed inwardly. Today, he encountered a peculiar character. He had assumed the youth would possess a calm demeanor, only to find him to be a chatterbox. His words flowing like a rapid-fire barrage. Nevertheless, to fulfill his investment task, Chun Fan had no choice but to engage in conversation. "I have been in seclusion for an extended period and am unaware of their strengths. Do you know, junior brother? I know a little. Currently, the crown prince holds the advantage, both in strength and backing, far surpassing the 5th princess. At this point, Li Jingyuan looked at Chun Fan, his expression earnest. "Senior brother, if you encounter either of them, be sure to maintain your position and refrain from revealing your stance." Chun Fan's eyes narrowed, quickly grasping the implication behind the youth's words that I in a mundane dynasty. Power struggles abound. How much more so in a fantastical realm? In this world, the greater the power, the more resources one could amass. With sufficient resources, one's strength could ascend to new heights, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Once they learned of his capabilities, they would undoubtedly attempt to win him over. Beauty, wealth, power, resources. With his current reputation, he certainly qualified for such attention. Moreover, the identity of a Marshall Tower instructor made him even more attractive for investment. Within the Great Li dynasty, the Crown Prince and the 5th Princess were the most qualified contenders for the position of heir. Neither of them was easy to deal with. So, senior brother, please choose wisely. Li Jingyuan reiterated with concern. "Thank you for the warning, junior brother," Chun Fan acknowledged with a nod. "Your genuine kindness is commendable. Here, take this soul stone as a token of our meeting." Chun Fan flipped his wrist, presenting a soul stone to Li Jingyuan. Upon witnessing this, Li Jingyuan instinctively withdrew his hand. One must not accept without merit. Besides, my elders have always instructed me against accepting any gifts. Otherwise, if they were to trouble me in the future, it would not be worth the cost. However, how could Chun Fan allow Li Jingyuan to refuse? His expression hardened. Junior brother, are you looking down on me? Hearing this, Li Jingyuan hurriedly shook his head. That it's not that, senior brother. It's just that my elders forbid it. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have made a grave mistake. But don't you think that if I don't show some appreciation, my thoughts will be hindered? Moreover, as cultivators, if our thoughts are obstructed, our cultivation will stagnate. You would be harming me. This was the first time Li Jingyuan had heard such words, leaving him bewildered. He felt that what senior brother Chun Fan said was somewhat flawed. Yet he couldn't pinpoint the error. Ultimately, Li Jingyuan accepted the soul stone. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing the investment and receiving 1 enlightenment pill and 10 years of mental power. Chapter 62. Breakthrough to the mid-level of enlightenment. The perfect investment candidate emerges again after receiving the rewards. Chun Fan entrusted the daily operations of the pill hall to Li Jingyuan. Such soul stones were not so easily acquired. Returning to the courtyard he had purchased, Chun Fan immediately claimed his reward. 10 years of mental energy were absorbed, and he swiftly envisioned the great Ming King that moment. The flesh on his body trembled incessantly, occasionally swelling before rapidly contracting. The fascia throughout his body pulsated as if brimming with vigor, that he visualized the great Ming King through the 81st breath, the 82nd breath, and the 83rd breath, until he reached the 100th breath. As he maintained his visualization for 100 breaths, every inch of his vitality continued to vibrate with a minuscule amplitude that a heavy surge of blood energy erupted, his bones as hard as iron, creating a resonant sound akin to the tolling of a great bell as they rubbed against his flesh and fascia. The resonance of his bones echoed like a bell, and his vitality surged like an ocean. Chun Fan gathered his energy, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. He had reached the mid-stage of the path-seeking realm, observing the massive foam mountain weighing over 10,000 jin in the courtyard. He stepped forward and effortlessly lifted it using only his strength. Subsequently, he glanced at the Tao-seeking pill in his hand, contemplating its usage. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and Zheng Xiaolan said, "Senior brother Chun Fan, someone seeks your presence." Upon hearing this, Chun Fan rose and exited the courtyard in his line of sight. A servant clad in a black short shirt approached with an upright posture, cupping his hands as he said, "Young Master Chun Fan, my master requests your presence." Understanding the implications, Chun Fan realized that this individual was either from the Crown Prince or the 5th Princess. "Let us go," he replied, eager to see the 2 rumored royal prodigies and to discern what they had to offer to win him over. Lead the way. Under the guidance of the servant, they took half an hour to arrive before a magnificent mansion, its surroundings adorned with flickering runes and exuding grandeur. "Young Master Chun, please keep pace with me," the black-clad servant instructed earnestly as they approached. Crossing the high threshold, Chun Fan stepped into the meticulously paved courtyard of blue stones. That moment, a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the faint scent of flowers. Looking around, he saw a straight corridor lined with a red carpet, dividing to the left and right, leading deep into the courtyard. They proceeded along the flower path paved with gravel, traversing a garden lush with flora, reaching the end of the courtyard where they beheld a towering pavilion, its eaves curving gracefully, nestled among the swaying flowering trees. The windows and eaves were adorned with blooming flowers of vibrant hues, their fragrance intoxicating. Simultaneously, faint sounds of laughter and conversation drifted down from above. "My master is located above, that I am of lowly status and cannot ascend, so I must trouble you to go up yourself," the servant said, bowing respectfully. In response, Chun Fan nodded, and, as he stepped into the pavilion, a system notification appeared once more. "Congratulations to the host for discovering a perfect investment target. Investing in 1 Tao-seeking pill will yield the sword intent of the complete realm and 10 years of mental energy." Interesting, Chun Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement that he had not anticipated encountering another perfect investment target. What fortune! How long had it been since entering the grand city of Dali? A perfect investment target. This was the hallmark of a protagonist. particularly with the investment reward of the complete realm sword intent. If he could truly master it, his power would soar dramatically. Chun Fan estimated that he could, at that point, slay opponents at the late stage of the path-seeking realm, while being only at the mid-stage himself. Fortunately, he had cultivated the habit of carrying all his resources with him. Otherwise, missing this investment opportunity would have been a significant loss. With this thought, Chun Fan gazed upward towards the pavilion that A.S. expected. The perfect investment target was situated above. Meanwhile, in the upper hall of the pavilion, lavishly adorned, a throng of beautiful maidens danced lightly in sheer veils, while others played the zither, and tables were laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. The guests raised their cups, engaging in spirited conversation. At the head of the table sat a man clad in armor, robust and imposing, his physique strong and agile. His face was handsome, with eyebrows as dark as ink and eyes that shone like polished lacquer. He set down the jade cup in his hand and softly inquired, "Has Taoist Chun Fan of the Wuji sect not yet arrived?" Upon hearing this, someone below immediately spoke up. "Your Highness the Crown Prince has already sent someone to invite him. If he wishes to come, he should be arriving soon. This Taoist Chun Fan is said to be only 18 years old, yet has already reached the path-seeking realm. I wonder if this is true or merely flattery." At that moment, a youth rose to speak, his face filled with jealousy, that he was 23 years old, yet he remained stuck at the five elements realm, and that too at the initial stage. Usually, people referred to him as a young genius, but Chun Fan's sudden emergence shattered his pride. After years of cultivation, he found himself eclipsed by an 18-year-old. Furthermore, hearing his elders frequently praise Chun Fan was a bitter pill to swallow. Now, slightly intoxicated, he began to express his resentment. The rumors extend beyond that. It is said that Taoist Chun Fan was invited by the three masters of the Martial Tower and has now entered to cultivate there. Once Taoist Chun Fan arrives, we can inquire what the Martial Tower is truly like. The Crown Prince remarked meaningfully. The 20 or so individuals present were largely skeptical of Chun Fan's breakthrough to the path-seeking realm, believing that his entry into the Martial Tower was merely a favor granted by the three masters. After all, if this were the case, it would be too exaggerated that an 18-year-old breaking through the path-seeking realm in a minor sect, and now joining the Martial Tower. How formidable would his future be? To me, it seems that Chun Fan is simply a product of exaggeration. A disciple of the Flame Fire sect shook his head, expressing his conviction. However, just then a youth clad in a green shirt abruptly appeared in the hall. "What does it matter whether I am a product of flattery or not?" Chun Fan's sudden arrival rendered the entire hall silent. The Crown Prince seated at the head of the table cast a deep glance at Chun Fan, while beside him sat a striking woman in purple attire, her beauty captivating and her figure alluring. At this moment, a faint smile played on her lips as she regarded Chun Fan turn. Chun Fan noticed the two, scanning the hall's occupants, and immediately recognized that the woman was his investment target, for only investment targets could reveal their panel's name. Lu Xingxuan. Realm. Late stage of the law body realm. Fate. Unparalleled beauty, exceptional talent, ruthless and cunning. Recent turning point. Collaborated with a mysterious individual, gaining significant benefits in the Vermilion Bird secret realm. Mysterious collaboration. Chun Fan frowned upon seeing the turning point. However, at that moment, a disciple from the Flame Fire sect stood up abruptly and spoke in a solemn tone. "Chun Fan, what do you mean by that?" Chapter 63. The Flame Fire sect disciples' provocation. Encountering Hanli again. At today's gathering, they represented the formidable powers behind them that if Chun Fan's mockery were to spread, the Flame Fire sect would lose face. Literal meaning. Chun Fan replied casually, having clearly heard the underlying schemes of these individuals and not inclined to show deference to the disciple of the Flame Fire sect. The disciple, infuriated, felt a surge of vitality, a fierce aura emanating from his body. However, just as he was about to take action, the authoritative voice of the fifth princess resonated. "Enough. Do you intend to fight here?" Li Bin retreated, the aura around the Flame Fire sect disciple dissipating as he hastily cupped his hands in surrender. Witnessing this scene, those gathered at the banquet revealed a hint of disappointment. Although they had assembled, aside from the Crown Prince and the fifth princess, the others were competitors who would eventually face each other, but if they could gauge the strengths of Li Bin and Chun Fan today, it would be ideal. Alas, the fifth princess intervened, disrupting their confrontation. Chun Fan of the Wuji sect, "Greetings to all fellow Taoists." Chen Fan bowed, his voice resonant. The others, with the exception of Li Bin, returned the gesture. Though they were competitors in the shadows, they maintained a facade of civility. Otherwise, they risked having their reputations tarnished by behind-the-scenes machinations. The prodigies of the Wuji sect are indeed worthy of their reputation. "Please take your seats," the Crown Prince, exuding an air of authority, spoke slowly. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Chen Fan nodded, finding an empty seat to settle down. As soon as he was seated, he noticed a black-clad man smiling at him from the side. With the secret realm opening, nearly every sect will be present. Among these sects, some are enemies of the Wuji sect, while others are allies. This black-clad man is evidently from a sect with a favorable relationship with the Wuji sect. Chen Fan surmised from the man's attire, which bore a white lotus embroidered on the cuffs, accompanied by a long sword. Lotus Sword Sect. Recognizing the disciple's identity, Chen Fan acknowledged the goodwill being extended. "Brother Chen, be wary of Li Bin from the Flame Fire Sect. He is ruthless and narrow-minded. Having offended him today, you must be cautious of him when you enter the secret realm," the black-clad man advised in a low voice. Pausing, he added, "The disciples of the Heavenly Beast sect also harbor grievances against you. Do not underestimate them." "Thank you for the warning, junior brother." Chen Fan expressed his gratitude as the gathering transitioned back into a harmonious atmosphere. He engaged in lively conversation with a nearby disciple from the Lianhua Sword sect, Sun Feng, a true inheritor of the sect. As cups were raised and exchanged, half an hour swiftly elapsed, marking the impending conclusion of the gathering. At that moment, the Crown Prince raised his hand, pressing it downwards to signal for silence. He retrieved a ring from his spatial ring, casting a glance at Chen Fan. Before he could utter a word, two figures suddenly burst into the hall from below. Upon witnessing this, the Crown Prince furrowed his brow. However, upon recognizing the newcomers, he discreetly shot a glance at Chen Fan before stowing away the spatial ring. Observing intently, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in the Crown Prince's eyes. That instant, the two figures entered the hall, one clad in the attire of the Heavenly Beast sect. Upon entering, he cried out in a voice laced with distress, "Xiao Shixiang, please help me." This utterance instantly drew the attention of the crowd, including Chen Fan, who turned to regard the disciple from the Heavenly Beast sect. However, upon recognizing the other individual, Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. It was Han Li, the disciple of the venerable old man with the golden finger. Once Han Li entered the hall, he swiftly surveyed the surroundings. Upon spotting Chen Fan, the panic on his face lessened somewhat, but he then approached Chen Fan, whispering the details of the unfolding situation. "Oh, that's how it is. You should return first. I will handle this matter," Chen Fan replied with a nod. "Thank you, brother Chen Fan." Han Li expressed his gratitude, his anxious heart finally at ease. He then nodded to the others and strode out. Witnessing this exchange, the attendees of the gathering furrowed their brows in confusion. What was happening? Particularly, Xiao Yiba, the true inheritor of the Heavenly Beast sect, gazed at Han Li's departure with evident dissatisfaction. Reporting to Shixiang, "Half an hour ago, we were all injured by a disciple from the Wujizong named Han Li," a disciple from the Heavenly Beast sect declared. His face flushed with anger. Anticipation crackled in the air. Previously, the conflict between Chen Fan and the disciples of the Fire sect primarily stemmed from the latter's behind-the-scenes scheming. After all, it was only natural to be mocked for mocking others from the shadows. Even when a disciple of the Fire sect was severely beaten by Chen Fan, it was deemed justifiable, leaving no room for others to speak. However, the current situation was vastly different. A disciple of the Wujizong had inflicted injury, and the victim was none other than a member of the Heavenly Beast sect. The Heavenly Beast sect was a sect that specialized in beast mastery, without the use of magical beasts. The disciples of the Heavenly Beast sect could hardly unleash half of their true strength. The actions of the Wujizong disciple were akin to exploiting a moment of weakness. Should this incident be publicized, the Wujizong's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Is it true that your Wujizong lacks martial ethics? Xiao Yiba stood up, questioning with a face full of indignation. That he turned to Chen Fan, inquiring how he intended to address this matter. Here it comes. The show is about to begin. Many individuals began to anticipate the unfolding drama. This moment, neither the Crown Prince nor the Fifth Princess spoke, as doing so would appear to favor Chen Fan. How to handle it? Surely, it is the Heavenly Beast sect that should offer an apology, Chun Fan replied nonchalantly. At that moment, everyone was filled with bewilderment. What was happening? Was it the disciples of the Heavenly Beast sect seeking retribution? Why was Chun Fan insisting that they apologize? They were utterly perplexed. Brother Chun, your Wujizong is being excessively domineering. Xiao Yibao's expression turned I see why it was evident that despite his disciple being injured, Chun Fan was demanding an apology from them. If this were to spread, the disciples of the Heavenly Beast sect would find it impossible to recruit new members the following year. That I have never been domineering. Chun Fan shook his head. Then turned to the newly arrived disciple of the Heavenly Beast sect, asking, You just mentioned that Han Li harmed you. Why did you not mention why he acted? The disciple who had accompanied the true inheritor of the Heavenly Beast sect hesitated. But upon meeting Xiao Yibao's gaze, he took a deep breath and explained, The situation is as follows. I had my eye on a certain manual and was preparing to purchase it. However, Han Li took advantage of the fact that I could not summon magical beasts in Dingtian City, injuring me and several of my friends, and forcibly acquired the manual. Is that so? Chun Fan retorted. Yet why does my disciple tell me that the events transpired quite differently? It was you who, relying on your numbers, intended to snatch away what he had set his sights on, correct? Furthermore, you claim that my disciple injured you while you were unable to summon magical beasts. But Han Li is merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, while several of you are at the later stages. This revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. How could so many people be incapable of overpowering a single disciple of the Wujizong? Moreover, his cultivation was even lower than theirs. Should this information leak, the Heavenly Beast sect and the sects closely allied with them would become a laughingstock. At that moment, all eyes turned to Chun Fan, who, despite being just one individual, commanded their utmost respect and caution. However, the Wujizong boasted another prodigy. Should both individuals reach their full potential, the various sects would find themselves eclipsed by the Wujizong, obliged to tread carefully around them in the future. Regardless of the circumstances, it is my disciple who has been injured. Xiao Yibao remained undeterred, gazing intently at Chun Fan as he continued, Hand over Han Li, and I shall consider today's events as if they never occurred. With that, a terrifying aura emanated from behind him, akin to a boundless sea, surging endlessly. In that moment, the assembly felt an overwhelming pressure. Xiao Yibao, as a true inheritor of the Heavenly Beast sect, exuded an aura so formidable that it instilled fear even without the aid of magical beasts. If he were to summon his magical beasts, most present would likely find themselves outmatched. Chun Fan, surrender him willingly. You cannot protect him. Simultaneously, a disciple from the Fire sect stepped forward, speaking up. Though he might not be a match for Chun Fan, he was emboldened by Xiao Yibao's presence, indifferent to taking advantage of the situation. After all, it was illogical for two of them to be unable to deal with Chun Fan. Today, he was eager to see how the situation would unfold. At that moment, the disciple of the Fire sect wore a sly smirk, while the Crown Prince observed the scene with great interest. However, the fifth princess furrowed her brow slightly, desiring to intervene once more. Yet, she discovered that she was unable to speak, her voice suppressed by the formation. Turning to the Crown Prince, the fifth princess huffed in frustration. This gathering had been organized by her, and this was her domain. Even if the two were to engage in a fierce battle, the outcome would bear no consequences for the Crown Prince. In contrast, any fallout would reflect poorly on her. In the court, she would be criticized for failing to manage even such a minor affair, questioning her qualifications to govern the Dali. Moreover, following this incident, whether it be Chun Fan or the disciples of the Heavenly Beast sect, neither would be inclined to serve her. Clearly, you were in the wrong from the outset. Yet you demand that Brother Chun Fan surrender someone. How utterly domineering of your Heavenly Beast sect. At that moment, Sun Feng from the Lianhua Sword sect rose to speak slowly. The Lianhua Sword sect shared a close relationship with the Wujizong, and it was no surprise that he chose to speak on Chun Fan's behalf. However, Xiao Yibao cast a dismissive glance at Sun Feng, coldly replying, The fact remains that our disciples from the Heavenly Beast sect have been injured. At this remark, even though Sun Feng was usually mild-mannered, anger flared within him. Xiao Yibao of the Heavenly Beast sect was being utterly unreasonable. If Han Li fell into their hands, his fate would be dire. The two sects had been embroiled in conflict for years, and it had only escalated. Should a disciple of the Wujizong find themselves in their grasp, they would either perish or be left severely crippled. Just then, a light chuckle echoed through the hall, prompting everyone to once again direct their gaze toward Qin Fan. Facing their scrutiny, Qin Fan maintained a calm demeanor. Today, hand over the disciple of the Heavenly Beast sect. Or do not blame me for being ungracious in the future. With this declaration, the crowd was left speechless. They had anticipated that Qin Fan would offer Xiao Yibo an opportunity to save face, allowing the matter to be smoothed over. However, Qin Fan not only declined to do so, but appeared wholly unyielding, as if determined to settle the score. This was utterly beyond everyone's expectations. The atmosphere grew even more charged. The disciples exchanged glances, each seeing the anticipation reflected in the other's eyes. The more tumultuous the events between the two factions became, the more advantageous it was for them. Their thoughts were aligned. They wished for a fierce confrontation between the two sects, drawing in allied forces. And perhaps before the secret realm even opened, these disciples might be eliminated, thereby tempering the intensity of their competition. Contemplating this, their eyes brimmed with expectation. After all, both Xiao Yibo and the disciples of the Lihua sect possessed formidable strength, particularly Xiao Yibo, who commanded a powerful beast that as for Qin Fan. He was renowned for his exceptional talent. It was said that he had broken through to the Winter Realm by the tender age of 18, but they could hardly hope for anything less than a mutual downfall between the two. "Come on," Xiao Yibo uttered slowly, stepping forward. "This is of your own making." As soon as he spoke, countless black runes materialized behind him, pulsating with fervent energy. Simultaneously, a wild, untamed aura spread from his back. Many felt the weight of this presence and instinctively retreated, creating distance. Within this aura, they sensed a heart-stopping power. "That I don't drink to your health. I drink to your punishment," Qin Fan replied, his demeanor calm, devoid of any hint of pressure. In stark contrast, the overwhelming presence of Xiao Yibo's beast bore down on them like a mountain, inducing rapid breaths. Brother Qin Fan's strength truly seems to be at the Winter Realm. Sun Foam cast a deep glance at Qin Fan. In that moment, only 3 individuals remained unaffected by the oppressive aura of the beasts: the Crown Prince, the 5th Princess, and Qin Fan. The poise of the Crown Prince and the 5th Princess indicated that they had hidden strengths backing them. Yet what of Brother Qin Fan? His calmness suggested he possessed the means to contend with Xiao Yibo. To face a formidable foe with such composure either indicated profound self-confidence or sheer folly. Yet, how could a figure like Qin Fan, favored by Mr. Shulu, be deemed a fool? "Little tiger, come forth." Xiao Yibo prepared to summon his beast for battle. However, at that moment, in his mind, he sensed the reluctance of a Winter Realm white tiger. Consequently, the aura behind him dissipated instantaneously. Within the beast's space, Xiao Yibo's creature trembled uncontrollably. Simultaneously, in Qin Fan's spatial ring, the little dragon rolled over, too weary to awaken from its slumber. The impulsive Xiao Yibo regained his composure swiftly, scanning the crowd to find that everyone wore expressions of amusement. He realized that if he were to clash with Qin Fan today, even with the upper hand, he would inevitably expose his trump cards and face potential repercussions. Contemplating this, Xiao Yibo snorted coldly, fixing a frosty gaze upon Qin Fan. "I shall remember this matter when the competition unfolds tomorrow. Do not blame the Tian B sect for being ruthless." The Zhuke secret realm would soon open, and the selection for entry would commence the following day. Xiao Yibo planned to target the disciples Han Li and Qin Fan from the Wuji sect. Chapter 65. Investment Success. The princess sees him off, having delivered his harsh words. Xiao Yibo flicked his sleeve and strode away. As he departed, disappointment washed over the onlookers, leading them to lose interest and take their leave. "Greetings, fellow Daoist Chen." The crown prince appeared before Qin Fan. "Greetings," Qin Fan responded, regarding the imposing crown prince with a composed demeanor. "I have long wished to make your acquaintance, and today I finally have the opportunity. This ring is a gift for you. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to use this ring to find me," the crown prince declared, presenting the ring with a look of appreciation. Before Qin Fan could respond, he placed the ring on a nearby table and turned to leave. Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Observing the crown princess retreating figure, he nearly suspected that the crown prince shared his own investment system. To be truthful, he had come today to scout for potential investments, yet he had not anticipated this turn of events. Nevertheless, Qin Fan remained unperturbed, were it not for the prohibition against killing in Dingtian City. Both the disciples of the Lihua sect and Xiao Yibo would have met their demise today. Gazing at the ring before him, Chen Fan furrowed his brow. The fifth princess was indeed a perfect investment target, and he was currently inclined to side with her. However, how should he respond to the Crown Princess overture? Unbeknownst to him, the remaining disciples from various sects gazed at the ring left by the Crown Prince with envy. Possessing such an item signified the acquisition of a powerful ally, alleviating future concerns over cultivation resources. Moreover, the Crown Princess' favorable view of Chun Fan implied that he deemed Chun Fan superior to Xiao Yiba. With this realization, many began to perceive Chun Fan as the greatest adversary within the secret realm. As they departed, their minds were heavy with contemplation. Before long, only two individuals remained in the hall. At this moment, a subtle array dissipated beside the fifth princess, allowing her to finally speak. Now that everyone else has departed, fellow Taoist Chun, why do you linger? The fifth princess inquired, her curiosity piqued, while the other disciples might not grasp the depth of Chun Fan's capabilities. She was well aware. Both she and the Crown Prince had received credible news confirming that Chun Fan's strength was undoubtedly at the Winter Realm. Furthermore, he had already joined the Wu building. Originally, she had intended to invite Chun Fan, hoping to recruit him. However, the Crown Prince had outmaneuvered her, leaving her to watch as Chun Fan fell under the Crown Princess' influence. Consequently, she had lost hope of winning him over. For everyone knew that within Dingtian City, the Crown Prince held greater sway than she. Didn't you invite me here, and now you're preparing to send me away without any conversation? Chun Fan regarded the fifth princess, unabashed and unreserved. No, the fifth princess shook her head, that if you linger here too long, the Crown Prince may suspect a connection between us, that do not allow such trivial matters to hinder your future. It's nothing, Chun Fan replied nonchalantly. With his status as a disciple of the Wu building, he had no reason to feel apprehensive about either the Crown Prince or the fifth princess. Upon hearing this, the fifth princess was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Chun Fan intended to ally with her? This thought crossed her mind, yet it seemed implausible. Many prodigies and factions had already pledged allegiance to the Crown Prince. Over the years, she had found herself at a disadvantage in their rivalry. While she had substantial backing, revealing it before securing control over the Li dynasty would lead to her ruin. In such a situation, everyone would prudently choose to side with the Crown Prince. Fellow Taoist Chun, it is just the two of us here, that if you have something to say, please do so directly. The fifth princess rose, addressing him. Chun Fan had shown indifference toward the Crown Prince's enticements, which she interpreted as a gesture of goodwill toward herself. With this in mind, warmth blossomed within her heart. It appeared that there were still those who believed they could contend with the Crown Prince. Thank you for your reminder, Princess, that I am someone who enjoys making friends. You are a friend I intend to keep, Chun Fan declared, retrieving a window pill from a spatial ring. Fellow Taoist, what is this? The fifth princess was momentarily stunned by this display that a window pill. Chun Fan smiled. Upon hearing this, although the fifth princess maintained a calm exterior, a tempest of emotions surged within her. Her hands clenched tightly. Fellow Taoist, what do you mean by this? Chun Fan had truly bewildered her. The window pill was exceedingly precious, primarily due to the rarity of its materials and the difficulty in its refinement. Even a fifth-tier alchemist would find it extraordinarily challenging to produce such a pill. Within the Li royal family, such items were scarce, and even the fifth princess would struggle to obtain one. Now, Chun Fan had chosen to showcase it before her. This revelation tightened her brows, her thoughts racing. What exactly was Chun Fan's intention? Of course, it is to forge a friendship. Chun Fan nonchalantly tossed the pill over to her. I, Chun, simply enjoy making friends. Your previous reminder led me to believe you are a trustworthy individual, Ditto. The fifth princess caught the pill and discreetly sensed its essence, confirming it was indeed a window pill. A smile graced her face. Anyone who unexpectedly received such a valuable item would feel the same way. Fellow Taoist Chun, to be recognized by Mr. Wu Building, truly speaks volumes. She praised that it is evident that you discern I am in the late stage of the five elements realm and desperately in need of a window pill. At this moment, the fifth princess did not hesitate to shower him with compliments. While she would ordinarily be cautious in trusting others, Chun Fan's actions indicated he had his own motives. However, at least for now, he stood on her side. Otherwise, he would not have offered such a precious pill. After all, today was their first encounter. Despite her status as the fifth princess, Chen Fan's identity as a disciple of the Wu building meant he would not need to bow before her. The fifth princess then produced a token from her spatial ring and tossed it to Chen Fan, as a friend of Lu Xingxuang. This token grants you assistance from a powerful ally. Wherever you may be, except within Dingtian City, simply activate it, and help will arrive. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He accepted the token, which was entirely black, its material unknown to him. Etched upon the token were the images of a sun and a moon. Exuding an aura of mystery to his astonishment, it also brought unexpected delight. Chen Fan accepted the token and addressed the fifth princess, saying, "Your friend is indeed worthy of deepening ties." After saying this, he took his leave, stating, "It is getting late. I shall return now. Safe travels, fellow Daoist Chen." Lu Xingxuang rose to see him off. This demeanor was exceedingly courteous, treating Chen Fan as an equal. After all, she was the fifth princess of the Dali dynasty, a figure of considerable prestige, and few were privy to such treatment. This was undoubtedly because Chen Fan's prowess and status were anything but ordinary. Such a person, even if not to be won over, should not be easily offended. Should one provoke him, the immediate course would be to eliminate him, lest future troubles arise. Once Chen Fan departed, the fifth princess clasped her hands behind her back, her thoughts swirling. Could it be that Lu Xingxuang was experiencing a turn of fortune? First, a mysterious individual promised a Wendaden in exchange for entry into the secret realm. However, now that she possessed the Wendaden, it was time to respond to that enigmatic figure. Chapter 66. Mutual Distrust. Bai Li's doubts in a modest courtyard in Dingtian City. Bai Li, clad in a black robe, was engrossed in her cultivation, her aura pulsating with a terrifying energy. Behind her, a Xuanwu puppet stood vigil. Meanwhile, the fifth princess walked along a cobblestone path shaded by lush greenery, her feet treading upon the smooth, rounded pebbles worn by the passage of time, producing a soft crunching sound as she approached the courtyard's entrance. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. "Please enter," Bai Li, who had just opened her eyes, concluded her meditation. As the door swung open, the fifth princess, Lu Xingxuang, stood outside, refraining from entering. Unsure of the other's strength and to err on the side of caution, she opted to converse with Bai Li at the threshold. She was unaware of the other's gender. As the fifth princess of the Dali dynasty, taking unnecessary risks was out of the question. What she did know was that the other held a Wendaden and intended to negotiate a trade. "Have you made up your mind?" Bai Li inquired, casting a glance at the fifth princess, who appeared exceedingly cautious. The Zhuke secret realm requires candidates to be under 23 years of age and to be recommended by a power affiliated with the Dali dynasty. A lower-tier faction is limited to just one quota for contention. It is rather difficult for me to grant you direct entry into the secret realm. The fifth princess regarded Bai Li with a knowing look. With her status, she could indeed facilitate Bai Li's entry. Had it not been for acquiring the Wendaden from Chen Fan, she would have readily traded with Bai Li. However, possessing the Wendaden now compelled her to negotiate for greater benefits. And she was curious about the other's intentions. Someone capable of producing a Wendaden must have ample resources for cultivation, yet their insistence on entering the realm hinted at a possible opportunity. "My friend, if you have needs, feel free to express them that I can arrange for someone to fetch it for you, as the secret realm is not without its dangers, and there is no need to take unnecessary risks. Furthermore, it's possible I may already possess what you seek," the fifth princess suggested tentatively. Fifth princess, please set aside your little schemes in my presence. There is no need for such probing. Our interaction is merely a transaction." Bai Li retorted, her expression unchanged but her tone icy. "Oh no, please don't." The fifth princess's smile faded, and she replied earnestly, "Since you have stated it so plainly, I will not conceal my intentions. You must first provide me with the Wendaden before I will allow you entry." Between them, trust was non-existent. Bai Li's condition was that the Wendaden be given after exiting the secret realm. After all, she could not place her faith in the fifth princess, who hailed from the demonic sect known for its ruthless practices. Should the fifth princess renege on their agreement, Bai Li currently had no means to counter her. Now in possession of the Wendaden, the fifth princess spoke with newfound conviction. "You must give me the elixir first before I arrange for your entry." "Impossible," Bai Li dismissed, having accurately gauged the fifth princess's desperation for the Wendaden. The atmosphere turned silent as both parties weighed their options. After a moment, The fifth princess let out a cold laugh. Do you truly believe the secret realm is so safe? Not only do you have to contend with the prodigies entering the realm, but there are also formidable beasts lurking within that if you perish inside. Would that not be a waste of a quota, leaving me with nothing? Moreover, within the secret realm, aside from your own capabilities, you cannot utilize anything else. Your puppet is merely a decoration. How can I be assured of your safe return? At these words, Bai Li frowned. Handing over the Windoden first was out of the question. She was certain that if she relinquished the elixir, the fifth princess would quickly turn against her. This was Dingtian City, the fifth princess's stronghold, and Bai Li, with her current strength, lacked the means to confront the Dali dynasty. Observing Bai Li's silence, the fifth princess clasped her hands behind her back and remarked, "You wouldn't genuinely believe I lack a Windoden, would you?" With that, she revealed the Windoden that Chun Fan had invested in. Appearing in her hand, and as she opened the box, a rush of pure spiritual energy surged forth, invigorating the atmosphere. "How do you possess a Windoden?" Bai Li exclaimed in astonishment. She recalled that at this time, the fifth princess had been in search of a Windoden, only obtaining one a year later when the vice master of the Dan sect succeeded in refining it. Yet why did she suddenly possess one today? Bai Li was bewildered. Nevertheless, she did not abandon the prospect of trading, knowing the Windoden would merely enhance the chance of a breakthrough, not guarantee it. Historically, there were records of individuals failing to break through after using 3 Windodens consecutively. Moreover, the fifth princess currently needed allies. Even if Bai Li did not require it, she could leverage the Windoden to attract a prodigy, who could represent a powerful faction. Thus, Bai Li concluded that the fifth princess still harbored intentions toward the Windoden in her possession that I asked for the origins of my elixir that remains undisclosed. The fifth princess smiled, having gained the upper hand over Bai Li. Indeed, as Bai Li surmised, the fifth princess was interested in the elixir. Should she fail to break through, possessing another Windoden would grant her a second chance. Furthermore, even if it were not utilized, it could serve to win over a prodigy. At that moment, Bai Li fell into silence. After a brief pause, she finally spoke, "I can provide the Windoden to you in advance. But whether or not you can retrieve it hinges on your own capabilities." With that, she flicked her wrist, sending a pill box flying towards the fifth princess. Upon receiving the box, the fifth princess opened it, only to find a sealing formation inscribed within. "Do you not trust me?" the fifth princess asked, her expression icy. "Are we not all adults here? Is it not childish to ask such questions?" Bai Li replied indifferently. The fifth princess was visibly displeased, but given Bai Li's blatant disregard for her authority, she suppressed her anger. It would be exceedingly unwise to offend a mysterious individual of unknown origins. After all, someone capable of producing a Windoden was unlikely to be a mere rogue, that if they were backed by a significant power, turning against them could invite trouble. The worst-case scenario was if this individual sought the favor of the crown prince, making her actions exceedingly foolish. "Very well, I shall consider you a friend. I will arrange for your entry into the secret realm, but I will also await your return, should you dare to deceive me. You will pay the price," the fifth princess warned. "Rest assured, the reason I came to find you first is that I hold you in high regard. Once I emerge, I will certainly dispel the formation." Bai Li assured her, agreed. The fifth princess nodded and turned to depart. After she left, Bai Li furrowed her brow, pondering the events that had transpired. What had occurred to cause such discrepancies with her memories? Where had the fifth princess obtained this Windoden? Chapter 67. The Crown Prince's Wrath. Han Li's opportunity. Bai Li believed she had the upper hand over the fifth princess, only to be met with an unexpected turn of events. Fortunately, she had retained a contingency plan. Otherwise, today's conversation would have rendered her entirely passive. In the Crown Prince's residence, upon hearing the reports from the spies below, the Crown Prince's expression darkened. Chun Fan had actually lingered at the fifth princess's residence for a considerable time. With a crash, a teacup shattered against the wall. Meanwhile, Chun Fan returned to his courtyard, his consciousness sweeping the area to find Zheng Xiaolin diligently cultivating. Choosing not to disturb the young woman, he made his way directly to his room. Closing the windows and doors securely, "System, claim the rewards," he commanded. That as soon as the words left his mouth, a sudden chill enveloped Chun Fan, causing him to shiver. Before long, an intense warmth surged through his body. Simultaneously, a profound understanding of the sword path, pertaining to the realm of perfection, manifested in his mind that it took the form of a middle-aged man, exuding an air of unparalleled arrogance. Within his memories, he recalled practicing swordsmanship at the tender age of 10, comprehending the essence of the sword by 13, and mastering the myriad sword techniques of the world by 20, traversing the martial realm without encountering a worthy opponent. Suddenly, a soft pop echoed, akin to a pebble the size of a fingertip being cast into a tranquil lake. Ripples spread before the middle-aged man, not shimmering with the clarity of pure water, but rather infused with the ink-like hues of traditional Chinese painting, as if a drop of ink had fallen into a bowl of water, gradually dispersing and blending. This was the essence of the sword in its perfected form that in that instant, Chen Fan abruptly opened his eyes and lifted his gaze toward the oil lamp ahead. With two fingers converging to form a sword gesture, he elegantly sliced downward, as if painting a stroke of ink on silk that in the next moment, a sword intent resembling flowing ink erupted before him. Swiftly radiating outward that in the blink of an eye, the entire room was suffused with the contrasting black and white sword essence. With a swift motion, a faint sound resonated. The dim light in Chen Fan's room was abruptly cleaved in two by the sword intent, extinguishing instantaneously. Was this the essence of perfection in swordsmanship? Chen Fan gazed at the unfolding scene, momentarily taken aback that at this juncture, he had ascended to a state where all things were perceived as swords. Drawing forth the pure yang sword, under the empowerment of the perfected sword intent, Chen Fan discerned intricate patterns forming around him, as if elucidating some celestial principle that in this moment. His comprehension of sword techniques felt magnified threefold compared to previous days. If presented with an ordinary sword technique, he was confident he could grasp it within a night, achieve minor mastery in a day, and reach significant proficiency within 5 days. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of astonishing, signifying that Chen Fan possessed an extraordinary aptitude for swordsmanship, capable of drastically shortening his training duration, not to mention the mental fortitude he would gain. Reflecting upon this, Chen Fan hesitated no longer and absorbed the mental energy. After half a stick of incense, he rose to his feet. With 120 breaths, visualizing the great Ming King for 200 breaths, he could break through to the later stages of the inquiry realm. With 10 years of mental energy, he could increase by 20 breaths, leaving him still short by 40 years of mental energy. Thoughts swirled within Chen Fan's mind until, at that moment, he noticed something. A sudden shift in his expression prompted him to exit the room. At the same time, a hesitant voice called from outside. Has senior brother fallen asleep? Junior brother Han Li seeks an audience. Not yet. Please come in, junior brother, Chen Fan conveyed telepathically. Upon hearing this, Han Li took a deep breath, adjusting his attire before gently pushing the door open. Entering the courtyard, he beheld Chen Fan, clad in a blue robe. With a welcoming smile upon his face, that I pay my respects to senior brother. Han Li immediately bowed in greeting, and no need for formality. Come in and sit, Chen Fan invited, leading Han Li into the room and preparing tea for him. Thank you, senior brother, Han Li replied somewhat awkwardly. Tomorrow, we will compete for the secret realm quota. Did you come to me this late due to uncertainties in your cultivation? Chen Fan inquired. In response, Han Li shook his head, biting his lip as he retrieved a coverless tome from his robe. I came to express my gratitude for your assistance today. Senior brother, if it weren't for your intervention, I might have faced considerable trouble. Han Li's expression was complex. Word is spread outside. Many lament your resolute stance while feeling pity for you, if it weren't for the joint efforts of the Fire Sect and the Beast Sect targeting you. With your capabilities, you would surely gain some rewards upon entering the secret realm. However, to protect me, you have offended 2 sects simultaneously, and once you enter the secret realm, you will undoubtedly be watched closely. Even if you survive, the likelihood of gaining anything is slim. It is quite unwise. If only your strength were at the 5 elements realm, it would be manageable. After all, you could assist once inside the secret realm. But at the Golden Core realm, whether you can enter is a question, and even if you do, you would merely be a burden. Thus, many believe that you should not have antagonized the disciples of the 2 major sects today, but rather focused on steady development. Of course, they also thought that the Fire Sect and the Beast Sect had acted impulsively, underestimating your strength. The outcome might lead to mutual destruction. Yet this inadvertently favored them. With 2 top-tier prodigies eliminated, their chances of acquiring treasures would increase significantly. Many disciples rejoiced upon hearing these discussions. Consequently, upon learning of the ongoing discourse, Hanli felt a deep sense of guilt, believing it was because of him that his senior brother would face targeting upon entering the secret realm. Had it not been for his protection, Hanli knew he would have been completely barred from the secret realm today, even without being taken by the beast sect. You are my junior brother. As long as there are no fundamental errors, I will certainly assist you, Chen Fan reassured, waving his hand, regardless of whether it was Hanli or any other disciple. Chen Fan would not turn a blind eye to today's events. His current persona was that of a benevolent and righteous senior brother. If that reputation crumbled, it would adversely affect future investments. However, the most crucial aspect was that Chen Fan was confident in his ability to defeat those two individuals. Hanli, with utmost seriousness, held the tome with both hands, presenting it to Chen Fan. Senior brother, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. This is the tome I acquired today, a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan glanced at the ordinary-looking tome, devoid of any distinct features. Yet, knowing Hanli's character, it must possess some significance. Chen Fan accepted the tome, and with a sweep of his consciousness, information surged forth. Blood-boiling technique. A unique secret art capable of enhancing strength, allowing one to elevate a full realm when practiced at the Golden Core stage, or a minor realm at the 5-element stage. This was a technique for short-term power amplification, albeit with its own repercussions. After half a stick of incense, one's body would be left utterly weakened. This was truly the archetype of a protagonist. Upon seeing the information regarding the tome, Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback that as he was currently at the inquiry realm, the technique held little value for him. However, placed in Han Li's hands, it could significantly bolster his power, enabling him to contend with practitioners at the 5 elements realm. Furthermore, with guidance from a mysterious master, wouldn't he be invincible within the same realm? How remarkable! Is this what it means to be a protagonist? At that moment, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, host, for discovering an excellent investment opportunity. Invest in the blood-boiling technique for 1 tome and receive 10 years of alchemy experience and 10 years of mental energy. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Fan's expression turned peculiar. Investing in Han Li using the tome he had gifted him. This felt like an absurd exploitation. Junior brother, Chen Fan said, holding the tome in his hand. I acknowledge your goodwill. Upon hearing this, Han Li finally let out a breath of relief. Throughout this time, Chen Fan had been exceedingly supportive of him. Han Li had always hoped that one day he could reciprocate. Yet, with Chen Fan's rapid growth, he felt increasingly inadequate. Now, witnessing his goodwill accepted by his senior brother, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. However, Chen Fan added, although this tome holds little utility for me, it can significantly enhance your strength. Upon hearing this, Han Li opened his mouth, his expression a shade downcast. Junior brother, do not overthink it. I am well aware of your intentions to assist me. Your goodwill suffices. And the future is long, that I only hope that when you rise in power, you won't forget me. Chen Fan jested. Listening to this, Han Li nodded earnestly. Rest assured, senior brother, wherever I am, I will always come to your aid when you need it. Good, Chen Fan replied with satisfaction. Yet, deep within his heart, he held little expectation. From the onset of his investments, he had never anticipated receiving help from others upon their rise. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. For instance, the 5th princess was merely a means to fulfill his investment task. Chen Fan placed the tome back in Han Li's hands. Senior brother. Han Li looked up, embarrassment coloring his face, as the tome he had gifted had now returned to him. I merely borrowed flowers to offer to the Buddha. Chen Fan chuckled, that it is getting late. You should head back soon. Tomorrow, the disciples of the Fire sect and the Beast sect will likely target you. Do not underestimate them. Chen Fan reminded, knowing well that he had no fear of their targeting, but it was prudent to advise Han Li. Han Li gazed at the tome in his hands, sighed, and then tucked it back into his robe. Senior brother, rest well. Han Li bid farewell at the door. As the long night stretched on, the sounds of the night rising and falling like a haunting melody. The long street lay shrouded in darkness, with only the night wind howling past, casting flickering shadows of trees that danced restlessly. Chen Fan stood in place, his expression deeply complex. Encountering a person like Chen Fan, who treated me as a true brother, is indeed a stroke of fortune. Your Chen Fan, truly, leaves me at a loss for words. Han Li's mind echoed with the sentiments of his master. I in this fantastical world, rife with deceit and treachery, where schemes abound, encountering someone like Chun Fan evoked a profound sigh from Han Li's master. Had he met such a senior brother back then, would he have suffered the trials he faces today? Not only did senior brother Chun Fan stand up for me in front of the talented disciples of the sect, but he also recognized the potential in the secret techniques that could enhance my strength, unhesitatingly bestowing them upon me. With such kindness from senior brother Chun Fan, I vowed to find a way to assist him. Han Li declared resolutely that your senior brother Chun Fan has already reached the mid-stage of the enlightenment realm. Han Li's master remarked softly. The implication behind the elder's words was clear. How could you, still in the golden core stage, possibly aid someone at the mid-stage of the enlightenment realm? The troubles he faces are formidable. In the golden core stage, one can only offer words of support from the sidelines, while every other action would be constrained by one's limitations. Master, I have heard that those who place in the top 10 during this selection competition can receive royal rewards. Han Li inquired. Indeed, his master nodded. Han Li harbored no grand aspirations for a top 10 finish, considering he was merely at the initial stage of the golden core, an ordinary presence among the formidable participants. The disciples attending the secret realm selection were overwhelmingly stronger than him. Tio stand out among them and claim the first position seemed an arduous task. If it were merely one opponent, there might still be a chance. Yet at that moment, Han Li's master spoke with confidence. In truth, with my assistance, while I cannot guarantee the first place, a spot within the top 10 is still within reach. With his personal intervention, Han Li could certainly bridge the gap in combat experience. 140 breaths. Chun Fan thought as he rose, visualizing the great Ming King for a full 140 breaths. Reaching 200 breaths would mark his breakthrough to the late stage of the enlightenment realm. He had not neglected alchemy either. He needed just 40 more years of experience to advance to a 5th-tier alchemist. Chun Fan remained awake through the night, only closing his eyes for half an hour as dawn broke, but he then rose to practice his sword techniques, and under the influence of his perfected sword intent. His sword-drawing skills surged remarkably. Moreover, with the ability to visualize the great Ming King for 140 breaths, his vitality ceased to increase. Upon reaching the enlightenment realm, although his primary focus was on spiritual power, his physical form would also undergo transformation. Guided by the feedback from his spirit, he could tirelessly hone his flesh, sinews, membranes, and bones, shaping his body into a furnace of vitality, ultimately achieving a truly formidable state. While Chun Fan dedicated himself to training, Zheng Xiaolan began preparing porridge. Fully immersed in her role as a maid, she took to washing, cooking, and cleaning. Chun Fan consumed a bowl of porridge and took another with him as he set off for the Martial Tower. He intended to check in before heading to the selection site for the secret realm. Despite Li Jingyuan managing his daily affairs, Chun Fan felt a lingering unease and resolved to see for himself. As he left the courtyard, Zheng Xiaolan smiled at him with her eyes narrowed and hands clasped behind her back. Chun Fan scrutinized her for a moment, then remarked, when you have the time, you might consider gathering some fabric to make a few outfits you like. Your clothes are quite worn. Zheng Xiaolan continued to smile and nodded, yet she remained silent. There was a glint of mischief in her eyes, as if she were pondering something. Chun Fan understood that Zheng Xiaolan was accustomed to frugality. Even after he had given her a sum of spirit stones, she still hesitated to spend them on clothing. Those who have endured hardship often harbor certain reservations. Zheng Xiaolan's reluctance to use spirit stones likely stemmed from a desire to save them for his training. Chun Fan shook his head and turned away, with Zheng Xiaolan waving at him. Soon he arrived at the Martial Tower. For the past few days, Li Jingyuan had been in low spirits. He looked at Chun Fan and frowned. Senior brother, didn't you say you had matters to attend to at the sect? Why have you returned so soon? Li Jingyuan accepted the porridge, took a sip and grimaced, but he steeled himself to finish it. That I had a minor breakthrough, so I stayed in Ding Tian City a bit longer. I only just decided to return today. Hence I came to inform you, senior brother, that I will be troubling you a few more days. Upon hearing this, Li Jingyuan thought. He knew the porridge was not particularly enjoyable. After Chun Fan's rather scathing remarks, Li Jingyuan's spirits were lifted. Yet the moment Chun Fan exited the Martial Tower, 2 individuals watched him from above. Days had passed since Chun Fan entered the Martial Tower. And during this time, the impression he left on the second instructor was far from favorable. That in just a few days, he had only appeared twice, neglecting his responsibilities and instead relying on a disciple to assist him. This was hardly the demeanor expected of a Marshall Tower instructor. It was a clear sign of negligence. In the air, the second and third instructors stood side by side. Disciple, to be frank, that Chun Fan is exceedingly lazy. He has only shown up twice since entering the Marshall Tower. While his talent is commendable, a lazy individual has no right to be here. It would be better to invite Li Bei from Destined. The third instructor raised an eyebrow at his senior's transmission. Over the past few days, he had been overwhelmed with various matters, including instructing disciples, leaving him frazzled. He had nearly forgotten about Chun Fan. Now, hearing of the latter's laziness, he felt a twinge of irritation. However, upon recalling the recent commotion surrounding the Vermilion Bird secret realm, he understood that Chun Fan's absence was likely due to preparations for entering the secret realm. Thus, the third instructor shook his head and chose not to comment further. Yet he resolved that once the secret realm expedition concluded, he would certainly encourage Chun Fan to begin refining pills. Only by becoming a fifth-tier alchemist could he truly establish himself in the Marshall Tower. Moreover, only with the recognition of his peers could Chun Fan expect assistance should he encounter difficulties. Rest assured, senior brother, he is likely preparing for entry into the Vermilion Bird secret realm and lacks time for training. Let us grant him another opportunity. After he completes the secret realm, he will surely focus on his cultivation, the third instructor conveyed with a smile. The secret realm? Upon hearing this, the previously irate second instructor's expression softened somewhat. Indeed, as the third instructor had pointed out, if Chun Fan was genuinely preparing for the secret realm, it would explain his infrequent appearances at the Marshall Tower. After all, a talented disciple from a minor sect represents the sect's face. Such a golden opportunity would naturally warrant Chun Fan's assistance to other disciples. The second instructor shook his head and said, "That is understandable. Let us grant him another chance. However, if he does not break through to the fifth tier within a year, he shall be demoted to a disciple." "Understood. I will remind him," the third instructor replied. After leaving the Marshall Tower, Chun Fan navigated through the streets towards the northwest of Dingtian City. As he passed by a tavern, he suddenly felt a gaze fixed upon him. Halting in his tracks, he turned to find the Grand Prince, adorned in resplendent attire, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, observing him. The Grand Prince was tall and imposing, exuding an air of nobility that he regarded Chun Fan with an easy demeanor. "Chun Daoyu, would you accompany me for a stroll?" In the narrow alley, several onlookers turned their attention to the two figures. Chun Fan and the Grand Prince, one within the alley, the other without, presented a striking contrast. The Grand Prince, hands behind his back, wore a confident expression. Chun Fan turned to face the Grand Prince, his countenance calm, his gaze as tranquil as a deep well. After a brief moment of silence, Chun Fan nodded in response. The two walked side by side deeper into the alley. Today, the Grand Prince bore no oppressive aura, resembling a refined nobleman. Beside him, Chun Fan also stood out, handsome in his azure robe. As they strolled, the Grand Prince suddenly remarked, "I truly wish for you to refrain from involving yourself in this conflict." Chun Fan listened quietly as the Grand Prince continued. "You are a disciple of the Marshall Tower, with a bright future ahead. Furthermore, you are a member of the Li dynasty. I have no desire to harm you." The Grand Prince spoke candidly. Chapter 69. It turns out Chun Fan is the master, and the bet begins. Hearing this, a look of curiosity crossed Chun Fan's face. Logically speaking, as the Grand Prince, how could your father allow the fifth princess to compete with you for the throne? Were anyone else to pose such a question to the Grand Prince, he would undoubtedly have flown into a rage. Yet today, in an effort to dissuade Chun Fan from meddling in the matter, he responded openly, "My mother made a mistake, and certain individuals do not wish for me to ascend to the throne." The Grand Prince observed Chun Fan's impassive demeanor, and after a moment of silence, he added, "You are a talented individual of the Li dynasty. It would be a great loss if you were to fall because of this matter." Only then did Chun Fan nod in realization. "So, you come to remind me out of genuine concern for the loss of talent in the Li dynasty." The two continued walking, taking a few more steps when the Grand Prince was about to speak again. But Chun Fan suddenly halted and said, "Stay right there. I need to go in and buy something." The Grand Prince lifted his gaze and beheld a fabric shop. Observing Chun Fan's silhouette, his heart brimmed with helplessness. Those who encountered him, the Grand Prince, were invariably the talented elites, showing him utmost respect, afraid to exhibit even the slightest negligence. Yet, Chen Fan treated him with such casualness, as if in his eyes, the Grand Prince was nothing more than a mere passerby. Soon, Chen Fan emerged from the fabric shop. The Grand Prince took a deep breath and said, "Currently, the Dali dynasty is not as stable as it appears on the surface, that I do not wish for the conflict between my fifth sister and me to entangle others. Do you understand? Is that so?" Chen Fan nodded that if that is the case, your reason for seeking me is entirely out of concern for the Dali dynasty. Such a rationale is indeed commendable. However, in the next moment, Chen Fan spoke softly. If others were to hear your reasoning, they would undoubtedly praise you for your foresight as a grand prince. But I am not like others. We are all adults here. And there is no need for such pretentiousness. You are merely eyeing the potential utility I possess. Moreover, you are threatening me not to aid the fifth princess. The Grand Prince lowered his head, gazing at the ground, that I do not seek anyone's admiration for my foresight, that I am here today to inform you not to involve yourself in this matter. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The fifth princess is not an ideal ally for you. It would be best for you to remain in the martial tower and focus on your cultivation, that if you abstain from this affair. I assure you, whether I ascend to the throne or my fifth sister does, you will have a bright future ahead. Achieving noble titles and high offices is not beyond possibility, that as long as you agree. From this day forth, I shall provide you with all the resources for cultivation, and I will also take care of your family. I understand the situation is quite uncomfortable for you, but for the sake of Dali, I must act this way. That if you refuse, do not assume that just because you are a disciple of the martial tower, I cannot do anything about it. If I wish to kill you, I have my ways. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan shook his head. That it was evident that the Grand Prince employed both threats and promises of benefits to dissuade him from involving himself in this matter. It seemed that all his actions were for the greater good. Chen Fan maintained a steady gaze ahead, his expression unchanged throughout. The Grand Prince watched him, awaiting a response. Suddenly, Chen Fan declared, "You currently lack the qualification to interfere with my thoughts." Lacking the qualification to interfere with his thoughts? The Grand Prince displayed no anger, merely furrowing his brow as he regarded Chen Fan, perplexed by the audacity of such words. Just as he was about to speak, an array of men and women, young and old, surged onto the street, scrambling to the roadside. They looked up ahead, murmuring amongst themselves that in their eyes there was a mixture of fear, admiration, and infatuation. That moment, a man clad in black and adorned in splendid attire approached. His complexion was somewhat pale, emanating an unmistakable scholarly aura. With a refined and elegant visage, he possessed a pair of melancholic eyes that, when he smiled gently, appeared both shy and reserved. With the arrival of this gentleman, the crowd fell into a hushed reverence. This was the second master of the martial tower. The second master had mentored countless martial generals, that he once stood on the third floor of the martial tower and proclaimed to the emperor of the Dali dynasty. In the world, only Dali can ascend to the imperial throne. For this reason, all of Dali revered him. Additionally, given the second master's unparalleled strength, the crowd naturally held him in great esteem, that he was a legendary figure. And today, the fortunate opportunity to glimpse the second master was not to be missed. Thus, the crowd tacitly parted the street to create a path. Even the Grand Prince gazed at the second master with admiration. How many soldiers and generals across Dali did not hold the second master in high regard? The Grand Prince murmured, "In the realm of military strategy, the world is divided into 10 portions. The second master alone occupies 7. At that moment, the street was teeming with people, and both Chen Fan and the Grand Prince observed the scene. Meanwhile, an elder standing beside the Grand Prince whispered, "What a splendid opportunity! Quickly go greet the second master. You might just leave an impression on him." Upon hearing this, the Grand Prince inhaled deeply and nodded emphatically. Usually, the second master was as elusive as a dragon. Even as the Grand Prince, he had never truly visited him. Such an opportunity, without the elder's reminder, he would not let slip. By that, if he could gain the second master's favor, the throne would be secure. As the second master passed by, everyone bowed their heads. The Grand Prince also inclined his body in a gesture of respect, as did the elder behind him. Everyone hoped for a word from the second master. However, throughout the procession, the second master maintained a placid demeanor, his gaze fixed ahead, as if these individuals were inconsequential. Yet, when he reached Chen Fan, he suddenly halted. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. A pin drop could be heard. All eyes turned to the second master, who then shifted his gaze to the two men. The Grand Prince had yet to react when the second master's gentle voice resonated. "Junior brother, I have matters to discuss with you. Do you have time? Let us take a stroll together." That a gentle breeze swept through the bustling street, which, despite being crowded, felt remarkably tranquil at that moment. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, but though puzzled, he nodded in accord. "Junior brother?" At that instant, the Grand Prince abruptly turned to scrutinize Chen Fan intently, as if attempting to see through him. Chen Fan was not merely a disciple of the Martial Tower. He was a master of the tower. It was common knowledge that masters of the Martial Tower referred to each other as brothers, until Chen Fan and the second master's figures vanished from sight. The Grand Prince remained in a daze that he finally understood why Chen Fan had remained so composed in his presence. Even the Emperor treated the masters of the Martial Tower with profound respect. Let alone himself, a mere prince. As the crowd dispersed, the Grand Prince gazed in the direction where Chen Fan had departed, remaining silent. Indeed, he possessed no authority to interfere with the thoughts of a master. In that moment, the Grand Prince's heart was filled with helplessness. After the Secret Realm incident, return to the Martial Tower and diligently practice alchemy. Do not disappoint his expectations of you. Moreover, if possible, bring back that sword from the Vermilion Bird's secret realm, that if you cannot retrieve it, that is also acceptable. As he spoke, the second master's eyes were filled with reminiscence. Chen Fan wished to inquire about the sword within the secret realm. But in the next moment, the second master vanished from sight, but he sensed the Grand Prince was making things difficult for Chen Fan and appeared to resolve this predicament. Regardless, Chen Fan was currently a master of the Martial Tower. He could not stand idly by. In the mountains northwest of Dingtian City, countless cultivators gathered at this moment. The peaks here soared thousands of feet high, piercing the clouds. Amidst these two towering mountains, a formidable formation had been established. The mountain tops were already filled with figures. Outside the peaks, numerous soldiers clad in armor, wielding weapons, stood guard. Thousands of prodigies wore eager expressions. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had arrived atop a platform. Quietly observing the scene, that he felt no concern regarding Han Li's ability to enter the secret realm. After all, with the protagonist template, although the process might be somewhat convoluted, entry was assured. His reason for coming was to guard against any underhanded tactics from these individuals and, of course, to scout for potential investment opportunities. As Chen Fan had anticipated, despite encountering numerous setbacks along the way, Han Li managed to secure a position within the top 100. The slots had been announced. And now the ranking battles were commencing. Those who entered the top 10 would receive rewards. "The drawing of lots has begun," someone exclaimed. Before long, the results of the drawing were revealed, and everyone found their respective competition platforms. On the 50 platforms, 2 figures stood on each. Han Li truly has terrible luck, drawing a disciple from our sect. Our disciple's strength has only just broken through to the initial stage of the law body realm. Xiao Yibo from the Beast sect remarked with glee upon witnessing this. Xiao Yibo sneered, having long awaited the chance to defeat Han Li. Although Xiao Yibo was merely in the late stage of the law body realm, his spirit beast was at the understanding Dao realm. Thus, he was unable to participate in the platform battles. Many others shared his predicament. As long as their comprehensive strength reached the understanding Dao realm, they were prohibited from participating. This was essentially a safeguard for other prodigies. Were they to participate and defeat everyone, the number of participants in the secret realm would dwindle. Why are you so pleased when the outcome is still undecided? Chen Fan glanced at Xiao Yibo, speaking indifferently. Haha. Xiao Yibo's face radiated derision that a golden core realm cultivator thinks to defeat someone in the law body realm. Keep in mind, there is a gap of an entire 5 elements realm between you. Han Li, though gifted, may conquer the 5 elements realm, but can he truly vanquish the law body realm? Moreover, the opponent is a genius from our beast sect. If that is the case, shall we place a bet? Certainly, without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan readily agreed to the proposal. If someone wished to become a harbinger of wealth, it would be unreasonable for Chen Fan to decline. I possess a flying treasure, capable of traversing thousands of miles in a single day, and able to withstand the attacks of early-stage Dao-seeking realm practitioners, that I shall wager this against you. Xiao Yibo retrieved a small boat from his spatial ring. Upon its emergence, the vessel shimmered with a silvery light, dazzling all who beheld it. Its appearance instantly drew the attention of the onlookers that a flying artifact of such caliber, capable of resisting early-stage Dao-seeking attacks, was indeed a rare and precious find. Among the few who had pre-booked their entry into the secret realm, very few possessed such valuable items. What say you? Are you bold enough to gamble with me? Xiao Yiba taunted, a smirk playing upon his lips. Chapter 70. Victory in the gamble that I've been spoke once more, producing 10 soul stones. With a flick of his wrist, Chun Fan revealed the 10 soul stones. Witnessing this, both Xiao Yiba and the others began to breathe heavily. They were on the cusp of reaching the Dao-seeking realm, and these soul stones were crucial for their advancement. Should they acquire them now, they could potentially expedite their entry into the Dao-seeking realm. Those present had only heard tales of soul stones, and this was their first encounter with such a multitude. Very well. Xiao Yiba swallowed hard, hastily replying that he feared Chun Fan might retract his offer. In that moment, Xiao Yiba envisioned himself breaking through to the Dao-seeking realm and joining the martial tower. Senior brother, wait! Sun Feng interjected, rushing forward. In his view, Chun Fan was clearly being provoked. Betting 10 soul stones was a reckless gamble, with little chance of success. The disparity in strength between the two combatants on the stage was staggering. One was at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, while the other was at the early stage of the Law Body realm. A 5-element realm lay between them, unless the disciples of the Celestial Beast sect deliberately held back. Victory was virtually impossible. Sun Feng, I advise you to mind your own business. Seeing someone obstruct his path to wealth, Xiao Yiba shot a cold glare at Sun Feng. Meanwhile, Chun Fan turned to Sun Feng, offering a reassuring smile, and conveyed through thought, "Fear not, I am well aware of my capabilities. Even if I lose the gamble, once inside, I shall eliminate them all. Everything will return to my possession." Telepathic communication, Dao-seeking realm. Sun Feng was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Upon witnessing this exchange, Xiao Yiba's smile widened. Those 10 soul stones were as good as his. At that moment, the battle on the stage had reached a fever pitch. Kill. The disciple of the Celestial Beast sect, confident in his overwhelming lead, refrained from summoning a beast. With a low growl, he lunged forward like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. His 2-meter frame charging from the left with a violent gust. Han Li furrowed his brow, drawing his long sword and aiming it at the disciple of the Celestial Beast sect. Bang! The two collided head-on and staggered back. The disciple of the Celestial Beast sect felt Han Li's strength and grinned maniacally. Weak. It was said that the disciples of the Celestial Beast sect had inferior physical qualities, yet in that moment, he felt his own prowess far surpassed that of Han Li. Han Li, merely from a slight impact, had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Once more, the disciple of the Celestial Beast sect opted for close combat again. The sound of heavy clashes echoed as the two engaged in rapid exchanges, one unarmed, the other wielding a sword. Han Li found himself retreating, but then he shifted his strategy, employing skillful maneuvers to deflect and evade, occasionally striking at his opponent's weak points. However, after just a few exchanges, the disciple of the Celestial Beast sect grew dissatisfied. Evading and retreating is not the way of a cultivator. If you cannot afford to lose, then do not fight. Why don't you mention that you are 2 realms above me? Han Li retorted. Enough. The disciple's tone dripped with boredom that he had initially anticipated encountering a weak opponent to easily bully. But to his dismay, the other was as slippery as an eel, opting to evade upon realizing his superiority. Just as he prepared to summon a beast to defeat Han Li, suddenly, Han Li surged forward, thrusting his sword toward the disciple's chest. This strike was swift, precise, and ferocious. The sudden onslaught caught the disciple of the Celestial Beast sect off guard. With no choice, he abandoned the summoning and retreated. Yet Han Li seized the opportunity, refusing to let it slip away. Channeling his chi into his legs, he doubled his speed and lunged once more at the disciple of the Celestial Beast sect. Thud! Although the disciple reacted quickly, instinctively raising his hands to shield his lower body, the immense force behind Han Li's sword exceeded his capacity to withstand. His right hand was pierced through, leaving him to helplessly watch as the sword plunged into his groin. "You little brat!" A piercing scream erupted on the stage. What a cunning maneuver! Someone gasped in astonishment. From the very beginning, Han Li had feigned weakness, exhausting the disciple's patience before unleashing his true strength to strike at his opponent's most vulnerable spots, his chest. His groin, moreover. They realized through Han Li's earlier performance that his combat prowess far exceeded that of the Golden Core level. Seeing this unfold, Xiao Yibao's brow furrowed with concern. Our celestial beast sect disciples would? Thank you, Xiao Daoyu, for your generous offering. Chen Fan promptly gathered the flying longsword and the 10 soul stones from the table, a flying weapon of such caliber, capable of withstanding early-stage Dao-seeking attacks. Was worth a fortune. Furthermore, it could serve as a lucrative investment that I never expected such generosity from a fellow Daoist. So valuable an item, simply given away. Chen Fan remarked, his words laced with malice. Chen Fan. Xiao Yibao's expression darkened considerably in that moment. His heart felt as though it were bleeding. This was a weapon specially bestowed upon him by a senior of the sect for his safety. He had believed victory was assured and thus wagered it, now regretting his decision deeply. Simultaneously, Li Bin, a disciple of the Fire Sect, could not tolerate Chen Fan's audacity and loudly inquired, "Do you know Han Li's strength and are deliberately trying to harm senior brother Xiao?" Li Bin, do you still have any shame? Sun Feng slammed the table and rose to his feet. Shut your mouth. Li Bin shot a cold glare at Sun Feng and then pointed at Chen Fan. The Wuji sect is filled with despicable scoundrels. Han Li is one, and so is that Chen Fan. Chen Fan raised his head, fixing his gaze upon Li Bin. Such unpleasant words. Then perhaps you should refrain from speaking altogether. As soon as the words left his lips, Chen Fan's right hand shot out. Thud. Chen Fan's hand struck Li Bin's chest, then swiftly grasped and pulled. Thud. In less than a second, Chen Fan withdrew his hand and wiped it clean on his clothing. Calmly returning to his seat, he no longer regarded Li Bin. Chen Fan was affable, but that did not mean he was devoid of temper, and he had long wished to eliminate Li Bin after the earlier provocation. Now, how dare he overstep? A mid-stage Dao-seeking practitioner allowing a mere law-body realm individual to provoke him. From the moment Chen Fan acted until the conclusion, none in the vicinity had reacted in time. A few soldiers attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. They merely witnessed Chen Fan lean forward, his presence unannounced, no sound escaping him. They collectively exhaled, believing Chen Fan was merely intimidating Li Bin. Sun Feng was also taken aback, but upon seeing Li Bin unharmed and still standing, he too breathed a sigh of relief that he genuinely feared Chen Fan might act impulsively, for should a murder occur here, not only would the Fire Sect pursue him, but the Dali Court would also hold him accountable. He glared at Li Bin. This grudge I, Sun Feng, shall settle with you in due time. Having uttered this threat, he turned to continue observing the battle. However, in the next moment, Sun Feng's movements halted, his mouth agape, and his pupils constricted. Chapter 71. The Killing of Li Bin. Han Li's intention did I in his line of sight. He witnessed blood trickling from the corner of Li Bin's mouth, followed by him coughing up copious amounts of blood. Thud. Li Bin suddenly collapsed to the ground, blood frothing from his mouth, staining his clothing and filling the air with a metallic scent of death. A sense of profound despair enveloped him as his body involuntarily convulsed, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, instilling terror in all who beheld. It hurts, so much pain. He felt as if Chen Fan had merely tapped his chest. Yet the world around him began to blur. Seeing this, Xiao Yibao rushed forward to support him, but Li Bin's head drooped, and he had utterly lost all signs of life. That Li Bin, what has happened to you? Meanwhile, the surrounding soldiers felt their legs weaken. They were mere ordinary soldiers, having only attained the Golden Core realm at the age of 40, that now that Li Bin had perished, they knew they would face repercussions upon their return. Without a word, they turned to report the incident. Before long, the commotion drew the attention of those nearby. The disciples who had just finished their matches screamed in horror upon witnessing the bloodshed. In no time, a large circle formed around Xiao Yibao as the competition ground to a halt. Sun Feng stood in stunned silence, utterly shocked that he is dead. The prodigy of the Fire Sect did not perish in battle. Nor did he fall within the secret realm, that he died in the spectators' area. Meanwhile, 2 soldiers swiftly parted the crowd, escorting a middle-aged man towards the forefront. That as the middle-aged man approached, he scanned the surroundings with a discerning gaze and shook his head. He is already deceased, at a disciple of the Flame Sect, informed their sect leader. The young men, gathered for the competition, often found themselves embroiled in conflicts, and it was not uncommon for someone to perish. He was not surprised at all. Rather, it was perplexing that someone dared to brazenly slay a prodigy of the Flame sect. Although the Flame sect was not among the apex of powers, its strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Upon witnessing this scene, Sun Feng immediately retreated, intent on reaching the Wuji sect without delay to report the incident. Otherwise, if the adversary sought him out, he would find himself in a precarious position. Brother Chun Fan acted impulsively. This was Sun Feng's thought before departing. Chen Fan remained seated, observing as the soldiers carried away Li Bin's corpse, his expression remarkably calm, as if he were not the one responsible for the act. This sight sent shivers down Xiao Yibao's spine. What formidable strength! He had barely comprehended the situation. Now, Xiao Yibao cautiously touched the beast-controlling pouch at his waist. Ready to summon a magical beast at the first sign of danger, an accident had just occurred, yet the competition continued that moment. A middle-aged man appeared in the sky, draped in a black robe, his eyes as deep as the ocean. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a faint smile of admiration gracing his face. This man was the lord of the Duke's residence. Upon learning that his young son had been thoroughly intimidated by a disciple of the Wuji sect, he had begun to take notice of Chun Fan. However, after observing him this morning, he deemed Chun Fan rather ordinary, until just now, when he decisively eliminated Li Bin, sparking admiration in his eyes. That Tio hesitate is to invite chaos. Xiao Yiba took a deep breath, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Was this truly Chun Fan's strength? Indeed formidable. The swiftness of his strike had left him bewildered. How could someone younger than himself possess such a vast disparity in capability? At this moment, Xiao Yiba took several steps back, increasing the distance between him and Chun Fan. Not only was this individual powerful, but he also acted with reckless abandon. This was a selection competition organized by the Great Li dynasty. How dared he commit murder here? Was he truly unafraid? Previously, he had thought that ignorance bred fearlessness, and with Chun Fan's unyielding demeanor, he instinctively assumed that Chun Fan was composed. Yet, Xiao Yiba realized he was gravely mistaken. This man was exceedingly impulsive. At this juncture, Xiao Yiba did not dare to provoke him, nor even utter a word. Having already slain Li Bin, what if he turned his attention towards him next? Where were the officials? Why had they not yet apprehended this murderer? After waiting for quite some time, Xiao Yiba noticed that the officials had yet to appear at this moment. He began contemplating his withdrawal from the secret realm. With Chun Fan's overwhelming strength, his own fate was surely precarious. Observing Xiao Yiba, who remained fixated on the ground, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Why was he so quiet? The Heavenly Beast sect and the Flame sect shared a close relationship. And now that Li Bin had been killed, he should have been in a rage. Or was it that he had been intimidated into silence by Chun Fan? Nonetheless, they could understand. The swiftness with which Chun Fan had executed his strike was enough to leave anyone feeling apprehensive. They were all relieved that Chun Fan had not turned his wrath upon them. After this incident, the spectator area fell into a profound silence, with every pair of eyes fixated on the ongoing battle. 100 competitors were to be reduced to 50, and then 50 would advance to 25. Han Li successfully made it through, though each victory was fraught with peril. It wasn't until the round from 25 to 13 that he drew a bye. Finally, after entering the top 10, Han Li unleashed the fiery blood technique, achieving victory, but stopping short of the top 5. Yet, this was already astonishing, considering that Han Li was merely at the Golden Core stage. The Wuji sect had produced 2 prodigies. The Lord of the Duke's residence remarked, this moment. Sun Feng returned to the spectator area, his expression complex as he regarded Chun Fan. That I finally understand. Brother, why you dared to kill here? Upon his return, he had encountered an elder from the sect and relayed the events that transpired here in detail. To his surprise, the elder did not seem alarmed. Rather, he appeared remarkably calm, which baffled Sun Feng. It must be noted that their sect shared a deeply cooperative relationship with the Wuji sect, thriving or suffering together. Continue watching the competition. Today, the second master of the Martial Tower personally referred to him as a junior brother. Chun Fan is not a disciple of the Martial Tower. He is a master of the Martial Tower. Upon hearing this, Sun Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, swallowing hard. A master of the Martial Tower? Brother Chin is a master of the 5th floor, and the second master of the Martial Tower referred to him as junior brother. In that case, does that mean I am also a junior brother of the second master? Bewildered, Sun Feng returned to the spectator platform, still struggling to fathom what he had just learned. How could someone of such caliber, one day, engage in high-minded discourse alongside the masters of the Marshall Tower? As the competition concluded, the top 10 were revealed, and the Lord of the Duke's residence began distributing rewards. Master, you must pay close attention to be sure to select a technique that Brother Chin Fan can utilize. Hanli communicated with his master in his mind that he felt guilty over the last technique he had sent, which had not been of assistance to Chin Fan. His reason for revealing his trump card and making it into the top 5 was solely to choose a technique to repay Chin Fan. Chapter 72. The Fears of the Masses. The long sword within the secret realm in a sect outside of Ding Tian City. Within the martial hall, a corpse draped in dark red lay covered by a white cloth. This body belonged to Li Bin, the At this moment. The elders of the Flame sect had gathered here, while a circle of inner disciples stood outside. That Li Bin was the youngest son of the Flame sect's leader. Although he often acted recklessly, he remained the leader's son, in order to enter the secret realm. A considerable price had been paid to send Li Bin there. Yet now, he had been brutally slain in front of the audience. Had it occurred in the arena or within the secret realm, the leader would not have been as furious. The leader of the Flame sect gripped the spear tightly, his face a stormy shade of iron. His concern was not merely for his son's demise, but for the audacity of someone to so blatantly disrespect the Flame sect. Elder, he said, casting a glance at the bald man beside him. The Grand Elder of the Flame sect, a formidable figure, just beneath him in strength, a warrior of the heavenly origin realm that go to the place where Li Bin met his end, ascertain every detail, and gather evidence. Understood, the Grand Elder nodded, vanishing in a flash. Second Elder, accompany me to the Marshall Tower that a disciple of the Marshall Tower has killed without reason. Even the Marshall Tower must provide an explanation. Yes, the Second Elder opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately nodded in agreement. The Marshall Tower had a rule. Any disciple who encountered trouble was not the responsibility of the tower. They were solely tasked with instruction. The leader's visit would yield little benefit. It might even incur the displeasure of the masters of the Marshall Tower. Everyone, disperse and prepare for the funeral. The leader of the Flame sect had his own plans. He first needed to confirm that the Marshall Tower would not protect Chin Fan, that if that were the case, he could then seek trouble with Chin Fan without reservation. Before long, the disciples of the Flame sect scattered. Showing little concern for Li Bin, whose character had been notoriously poor, many disciples secretly rejoiced at his demise. Leader, just then, the third elder hurried in from outside. That I sense something amiss. Could it be that someone is scheming against us, prompting the Wuji sect to harm one another? Consider this. Is Chin Fan truly that powerful? Could he instantaneously eliminate Li Bin before Xiao Yibo? That possibility cannot be ruled out upon hearing this. The leader of the Flame sect furrowed his brow. It seemed that they could not eliminate Chin Fan immediately. They needed to capture him and subject him to severe interrogation to uncover the mastermind behind this. Suddenly, a small black bird swooped from the distant sky, landing squarely on the shoulder of the Flame sect leader. But he frowned, removing the bamboo tube tied to his leg. The third elder, witnessing this, quickly cupped his fists in farewell, understanding that this was the leader's personal messenger pigeon. However, just as he exited, the leader called out, "Third elder, wait a moment." Turning, the third elder looked at the leader of the Flame sect in confusion. The leader took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and crumpled the note he held. Slowly, he approached Li Bin's body and said, "The cause of death has been determined. Li Bin did not die by murder, but rather from a sudden illness of the heart. This matter has no connection to Chin Fan." The third elder's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the leader of the Flame sect, his eyelids twitching. "Does Chin Fan have a background?" The master of the Flame sect nodded and reassured. "Rest assured, I shall handle this matter." But he gazed up at the sky, noting the brightness above, yet it felt uncomfortably cold at that moment. Chin Fan. Mr. De Wulu. Indeed, this individual was typically a refined and gentle gentleman, revered as the benevolent and unmatched senior brother among the disciples of the Wujizong. However, he possessed a heart as ruthless as it was cunning. Perhaps this presented an opportunity, a thought suddenly occurring to the master of the Flame sect. This troublesome son could die, thus sparing himself future troubles. That it was just right to seize this chance to express gratitude for the elimination of a threat to the Flame sect. Following the Flame sect's public clarification, the matter was left unresolved. Upon hearing this news at the Tian B sect stronghold in Ding Tian City, Xiao Yibo sprang to his feet in disbelief. Impossible! I saw with my own eyes that it was Chun Fan who killed junior brother Li Bin. At this moment, his mind was in turmoil. The flame sect had always been at odds with the Wujizong. Why was there no pursuit of this matter? Henceforth, upon encountering Chun Fan, he resolved to keep his distance and avoid causing further trouble, lest he find himself in grave danger, echoing the sentiments of the flame sect. Besides, Xiao Yibo, an elder of the Tian B sect, warned, "You must heed this, that I cannot believe you would look to your master in bewilderment." Why, master? Wasn't he the sect instructing us to devise a way to eliminate the disciples of the Wujizong? Why now turn a blind eye to the fact that they have killed junior brother Li Bin? I am trying to save you, the master of Xiao Yibo said with a tone of resignation. Chun Fan is a newly invited gentleman of Wu Lu. We cannot afford to offend him. Otherwise, calamity will befall our Tian B sect. Although Wu Lu does not engage in worldly disputes, how many of his gentlemen are mere trifles? Any one of them has disciples who are formidable figures in their own right. Let alone, today, when the second gentleman has come personally. Xiao Yibo, upon hearing this, made a decisive choice. Fighting was futile. Their background was inferior. Should he perish in there, it would be a senseless death. Since that was the case, what was the purpose of entering the secret realm? At worst, he would be labeled a coward, compared to life. Reputation held little value. That I understand your fear of Chun Fan. But you must participate in this secret realm. We have received news that within this secret realm, not only is there the blood of the vermilion bird, but also a long sword. While you may forego the competition for the vermilion bird's blood, you must assist that individual in obtaining the long sword. The long sword? Assist another. Xiao Yibo furrowed his brow. Indeed, that sword is the weapon of the fourth gentleman of Wu Lu, rumored to contain his legacy. Furthermore, Wu Lu has promised that whoever can retrieve the long sword shall be accepted as a direct disciple by the great gentleman. That I know you feel immense pressure. And alone, you lack the strength to secure the long sword. Therefore, once you enter, you must aid that person. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yibo inquired with curiosity, "Who am I to assist?" I cannot disclose their identity at this moment. However, I can assure you that their strength is on par with Chun Fan. On par with Chun Fan. Xiao Yibo's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Did I end the courtyard, after extracting Han Li's investment reward? Chun Fan opened his eyes, realizing that his visualization of the great Ming King could endure for 140 breaths. Completing 3 similar investments would enable him to break through to the later stages of the Wending realm. He was also merely 30 years of experience away from attaining the 5th grade realm. After tallying his gains, Chun Fan examined the tome before him. The 4-symbol archery technique. This was a manual selected by Han Li's master after entering the top 5. The text read, knees apart, waist drawn in, chest transparent, outlining the fundamental method of drawing a bow, while simultaneously requiring the engagement of all body muscles and joints. Chun Fan's eyes sparkled with realization. Although he currently possessed sword techniques and sword intent, archery also presented a formidable offensive method. In his room, he began practicing as per the manual. The 4-symbol arrows required the incorporation of seasonal characteristics, the gentleness of spring, the ferocity of summer, the desolation of autumn, and the ruthless chill of winter. Absorbed in the text, he let go of distractions. The following morning, outside Chun Fan's small courtyard, a person stood awkwardly at the door. "What brings you here?" Chun Fan inquired softly, his voice reaching the visitor. "I have been sent by the 5th princess to invite you to the secret realm. The others are already waiting outside Ding Tian City." The attendant of the 5th princess displayed a respectful demeanor. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan nodded. "Understood. Thank you for your trouble." "You are too kind, sir," the attendant replied, taken aback, quickly bowing to lead the way. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiaolan was still in meditation. "You have arrived," the 5th princess greeted Chun Fan, stepping forward. Chun Fan acknowledged with a slight nod at that moment. The other prodigies participating in this secret realm turned their attention towards him. Their gazes complex, some filled with admiration, others with trepidation, and a few with envy. Behind the 5th princess, a figure clad in black and wearing a conical hat observed her approach towards Chun Fan with a furrowed brow. Just as she suspected, he had indeed qualified for entry into the secret realm. This was not surprising, considering he was a master of the 5 elements realm. a leading prodigy even in the realm of Wuji sect. Not to mention being among the top echelon in the Dali. However, what bewildered her was the fifth princess's initiative to greet him. How could such a scenario arise? The fifth princess held a noble status. Should it not be Chen Fan who approached her? Why had the roles reversed? While Chen Fan possessed considerable strength, making him a worthy ally, the fifth princess would not lower herself to curry favor with a mere genius. Especially when she had a top-tier sect backing her. One that lacked for talented supplicants. Bai Li scrutinized Chen Fan, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. These two undoubtedly shared secrets unknown to her. During her time at the fifth princess's residence, she had been engrossed in closed-door cultivation, remaining oblivious to the happenings outside. Suddenly, sensing the aura emanating from Chen Fan, Bai Li's mouth fell agape. His aura was even stronger than hers. Had he attained the Wending realm? Remarkable, she exclaimed inwardly. She had believed her own power had undergone a staggering transformation, surpassing Chen Fan at the law-body realm. Yet, she had never anticipated that he would be even more extraordinary. At this moment, Bai Li became increasingly convinced that both she and Chen Fan were reborn individuals, leveraging their memories to achieve rapid advancement. Yet, even if Chen Fan were reborn, his previous strength was not formidable. Likely peaking at the half-saint realm before being stymied, in contrast, she, Bai Li, had been a quasi-deity in her past life, privy to greater opportunities and destined for a more illustrious future. Contemplating this, Bai Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. But wait! If Chen Fan were reborn, how could he remain ignorant of the fifth princess's fate? Surely, he ought to have aligned himself with the crown prince, who ultimately ascended to the throne. Could it be that he sought to alter this outcome? At this moment, Bai Li's mind raced with thoughts. Just then, Chen Fan furrowed his brow, casting a glance toward Bai Li's location, having sensed someone observing him. Could it be that he was seen as the greatest rival? At that moment, the fifth princess spoke. "All right, the time is nearly upon us. Everyone, follow me to the site of the secret realm." Hearing this, Chen Fan nodded. In a vast mountain range 30,000 miles outside Dingtian City. A warship suddenly tore through the void, gradually descending. The powerful aura emanating from the ship sent many demonic beasts fleeing in panic. Soon, a group of individuals disembarked from the vessel, ignoring the fleeing beasts and sealing off the surroundings.